EXPORTISM, the Drug of Mercantilist Power Traders, by Frederick Glass.
German philosopher Hegel postulated that history progresses through thesis, antithesis, and then synthesis. Today, we are seeing the first two dynamics with trade policy and attitudes towards globalization. We desperately need the third. For over 40 years, synthesis meant unbridled support for free trade and globalization. But after failing to deal with the contradictions that came with it, America is shifting to antithesis, protectionism and nationalism, whose consequences, if fully followed through, will be dire. America needs a new synthesis that takes the best of global economic integration while recognizing the need for asserting the U.S. national and worker interests in trade. Unfortunately, the odds of getting to that synthesis seem low, given the globalists' stubborn resistance to any compromise, except giving the masses wage insurance, and nationalists egged on President Trump, increasing outrage and extremism. When historians look to identify peak globalization, there is a strong case to be made for 2004. The elites were still glowing over bringing in the last major holdout, China, into the global trading system, and the harm done by Chinese innovation mercantilism had not yet bubbled up. That year, Thomas Barnett, former professor at the Naval War College, waxed on that globalization is this country's gift to history, the most perfectly flawed projection of our nation's ideals onto the global landscape. Columbia's Jagdish Bhagwati asserted that globalization is the most powerful force for social good. And World is Flat author Tom Friedman waxed on about globalization 3.0, whatever that meant. And around that time, the president of a leading DC international policy think tank, when asked how much U.S. manufacturing could America afford to lose and still be okay, responded, all of it. But the cracks in the edifice soon emerged. 2 years later, China pivoted to indigenous innovation with its quest for global tech dominance. 4 years later, the great financial crisis, ironically caused in no small part by China's massive current account surplus with the U.S., significantly tarnished the Western model. Fast forward 7 years to Made in China, 2025, and then to the 2016 election of Donald Trump, who ran on campaign to make America great again, and proceeded to reject the TPP trade agreement and launched the trade war with China. Now, in the midst of China's COVID cover-up and its restrictions on key exports, many anti-China hawks are fully embracing to the Hegelian antithesis. No more offshoring, bring all manufacturing back, forget about disloyal multinationals. Breitbart scolds the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for having the temerity to say that perhaps we shouldn't reshore everything. Trump advisor and former CEO of Nucor Steel, Dan Dimico, tweets that globalization is akin to slavery. Even the World Bank, that temple of globalization, is scared, with its new chief economist, Carmen Reinhart, stating, without being melodramatic, COVID-19 is like the last nail in the coffin of globalization. So what used to be we can offshore all of it is turning into we can onshore all of it. Needless to say, embracing the antithesis positions would lead to disaster. First, as Harvard Business School's Willie Shih points out, many of today's products are so technologically complex that it is simply not be possible to reshore them all, at least in the couple of decades. Second, any action to stop manufacturing imports would be met by equal reactions to stop U.S. exports, which would be disastrous for U.S. firms in advanced technology industries that require global economies of scale for success. We desperately need a Hegelian synthesis on trade and globalization. The nationalists need to recognize that globalization can be a force for U.S. prosperity and that trade agreements, including ones with strong intellectual property protections like the TPP, albeit with stronger controls on currency manipulation, are in the national interest. But the globalists need to understand that globalization only works for America and American workers if it is rules-based and those rules are enforced. Here, China is the main threat to that, not our allies. The globalists need to acknowledge that America will not succeed in a globalized economy, especially one where other nations have their own competitiveness strategies, unless the U.S. has its own industrial strategy. And the nationalists need to recognize that America cannot thrive without robust multinationals that not only sell overseas, but invest overseas as well. The globalists need to understand that a sclerotic WTO cannot effectively address Chinese innovation mercantilism in its current form, and at minimum, requires substantial reform. And even with that, they should embrace supplemental approaches to containing Chinese economic aggression, such as creating a new NATO for trade. The nationalists need to understand that a go-it-alone strategy that treats our allies the same as our adversaries is recipe for U.S. isolation and decline. In the journal American Affairs, Michael Lind and Robert D. Atkinson articulated what that synthesis should look like, calling it national developmentalism, and writing national developmentalists see deeper global economic integration as beneficial in many ways, but only if the U.S. federal government works to obtain maximum benefits for American workers and regions. The United States is at a critical point in its history, on not just the trade front. We can only hope that synthesis will prevail. IDF released a report about how innovation mercantilist policies were instrumental in enabling China to dominate the global telecom equipment industry, and how that rise came at the expense of global innovation in this industry. A typical response to the report was along the lines of, so what? The United States had industrial policies too. In other words, the implication was that once you go down the Listian path of national developmentalism, any and all policies are valid and not open to criticism. As Marshall Auerbach writes in The Commons, the analysis is characterized by a certain implicit bias against Chinese mercantilism, a bias that many champions of free trade naturally share. He is right. Most free traders are incapable or unwilling to make a distinction between good and bad industrial policy. Neoclassical economists routinely paint industrial policy as one step away from handing the reins of the economy over to a state planning committee like the Soviet Gosplan. But Marshall goes on to write that, but what Beijing is doing is nothing new. In his mid-19th century work, National System of Political Economy, the German economist Friedrich List provided numerous examples of how state policies characterized by selective sectoral protectionism and subsidy repeatedly succeeded in driving economic development. Economist and market practitioner Bill Janeway observed that List's insights have been put to repeated and successful use by Japan beginning in the last decades of the 19th century, then by the emergent Asian tigers in the second half of the 20th century, and now by China. But we Listian, national developmentalists should be more nuanced and differentiate between forms of national developmentalism. There are two big differences between what the Asian tigers did and what China is doing now. First, the Asian tigers made most of their gains before the World Trade Organization regime was put in place in 1995. Now, any nation that wants the privileges WTO membership brings has an obligation to at least pretend to abide by WTO rules. This means, among other things, not subsidizing exports, not stealing IP, not tying market access to technology transfer, not treating foreign and domestic companies differently, and not manipulating currency manipulation, which is not allowed for IMF members, although the IMF refuses to enforce this rule. Most, but not all, of China's developmental policies violate WTO. If China is not willing to abide by its commitments, it should withdraw from the agreement. Second, in contrast to China, the Asian tigers at least attempted to play fair. Neither Taiwan nor Korea systemically stole foreign intellectual property. They licensed it. Neither brought sham lawsuits against foreign companies doing business there in order to extort them. Neither engaged in wolf warrior diplomacy to force other nations into submission on trade matters. And the scope of their more legitimate policies, like subsidizing infant industries, paled in comparison to China's. So, let's be clear, when a national developmentalist, which I am, criticizes unfair and corrupt Chinese economic and trade practices, let's not assume that the alternative is free market fundamentalism. It's possible for a nation to embrace Listian policies without going to the dark side. There is nothing wrong with a nation wanting to build up its advanced traded sectors. But that doesn't mean that everything is legitimate and should be tolerated. Going down this path is a move toward global anarchy. In order to grow, any accumulation regime has to find solutions to the demand shortage problem. Such solutions differ from country to country and from time to time. Historically, according to Baccaro and Pontusson, most developed economies were wage-led. The wage-led growth regime, however, came under stress due to a number of interrelated reasons, such as the institutionalization of strict monetary policies, a secular decline in trade union strength, globalization, and capital market liberalization. The resulting decline in nominal wage pressure lowered inflation as well as aggregate demand, with the implication that countries had to find alternative solutions to the demand shortage problem. Of interest to this paper is the German solution, the adoption of an export-driven demand regime since the mid-1990s, a regime in which foreign demand acts as the decisive growth driver. This regime can operate only when demand is sufficiently price elastic and the export sector is sufficiently large to drive the whole economy. Germany, according to Baccaro and Pontusson, meets these preconditions. In particular, its export sector is sufficiently large, much larger indeed than we would expect from a country as big as Germany. Obviously, Baccarat and Pontusson theorize on the late phase of a longer sequence. Something must have happened before Germany's growth could become export-driven. What pushed the size of the export sector in the first place? The framework presented in this paper sheds light on these questions. I argue that Germany is an undervaluation regime, a regime with features that steer behavior towards the deterioration of the real exchange rate and thereby towards the accumulation of export surpluses. The creation and perpetuation of an undervaluation regime does not require a particular growth strategy. Those who perpetuate the regime, the members of the social bloc behind it, may pursue aims that have nothing to do with growth. For example, central banks accumulating gold and foreign currency reserves, trade unions seeking job security in the export sector, or banks preventing credit defaults. The overall implications for growth may be positive or negative. For reasons that have nothing to do with growth, regimes may operate as if their growth was export-driven. This was the case in Germany before it became an export-driven growth regime. The German undervaluation regime is much older than German reunification, the euro, and its crisis. German policymakers discovered Germany's distinct ability to generate export surpluses after the payments account crisis in 1950-51. The Bretton Woods regime turned out to provide perfect conditions for the institutionalization and further consolidation of a regime that survived all subsequent European exchange rate orders until it became, under the euro, the nightmare of the eurozone and, even more, the world economy. One starting point of institutionalist comparative political economy is that we sometimes observe remarkably stable patterns when it comes to collective actors' behavior within an economic conflict of aims. Such a conflict is between export surplus generation on the one hand and internal stabilization on the other. Undervaluation regimes consist of institutions, organizations, and ideologies too that promote export surplus generation. They thus deliver systematic incentives to shift economic activity from the sheltered to the exposed sectors. Therefore, the outcomes of such regimes are not only a perpetual accumulation of export and current account surpluses but also export sectors growing beyond what is expected from the country's size and of the standards of the time under analysis. I will show that Germany became such a regime in the Bretton Woods years. How do such regimes orient behavior towards export surplus generation? The undervaluation regime is a special example of a mercantilist regime, but it must nevertheless be distinguished from classical mercantilism, which relied on the direct promotion of exports and, inversely, on import discrimination. While such practices were clearly present in Germany, especially in the early 1950s, they lost relevance as the liberalization of trade and capital markets progressed. Neo-mercantilism, in contrast to discriminatory or selective mercantilism, relies on undervaluation. Undervaluation, in turn, comes about in two steps. First, competitive disinflation vis-a-vis trading partners, and second, resistance against correction of the resulting real exchange rate distortions by means of revaluation. Consequently, such regimes have institutional, organizational, and ideological preconditions in two respects. Policies that shape inflation, mainly wage, monetary, and fiscal policies, and the stickiness, both organizational and practical, of the currency order. The theoretical framework presented here considers undervaluation as an institutionally, organizationally, and ideologically shaped pattern of behavior. The regime encourages maximization of relative undervaluation compared to the status quo. The amount of absolute undervaluation is, by contrast, difficult to assess because it can only be calculated relative to a situation in which valuation is undistorted and fair, i.e., when the current account is balanced while the demand conditions of all participating economies are equal, direct discriminatory mercantilism is fully absent, and all traded goods are price-sensitive. Because these conditions are never fully given, the neutral, fair valuation, and, therefore, the precise extent of absolute undervaluation is always uncertain. We should therefore treat undervaluation as a dynamic rather than a state. What is attractive about undervaluation? Every increase in undervaluation relative to the status quo boosts the competitiveness of the export sector. It makes the export sector grow relative to the exposed sectors of trading partners and, as a consequence, leads to the export of industrial unemployment. In undervaluation constellations, export firms find advantageous environments for market niche capture, market power growth, and the accumulation of large amounts of technological knowledge, in other words, for the kind of economies of scale which the new trade theory emphasizes. Given that the trade account is the most important determinant of the current account, undervaluation regimes are also likely to accumulate foreign currency and gold reserves. This increases the reputation of their central banks and puts them in a strong position regarding currency market interventions. Countries with enduring current account surpluses then become donor countries in the international arena, a surely more attractive position than the opposite, becoming debtor countries. Given all that, should we not expect every country to try to become an undervaluation regime, to design its institutions, organizations, and, if possible, its publicly shared beliefs in a way that makes the generation of export surpluses likely? Is undervaluation not a superior, rational, perhaps even natural objective? To understand why this is not the case, let us consider the undervaluation constellation in more detail. Undervaluation implies the deterioration of your own terms of trade. Letting this happen is a weird economic strategy because it implies you get back less than you offer in international trade. This is the perversion of everything we would usually describe as the rational goal of commodity exchange, getting back, at least, as much as you have given. In the undervaluation constellation, by contrast, giving away is not a means of receiving more, but becomes an aim in itself. Put differently, undervaluation implies the imposition of consumption abstinence upon citizens and makes them partly work to give away their products too cheaply. And so far we have considered only the loss of wealth which results from distorted prices in actual trade. The usual outcome of undervaluation, however, is a trade and current account imbalance. In such a constellation, a certain proportion of goods is not being traded against other goods, but to a significant degree against increasing numbers of uncertain financial claims against foreign countries. Skeptics may object that current account surpluses are not necessarily a bad thing, because they basically transfer consumption opportunities into the future. Sooner or later, one may argue currency relations will turn around, terms of trade will change in favor of the former undervaluation country, and the claims against foreign countries will result in the retransfer of real resources. In fact, many German revaluation opponents within our period of observation claimed that the seemingly persistent trade surpluses were in fact a volatile phenomenon, and that surpluses and deficits would level out sooner or later. But precisely this never happened, and is generally unlikely to happen when undervaluation is caused not by random fluctuations but by the operation of a regime with long-term stability. In this regime constellation, the intertemporal wealth transfer idea is a fiction and the loss of consumption opportunities persists over time. Undervaluation never changed into overvaluation within our observation period and also failed to fade out by asymptotically approaching zero. What could make us think that this should happen? Let us assume a purely monetarist inflation theory and consider that undervaluation provokes the inflow of foreign currency for two reasons. First, as the logical downside of any trade surplus, through the current account channel, and second, through the capital account channel, because undervaluation, as it had happened since the second half of the 1950s, fuels revaluation expectations, inflow of hot money. If the respective money inflow causes inflation, undervaluation would indeed be self-defeating. But, as we will see in the next section, this never materialized. Money inflow did not prevent Germany from continuous competitive disinflation. We can only conclude that the expectation of a money-induced self-correction suffers from a wrong underlying inflation theory. Obviously, money supply is a necessary, but not a sufficient condition for inflation. Let us turn back to the functional pros and cons of undervaluation. We have already seen that the terms of trade suffer. One may argue that undervaluation may nevertheless make the export sector and, as a consequence, the entire economy grow. Giving away more than one receives is good if it stimulates growth. But the effects on overall growth, in contrast to export sector growth, are complex and uncertain. In a positive-sum scenario, the exposed sector grows enough to also stimulate the sheltered sector, even if the accumulation regime has not yet reached a fully export-driven state. This may or may not happen in the medium to long run. In the short run, however, the positive-sum model is much too optimistic. Why? Because what is good for exports is not necessarily good for the domestic economy. Consider wage policy. Holding down wages relative to others boosts competitiveness but also holds down internal demand. Consider fiscal policy. From the point of view of the export sector, the best budgetary policy is the one that minimizes firms' cost pressures and, in general, any kind of inflation impulse. The domestic sector, by contrast, relies on high internal demand and its most important part, the public sector, on high taxes. Consider monetary policy. Strict monetary policy is a necessary condition for competitive disinflation but, at the same time, problematic for internal growth. It is therefore an open question whether undervaluation is functional for overall growth. The overall impact on productivity is unclear, too. Yes, undervaluation creates protection for export firms that should allow them to generate network effects and therefore economies of scale. However, relaxing competitive pressure also frees firms from the pressure to raise efficiency and keeps marginal firms in the market. Empirically, while Germany is peculiar with respect to its real effective undervaluation and the size of its export sector, and particularly to the size of its current account surpluses, it is completely non-peculiar with respect to productivity growth. Undervaluation has yet another downside. It provokes beggar-your-neighbor accusations on the part of trading partners and thereby fuels transnational conflict. 1968 is a good example. In the context of an international conference in which all foreign participants asked Germany to finally revalue, see the details in the section on political parties, Great Britain threatened to dismantle its security guarantees for Germany, including a withdrawal of British troops. As Chancellor Kiesinger, time in office, 1966 to 1969, complained, some of Germany's partners asked during the conference, hat den Krieg verloren? Conflicts over the fair valuation of currencies can, as we see, not only be intense, but can also spill over to areas such as international security. Let us now place the pros and cons of undervaluation in the 1950 to 1973 timeline. In 1950-51, the newly founded German central bank, the Bank Deutscher Länder, had virtually no foreign currency reserves and Germany faced a balance of payments crisis. Germany became the first country that needed to request a foreign currency credit in the newly created European Payments Union. In this situation, there was little alternative to attempting to move the economy into an undervaluation constellation, and to also adopt various kinds of selective, discriminatory protectionisms in order to generate export surpluses and thereby foreign currency reserves. But the balance of payments crisis vanished soon after, and the German central bank accumulated unique amounts of gold and foreign currency reserves. Yearly data are shown in Deutsche Bundesbank 1988, 26 to 27. The undervaluation regime nevertheless continued to operate as if the balance of payments crisis remained an ongoing threat. Why? We might speculate that it was due to international pressure. As Abelschauser shows, the American allies perceived German economic policy as too consumption-friendly in 1950-51. The Korea crisis had brought about a situation of raw material scarcity. The USA therefore pressed Germany to redirect resources towards armament production. Among the means to get this done was the suppression of internal demand in order to steer firms towards exports. But this impulse, just like the balance of payments crisis, vanished soon after. Germany's export orientation remained in place, although all international impulses soon reversed to asking Germany to either reflate or revalue.
Später sollten die Westalliierten die Geister, die sie riefen, nicht mehr loswerden, es Ökonomis Historien holt Friedrich summarized.
Again, why continue with a solution to a problem that had already vanished? In order to fight unemployment by means of unemployment export, we may argue. This has some plausibility for the early to mid-1950s. But again, this possible explanation does not take us very far. Note that the period under observation was a time span with mostly full employment. Already in 1956, German unemployment had dipped below 5% and even went down and remained below 2% for the whole 1960 to 1973 period, except for 1 year only, 1967. Not only was there no unemployment to export, but Germany had even been importing significant amounts of labor supply from countries such as Italy since 1955, Spain since 1960, Turkey since 1961, and from other countries, all in order to fight labor scarcity. But again, the undervaluation regime remained unchanged as if nothing had happened, and had become even more radicalized. For most of the time span under review here, the perpetuation of the regime was at least as much an oddity as it was a rational answer to given problem constellations. It is extremely difficult and perhaps even misleading to see overall functionality as the reason for its construction and persistence. If we want to understand how Germany was able to become what it is today, I argue we have to proceed differently. We must lay open the intentions and strategies of the members of the social bloc that built and stabilized it. Here I follow Amabel and Bacquerot and Pontusson, who argue that economic regimes are always backed by a social bloc composed of collective actors with overlapping interests and the ability to impose a hegemonic discourse upon broader society. But note that my adoption of the bloc notion does not imply that I assume that the perceptions, interests, and strategies of the bloc members were fully congruent. As we will see below, the debates that led to the German revaluations of 1961 and 1969 offer excellent opportunities for analyzing the composition of the bloc. But before we turn to the members of the bloc, let us remind ourselves of the architecture of the Bretton Woods regime and consider the extent of Germany's undervaluation within it. The Bretton Woods Order was negotiated among 44 nations in July 1944 and came into being, with 29 participating nations remaining, in December 1945. The aims of its architects were to guarantee free trade based on the convertibility of participating currencies, to limit financial and, in particular, monetary fluctuations, to regulate the relationships between debtor and creditor nations, and to establish a framework for post-war recovery. For these purposes and under U.S. and British leadership, Bretton Woods established a system of fixed, but adjustable i.e. pegged exchange rates, using the U.S. dollar and its fixed exchange rate to gold as an anchor. Members had to require their central banks to buy and sell currency in order to keep their exchange rates within a 1% band to the dollar. And revaluations remained possible. Changes of more than 10% required approval by the newly created International Monetary Fund, IMF. Smaller changes could be decided unilaterally. In reality, all exchange rate changes, as well as their absences, were conflict-ridden and parts of a long series of international negotiations. Part of the framework was also the U.S. government's commitment to convert central bank, not private, dollars into gold. The end of the Bretton Woods regime is not easy to specify. If we treat the dollar-gold conversion commitment as Bretton Woods' decisive feature, the regime ended in August 1971 with U.S. President Nixon's declaration to convert no further. A little less than 2 years later, the exchange rate commitments also ended. In March 1973, the Bundesbank and other central banks stopped buying dollars in order to defend the exchange rate parities. This was the ultimate end of the currency order. Of course, much more could be said about the complex architecture of the Bretton Woods system. What is decisive for our purpose is that the Bretton Woods Order was flexible enough to provide significant macroeconomic policy autonomy, including the possibility of persistent inflation differentials. This allowed Germany to move itself into undervaluation constellations. At the same time, however, the regime aimed at midterm nominal exchange rate stabilization and was therefore sticky enough to allow Germany or other nations to remain in such constellations over longer periods of time. Consider also the complete lack of surplus clearance mechanisms of the kind that John Maynard Keynes had proposed during the Bretton Woods negotiations. This made Bretton Woods, like the Euro regime today, a surplus country-friendly international currency order. With this background in mind, let us turn to the actual undervaluation performance of Germany within the Bretton Woods Order and start by looking at the inflation data of 7 Bretton Woods participants between 1950 and 1973. The data are remarkable in several respects. Remember that Germany was a full employment country in most of the years under analysis and suffered from labor scarcity. In such a fundamental economic background, we would usually expect inflation to occur. But the respective inflation is hardly visible. In most of the full employment years, Germany's inflation rate even remained lower than 2%, a situation which the European Central Bank would today define as too close to the 0% line. Even more remarkable is Germany's relative disinflation. With an average inflation rate of only 1.4%, Germany was able to undercut the inflation performance of its partners significantly. In virtually every year shown in Table 1, Germany's inflation was lower than the average inflation of its partners. 1961 is the only exception. Obviously, no hot money inflows, see the theoretical section of this paper, prevented Germany from continuous competitive disinflation. Even in the wild strike years 1969 and 1971 to 1973, which went into the German collective memory as years of wage militancy, Germany outperformed the other countries with respect to its relative price stability. Compare, for example, the UK and Germany. On average, the German inflation rate was around 3.2 percentage points lower than the respective UK rate. If no exchange rate corrections had occurred, UK producers would, on average, have lost around 3% yearly of their price competitiveness vis-a-vis German producers. Let us move on by turning to the number and extent of exchange rate adjustments within our country sample and our period under observation. Because the US served as the system's anchor, every entry in the table is a DA or revaluation against the US dollar. The US is therefore not shown as an independent entry in the table. Given that the ability to adjust exchange rates was a decisive part of the Bretton Woods order, the small number of adjustments may come as a surprise. As Giersch puts it, its participants may have had a more rigid interpretation of the system than one could read from the rules, with exchange rate adjustments serving as the ultima ratio under exceptional circumstances only. Note also, however, that the low number of exchange rate adjustments does not necessarily imply that the Bretton Woods participants were against the system offering more flexibility. They may also, against their preferences, have been stuck in coordination dilemmas. They may have continuously delayed the necessary adjustments due to struggles over the fair distribution of the adjustment burdens. Whatever the reason was in detail, the table clearly indicates that the Bretton Woods system provided exactly the kind of stickiness that allowed the German undervaluation regime to operate. The 1950 to 1970 period was marked by much exchange rate stability. Within that period, the two German revaluations plus 5.0% in 1961 and plus 9.3% in 1969 stand out. During its final years, the system gave way to more flexibility. The realignment of 1971 was the outcome of the Smithsonian Agreement, negotiated at a multilateral conference in Washington in December of that year. The agreement was an attempt to rescue the exchange rate coordination part of the Bretton Woods system after the U.S. had already withdrawn the dollar-gold conversion promise and after several countries, among them Germany, had let their currencies float for around 4 months. See the data in Deutsche Bundesbank 2052. The 11.1% devaluation of the dollar in February 1973 did not rescue the system and was directly followed by the end of Bretton Woods in March of the same year. In essence, therefore, the exchange rate relations in our period of observation consisted of a very rare number of DA and revaluations distributed over the years 1950 to 1970 and a major realignment in 1971. We are now able to calculate the actual extent of German undervaluation during the Bretton Woods years, relative to the other countries in our sample and relative to the first year under observation. Remember that we have no proof for the assumption that the initial observation point was a fully fair valuation of the mark. Figure 1 shows country-based cumulated inflation differentials to Germany and adjusts them for all DA and revaluations. These can be read as bilateral real exchange rates. All curves are in the positive for almost all of the time, the only exception being the dollar at the very end of the time span. This implies that all countries suffered from overvaluation relative to Germany for almost all the time shown, again, relative to the starting point. The figure also illustrates how tiny the German 1961 revaluation was compared to the inflation differentials that had accumulated since 1950. In line with our expectations, the German undervaluation translated into export surpluses. As Table A1 in the appendix shows, the German trade balance shifted from negative into positive in 1952 and remained there during the entire period. After 1966, every German trade surplus was larger than 2%. The current account was almost always positive too, with a very few exceptions, 1950, 1962, and 1965. While the current account surpluses tended to exceed the trade surpluses during the first half of the observed time period, they remained below the trade surpluses in every year from 1961, which mainly indicates that, from this year, Germans, including migrant workers, transferred more money into foreign countries than vice versa. One may argue that the resulting trade and current account imbalances were moderate compared to those under the euro, and that the actual trade distortions could therefore not have been very large either. But this is not true. Consider that the trade balance is the trade surplus divided by GDP. The nominal export surplus, in turn, is not only driven by the trade distortion but also by the size of the export sector, exports divided by GDP. In our years under observation, the German trade sector was much smaller than today. It started at around 10% of GDP in the early 1950s and roughly doubled until the end of the Bretton Woods years, just like it roughly doubled under the euro. In order to learn about the magnitude of the trade distortions, it is therefore much more instructive to calculate the yearly exports-imports ratio and to compare the results with today's standards. In virtually every year from 1956, exports amounted to more than 110% of the imports. The index peaks in 1967 and 1968, in which exports amounted to even more than 120% of imports. 15. This is not far away from the trade distortions under the euro. The German exports-imports ratios for selected euro years are 117.5% in 2001, 125.2% in 2005, 120.8% in 2009, 122.2% in 2013, 126.4% in 2016. We can conclude that Germany's relative disinflation and its resistance against exchange rate corrections resulted in significant real exchange rate distortions, and these resulted in significant trade distortions. The resulting trade distortions were only slightly lower than those under the euro today. The undervaluation regime was, in other words, very effective. The Bundesbank, until 1958, the Bank Deutscher Länder, shaped the German undervaluation regime in two ways. Its monetary policy was, directly and indirectly through wage and fiscal policy channels, among the contributors to Germany's low inflation, and the Bundesbank was also an important voice in the revaluation debates. We will therefore briefly review both of these channels of influence. Central bank independence alone does not enforce a rigid price stability policy. But once such a strategy is chosen, independence shields it. During the 1950s and 1960s, in contrast to today, the degree of independence of the German central bank was clearly exceptional. Most of Germany's neighbors introduced central bank independence much later, during the preparation phase for the euro. For example, Italy in 1992, Belgium in 1993, France in 1993, the Netherlands in 1998, and the UK, without adopting the euro in 1998. The Bundesbank was exceptional not only with respect to its legal autonomy, but also with respect to its inflation aversion. It was often described as suspecting inflation under every stone. Typical for its monetary policy were significant raises of the rediscount rate when inflation was feared, but only modest reversals in several small steps when inflationary impulses had vanished. Between 1949 and 1973, the median rediscount rate increase was 1 percentage point, 18 incidents, while the median decrease was only a 0.5 percentage point, 27 incidents. Finance Minister Schiller's time in office. 1966 to 1972, famous expression, Politik der Halbprozentigen Trippelschritt, became winged words. The Bundesbank, however, steered not only by using actual monetary policy decisions but also by frequent threats, which it particularly used to discipline wage and fiscal policy. Economic historians such as Abelschauser and Aleck identify several instances in which the Bundesbank's monetary policy slowed or ended economic upswings in the context of, at best, modest inflation prospects. In 1952, for example, German price dynamics already had a deflationary tendency. But the Bundesbank decreased the rediscount rate only very slowly by its typical half percentage point steps. Interestingly, Aleck demonstrates that the Bundesbank was aware that production was below capacity at that time, and that its decisions directed firms towards foreign markets, a strategy inconsistent with usual internal stabilization approaches, but consistent with the aims of export surplus and foreign currency accumulation. In 1956, in the context of an inflation rate below 2%, the Bundesbank's 1 percentage point rediscount rate increase was widely perceived as unnecessary and led to a sharp conflict with Chancellor Adenauer, time in office. 1949 to 1963, the so-called Gerzenig affair. This Bundesbank decision led to a government crisis because Finance Minister Schaefer, time in office. 1949 to 1957, and Economic Minister Erhardt, time in office. 1949 to 1963 and later Chancellor, had attended the respective Central Bank Council meeting without having made use of their potentially available, but, to my knowledge, never used, instrument of a delaying, not preventing veto. The most prominent example, however, is the year 1966. The 1 percentage point rediscount rate increase, again in a context that we would usually describe as price stability, was widely perceived as a power demonstration on the part of the Bundesbank, and the resulting economic downturn as a wanted recession. Again, this interest rate decision had distinct political consequences because the downturn contributed to the fall of the Erhardt government. Erhardt was chancellor between 1963 and 1966. Monetary policy not only contributes to competitive disinflation by smoothing down economic upswings at an early stage but, due to its defective power against wage and fiscal policy, also disciplines fiscal and wage policy. Interesting in this respect is the 1966 incident, our third example above, because its addressee was clearly fiscal rather than wage policy. While we will turn to the trade unions in the next but one section, let us briefly look at fiscal policy here. Table A1 in the appendix provides information about the yearly fiscal budget balances, in percent, between 1950 and 1973. In 10 of these 24 years, the public authorities, all levels, including social security systems, generated budget surpluses. And in only one of these 24 years, the outcome was a budget deficit larger than 2%. This indicates that in Germany before the 1970s, the Keynesian phase was rather a Keynesian moment. The year 1967. Virtually throughout our entire period of observation, the outcomes with respect to the budget balance resemble a strictly rule-based rather than discretionary fiscal policy. In functional terms, such a fiscal policy brings about the same effects as a strict monetary policy and therefore contributes to competitive disinflation. This especially holds true for fiscal surpluses because they shut down money and suppress internal demand. 20 competitive disinflation, however, leads to undervaluation only if correcting exchange rate adjustments are absent. Until the late 1960s, the Bundesbank clearly contributed to the prevention, delay, and minimization of revaluations. During the term of the Bank Deutscher Länder's first president, Wilhelm Vogt, time in office, 1949 to 1957, undervaluation was the actual strategic aim of the central bank and not only an unintended side effect, as this quote from 1951 illustrates. We live from increasing our exports, and these in turn from keeping our wage and price levels relatively low. As I said, our price level, which lags behind that of other countries, is the central point of our efforts at the central bank, and it is a success of our efforts. Those who shout at us should bear this in mind. Your restrictions are too strict. They are no longer necessary. End quote. Note that Vogt said this in the context of a just recently resolved balance of payments crisis, which makes his mercantilist approach comprehensible. But the stance of the Bundesbank remained the same for at least the 15 following years, even though Germany accumulated massive export surpluses, current account surpluses, as well as foreign currency and gold reserves. When the first German revaluation was debated, the Bundesbank was clearly among the revaluation opponents. Bundesbank President Blessing, time in office, 1958 to 1969, even threatened to resign if the government decided to revalue. The constellation changed, however, in the late phase of the second revaluation debate. From 1968, at a time when Carl Schiller still opposed the revaluation, the Bundesbank supported the revaluation proponents. See the details in the section on political parties. Spiegel 48/1968, 32. In the context of large inflows of foreign currency, the Bundesbank worried about inflation import. But this change of preference was not stable. Blessing's successor Karl Claessen, time in office, 1970 to 1977, in contrast to Blessing in his later phase as a central banker, was a pronounced revaluation skeptic and therefore, like Vogt, an ally of Deutsche Bank chief Hermann Joseph Abs, to whom we will turn in the next section. We can conclude that the German central bank decisively contributed to the evolution of the German undervaluation regime, always due to its exceptionally strict price stability convictions and mostly by also opposing and delaying revaluations. Large firms and industrial associations were the most dedicated supporters of Germany, New York's low inflation path, and the most pronounced and loud opponents of revaluations, without any visible change of preference over time. They were the center of the German undervaluation bloc. I pick the first revaluation debate for illustration. A revaluation of the mark became a manifest option in 1960 because economic minister Erhard perceived such a step as increasingly unavoidable. The Bundesverband der deutschen Industrie, BDI, Federation of German Industries, strictly opposed Erhard's assessment. Spiegel 34/1960, 25. BDI President Fritz Berg, time in office, 1949 to 1971, expressed his conviction that Chancellor Adenauer would never decide for an exchange rate adjustment against the interests of German industry. Ich brauche nur zum Kanzler gehen, Erhard's Plan vom Tisch zu bringen, quoted from Spiegel December 1961, 17. In the end, Berg was wrong and the decision went in favor of revaluation and against the BDI's preferences. But note the discrepancy between the tiny amount of the revaluation and the loudness of the protests afterwards. Given that more than 10 years of relative disinflation had already accumulated, German industry could be more than happy to have gotten away with only a 5% revaluation. Berg, however, publicly accused the government of a breach of trust. Spiegel December 1961, 15. Economic Minister Erhard received 130 protest notes from industrialists. Erich Wolf Mommsen from Phoenix Eisenrohr, for example, argued that the mark had now become, due to the 5% revaluation, a speculation soaring, Spiegel 15/1961, 12. Berg stopped the BDI's party donations to the Christian Democratic Union. The intention behind these clearly exaggerated reactions was, of course, to prevent revaluations from becoming a regularly used economic policy tool. A powerful ally of the export industry was agriculture, a protectionist sector par excellence and a highly organized interest group. During both revaluation debates, the farmers' associations expressed strict opposition and asked for compensation in the event of revaluations happening anyway. It is remarkable how much of the debate at the special meeting of the Cabinet on May 9, 1969, fully dedicated to the revaluation discussion, was about the likely impact on agriculture and on the options for compensation. The CDU and its Bavarian sister party, the CSU, especially feared that a revaluation would damage the farmers' strong ties to the conservative parties and lead to protest votes going to the right-wing National Democrats, NPD. In the upcoming 1969 elections, Spiegel 19/1969, the undervaluation preference from industry as well as farming is certainly not very surprising. Much more remarkable is how closely banks and industry acted together. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, the inner circle of Adenauer's advisors in economic, financial, and monetary matters consisted, besides BDI President Berg and Bundesbank President Blessing, of Deutsche Bank chief Hermann Joseph Abs, Deutsche Bank chief from 1957 to 1967 and head of the supervisory board from 1967 to 1976, and private banker Robert Ferdinand, who also served as head of the Federal Association of German Banks until 1960, time in office. 1951 to 1960. Ab's numerous statements in the revaluation debates were at least as pronounced as those of Berg and can be followed over the entire observed period. In the context of the first revaluation debate, he proclaimed Der Wechselkurs, Kienfeld für Experiment, Spiegel 34/1960, 25. In 1969, in the context of the second revaluation debate, he expressed in obvious contradiction to the facts, I do indeed deny that we have an imbalance with our foreign trade compared to other countries, Spiegel 1+ February 1969. These observations confirm a point which Kreil, Henning, and Walsh have made. The currency policy preferences of the financial sector depend upon the strengths of its ties towards domestic industry. Banks usually have a fundamental preference for low inflation in order to prevent spreads between assets and liabilities, but not necessarily a preference for a particular currency regime or policy unless it shapes inflation. Given that undervaluation may fuel inflation, at least more than overvaluation, banks ought to support correcting revaluations. However, strong ties between banks and industrial firms, in terms of large amounts of domestic credits as well as shareholdings, make industrial and financial preferences converge. Consider now that Germany is not only a special case with respect to its undervaluation regime, but that it was also, in the formative days of the regime, the paradigmatic case of an organized capitalism with a dense company network and banks at its center, as Schonfield already demonstrated. Assuming that the monolithic character of the lobbying of the bank industry complex was decisive for the undervaluation regime's success, we can conclude that such regimes benefit from also being organized varieties of capitalism, not only with respect to wage bargaining, to which we will turn in the next section, but also with respect to corporate governance and bank industry ties. Labor's contribution to the German undervaluation regime is more difficult to specify than that of the bank's industry complex. We need to distinguish between trade unions as providers of low nominal wage pressure and as potential voices in the revaluation debates. With respect to wage bargaining, the trade unions were clearly contributors to the regime. Their demands with respect to exchange rate adjustments were, by contrast, more nuanced than those of the industrial associations and the banks. As already indicated above, the absence of wage and price inflation during the labor scarcity years after 1956 is remarkable. Alec labels the German wage policy in the respective period as exceptionally moderate. The only year with relatively intense strike activity, 1971, is at the end of our observation period. This outcome was possible only under the condition of the Einheitsgewerkschaft, the representation monopoly of sectorally organized trade unions in the Deutscher Gewerkschaftsbund, DGB, Confederation of German Trade Unions. If there is one period in German history in which the trade unions were not only unitarily organized but also relatively encompassing, then it is the early Bretton Woods period. A deeper understanding of anti-inflationary German wage bargaining, however, has to consider its interaction with monetary policy. We have already seen that the Bundesbank was both willing and able to exercise a remarkably strict monetary policy. Precisely as Hall and Franzese have theorized, the co-presence of central bank independence and coordinated wage bargaining gave way to a low inflation path with no high costs in terms of dysfunctional defection spirals. The Bundesbank often sent precise signals on the wage increase margins that it perceived as in line with its price stability mandate and against which it would therefore not defect. See, for example, Spiegel 34/1960, 21. Only non-competing monopoly trade unions could cooperatively respond to such signals. The 1967 founded Tripartite Concertiert Action, a discussion forum among the heads of the government, employers, and trade unions, had a similar signaling function. Officially, its participants never pre-negotiated wages. In practice, however, much of the time in the Concertiert Action was spent on the development of a commonly shared view on the economic fundamental data of the time. Although the trade unions never accepted any wage policy guidelines, in the Concertiert Action or elsewhere, they nevertheless accepted finance ministry data as Gesamtwirtschaftliche Orientierungsdaten. The shared view on the macroeconomic background was a precondition for successful signaling, and actually, in my view, already part of the signaling process. In this sense, the way the trade unions became organized after 1949 and their interactions with the government and the central bank were decisive for Germany's low inflation path and, therefore, for the undervaluation of the mark, as long as no currency adjustments occurred. The trade unions were also among those who expressed their preferences in the revaluation debates. But a trade unionist was never part of the inner circle that negotiated exchange rate policy before the revaluations in 1961, 1969, or later, and even the SPD seemed to have no expectation of trade unions having any particular voice here. The corporatist attempts that started in 1967 did not change the situation. Throughout our period, capture by industry, agriculture, and banks fits the currency policy constellation much better than corporatism. In order to understand their attitude towards exchange rate corrections, we have to consider the trade union's macroeconomic mind map of the time. Whenever inflation pressure occurred, employers blamed the trade unions for having brought it about. The trade unions responded with an inflation theory that focused not on the relationship between wage and price inflation but on imported inflation. Consequently, they were averse to price increases that might eat up their wage increases. The decisive gateway for inflation import was, according to this view, and in line with the view of the time, the inflow of foreign currency. This inflow was, in turn, a byproduct of the current account surpluses. Note that, under conditions of full employment in most of the years under observation, the trade unions also had no reason to give excessive weight to the export of unemployment. Therefore, they were less dedicated opponents of revaluations than the industry-banks complex. Regarding the revaluation debates, the data empirically reveal an ongoing back and forth. In 1964, trade union expert Ehrenberg, who later became labor minister, argued against revaluing but also pointed out that the 1961 revaluation was too small and too late. 1 year later, he asked for more general exchange rate flexibility. Trade union expert Pell, during the same years, supported the government's resistance against further revaluations. In 1968, he made clear, the DGB rejects a revaluation of the DM. 1 year later, however, the trade unions sided with Karl Schiller and his revaluation plan. Again, after the revaluation had occurred, Pell criticized that the measure came too late. If we consider the trade unions as agents of employees as employees, their, though reluctant and sometimes inconsistent, support for the German undervaluation strategy makes sense. But should the trade unions not have taken more into account the fact that employees are at the same time consumers? Remember what we saw in the theory section of this paper. Undervaluation implies shipping more out of the country than shipping in. In other words, it implies the imposition of consumption abstinence upon citizens. This is hardly in line with employees' interests, especially in times of full unemployment. Why was there no resistance among trade unionists? The following two considerations may not resolve this puzzle, but they at least minimize it a little. First, note that no powerful consumer organizations existed that could exert external pressure on the trade unions. Consumers are the paradigmatic case of diffused interests with low organization capacity. Second, consider the context of growth and overall increases in welfare. That a fair valuation of the mark would have led to even more consumption opportunities was, in that context, a purely theoretical matter. Relative consumption abstinence, in contrast to absolute abstinence, does not lead to the kind of deprivation likely to fuel protest. We can conclude that the trade unions were part of the German undervaluation regime as far as its low inflation performance was concerned. Regarding German resistance to revaluations, the trade unions tended to contribute to delaying decisions, but their opposition was always less radical than most other parts of the undervaluation bloc. And once the revaluations had occurred, the trade unions tended to accept and to defend them against critics. By also considering their absence in the inner circle in which currency issues were discussed, we should consider them as peripheral parts of the undervaluation bloc. Parts of the data seem to indicate that party political dynamics mattered in the revaluation debates. The CDU and its Bavarian sister, the CSU, were largely captured by export interests, including agriculture, with a few exceptions who almost always remained in minority positions. In 1969, the Social Democrats, after 4 election periods in opposition and 1 period in a grand coalition, ran a pro-revaluation election campaign. The CDU and CSU responded with, "As long as I am Chancellor of this government, the mark will not be revalued," Kiesinger, and "Hands off our Deutsche Mark," Strauss, Finance Minister 1966 to 1969. Both quotes from Spiegel 41/1969, and lost. The election on September 28, 1969 brought about the first SPD-led government in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany. The 1969 revaluation was an outcome of this election result. We may therefore hypothesize that perpetuation of the undervaluation regime was mainly caused by the 20-year dominance of the CDU/CSU, and that the operation of the regime could have been stopped, or at least significantly curbed, if the SPD had won federal elections earlier than it did. If that were true, we would have to question the regime notion, because a regime, in contrast to a policy, should be robust against changes in the party composition of governments. The SPD stance towards revaluations therefore deserves special attention. The Social Democrats did not press for an exchange rate adjustment during the first revaluation debate. To the contrary, they criticized the 1961 revaluation as a Kirschluss-reaction, Spiegel, December 1961. This skepticism towards exchange rate adjustments went on almost throughout the 60s. The behavior of the SPD during the Grand Coalition years, which coincided with the height of the second revaluation debate, is particularly interesting. In November 1968, and because of the large amounts of foreign currency inflows and ongoing international demands to finally revalue, Germany invited the finance ministers and central bank presidents of the then existing Club of the 10, consisting of 10 large Bretton Woods nations, to discuss possible solutions. This conference, in which SPD Economic Minister Schiller and CSU Finance Minister Strauss, time in office, 1966 to 1969, fought side by side against the unanimous foreign revaluation demands, is legendary. Former economics professor Schiller held endless anti-revaluation lectures in which he annoyed not only his foreign guests but also the domestic delegation. British Treasury Minister Roy Jenkins, time in office, 1967 to 1970, later reported that at least 12 of his 50-hour stay consisted of Schiller's monologues. Bundesbank President Blessing left the conference early because he could no longer stand the protests against Schiller's attitude. Schiller remained in the camp of revaluation opponents at least until February 1969, that is, until 7 months before the Bundestag elections. He changed his mind late, and in a context in which most experts perceived a correction of the nominal exchange rate as unavoidable anyway. The SPD, however, hesitated to follow Schiller. In particular, the SPD leader Willy Brandt, head of the SPD between 1964 and 1987 and chancellor between 1969 and 1974, and the then Minister for Inter-German Relations Herbert Wehner, time in office, 1966 to 1969, were not convinced. But the SPD had to run a campaign against the very party with which it ran the government and urgently needed a topic on which it could differentiate itself from the CDU and the CSU. The decision to back Schiller and to actually pick the issue as one of the election campaign topics fell reluctantly and only after Schiller threatened to withdraw as minister. Some observers perceived the CDU/CSU decision to remain in opposition against the popular minister Schiller, and in opposition against a measure that was widely perceived as unavoidable anyway, as a significant strategic mistake. Note also that Schiller did not fully stick to his preference for exchange rate corrections in the subsequent years. In 1971, Schiller was quoted arguing that the short period of dirty floating had brought about too much DM revaluation, a remarkable statement given that further revaluations turned out to be necessary soon after. If we test the parties do matter hypothesis against other time periods or against international comparisons, the results turn out to be equally disappointing. When the EMS was planned in the late 1970s, the CDU, not the SPD, opposed the idea of more stable inter-European nominal exchange rates, notwithstanding the fact that more of such stabilization would make it easier for Germany to remain in undervaluation constellations. The findings from international comparisons are inconsistent. Although Braz and Frieden hypothesized that conservative parties may have a stronger preference for exchange rate stabilization than leftist parties, Frieden finds, for the 1973 to 1994 period, more exchange rate stability when left parties were in government. Hopner and Spilo find that conservative parties revalued more often than leftist parties in the EMSP riot 1979 to 1998, while Freytag rejects the party hypothesis altogether for the same period in 21 OECD countries. We can conclude that systematic party political dynamics are largely absent in currency politics, in Germany under Bretton Woods, and, most probably, in general, 2.41 capture by export and agricultural interests may have indeed been largest among the Christian Democrats, but the SPD followed suit most of the time. And whenever the stances of the parties differed, the differences lacked stable patterns. In the Bretton Woods period, the German undervaluation regime was perpetuated not only by its dominant sister parties, the CDU and the CSU, but also by the other large party, the SPD, which also implies that we must, not very different from today, consider the German political elite as a part of the undervaluation bloc in toto. A frequently used research strategy is to lay open affinities between German economic policy and the German variety of economic liberalism, ordoliberalism, and the resulting arguments are almost always convincing. Such arguments, however, do not work with respect to the undervaluation regime. To the contrary, the perpetuation of the regime required insulation from the mainstream economic think, ing of the time, and an active search for alternative sources of normative rationalization and justification. It goes without saying that the ordoliberals were dedicated proponents of price stability, but their inflation aversion aimed at preventing price signals from becoming distorted, not at intentionally distorting the most important price, besides wages, in a market economy, the exchange rate. Consequently, no matter whether they preferred fixed but adjustable or entirely flexible currency orders, the ordoliberals, to my knowledge without exception, advocated the correction of undervaluation by means of exchange rate adjustments. Not only was there no harmonic relationship between ordoliberalism and undervaluation in theory, but the economic mainstream of the time was, throughout our period of observation, also a diligent provider of critique against which the undervaluation proponents had to defend themselves. Wilhelm Röpke, for example, repeatedly asked the German government to revalue the mark. Among the few proponents of an adjustment during the first revaluation debate was also the Scientific Board of Advisors of the Economics Ministry, a group of mainstream economists, Spiegel 29/1956, 16. An encompassing analysis of the positioning of the ordoliberals during the first revaluation debate is Bank 2013, 344 to 405. The situation during the second revaluation debate was not very different. Again, we can easily identify economists, typically ordoliberals, as the most dedicated revaluation proponents. Herbert Giersch repeatedly gave interviews in support of such a measure. The 1963 founded Sachverständigenrat zur Begutachtung der Gesamtwirtschaftlichen Entwicklung, German Council of Economic Experts, a group of macroeconomic advisors that was asked to provide yearly opinions on the state of the economy, was another provider of pro-revaluation arguments. In the same year, a group of 99 economists published an appeal for more exchange rate flexibility. In short, all available sources make clear that the German undervaluation regime could not profit from normative support from the economic mainstream. We may argue that such support was not required anyway. But remember, the regime caused ongoing, in particular transnational conflict. Sticking to such constellations requires normative justification. I suggest that this is the reason for the large amount of moralization that we find in the statements of the undervaluation proponents. Such moral rationalization was a strategy to circumvent the lack of support from the ordoliberal economic experts and to impose the interests of the undervaluation bloc upon the broader society. In particular, the proponents made frequent use of the following categories: sin, guilt, and penitence, clearly religious categories and often used in the debate. Schiller, for example, said that a revaluation of the mark could be prevented if the other countries which have sinned and are sinning now can be enforced to adopt stabilization measures. We also find such categories in the press. In 1964, the Spiegel argued, the currency sinners among bonds trading partners, however, found it very convenient to make the Federal Republic pay for their sins. Illness versus healthiness. A distorted exchange rate due to the weakness and illness of others. Revaluing the Deutschmark means curing the healthy, said central bank President Volk. The following quote from a Spiegel report is an extreme example. By losing value when exchanging sound marks for dwindling lire and francs, West Germany is therefore involuntarily financing Italy's reconstruction programs for the Mezzogiorno and Sicily, as well as de Gaulle's expensive dream of becoming the world's fourth nuclear mushroom cloud. Inflationary germs are by no means only blowing into Germany on the south wind, but Italy's feverish economic body is currently excreting the most germs. Strategic manipulation. The third moralization strategy, which I found in the historical material, is the accusation of a hidden and non-legitimate manipulation of economic matters in order to hurt Germany. Let us stick to the following example, taken from an interview with Deutsche Bank chief Hermann Joseph Abs. We can conclude that neo-mercantilism by means of undervaluation is a strategy that requires normative justification. The economic mainstream of the time, ordoliberalism, did not deliver such justification, a problem that had to be addressed by the supporters of the regime. They provided the public with a moral economy of undervaluation, a set of moral justifications that relied, among others, on religious categories. Of course, many readers will be reminded of the current set of moralizations with which Germans claim their innocence regarding the macroeconomic imbalances in today's Eurozone. As we see here, this strategy is much older than the Euro crisis. It has accompanied and normatively justified the German undervaluation regime since its early development under Bretton Woods. Germany's competitive undervaluation has brought the Eurozone to the brink of collapse. This undervaluation did and does not just rely on wrong policy choices. It must be understood as a path prescribed by a set of institutions, organizations, and ideologies, or in short, a regime that is much older than the euro. It was established in the 1950s, long before Germany became an export-driven growth model in the sense of Bacaro and Pontusson, and has survived all subsequent European currency orders. The regime relies on the minimization of inflation drivers and on the stickiness of the currency regime. The stickier the currency regime, the more likely it is that competitive disinflation succeeds. The euro is the first European currency regime that rules out and revaluations entirely. The radicalization of the German undervaluation regime under the euro should therefore not come as a surprise. Admittedly, the fact that the German undervaluation regime already existed in the 1950s is not proof that Bretton Woods was its starting point. It may have been established much earlier and revived after World War II. Let us therefore briefly sound out the earlier phases of German capitalism. To put the main finding up front, trade balance data for Imperial Germany, for the Weimar Republic, and for Nazi Germany indicate that Germany was not a surplus country before World War II. We have good reasons to believe that the regime was actually established under Bretton Woods. Imperial Germany's trade balance was consistently in the negative. The Weimar years are particularly interesting. Under the gold standard, after the Great Inflation in 1923, Germany continuously lost competitive strength and accumulated trade deficits. Weimar Germany was definitely not an undervaluation regime, although it would have needed to become one to be able to pay the World War I reparations. The first years in which Weimar Germany's current account deficits changed into surpluses were the years of Reich Chancellor Brüning, and the surpluses were a result of the huge contraction of the economy rather than of undervaluation. These incidents resemble not Germany's undervaluation regime but, to the contrary, the situation which the southern European economies face today. The data for the Third Reich are difficult to read. The main characteristic of Nazi economic policy was surely not to boost exports but to implement a strict dominance of domestic over foreign economic policy goals, and to use available resources for war preparation and, later, war. In general, the Nazis' economic vision was economic autarky rather than reviving the external trade that had broken down during the 1929 crisis. Today, the world economy, and the Eurozone in particular, experience Germany's export surplus orientation as a nightmare. We have seen that this orientation has a history of almost 70 years and that it is deeply rooted in Germany's political, economic institutions, organizations, and economic ideologies. Should this rather theoretic insight change our thinking about the euro crisis? Does it qualify, justify, or excuse the damage done? Does it challenge the fundamental truth that currency unions can, always and everywhere, work smoothly only if they are at the same time inflation unions? Or, more practically, does it speak against a progressive political program that aims at breaking with Germany's export surplus regime and at redirecting its orientations more towards the domestic economy? Not at all. The political and practical implication is a different one. The insight into the historicity of the German undervaluation regime should shift our attention from the dysfunctional policies within the Eurozone to the euro itself. Undervaluation regimes are beasts which must not be used to found currency unions unless hard, transformative instruments capable of breaking the regime's self-logics are available. As things stand, such instruments do not even exist in theory. This is the problem of the Eurozone, not the absence of a Eurozone parliament, of a European finance minister, or of sufficient risk pools among investors or banks. All this does not imply that regimes cannot be transformed, but it opens our eyes to the fact that the common currency may be easier to break than the dysfunctional heterogeneity within it. Alarming reports on the state of German industry have been piling up in recent months. In March, the IFO Institute reported a historic slump in business expectations, and since then a stabilization at a historically low level. The German Council of Economic Experts reported a substantial risk of recession and also pointed out that Germany, in contrast to the USA, for example, has not even reached pre-corona levels. On the contrary, the widely predicted post-pandemic boom has failed to materialize in Germany, and the Leibniz Center for European Economic Research, ZW, expects the situation to remain difficult until at least 2024. The cause of these reports is easy to pinpoint. It is the export sector. With Germany's export ratio of 47.5%, this sector plays a much greater role than in all other major economies. For example, in comparison to France, 29.9, Japan, 18.4, or the USA, 10.8. Internationally active German companies are now reporting negative global business prospects for the fourth year in a row, a miserable trend compared to the early 2010s. Although the German economy's pronounced dependence on exports has led to solid economic growth and comparatively low unemployment over the last 15 years, it is now clearly showing increasing disadvantages. While other nations are able to determine their own fate to a considerable extent due to the strong role of the domestic economy, Germany is disproportionately dependent on international developments. In the past 2 decades, the international framework conditions for the German export model were very favorable, particularly due to the rise of the emerging markets and their demand for our products, but they are now turning into the opposite. The combination of negative factors is so extreme that it is not wrong to speak of a perfect storm. Burdens from the war in Ukraine. At the center of current attention is the Russian war against Ukraine. The sanctions and the war are largely eliminating German exports. As Russia was still in 14th place among the most important export markets at the beginning of 2022, German exports to Russia had already halved in the decade before the war due to the Crimean sanctions, among other things. This is bearable from a macroeconomic perspective, even if it is painful for some of the approximately 40,000 companies with business relationships with Russia and the 250,000 full-time employees in Russian exports, according to the DIHK. However, the loss of sales markets in Russia and Ukraine is still the least of the burdens on the German export industry caused by the war, as a study by the IW demonstrates. Far more serious are exploding energy prices and the loss of deliveries of preliminary products, such as cable harnesses for the automotive industry and software services from Ukraine. The German export industry is more or less a continuous flow heater and mostly processes primary products, increasingly from China and Eastern Europe in recent decades. Added to this are the indirect burdens on German exports. Increased prices for energy and food are dampening consumption in German export markets, while geopolitical uncertainty is causing investments to be put on hold, a particularly intense problem for the German mechanical engineering industry. 0 COVID. Given the dominance of the Ukraine war in the German media, it is sometimes forgotten that the biggest problem for the German economy currently lies even further east, in China. The form of corona control chosen in China with its strict quarantine, 0 COVID, is leading to massive burdens on the German export industry. According to a survey by the Association of German Chambers of Industry and Commerce, this is also only partly about less demand for products and services, canceled orders, or the cancellation of investments, but in particular about problems in the supply chain such as a lack of upstream services. Even bulging order books won't help. According to the DIHK, 2/3 of companies are now reporting a lack of goods and services. This is where the significant increase in the proportion of upstream services from China and the reduced share of made in Germany in German exports, which in some sectors even accounts for 40% of value added, takes its toll. However, in Germany's most important export sector, the automotive industry, dependence on the Chinese export market also plays a major role alongside supply chains. VW, for example, now sells over 40% of its cars in China. Volkswagen, like BMW and Mercedes, is currently still earning well, but this is mainly at the expense of the supplier industry, which already has its back to the wall. Structural decline in globalization. However, the war in Ukraine and the effects of the coronavirus pandemic in China are only the most acute problems facing the German export industry. For some years now, we have been seeing a process of structural stagnation in globalization, which was described as unstoppable just a short time ago. According to a study published in 2020 by the Prognos Institute and Bayern LB, there has even been a decline in relation to economic output since the global financial crisis, particularly in goods trade, which is disproportionately important for Germany. And within the trade in goods, it is mainly consumer goods that are holding their own, not capital goods, which are particularly important for Germany's mechanical engineering sector. Only in the trade in services and data flows, both of which have been rather negligible in quantitative terms for Germany to date, is globalization deepening even further. The Prognos Institute and Bayern LB have already concluded from this alone that the German economy, which is far too export-oriented, now needs a new business model. The FAZ is now even calling on Baden-Württemberg to dare to be more self-sufficient. The corona crisis is further exacerbating the decline in globalization in the trade of goods, with a tendency to relocate production closer to the sales markets, nearshoring. If the major German export companies set up even more production facilities in different regions of the world, this does not necessarily pose a problem for their, now predominantly foreign, shareholders, but it does for employees in Germany. Increasing protectionism. The significant rise in protectionism in recent years is also contributing to deglobalization. This is shown by the latest survey by the Association of German Chambers of Industry and Commerce. Even before the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, the 2,700 participating companies reported a significant increase in trade barriers. For example, 54% of companies were already affected by such barriers, such as local certification and safety requirements, a significant increase from 32% in 2017. However, deglobalization and protectionism are not just a problem of recent years, as the IW has found in a longer-term review since 2008. Deglobalization, protectionism, and crises are hitting the German export model hard. The increase in protectionism is also due to the weakness of the World Trade Organization. The World Trade regime has been stagnating for some time now, for a quarter of a century. Previously, the governments involved negotiated trade liberalization measures in regular trade rounds within the framework of the GATT, General Agreement on Trades and Tariffs. The last successful round also led to the founding of the World Trade Organization, WTO, in 1995. Since then, however, no further agreement has been successfully concluded, although there is an urgent need for regulation in many areas, such as subsidies and e-commerce, USA and China. From trade skirmish to global systemic conflict. While the tendencies towards the erosion of globalization initially developed rather gradually, the conflict between the USA and China is now threatening to escalate from an occasional trade conflict into a global systemic conflict. Germany is caught between two stools in this conflict, and both sides would like to have it on their side. However, the export-driven German economy cannot afford to fall out with either trading partner. The USA was the most important sales market for German exports in 2021, while China was number 2. Even if the trade conflict between China and the US has eased for a while since President Donald Trump was voted out of office, a lasting conflict between the two superpowers must be assumed. In recent years, the US has undergone a fundamental change in its assessment of China. Since then, the US foreign policy establishment, both Republicans and Democrats, no longer sees China as a partner, but as a systemic competitor for supremacy in geopolitics, as a recently published study on US exports to China has shown. Even the American business community, including Wall Street, is no longer consistently in favor of a cooperative relationship with China. In addition to the eternal anger regarding the infringement of intellectual property rights, the impression has now arisen that Chinese companies could become dangerous competitors to their American counterparts in the foreseeable future due to their dynamic development in future technologies, such as 5G and artificial intelligence. In the view of the German Institute for International and Security Affairs, this US-Chinese global conflict could easily result in deglobalization in favor of two separate spheres, one under Chinese and one under American dominance. Third countries will have to decide for one side or the other. These are miserable prospects for the German export industry. It is not only the increasing tensions with the USA that are worrying German exporters about their future business in China, but also the new restrictions within the country to which they are increasingly exposed. One of the latest challenges is the extension of China's comprehensive social credit system to companies. Quite apart from general concerns about the data to be made available as a result, there is a risk that German companies that have made themselves politically disagreeable in any way will be classified as highly untrustworthy companies and kicked out of the country, an existential threat for some companies given the importance of the Chinese export markets. The reorientation of the Chinese economy also poses risks to the German export industry in the future. Not only is it changing from its traditional role as a production economy to a modern service economy, but it is also moving away from labor-intensive, low-cost exports and towards high-tech exports. This reorientation is not only curbing demand for German equipment in the mechanical engineering sector, which together with the automotive industry is the most important export sector. In the medium term, it will also ensure that Chinese companies emerge as competitors with a product portfolio similar to that of German industry. The IGBCE trade union now sees the German chemical industry as being clearly challenged by China's quest for dominance in global supply and value chains. Since around 2015, it has seen a clear shift from cooperation to systemic competition and is calling for a rethink about decoupling from the increasingly Chinese-dominated value chains. Further tensions are arising from political irritation over Chinese company acquisitions in Germany. Countermeasures by the German government could quickly lead to restrictions for German exporters. The kind of China boom that the German export industry has experienced over the past 3 decades is unlikely to happen again. The challenge of a value-based foreign policy. Even beyond open conflicts, the German economy's dependence on exports poses a major political risk. Not least the current tensions with China draw attention to a further disadvantage of the special orientation of the German economy, the associated vulnerability to political blackmail. German governments have long been conspicuous for their very moderate rhetoric towards Chinese human rights violations. Whatever you think of the usefulness of such teachings, the connection between German industry's dependence on exports to China is unmistakable. This situation is also quite fragile, and it is easy to imagine a situation in which German foreign policy and the interests of the export industry collide head-on, especially if Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock pushes through a value-based foreign policy. She is not alone in this. SPD Chairman Gustav Horn is also calling for a values-based trade policy. The recent case of Lithuania, which established diplomatic relations with Taiwan, shows how this can work out. As a result, German automotive suppliers such as Continental and Hella were no longer allowed to supply their products from Lithuanian factories to China. The FAZ was so shocked by this that it immediately ran the headline Germany's export model in danger. Chinese sanctions against Germany or German sanctions against China would in any case be unbearable for our industry, considering that those against Russia with a fraction of the export volume are already very painful. Not to mention the business partners of the German export industry in the Middle East and their balance sheets in terms of war and human rights. It is therefore not surprising that BDI President Russwurm has just warned not only of the dramatic consequences of sanctions against China, but also of a general reorientation of German foreign policy. If we only do business in liberal democracies, then the world will become a pretty tight place for Germany as an export country. Serious problems in the most important European sales markets. According to the DIHK survey in February, foreign business prospects were only positive in 2 regions of the world, the USA and Europe. However, this was before the Fed announced significant interest rate hikes, which will most likely lead to a recession in the USA. Irrespective of this, the Biden administration has even intensified the protectionist course of the Trump administration in the last 2 years, to the chagrin of the German export industry. If non-European sales markets are already collapsing, can the German export model at least rely on the European ones? Unfortunately not, albeit for different reasons. the southern European economies have been sliding from one crisis to the next for 10 years. After initially being hit very hard by the euro crisis, the coronavirus pandemic was also particularly severe there. And now the extremely fragile recovery is in all likelihood being torpedoed by the ECB's interest rate policy, a considerable burden given the high debt levels in southern Europe. The situation is no better in the northwest. Uncertainty about the course and consequences of Brexit has already shown its negative impact on the German economy at an early stage. Trade between Germany and the UK has already declined significantly in recent years. The country used to be Germany's third most important export destination, and the business prospects for German exporters are now even worse here than in any other region of the world. Turkey, another traditionally important export market that is currently experiencing a dramatic decline, is next on the negative list. Eastern Europe will be severely impacted by the effects of the war in Ukraine in the foreseeable future, particularly by the influx of refugees. In the longer term, the German export industry there is also threatened with disaster from another direction. In Eastern Europe, there is a growing awareness of the extreme dependence on foreign, especially German, automotive companies, at least in those countries that have not already made themselves comfortable in the autocracy, Kasmuta, such as Hungary. Polish Prime Minister Morawiecki, at any rate, is emphatically emphasizing this problem, particularly with regard to the associated weakening of Polish industry. So far, the prominent role of German export companies in the region has been tolerated, and the associated technology transfer is also needed. In addition, major conflicts with Germany are being avoided so as not to jeopardize the financial EU transfers. In the long term, however, it is to be expected that the role of German export companies in the Eastern European economy will be significantly reduced in favor of companies in their own hands. Due to its export orientation, the German economy is therefore facing considerable risks in the future, even after overcoming the current supply chain problems, as almost all of its core sales markets are struggling with considerable economic and political difficulties. These risks range from the structural decline in globalization, Brexit, and the new Cold War with China and Russia to the weakness of most EU export markets. Even if not all of these risks materialize, the growing uncertainty alone is a considerable burden for export companies, who will make long-term investments to expand production capacities in such a situation. Economies with strong ties to other countries, such as Germany's, react far more strongly to a geopolitical shock than those with fewer ties. And such shocks are much more likely in an era of erosion of the Western-dominated global economic order than in previous decades. The Ukraine war is just another nail in the coffin of the German economic model, probably the penultimate one. The last one will probably be a military confrontation between the USA and China, rebalancing as a way out. However, the logical conclusion from this diagnosis has not yet been drawn by the media and political decision-makers. Yet it is obvious. We need to rebalance the German economy in favor of a more balanced combination of domestic and export demand. What is really needed here is a Zeitenwende, or, to quote Jan Werner Müller, this should be the hour of structural adjustment for Germany, and what has been called its ideology of exportism. Macroeconomic rebalancing is not difficult in terms of economic policy. The necessary wage and fiscal policy measures are known and fit in with the tasks that are due in the near future anyway. The fight against climate change, the overhaul of Germany's infrastructure, and the improvement of education systems and the care sector. Other countries have shown the way. Following the global economic crisis in 2008, the Chinese government began to reduce its economy's strong focus on exports. From 2009, domestic investment in fixed assets replaced exports as the main driver of the Chinese economy. And from 2013, investment in human capital, research and development, and stimulating demand from Chinese private households increasingly followed. The strategy of rebalancing has now also been successful to some extent. In recent years, the Chinese current account balance has been trending increasingly towards balance after many years of significant surpluses. In its analysis of this change, the German Bundesbank refers to the limits of export orientation, on the one hand in relation to the absorption capacity of the global market, but also in relation to the rising labor costs in the country, which are in clear tension with an export strategy based on price competition. China's solution was, on the one hand, a technological upgrading of exports and, on the other, an increase in demand from private households, both options that are also open to Germany. China is also not the only case of successful rebalancing in the case of a high current account surplus, which generally points to an excessively export-driven growth model. In its External Sector Report 2017, the International Monetary Fund analyzed a whole series of cases of high and persistent surpluses that were rebalanced, from Belgium to Finland to Taiwan. The rebalancing measures are similar, with a prominent role for strong wage increases. In all these cases, strengthening domestic demand reduces dependence on exports, and thus also on progressive deglobalization. The coffin is not quite nailed up yet, but there is not much time left. According to Eurostat, supply-side bottlenecks caused the German inflation rate to climb to 8.7% in May 2022, compared to prices in May 2021, and to 8.1% in the Eurozone. It depends on wage policy whether these price shocks will trigger a price-wage spiral against which the ECB will have to intervene with a significant interest rate hike to the detriment of growth, which is already extremely low. A moderate interest rate hike of 2 to 3 times 25 basis points by the end of the year is already set. At worst, this could herald a period of stagflation lasting several years. In fact, there is a lot to be said for wage settlements above the golden wage rule, which the European trade unions have agreed on in the course of their hitherto extremely rudimentary transnational wage coordination. The rule provides for orientation towards the medium-term productivity trend plus target inflation. For Germany, taking into account the annual increases in hourly productivity between the financial crisis and the pandemic, this would be 0.5% to 1% plus the annual target inflation of 2% that applies to everyone. However, German trade unions have recently regularly made it clear that they also want to take empirical inflation, not just target inflation, into account when choosing their wage demands. For example, the new DGB chairwoman Fahimi, in her acceptance speech to delegates at the Berlin DGB Federal Congress on May 9, 2022, or IG Medal 2020, as part of a Bundesbank dialogue. The fact that the German unemployment rate is only 2.9% according to the ILO's internationally standardized calculation also speaks for an acceleration in nominal wage growth. This is the lowest unemployment rate in the Eurozone and the third lowest in the EU, after Poland and the Czech Republic. Bundesanstalt für Arbeit 2022. 18. The latest data on the shortage of skilled workers points in the same direction. According to this, bottlenecks exist not only in industry-specific professions such as construction and nursing staff, but also in cross-sectional professions such as commercial activities and IT. Federal Ministry of Finance 2022. 14. Mittelstandskompass 2022. Wage demands from IG Metall were recently interpreted as expansionary signals. In May 2022, the union had demanded a wage increase of 8.2% for the steel industry. See below for the negotiation result. On June 20th, the IG Metall Executive Board decided on a recommended demand of 7% to 8% for the upcoming major round of collective bargaining for the almost 4 million employees in the metal and electrical industry in the autumn. But beware, demands are not agreements. The wage agreements reached since the start of the price increases in the middle of 2021 speak against a price-wage spiral. They were moderate or only slightly exceeded the imperatives of the wage rule. The Federal Statistical Office puts nominal effective wage increases in 2021 at an average of 3.1%, after just 1.1% in 2020, while the WSI calculates average wage increases of 1.7% in nominal terms for 2021. The former are regularly higher, partly due to the inclusion of one-off payments. Under normal circumstances, it would be possible to develop a forecast for the 2022 and 2023 collective bargaining rounds by carefully weighing up the various aspects. The uncertainty surrounding the course and consequences of the war in Ukraine has made this impossible. No one can know under what conditions the collective bargaining parties will negotiate from the second half of 2022. In the chemical industry, the social partners therefore agreed a one-off payment in April and postponed the rest until the fall, in the hope that the fog of uncertainty about the general conditions will clear by then. If quantified forecasts are nevertheless ventured, the pedagogical intention is easy to recognize. It is forecasting what may happen. This applies, for example, to the ECB's wage tracker, according to which the wage partners in the Eurozone recognize the temporary nature of inflation and will conclude 2023 exactly within the framework of the approximately 2.5% required by stability policy. However, the scientific community has not yet reached the end of the road with its reference to maximized uncertainty. We suggest adopting the perspective of comparative political economy. The aim is to use the analysis of long-term trends to reveal the institutional and organizational frameworks and power relations that structure wage formation in the key macro sectors of the German economy. As will be shown, the results are quite alarming. Flexible competitive corporatization in the industrial sector. Our chart shows cumulative nominal increases in German unit labor costs in 5 German sectors from 1991 to the last year before the pandemic crisis hit, 2019. This OECD data is not yet available for the pandemic years. German wage policy fell well below the requirements of the Golden Wage Rule, from the founding of the euro until the second half of the 2010s. However, the sectoral structure of wage restraint is remarkable in an international comparison. We have created corresponding charts for all euro members. It was unusually driven primarily by the domestic sectors. This makes it clear that Germany is not a case of intersectoral pattern bargaining typical of export-oriented countries, in which the domestic sectors merely copy the moderate wage development of the export sector. Analyses of sectoral characteristics are therefore necessary to understand the processes. In the industrial sector, which here stands approximately for the export sector, the modalities of wage setting have changed since the 1990s. In several phases of controlled decentralization, the formerly sectorally coordinated German model has evolved into a flexible multi-level system with increased wage policy responsibility of employee representatives at company level, who naturally attach great importance to job security. Wage setting in the sector reacts quickly to deteriorating competitive parameters and resulted in wage restraint until 2017, followed by wage increases slightly above the productivity-adjusted 2% benchmark. This pattern is not inconsistent with higher wage demands in the face of rising prices. However, it protects the sector from above-average price-wage spirals compared to its trading partners. For the upcoming collective bargaining rounds in the metal and chemical industries in the fall, we expect an increase in the extremely low conflict intensity compared to other countries, which could already be observed to some extent in 2021 and 2018. The most likely outcome is that the Golden Wage Rule will be exceeded, although this will not fully compensate for the rise in inflation. The most recent IGBC bridge collective agreement with one-off payments, which amount to an average of 5.3% per year for the wage groups, could point the way forward. The even more recent, complicated agreement in the steel sector from June 15th, initially a one-off payment for 2 months, then 6.5% with a term of 18 months, is presumably somewhat lower on an annual basis. Extensive political economy literature has shown that the export sector not only strives for wage restraint in its own sector in order to defend its price competitiveness, but is also dependent on low wage pressure from the domestic sectors. The latter include low to medium productivity services. The erosion of the collective bargaining system combined with a widespread refusal to declare generally binding agreements, which has led to considerable wage restraint in this sector over the past 2 to 3 decades, is exceptional by Western European standards. In this sector, Germany has developed into a liberal market economy since the 1990s. In addition, the shortage of skilled workers and simple services is easier to remedy than in industry and, according to current IAB figures, the low unemployment rate, which borders on full employment, is still offset by a hidden reserve of almost 900,000 people. For these reasons, simple services should not be expected to make a significant contribution to a price-wage spiral. The situation is different for the highly productive, dynamic services represented by banks and insurance companies in the chart. Here, a shortage of skilled workers and individual and collective bargaining power seem to speak in favor of a wage trend that compensates for the loss of purchasing power. However, the most recent wage agreement for the insurance industry from April 2022 speaks a different language in terms of amount and duration, 3% for 2022 and 2% for 2023, a constellation that suggests the emergence of a positive wage drift. Above all, however, it must be taken into account that the sector in Germany is underdeveloped in an international comparison and is therefore only likely to have a moderate impact on general wage trends. In turn, other determinants have an impact on wage development in the public sector. The exceptional wage restraint in this sector can only be understood if one takes into account the fact that public wage policy is always also government spending policy. In German fiscal federalism, many federal states and municipalities, which employ around 90% of public employees, are chronically underfunded. Despite a high degree of unionization and comprehensive collective bargaining coverage, spending-side consolidation constraints therefore have an impact on wage policy. This was particularly evident in the 2000s following the red-green tax reforms. They forced the federal states onto a strict consolidation course, whereupon they left the collective bargaining community with the federal and local governments and forced wage cuts. See the falling curve in the graph. In general, the structure of public wage negotiations means that only agreements that even the weakest federal states and municipalities can live with are acceptable to employers. The development of public wages in the coming years is therefore primarily dependent on the future course of fiscal policy, the general theme of the future department. Against the backdrop of the pandemic crisis and the war in Ukraine, you might think that all budget constraints have been irrevocably removed. However, this was also thought when the banks were bailed out in the wake of the financial crisis. This was followed by a rapid shift towards a consolidation course that has left many international observers riddled with questions until recently. The Federal Minister of Finance recently made it clear that he did not want to make use of the suspension of the European Stability and Growth Pact for 2023. Well-thought-out proposals for a reform of the German debt rules are on the table. But as long as this debate has not been won, there is more to be said for than against a return to the budget policy pattern up to and including 2019. Beyond the welcome granting of wage increases in the care sector, this does not bode well for the future scope for public wage policy. The wage dampening dynamics in the construction sector are proving to be astonishingly persistent. From a longer-term perspective, construction workers were among the clear losers of the German transition to an export-oriented growth model. From 1994 until the onset of the financial crisis, the sector was in constant decline, accompanied by massive pressure on wages, as the chart illustrates. It was not until the mid-2010s that the sector emerged from its long and severe crisis. It is currently working at the edge of its capacity limits, although still narrow by international standards, with no end to the real estate boom in sight. All relevant parameters, such as the shortage of skilled workers in the sector and the development of real estate prices and loans, suggest expectations of a significant catch-up in construction wages. So far, however, nothing of the sort has been observed. The decisive break on wage increases in the construction sector is the continued high level of transnational wage competition caused by the posting of workers, despite the reform of the Posting of Workers Directive. Even the rising prices and simultaneous boom in the construction industry do not seem to be able to break this limitation of the scope for action in wage policy. In October 2021, when the most recent price increases were already around 5%, a moderate and long-term agreement, an agreement accepted by both sides, of 3.3% for 2022 and 2% for 2023 was reached, similar to the insurance industry. At present, there is nothing to suggest that a price-wage spiral could start in the construction sector and spread to other sectors. In view of the discrepancy between fundamental data and wage trends, a significant increase in the intensity of conflict must be expected in the future at the very least. The recent rejection of the arbitration proposals for a sector-specific construction minimum wage by the sectoral employers' associations is a particular indication of this. Over the past 2 to 3 decades, the peculiarities of German wage setting have produced problematic results in the form of competitive disinflation of wages and prices. Against the backdrop of the current price spikes, Germany's particular tendency towards wage moderation appears to be an advantage. Excessive wage pressure is only to be expected in small parts of the economy, for example in dynamic services. Sharp conflicts are emerging around minimum wages. However, due to the remarkable accumulation of Germany's status as by far the largest destination country for transnational worker posting, fiscal federalism, the erosion of collective bargaining coverage in low-productivity services and decentralized wage setting in the export sector, Germany is well equipped to prevent price-wage spirals, albeit not completely, but to keep them to a minimum. However, this insight only gives the all-clear at first glance, as many other Euro participants lack Germany's ability to minimize second-round effects. Comparative political economy analyzes and classifies modalities of wage determination with great attention to detail. Wage restraint for the purpose of reducing inflation is institutionally and organizationally preconditioned. Belgium, for example, still has formal inflation indexation, which favors the perpetuation of existing inflation levels. In other countries such as Italy, formerly the classic case of wage indexation, at least inflation forecasts are formally incorporated into collective bargaining. Others, unlike Germany, have formally inflation-indexed minimum wages. There is also a great deal of variance in many dimensions of wage setting in the public sector, the most important candidate for leadership in second-round effects, as the experience of the first Euro decade has shown. The German modalities identified in our answer are not typical in a European comparison, but extremely unusual. An endurance test for the euro. Rising prices are subjecting the eurozone to a challenging, indeed brutal, endurance test. Doubts must be cast on the ability of the euro participants to react uniformly, or at least similarly, to the inflation rate of over 8%. The key danger is not a eurozone-wide price-wage spiral. The ECB could react to this in a coherent manner, albeit to the detriment of growth and employment. Rather, the danger lies in the medium-term perpetuation of different inflation rates and thus in the emergence of new real exchange rate distortions that exceed the events of the first decade of the euro. This would cause a new euro crisis which could, in the worst case, destroy the single currency. Politicians are therefore advised to bring the European social partners together as quickly as possible. Whether this can lead to effective intra-European wage coordination remains to be seen. At the very least, however, an awareness of the transnational macroeconomic problem situation could be developed as a first step. While Thomas Fazzi sees the deindustrialization of the German economy as a harbinger of the economic decline of the entire continent, Martin Hoppner, on the other hand, advocates a cautious deindustrialization of the German economy as a necessary part of a progressive economic policy program. Fazzi bemoans weak investment, relocations abroad, and job losses in the German economy, while Hoppner considers deindustrialization to be a natural process of mature economies and criticizes the problematic measures with which Germany, as the only major economy, has temporarily halted this process. Both perspectives are legitimate and enlightening. The initial problem is identical in both cases. It is about production slumps and the current stagnation of the German economy. At the heart of the debate in both cases is the energy price shock caused by the war in Ukraine, and in Fazzi's case, the absence of this shock in the USA. While Fazzi implicitly argues for a confrontation with the USA, Hoppner is, equally implicitly, in favor of supporting selected industrial sectors. It is questionable whether problem diagnosis and therapy have been chosen sensibly. Let's take a closer look at the current weakness of the German economy. Is it really primarily due to the rise in energy prices for the manufacturing industry? These prices have indeed risen considerably and are making production in some industrial sectors unprofitable. However, it is highly questionable whether these production restrictions are responsible for the widespread slump in the German economy. The German economy is in recession, and the data indicates that this situation is set to continue. The joint forecast by the established economic research institutes now predicts a 0.6% decline in German gross domestic product for 2023. The causes of this recession can be roughly attributed to two factors. Firstly, German exports have slumped massively. This effect is particularly serious in relation to China, both in terms of the sluggish demand there and the increasing competition from Chinese car and machine manufacturers. On the other hand, domestic demand in the German economy has also fallen sharply. On the one hand, this is due to high inflation rates, which have reduced consumers' real purchasing power. On the other hand, however, it is particularly due to the slump in residential construction caused by the ECB's high interest rate policy. A more in-depth diagnosis of the German malaise, which Hoppner also clearly hints at, starts with the breadth of this recession and links it to the special features of the German economic model. The focus is then on the extreme export orientation of the German economy and the complete neglect of domestic sectors by German economic policy. The extreme dependence on exports can be easily illustrated by comparing the export ratio of the German economy with other countries. This ratio was over 50% in 2022, far higher than any other mature economy: France 34%, Italy 37%, Spain 30%, the UK 33%, Japan 22%, and the USA 12%. The neglect of domestic demand is mirrored by the minor role of domestic economic sectors for economic demand in Germany in an international comparison. More illustrative of this neglect, however, is the minor role that issues of domestic demand play in the German economic debate. These are never actually mentioned in public, in contrast to our European neighbors, where they are systematically observed and discussed. In the Netherlands, for example, even a right-wing liberal government responded to a slump in domestic demand in 2022 with a comprehensive package to repair purchasing power. Even in the German trade unions, the export-oriented IG BCE and IG Metall dominate the public debate on economic policy, although they only cover a minority of DGB members. Why is this economic structure disastrous? Let's start with export dominance. This acutely gives rise to three types of problems. Firstly, extremely export-oriented economies are structurally dependent on the development of the economy in their export markets. Metaphorically speaking, they rock helplessly like nutshells in the storms of the world's economic seas. In contrast to other economies, they are much less able to decide their own fate, but are particularly dependent on the decisions of others. Even if the short-term prospects for the global economy brighten up in the near future, this structural dependency will remain. Furthermore, not only the short-term, but also the medium to long-term prospects for the German export industry are very subdued, which is also echoed by FTSE. For some years now, the global economy has been moving away from the liberal phase that began in the 1990s. Since the coronavirus crisis at the latest, we have observed various forms of economic deglobalization. Many countries are now intervening heavily in value chains in order to avoid collapses such as those that occurred during the pandemic. Added to this is not only the collapse of Russian export markets due to the war in Ukraine, but also the decoupling between the USA and China in particular, not to mention a possible Taiwan conflict. All of these processes affect Germany more than any other major economy due to its extreme dependence on exports. In addition, there are particular problems in the most important German export sectors, especially the backlog in e-cars. Germany earned a lot of money from car exports for decades, but those days are over. A rigid adherence to this economic structure is very dangerous. Thirdly, the extreme dependence on exports can only be maintained by compressing domestic demand. In public discussions about the Export World Championship, it is always emphasized that this would come from the qualitatively superior cars and machines that the Germans would build. But de facto, Germany also produces goods for which the price is decisive for export success. The dependence of German exports on their price competitiveness has increased significantly at times over time. This brings us to the neglect of domestic demand. As wages have a strong influence on prices in many sectors, the rise in wages and non-wage labor costs is deliberately curbed in the extreme German export model, which in turn has a very negative impact on domestic demand-oriented sectors, which thus lack purchasing power. This is a central point of the economic policy debates from the location issue to Agenda 2010. In an extremely export-oriented economic model such as the German model, the dynamism of sectors that are not in international competition is curbed so that they do not drive up wages through strong growth and high employment in the economy as a whole. In Germany, this particularly affects the residential construction sector, the volume of which is deliberately kept low in international comparison, especially due to high transaction costs when purchasing land and high requirements for real estate loans for private households. What are the implications of this alternative diagnosis? Germany should strive for a better balanced economic structure, following the example of other economies such as Sweden. The key to a better balanced economic structure is a sustainable strengthening of domestic demand through more investment, better public services, and higher wages. There are enough starting points for this, for example in infrastructure, education, research, and care. However, a higher wage level, and also higher energy prices, could mean the end for price-sensitive economic sectors with low complexity that are in international competition, such as the meat industry or the manufacture of simple chemical or steel products. However, their loss of dynamism would be more than compensated for in the event of a rebalancing, particularly through the growth and jobs that would be created in the domestic sectors. This does not mean that Germany should no longer export in the future. In the future, German exports should focus much more on high-quality services, for example in areas such as repair and maintenance and high-tech industries. Exports with a higher level of complexity are also able to compensate for the burden of higher energy prices and labor costs, and higher taxes to finance public investments in services. Higher spending on research and development is therefore essential. The federal government's Growth Opportunities Act contains a sensible element here with the expansion of research funding, but this is far too small to replace the loss of simple industries with high-tech ones. And what about the companies that have restricted their production due to high energy prices and are at risk of moving away if energy prices remain high? Well, the industry's blanket demand for energy subsidies should not be given in. The money would be better invested in other areas. Following the transition to renewable energies, Germany will also have higher energy costs than many other countries in the long term, according to a recent comprehensive study by the Department for the Future. So it's not just about the bridge electricity price. All protests against the ideology of renunciation and the programs to implement it, which emanate mainly from the Green Party, are taking place under nostalgic auspices. The Enragists want back what led to the disaster in the first place. A German special path that gave the former world export champion decades of relative prosperity, even for low earners and transfer benefit recipients, thanks to cheap energy and outsourced production to low-wage countries, and, in return, systematically promoted Russian and, worse still, Chinese megalomania. Just how Putinist Germany has already become can be seen on the coronavirus front, where opponents of the measures are reaching out to Russia for peace or want to fight Ukrainian fascism, while supporters of the measures stare at China in shame but admiration. Instead of forcing this government and its loyal opposition to operate nuclear power plants and denying the one global South, in reality the plundering of the still wage-earning academic middle class, which presents itself as the ruling class, its alimentación from tax revenues, the social protest 2022 shifted to handing over the Eastern European neighboring states to Putin's Russia. If those responsible have simply dismissed the deeply German Nord Stream 2 project as a regrettable mistake since February 24, 2022 and are not prepared to qualify it, in the words of Polish President Andrzej Duda, as a hostile act towards our part of Europe, it should come as no surprise that they are not confronted on the streets with demands for an immediate halt to the energy transition. Instead, there are calls for Russian gas, which was only in such high demand as a cheap bridging technology after the nuclear phase-out following the accident at the Fukushima nuclear power plant, and which can be seen as an unmistakable sign of how dominant the green ideology had long since become. So we are currently faced with the paradox that avowed enemies of the green ideology of renunciation are defending an ugly product of this ideology with their protests. This turns such protests into a pseudo-protest, which stands for the fact that they are more firmly aligned with Chancellor Scholz to save the German economic model than the Wagenicks or Weidels might even be aware of. Some particularly energy-intensive and price-sensitive industries will not be sustainable in Germany in the long term. In the long term, there should only be targeted energy price subsidies for those production processes that manufacture essential primary products for high-quality value chains. However, this base capacity for basic material production is likely to be lower than the current capacities in these industries. The latter cannot be maintained at the current volume in the long term and must be replaced by technologically complex and therefore less price-sensitive services and production. What is crucial is a better balance between domestic and export demand. Accordingly, the economic policy debate should not only focus on the export sector in future, but also look at the domestic sectors. This would include, for example, measures to strengthen the purchasing power of the poorer sections of the population, which, due to a lower propensity to save, would directly boost domestic demand and reduce inequality. Weak domestic demand sectors should also not be unnecessarily burdened. The return to the full VAT rate in the hospitality industry, from 7% to 19%, on January 1, 2024 should therefore definitely be cancelled, especially as real turnover in the hospitality industry is still significantly lower than it was before the coronavirus pandemic, and many reserves in this sector were exhausted during the pandemic. It would be particularly important not to stand idly by and watch the decline of the residential construction sector. The measures taken at the construction summit were an overdue step in the right direction. However, they are far from sufficient, particularly with regard to social housing. The construction sector needs long-term planning security so that it does not reduce capacity for plumbers and fitters, for example in a short-term crisis such as the current one, which cannot be recovered after the crisis, especially in view of the upcoming generational change in the skilled trades. In the current high-interest phase, it would therefore be particularly necessary to expand public housing construction. Does that sound like a planned economy? Yes, why not? Rebalancing does not happen by itself, and the poor mood in the economy will not disappear by waiting. We need a much more active economic policy to prevent the further decline of the German economy and to balance it better. A return to ordoliberal dogmas, according to which the state may at best set the general framework conditions for the economy, would definitely be the wrong way to go, as would a return to the simple supply-side policy of the 1980s, as the finance minister apparently has in mind. The USA has already gone much further in this respect. Bidenomics and Trumponomics do not shy away from active intervention in the economy. The content and tenor of debate in this presidential election season has Washington's pro-trade establishment in a panic, wondering what has happened to the previous consensus about the merits of global economic integration. Yet rather than question their long-held assumptions, establishmentarians have concluded that the problem must be with the American people and the political demagogues leading them astray. The less charitable among them dismiss opponents as less educated isolationists, nationalists, or ethnocentrists. The more charitable assume that if trade supporters would just slow down and enunciate clearly, trade is good, then maybe the unwashed would get the message. But what if it's the experts who are wrong, not the voters? Could it be that establishmentarians are stuck in the 20th century, while voters have moved on to the 21st? Most in the Washington policy establishment share a deeply held view about trade and globalization that is grounded in four key assumptions, all of which came to be accepted in the post-World War II period, when the United States was the world's dominant economic power. None are open to serious question in elite circles, but the truth is that they all are outdated, and that we must achieve a more accurate understanding of trade if we hope to defend and promote it in a compelling way. The first assumption is that America is the world's economic leader because it is the most open, entrepreneurial, and market-driven economy. The idea is that we will prosper if we open our economy to the world because we will be dealing with economies that are unable to be as competitive. But the reality is that while the U.S. economy retains many of the strengths it built up in the post-war era, other countries have caught up in numerous areas by developing their own strengths. In fact, the United States now runs the largest trade deficit of any nation in history. Meanwhile, according to the Heritage Foundation, the United States is not even in the top 10 when it comes to economic freedom. And America ranks even lower when it comes to entrepreneurship, according to the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor. The Washington trade establishment's second core belief is that trade is an unalloyed good, even if other nations engage in mercantilism. Willem Buiter, a Cambridge University economist and a former head of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, spoke for many in the trade establishment when he wrote in a 2003 letter to the editor of the Financial Times. Remember, unilateral trade liberalization is not a concession or a sacrifice that one should be compensated for. It is an act of enlightened self-interest. Reciprocal trade liberalization enhances the gains, but is not necessary for the gains to be present. In other words, it doesn't matter if other nations massively subsidize their exporters, require U.S. companies to hand over the keys to their technology in exchange for market access, or engage in other forms of mercantilist behavior. As one congressional subcommittee chairman replied when asked whether China's mercantilism hurts the U.S. economy, Adam Smith proved that mercantilists only hurt themselves. Because the establishment believes trade is good under even the most lopsided of circumstances, it sees the issue in black and white terms. There are only two camps: free traders and protectionists. And confronting foreign protectionists risks making us protectionists. Better to embrace free trade and let other countries be mercantilists, the establishment argues, than to engage in a trade war. America should show misguided nations by force of example, rather than prosecution before international bodies, why mercantilism is bad. But China and others are proving that this is folly. In industry after industry, including the advanced innovation-based industries that are America's future, they are gaming the rules of global trade to hold others back while they leap forward. To be clear, reciprocal free trade between two nations is the optimal condition, as both of the trading nations and the global economy will benefit. But one-sided trade with nations that are mercantilists has not produced net gains for the U.S. economy over the last 15 years. Therefore, having the United States push back on mercantilist nations by limiting trade with them, particularly as a tactic to pressure them to roll back their mercantilist policies, would be in our interest. Limiting trade would definitely not be in our interest if applied to nations that generally abide by the global trading rules, such as Canada and Mexico, for example. Third, the Washington trade establishment clings to the doctrine of comparative advantage. First postulated by 19th-century economist David Ricardo, the theory holds that nations have natural advantages in certain goods, e.g., the English in textiles and the Portuguese in wine, and each does better when it specializes in these industries. A corollary is that whatever an economy produces is determined by the market and therefore optimal, unless it is distorted by economic policy. Thus, the United States has evolved to be a big producer and exporter of wastepaper because we have a comparative advantage in garbage, and any attempt to change that would be suboptimal. This implies that any industrial structure that results from trade, even if it is mercantilist trade, is optimal. Lest you doubt that many in the establishment believe this, consider that when the head of a leading pro-trade think tank was asked how much manufacturing we could lose to foreign competitors and still be okay, his response was all of it. But today this doctrine is flawed for two reasons. First, most trade is not in goods and services based on national endowments, such as arable land, energy supplies, and raw materials, as it was in the pre-World War II era. Most is in goods and services based on specific technological capabilities and business advantages, none of which are unique to any particular nation, but all of which are affected by good or bad economic policies. Second, exporting large amounts of waste while at the same time running a trade deficit in high-tech goods, in excess of $100 billion a year, is not a reflection of our particular comparative advantage. It's a reflection of having lost competitive advantage to other nations in many higher value-added industries, in part because of foreign mercantilist policies and domestic economic policy failures. However, establishmentarians know that voters have a different view, which is why they go to Herculean lengths to deny that the country's losses in manufacturing have been due to trade. They can't very well dispute the fact that between 2000 and 2011 America lost 1/3 of its manufacturing jobs, including jobs in high-tech manufacturing. But they blame the loss on technology-driven productivity. Council on Foreign Relations scholar Roland Stephen echoes this view when he writes that manufacturing's productivity gains allowed output to rise while employment fell. But this is misleading because, as Brookings economists Martin Bailey and Barry Bosworth write, manufacturing output growth is largely due to the spectacular performance of one subsector of manufacturing: computers and electronics. In other words, because of Moore's law, the doubling of the number of transistors on a chip every 18 to 24 months, and the unique way the U.S. government measures output in the industry, unlike other nations which measure chips and computers, the U.S. government measures transistors. Productivity in this sector grew a phenomenal 800% in this period, compared with around 30% for the rest of manufacturing. Indeed, as the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, ITIF, has written, this sector, which accounted for 8% of manufacturing jobs in 2000, contributed 120% of U.S. manufacturing output growth in the 2000s. Output in the rest of manufacturing actually declined, something that had never happened in the post-war period. ITIF estimates that, when this and other factors are accounted for, about 2/3 of manufacturing jobs were lost to trade. To be sure, technological innovation, like trade, can displace jobs. But unlike technology, which raises GDP and increases wages, foreign mercantilism acts to reduce both of these. This gets to the last and most important tenet of the establishment's trade doctrine. Because the United States leads the global economy, because mercantilists hurt only themselves, and because our current industrial structure is always optimal or close to it, the economy as a whole must benefit from trade even though some individuals may be hurt. But as Tufts professor Daniel Dresner writes, even if the aggregate gains have massively outweighed the losses, it's hard to deny that trade has wreaked some serious carnage on some parts of the American economy. It follows that the only correct solution is to give more help to the victims of trade and hope they will stop complaining. For the Washington trade establishment, there is nothing wrong that can't be fixed by expanding trade adjustment assistance, the federal program that helps workers hurt by trade. Do that, and most Americans will be back on the trade bus. But reality is not as neat and tidy as this 20th century model. The truth is that if we are to have any hope of succeeding in the 21st century global economy and turning popular sentiment away from protectionism, our leaders will have to offer up more than just the fig leaf of adjustment assistance or the false narrative that it's technology's fault. Rather, the trade establishment needs to confront two core problems that keep America from fully benefiting from 21st century globalization. The first is that many nations do not play by the official rules of global trade, as enacted largely by the World Trade Organization. They engage in a host of unfair mercantilist practices, including intellectual property theft, forced technology transfer, local production requirements, currency manipulation, unfair subsidies, standards manipulation, and more. It is naive and wrong to believe that one-sided free trade, with the United States being free and many of its competitors being mercantilist, will lead to an increase in global economic welfare, certainly relative to free trade but also relative to reduced trade with mercantilist nations, much less U.S. economic welfare. It is true that mercantilists often hurt themselves, but they almost always hurt the U.S. and global economies too. So it is incumbent upon the U.S. government to vigilantly enforce trade rules, such as by bringing many more trade enforcement cases to the WTO, pressuring global aid organizations to cut funding to mercantilist nations, limiting the ability of companies in mercantilist nations to buy U.S. firms, and more. Congress should give the next administration greater resources and an express mandate to do so. The second problem stems from the fact that when the trade consensus was first formed, the U.S. economy was so dominant that hardly anyone could imagine the country might need a competitiveness strategy. Today, we are far from dominant. It's sheer fantasy to think that most firms in America will necessarily win if we simply open up more markets. Some firms will do well, but without a robust national competitiveness strategy, many won't. Those who favor trade should be first in line calling on Congress to put such a strategy in place. It must begin with reducing the effective tax rate on corporations. To believe that America can thrive in the global economy with the world's highest statutory corporate tax rates and among the highest effective corporate tax rates, especially for manufacturers, is to ignore the intense global competitive realities of the 21st century. Tax reform then needs to be complemented with two other key items: a regulatory reform strategy particularly aimed at reducing burdens on industries that compete globally, and increased funding for programs that help exporters, such as the Export-Import Bank, the new National Network for Manufacturing Innovation, and a robust apprenticeship program for manufacturing workers. It's clear that even if we enforce trade rules more vigorously and enact a national competitiveness strategy, opposition to trade will not vanish. Some on the left will continue to reject globalization because they long for an economy sheltered from global competition in which labor unions can more easily obtain uncompetitive wages and regulators can impose their will with impunity. Likewise, some on the nativist right will continue to want as little as possible to do with the rest of the world. But most voters are more pragmatic than that, so it's likely that if Congress and the next administration develop a credible new globalization doctrine for the 21st century, melding tough trade enforcement with a robust national competitiveness agenda, then necessary trade opening steps like the Trans-Pacific Partnership will once again be on the table and the U.S. economy will begin to thrive once again. Perhaps it's the natural human aversion to bad news, sometimes known as the ostrich effect, but few opinion leaders on U.S. economic policy appear willing to take a cold, hard look at the state of U.S. manufacturing. If they did, they wouldn't be happy. First, U.S. manufacturing suffered catastrophic losses in employment and output in the 2000s. Then its recovery in the 2010s was only modest, and now it faces existential challenges from a resurgent China that is well practiced in the dark arts of innovation mercantilism. Washington's leading lights on trade policy have long engaged in denial on this issue, claiming that all has been well with U.S. manufacturing, even as the 2000s saw more than one-third of the country's manufacturing jobs disappear and over 60,000 manufacturing plants shutter. Any claim of a problem was either dismissed or derided, and any suggestion that we need to fight back against foreign mercantilism, as President Trump is now doing with his announcement of tariffs on solar panels, is met with derision and tarred with the epithet protectionism. So it shouldn't come as a surprise that we are now hearing lots of happy talk about the state of U.S. manufacturing. Bloomberg News speaks of a manufacturing resurgence. Ball State economist Michael Hicks reassures doubters that American manufacturing is booming. And Vice President Mike Pence claims that it is roaring back. Administration officials can be excused for such exuberance. They want voters to have confidence things are moving in the right direction on their watch. But allegedly objective economists and journalists deserve no such pass. It is time for the experts and pundits to open themselves up to a painful reality. The U.S. manufacturing sector has been hurt by inadequate policies at home and intense competition abroad, much of it intolerably mercantilist in nature. And China, far from cooling down, as some have claimed, is actually in the midst of a massive government-backed campaign to dominate in the most important industries in which the United States still clings to a competitive advantage: the innovative advanced technology industries that drive U.S. global competitiveness. Anyone who thinks otherwise will likely be in for a rude awakening, for the United States has never before faced competition of such scale or scope. Pollyannas make a number of claims that are either wrong or beside the point as they try to reassure skeptics. Michael Hicks says, "We are now at the peak of industrial production in the United States." But this isn't the point. From the end of 2007 to the second quarter of last year, manufacturing output actually fell, while overall GDP grew 15%. The fact that output was a paltry 0.2% higher in the third quarter of 2017 than it had been in 2007 should come as cold comfort. But it's actually worse than that. Official government measurement of output in the computer and electronic products sector is significantly overstated, because when a company such as Apple or Dell comes out with a computer that is twice as fast every 24 months or so, the government measures that as a doubling of output, even if the actual number of computers being produced is the same. If we omit the overstated output of the computer sector, a sector that accounted for 11% of measured manufacturing output in 2007, it becomes clear that the rest of U.S. manufacturing output declined by 6.4% from 2007 to 2016. Machinery, chemicals, fabricated metals, electrical equipment and appliances, and many other industries all produced less in 2016 than in 2007. Journalist Rex Nutting cheers us with the fact that the U.S. exports a lot of manufactured goods. Indeed it does, but in 2016 it imported $752 billion more than it exported. Robert Zoellick, former trade czar for George W. Bush, writes that since the U.S. share of global manufacturing has held at around 20% for 40 years, all is well. In fact, that share is down from 28% in 2002. One need only look at these and other data with a dispassionate eye to get a sense that all is not well. The United States runs the largest trade deficit in the world, and it is running a sizable and growing trade deficit in advanced technology goods, the very goods it was supposed to specialize in after plastic toys and t-shirt production moved to China. When measured properly, controlling for the overstatement of computer sector output, as well as for the attribution to output of some of the growth in manufacturing parts imports, the United States lost more manufacturing output as a share of GDP than almost any other developed nation in the 2000s. And despite recent growth, it is still 1.2 million manufacturing jobs short of 2007 levels. Perhaps even more troubling is the catastrophic fall-off in manufacturing productivity growth. U.S. manufacturing wages are much higher than wages in developing nations. That's possible only because America's factories are also more productive. But competitors are not standing still. Chinese manufacturing productivity grew by 3.7% in 2015, albeit at a rate down from its normal blazing clip of 8%. Compare that with U.S. manufacturing productivity growth of just 0.5%. The sad trend is that U.S. manufacturing productivity grew 23 times faster from 1990 to 1995 than it did from 2011 to 2016. This is a recipe for continued decline. If deniers won't take off their rose-colored glasses when looking at U.S. manufacturing performance, they are even worse when looking at competitive challenges overseas, especially in China. The conventional response if you're worried about China is that, as economist and pundit Paul Krugman once argued, countries are not to any important degree in competition with each other. But even among those willing to acknowledge that the U.S. faces foreign competition, many are sanguine about America's ability to win. Harvard's Joseph Nye categorically denies that China will overtake the United States, writing that the 21st century will, like the 20th, be an American century. Council on Foreign Relations scholar Adam Siegel suggests that the long-term impact of Chinese trade and innovation policies on Chinese competitiveness remains uncertain at best, because China doesn't have creative risk-taking. These dominant views reflect an ideological conviction that only liberal, free-market economies can innovate and thrive. But as Harvard's Peter Hall has written, there are varieties of capitalism, and there is nothing written in stone that says that a capitalism that gives massive state support to its own companies while kneecapping foreign competitors is destined to come in second. Perhaps it was fine to turn a blind eye to these tactics when China took our toy and t-shirt production. But today the China challenge is pointed directly at U.S. advanced industries, many of them critical to our defense industrial base. Under President Xi Jinping, China has made it clear that it seeks global dominance in a wide range of advanced industries. It has doubled down on its approach through new policy directives such as the Made in China 2025 strategy, the 13th Five-Year Plan for Science and Technology, and the 13th Five-Year Plan for National Informatization, all designed to unfairly support domestic champions. As a result, the Boston Consulting Group concludes, continued U.S. leadership in industrial innovation looks far less secure. One reason is that China is on track to spend more than twice as much as U.S. firms this year on later-stage research and development. They let the U.S. fund basic research, which they swoop in and acquire by reading scientific journals and sending PhD students to leading U.S. research universities, and then concentrate their massive resources on turning that knowledge into marketable products to sell around the globe. China has a winning playbook and turns to it over and over again, racking up win after win at America's expense. Step 1. Identify the target industry and unfairly acquire foreign technology capability through coerced transfer, commercial espionage, and cyber theft. Step 2. Ensure that domestic champions, now equipped with foreign technology, receive massive government subsidies so they can operate for years, if not decades, without profits, all the while undercutting foreign competitors' prices. Step 3. limit foreign access to the Chinese market so Chinese firms have time and breathing room to gain economies of scale. Only then, implement Step 4, attack foreign markets, backed by a secure and now profitable market at home, coupled with massive export subsidies, including ones provided through the Chinese Export-Import Bank, an entity that the World Bank has funded. This was the playbook China used to go from just 5% of the world's solar panel market to over 2/3 today. First, it stole solar power technology secrets from global leaders, including U.S. companies. Next, it applied massive subsidies to domestic producers. Then it limited foreign market access. Once the industry had product and scale, it massively dumped cheap solar panels on the US and other markets, bankrupting most of the foreign competitors. As a final step, it is using the government-enabled profits to buy bankrupt US solar firms in order to strip out their technology and send it to China. It's the same story with aircraft. First, the Chinese government extorted valuable technology out of foreign aerospace companies by threatening to shut them out of the booming Chinese airplane market. Once equipped with technology, the government doled out lavish subsidies, free land, cash, low-interest loans, etc., so that its leading state-owned airplane company, COMAC, could operate at a loss. Now that COMAC is able to produce a viable passenger jet, the government has told Chinese government-owned airlines to buy COMAC planes. Coming next is a China-Russia partnership to build subsidized wide-body jets, while selling the deeply subsidized COMAC planes to developing country airlines that are more price-conscious. As the margins for Boeing and Airbus get squeezed, limiting their ability to invest less in new innovations, COMAC will take the final step, displacing them in their Western home markets. Now, think of virtually every advanced industry the U.S. specializes in, e.g., semiconductors, computers and servers, software, machinery, technical instruments, chemicals, motor vehicles, and biotech and pharmaceutical products, or wants to specialize in, e.g., electric vehicles, batteries, advanced robotics, drones, the Internet of Things, virtual reality, and artificial intelligence. And you can get a sense of how the game will unfold. Chinese-owned companies in a wide array of advanced industries are gaining significant global market share at the expense of American and European and Japanese firms. To be sure, Washington has taken some steps in the past year to reverse course and begin to regain yardage. The Republican Congress, with the support of President Trump, lowered the U.S. corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%, allowed U.S. multinationals to repatriate foreign profits at a lower rate, and allowed firms to expense investments at once. All measures that will help U.S. manufacturers be more globally competitive. And Trump's use of the bully pulpit to name and shame companies into moving manufacturing into the United States and keeping it there seems to have had some success. Finally, the Trump administration's plans to get tougher on Chinese mercantilism could mean, after 2 decades of Chamberlain-like capitulation, that America will finally be standing up to these egregiously unfair trade practices. We have seen that resolve very recently, when the administration announced tariffs on washing machines and solar panels. As expected, the trade policy community has trotted out the protectionist epithet. But fighting mercantilism with tariffs is not protectionism. It is working to correct a foreign violation of free trade. This is particularly so with respect to the solar panel case, in which the Chinese government cheated to take U.S. market share. The trade establishment objects also because tariffs hurt consumers. Of course they do. They are a tax on current consumption. But what about workers displaced by unfair trade practices? Do they not count? Despite their appropriate use in some cases, tariffs do have problems. First, they are usually a day late and a dollar short. U.S. law holds that domestic producers have to demonstrate material harm before they seek relief, even if another country systemically distorts the market with government subsidies. But by then, the horse is usually already out of the barn, with mercantilist competitors having decimated U.S. production, making it hard for domestic manufacturers ever to revive, even behind a tariff wall. This appears to be the case with solar panels, since most U.S. producers are bankrupt. Second, tariffs can do more harm than good if they are imposed on key capital goods, including IT products. It's one thing to impose tariffs on final consumer goods, where the end result is higher prices for consumers. It's quite another to impose tariffs on such things as machine tools, semiconductors, and computers, where the end result will be fewer purchases by businesses and consumers of key productivity-enabling technologies. The most important downside is that tariff battles might distract policymakers from the trade war. It would be a mistake if the administration's policy vis-a-vis China were to be only a whack-a-mole response to the myriad injustices the Chinese government perpetrates. We need to focus on containing and rolling back the entire Chinese mercantilist apparatus, especially state subsidies and unfair technology acquisition. It appears that the Trump administration may be moving in that direction, with a new strategic approach to Chinese trade. This effort, however, will enjoy higher odds of success if the administration enlists its free trading allies, particularly in Europe, to join together in the fight against mercantilism. While all these steps are useful, to believe that they alone will be enough is ostrich-like in its own way. As the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation has stressed, we will not revive American manufacturing unless Washington does much more to ensure that the U.S. has better technology and more skilled workers. Congress needs to increase funding for key initiatives supporting the ability of manufacturing companies in the United States to compete. These include the Exim Bank, the Manufacturing Extension Partnership Program, the Manufacturing USA Program, a program to support industry consortia for pre-competitive R&D, and manufacturing workforce training programs. And we need to find a way to reduce the pressure from Wall Street for quick profits, which discourages U.S. manufacturers from investing for the long run. Much depends on restoring U.S. manufacturing greatness. Good jobs, especially for blue-collar workers in the heartland. Stronger terms of trade, so that America can sustain a strong dollar. And, perhaps most important, a robust defense industrial base that will keep U.S. military power ahead of the Chinese and others. While there is no guarantee America will win, one thing is sure. U.S. manufacturing will continue to shrink as a share of the economy if elites persist in ostrich-like thinking. It's time to get our collective heads out of the sand. The issue of China trade has taken up most of the trade policy oxygen for the last 4 years as the United States and China deepen their trade war. And it is unlikely that a new administration will go back to a pre-Trump era vis-a-vis China trade. Yet crafting the right response to China's unrepentant innovation mercantilism is difficult because it appears the free world has never faced such an adversary before. But in fact, the free world has faced such an adversary, Germany, for the first 45 years of the 20th century. As noted development economist Albert O. Hirschman wrote in 1941, Germany was neither a free trader nor a protectionist. It was a power trader that used trade as a key tool to gain commercial and military advantage over its adversaries. Likewise, China's trade policy is guided neither by free trade nor protectionism, but by power trade, with remarkably similar strategy and tactics to those of 1940s Germany. Understanding how Germany manipulated the global trading system to degrade its adversaries' capabilities, entrap nations as reluctant allies, and build up its own industries for commercial and military advantage, just as China is doing, can shed light and point the way for solutions to the China challenge. Hirschman's first but largely forgotten book, National Power and the Structure of Foreign Trade, was published in 1945. It was the rise of Germany as an economic and military power, both leading up to World War I and again in the 1930s under Hitler and National Socialism, that led Hirschman to focus on the unique nature of German trade policy. From that experience, Hirschman wrote, "It is possible to turn foreign trade into an instrument of power, of pressure, and even of conquest. The Nazis have done nothing but exploit the fullest possibilities inherent in foreign trade within the traditional framework of international economic relations." Hirschman's key insight was that some countries, in this case Germany under 3 very different government regimes from 1900 to 1945, focus not on maximizing free trade or even on protecting their industries, but on changing the relative power of nations through trade to achieve global power. Germany's policies and programs were designed not only to advance its own economic and military power, but to also degrade its adversaries' economies, even if that imposed costs on their own economy relative to a free trade regime. As Hirschman pointed out, neither the free traders, such as the United Kingdom, nor the protectionists, the United States before President Wilson and the 1913 Underwood tariff reductions, were interested in changing the relative power of nations. Free traders believed that trade was a welfare-maximizing, win-win process where all nations benefit, otherwise why would 2 parties engage in it? Protectionists assumed other nations would be protectionist and that only the distribution of activity would change, with nations getting more of some economic activity and less of other. Hirschman argued that there were 2 main sources of Germany's trade power: the supply effect and the influence effect. For the supply effect, Germany concentrated imports on goods needed for its war machine, redirected trade to neighboring friendly nations or subject nations, and sought to control oceanic trade routes. Germany also engaged in substantial industrial espionage to boost its own supply capabilities. As New York Tribune journalist Stanley Frost wrote in 1919, German inventions are to be kept secret, others are to be stolen. Trademarks are to be pirated. He also discussed how German engineers were sent overseas seeking work in foreign enterprises to engage in a vast espionage system. And just as today's U.S. Department of Justice has opened hundreds of investigations into Chinese industrial espionage, the department also investigated Germany then. As Attorney General Mitchell Palmer wrote in 1919, in many of the large German companies taken over by the alien property custodian, set up when the United States entered World War I, it was found after investigation that espionage was one of the chief functions. On the influence side, Germany sought two effects. The first was to make it more difficult for its trading partners to dispense entirely with trade with Germany, thus creating dependency. As Hirschman writes, if country wants to increase its hold on B, C, D, etc., it must create a situation in which these countries would do anything in order to retain their foreign trade with A. Hirschman notes that a dependent country has only two choices: dispense entirely with the trade they conduct with A, or replace A as a market and source of supply with other nations, something that is not always easily done, at least in the short term. Germany consciously sought to make countries dependent on its exports, including chemicals and machinery. It did this by directing trade to poorer nations, developing exports and articles that other nations were dependent on, introducing a wide disparity between patterns of production for exports and imports, and creating vested interests in trading partners and tying those interests to continued trade with Germany. The second way to achieve influence was to make it more difficult for trading partners to shift trade, in part by driving the prices of their exports to Germany up, including through monetary manipulation and by focusing on promoting exports of highly different products not only to create dependency but to limit the ability of other nations to advance industrially. As Hirschman writes, it was one of the great principles of German foreign economic policy to prevent the industrialization of her agricultural trading partners. He went on to note, the frequent dumping of German goods abroad was not seen as an instance of differential price policy practiced by a discriminating monopoly. It was supposed that dumping served a policy bent on destroying competition in the foreign market so as to secure a monopolistic position for German exporters. Organizing trade and economic policy around power principles is difficult because it requires considerable coordination of economic actors, many of whom would otherwise prefer to act differently. Germany was able to do this because the state played a significant role in directing and coordinating Germany's private sector enterprises. For example, as Frost wrote, change in ownership in protective industries, those key industries targeted for state support, and also the appointment of their higher officers are subject to the approval of the state. Germany also sheltered its protective industries, knowing that through state pressure, German firms would not use the respite from domestic competition that the state provided to benefit shareholders, but rather to spend the excess profits to pay for dumping exports at below-market prices. It wasn't just Hirschman who characterized German trade and economic policies this way. French economist Henri Hauser wrote in 1915 that Germany made war in the midst of peace with the instruments of peace. Dumping, export subsidies, import certificates, measures with respect to emigration, etc., all of these various methods were used not as normal methods of economic activity, but as means to suffocate, to crush, and terrorize Germany's adversaries. Attorney General Palmer wrote that German trade power tactics included destroy business competitors by state aid, cartel combination, dumping, full-line forcing, bribery, theft of patents and inventions, espionage, and propaganda. A 1919 article in the New York Times quoted a U.S. chemical engineer arguing that in Germany, relentless industrial aggression will be inaugurated, and all the evidence points to a thorough and painstaking organization to ensure permanent success. Even German officials described their efforts in similar power terms. In his 1918 book, The Future of German Industrial Exports, Siegfried Herzog described trade in military power terms. Because the weapon German industry is so terrible, because German industrial genius is showing itself superior to all opposition, hostile ingenuity in the future will direct itself before all else toward undermining the mighty bulwark of the German pile. After all, we cannot blame the enemy so much, but we must make his molehill work thoroughly unpleasant for him. When the World Trade Organization was formed in 1995, the assumption among virtually all trade experts was that the world was entering a new free trade era, with the ultimate elimination of both borders and beyond-the-border trade barriers. Tom Friedman's flat world was just around the corner, with all the benefits from it: peace, prosperity, and stability. It was with this hopeful, even utopian vision that China was welcomed into the Free Trading Club in December 2001. When China entered the WTO, pundits and policymakers enthusiastically hailed it as a seminal moment that heralded China's embrace of market-based economic principles and commitments to the core tenets guiding liberalized trade and globalization. Then President Bill Clinton argued that free trade would liberalize China and make it more democratic, like the United States. Nick Lardy, now at the Peterson Institute for International Economics, spoke for many when he said, "The big winner is the United States, or at least American corporations. The United States has few carrots to offer the Chinese to sign a deal. The economic benefits of WTO membership for China are relatively meager." This made sense as long as the prevailing conceptions of trade were between the poles of protection and free trade. After all, by joining the WTO, China was giving up some of its autonomy over trade actions and was agreeing to lower tariffs. In reality, though, this was like letting the ravenous fox into the free trade henhouse, for while perhaps some government officials intended to turn China more in the direction of free trade, the power traders, especially under President Xi Jinping, have prevailed. Ironically, entry into the WTO helped enable China's way to power trade status, in part because prior to that the United States, China's biggest market and soon to be its biggest investor, could easily punish China economically by not extending China's annual most favored nation trade status. Once in the WTO, it was safer for U.S. firms to invest in China, knowing that their exports back to the United States would be secure, and it was safer for China to misbehave because now the United States had to go through the complicated and rule-based WTO process to take action against China. Yet, because most of China's power trade tactics are opaque and not rules-based, it is difficult for the WTO to effectively discipline China. Coupled with the fact that China retaliates against any U.S. firm with China operations or sales that presses the U.S. trade representative to bring a WTO case, this means that the WTO has been limited in constraining power trade tactics. So what does China want? As China scholar Orville Schell summed up in his book of the same title, the same thing Germany did: wealth and power. For China, the two are inextricably linked. This is what Chinese President Xi was saying when in 2015, he unabashedly trumpeted a goal of making China the master of its own technologies, by which he meant that Chinese firms, operating in China, would produce virtually all technology goods and services for Chinese consumers. As such, the theory of power trade better explains China's economic and trade policies than does the theory of free trade or protectionism. China employs its vast array of policy tools to use trade to increase its relative economic power not only over the United States, but over other nations that it seeks to influence as it strives to become the new global hegemon. In his book, Hirschman described pre-war Germany concentrating its imports on goods needed for its war machine, redirecting trade to neighboring friendly nations or subject nations, and seeking to control oceanic trade routes. China has done the same. It has constantly focused on reducing export controls of technologies that would boost its national security. Through its Belt and Road Initiative and its Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Trade Agreement, China has sought to bind nations in the region to it. And by state dictate and subsidy, it has built the world's largest commercial shipbuilding industry and now has the world's second largest commercial shipping industry. Like Germany, China used a suite of policies to create dependencies to provide it with protection against trade retaliation. It used predatory practices to reduce the non-Chinese global supply of rare earth minerals, and then subsidized its own producers to gain a global monopoly, which it then used not only to force foreign companies to produce in China if they wanted market access, but to force foreign nations to abide by its wishes. By massively subsidizing manufacturing in China, including through currency manipulation, free land, tax incentives, cheap loans, and cash grants, China induced the offshoring of critical manufacturing sectors to China, as the United States has seen when it needed to obtain surgical masks and ventilators during the COVID-19 crisis. Just as Germany made less developed nations dependent on it for natural resource and commodity exports, China has focused on exporting manufactured goods while importing commodity goods, ideally in such quantities as to create foreign dependencies. As Hirschman wrote, a nation pursuing a power policy may be assumed to export industrial goods and import mainly those articles for which it either has no substitutes at home or only poor and expensive ones. China has become the go-to market for many developing nations seeking to export raw materials. This risks turning nations such as Chile and Australia into dependent vassal states, worried that China could cut off their exports at any time. China used the same tactic when it threatened to cut off U.S. agricultural exports in order to pressure the Trump administration to make trade concessions. Just as Germany created vested interests in trading partners and tied those interests to continued trade with Germany, China has done the same, enabling key economic interests in many nations to gain sweetheart deals with China, in exchange for fealty to China. Just as Germany engaged in monetary manipulation to reduce its export costs, for many years China relied on currency manipulation to become the world's manufacturing workshop. And just as Germany frequently dumped goods overseas to either prevent the industrialization of potential competitors or to deindustrialize existing competitors, China mastered the practice of selling below cost in order to gain global mastery in industry after industry, including shipbuilding, telecommunications equipment, solar panels, and steel. Just like Germany engaged in substantial industrial espionage, China has perfected this, enabled by a global internet that lets it reach into foreign nations and steal vast quantities of intellectual property, supplemented by reliance on Chinese foreign nationals working at foreign firms. Like Germany, China targets key industries in which it seeks global dominance. The Germans called these protective industries. China calls them strategic and emerging industries. And just like Germany, China uses that economic power to achieve political gains, which it supplements with coercive, wolf warrior diplomacy. For example, China pressured Barbados to remove the Queen as its head of state, using the leverage it has over Barbados from the massive loans China has given it. Likewise, China has threatened to cut off Australian imports of pork and minerals in order to cow them into submission on foreign policy matters. And just as Germany made war in the midst of peace with the instruments of peace, so too has China as a means to suffocate, to crush and terrorize its adversaries. As Brookings scholar Rush Doshi writes, China is pursuing a robust, state-backed effort to displace the United States from global technology leadership. This effort is not driven entirely by commercial considerations but geopolitical ones as well. Beijing believes that the competition over technology is about more than whose companies will dominate particular markets. It is also about which country will be best positioned to lead the world. China has clearly pursued power trade with smaller, less developed nations. A key point for Hirschman is that nations need to structure their trade in a way that not only maximizes their economic welfare, but reduces their vulnerability to the economic and trade power of other nations. This is why he says it is in the interest of smaller states to diversify their trade away from dependence on a larger state. Conversely, it is in the interest of larger powers to concentrate their trade with smaller nations, so those nations' choices are few. This is China's strategy, particularly with nations in Southeast Asia that are participating in its Belt and Road Initiative. Even though this strategy increases dependencies for both China and other nations, these are more than manageable. In part, this is because China follows Hirschman's advice that the key is to direct manufacturing exports to countries that are poorly suited to produce them and therefore are dependent on the exporter. According to Hirschman, to prevent the industrialization or even the removal of already existing industries is an important part of trying to preserve or to increase the influence acquired in these countries by an industrial nation. And while Hirschman was talking about less developed nations, this is the goal of China vis-a-vis the United States, especially in the battle for strategic and emerging industries, including 5G equipment, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and other areas. And China succeeded in the removal of existing industries when it accelerated the offshoring of significant components of U.S. manufacturing in the 2000s. In writing about Germany in 1941, Douglas Miller, former U.S. commercial attaché to Germany, could easily have been writing about China today. We must get this straight once and for all. There is no such thing as having purely economic relations with the totalitarian states. Every business deal with them carries with it political, military, social, propaganda implications. Ultimately, Germany stopped being a power trader and shifted to a mix of free trade and protectionist industrial policy after it was defeated in World War II. We can only pray that the relationship with China does not follow a similar path. What then are the options? Hirschman identified two. The first is autarky, with nations building up their own economies so that they are less dependent on power traders. But he rejects that as the solution because the economic welfare losses more than offset the relative gains in national sovereignty. But some short-term trade-offs must be part of the solution regarding China, especially on national security grounds. For example, the United States needs to take steps to ensure a strong non-Chinese supply of rare earth minerals, as well as provide incentives for companies to move some supply chains out of China, as Japan recently did with its incentives program. It also means adopting a more robust, advanced technology strategy to build up critical capabilities domestically. Hirschman's preferred solution, however, was that the power to organize, regulate, and interfere with trade must be transferred to an international authority able to exercise this power as a sanction against an aggressor nation. Writing before the creation of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade in 1947, Hirschman wrote that nations should seek to build a new framework of international relations in which the use of foreign trade for purposes of national power would encounter more difficulties than hitherto. But he noted that to make this possible, the complete autonomy of national commercial policies must be effectively limited, and the institutional framework of foreign trade, including export-import banks, be internationalized. Yet, even when it was working most effectively, the WTO never came close to having such power. Moreover, the WTO was created with the idea that nations were either free traders or misguided protectionists. And by join ing the WTO, the idea was that protectionists would be, for the most part, turned into at least mostly free traders. The WTO was not set up to deal with power traders, which makes constraining Chinese power trade difficult. With its one country, one vote system, coupled with the difficulty of enforcing opaque, non-rule of law power trade policies in the WTO, the options for it constraining China's power trade are limited. Because of this challenge, one option some propose is to turn to protectionist solutions. Hirschman anticipated this response when he wrote, "It was only too easy to exploit the possibility of economic aggression by sovereign nations as an argument against free commercial intercourse. The demand for increased protection seemed to be much more compelling and much less oriented toward mere vested interests if the evil portrayed by the protectionist was economic aggression and penetration rather than foreign competition. Yet that doesn't mean that the claims of power trade are unfair and an unwarranted guise for protectionism. To be sure, the risk of protectionist backlash is real. After World War I, when the Allied powers debated what to do regarding Germany, there was widespread agreement that Germany's destructive power trade regime had to be dismantled. The Allies, according to Hirschman, worried that Germany had the object of establishing the domination of their enemies over production and the markets of the whole world, and of imposing on other countries an intolerable yoke. Some proposed fighting fire with fire and argued that the Allies should adopt German-style policies and practices writ large. Others, like Hauser, took a more nuanced approach, making a distinction between what we shall not imitate from Germany and what we shall have to imitate. To respond, the Allied governments agreed to adopt all the measures requisite on the one hand to secure for themselves and for the whole of markets of neutral countries full economic independence and respect for sound commercial practice, and on the other hand, to facilitate the organization on a permanent basis of their economic alliance. But as Hirschman details, this generated protectionism and economic defense, rather than economic offense to limit future German practices. Rather than generating an economic alliance between the Entente countries that could have led to the planning of a strong nucleus for future international collaboration, it was the nationalistic and restrictive spirit of the Paris Conference which prevailed. The risk today is that a recognition of the realities of China power trade could lead to a similar, equally harmful response. But that doesn't mean that recreation of the prior one-sided free trade regime with the United States open and China a power trader. That would further accelerate the harmful effects of Chinese industrial aggression. As Hirschman wrote, the free trader assumptions of neutralizing power trade through more free trade are not merely unrealistic but utterly fantastic. But he does note that it is important to strive for free trade on the grounds of economic welfare, but the expectation of fully achieving it, especially vis-a-vis a power trader, is minimal. In the U.S. context, this might entail some short-term hits to economic welfare, as the United States restricts trade with China while concurrently rebuilding lost industrial capacity in order to neutralize America's dependence on the Chinese market and diminish the latter's power trade advantages. One reason why dealing with China's power trade is so difficult is that the West, led by America, waited too long to use its power to compel China to change its economic and trade policies. In the late 2000s and early 2010s, the hope was that China's joining the WTO would do that. But at that point, China was much more dependent on foreign technology, and strategic and coordinated export controls could have crippled much of the Chinese technology economy, with that threat providing key leverage over China. Today, that opportunity is largely gone. Now China is near parity in many technologies so that it can afford to reject any American economic aggression, albeit not without economic pain, but without economic catastrophe. Hirschman got it right when he rejected both the views of the free traders who refused to acknowledge that power trade could be practiced, and the protectionists who used the fear of power trade to justify protectionist policies. He wrote, "Between those who ignore the danger of external economic relations becoming an instrument of national power aims and those who see the danger but try to remedy it by the defensive and offensive weapons of economic nationalism, a place should indeed be left to those who, faced with danger, refuse to follow the policy either of the ostrich or of Gribouille, someone who naively sees the adversary as innocent. The only real solution to confronting the most dominant power trader in history is to use a multitude of tactics. This means that allied nations need to do a better job of supporting their own advanced and critical industries through smart, coordinated industrial and technology policies. It means stronger alliances and deeper trade pacts among free trading nations. It means closer collaboration between allied nations to push back on Chinese predatory power trade practices, including increasing foreign aid to help developing nations avoid crippling dependency on China and better coordinating export controls and inward investment reviews. It means that a coalition of the willing, led by the United States, should name and shame other nations that are unwilling to make even modest economic sacrifices to help constrain China power trade, rather than free riding on the efforts of a few nations, such as Australia, the United States, and, it appears, the United Kingdom. It means the formation of a NATO for trade, to more effectively counter Beijing's strategy of picking off trade adversaries one at a time and bullying them into submission. This new organization, call it the Democratically Allied Trade Organization, DATO, should be governed by a council of participating countries, and if any member is threatened or attacked unjustly with trade measures that inflict economic harm, DATO would quickly convene and consider whether to take joint action to defend the member nation. In summary, we should not reject free trade ideals. But we should also not be blind to the harsh reality that the world now is distorted by the world's strongest power trader, China. The answer is not deglobalization. It is not protectionism. It is not holding on to the naive hope that free trade could prevail if the United States simply ends the trade war started by China. Rather, allied nations need to understand the adversary they face and respond bravely, strategically, and expeditiously. What is the right strategic response to China's unrepentant innovation mercantilism? One reason it has been difficult for U.S. policymakers to craft an answer that inspires confidence is that, viewed only in the present context, it has been too easy to believe the United States has never before faced such an adversary. But as I argued in the previous issue of TIE, it has Germany for the first 45 years of the 20th century. Germany then was neither a free trader nor a protectionist. It was a power trader that used trade to gain commercial and military advantage over its adversaries. Likewise, China's trade policy today is guided neither by free trade nor protectionism per se, but by the power trade formula, with an overarching strategy and discrete tactics remarkably similar to Germany's in its late Empire, Weimar Republic, and Nazi eras. Understanding how Germany manipulated the global trading system in that period to degrade its adversaries' capabilities, entrap nations as reluctant allies, and build up its own industries for commercial and military advantage, just as China is doing today, can point the way toward appropriate policy solutions to the China challenge. One potential solution that will not be available as a practical matter is meeting China's power trading strategy with an equal and opposite power trading strategy. The approach will need to be more nuanced than that. I describe how the United States also practiced power trade for much of the Cold War era, but not to boost its economy, which it did in some cases and didn't in others, but to achieve overarching foreign policy goals, the most important of which was to assure global security and constrain the Soviet Union. But today, America's relative economic and technological strength is so diminished from where it was even 20 years ago that power trade premised on leveraging U.S. economic competitiveness to achieve broad foreign policy goals is no longer sustainable. President Donald Trump understood that, but shifted not to a new form of power trade, but to protectionism. The Biden administration needs to renew America's role as a power trader, but with a new focus of maintaining its relative lead, economically and technologically, over China. Doing so will require changes in the strategy and organization of U.S. trade policy. A principal reason why it is often so difficult to make sense of trade policy, especially U.S.-China tensions, is that the prevailing narrative and the policy options that go with it is binary. We have either free trade or protectionism. The trade war with China under President Trump certainly wasn't principally about defending free trade from Chinese corruption. It must have been an unbridled exercise in protectionism, because that is the only other option policymakers seem capable of imagining. Yet, throughout the 20th century, some nations have adopted an alternative to both free trade and limited trade, protectionism power trade. This is the use of trade and trade policy designed first and foremost to increase national power and decrease the power of adversaries. The recognition of this third pole, something original free trade theorists such as Adam Smith and David Ricardo understood, brings in political economy and the interests of the state, and recognizes trade as more than disembodied transactions between free and willing buyers and sellers in different nations with the state as either facilitator or inhibitor. It is time for the United States to adopt this national power approach to trade policy, or rather to revive it, for it is a lost intellectual tradition of trade that dates back to noted development economist Albert O. Hirschman in the 1940s. In his first book, National Power and the Structure of Foreign Trade, Hirschman wrote that the rise of Germany as an economic and military power showed that it is possible to turn foreign trade into an instrument of power, of pressure, and even of conquest. The Nazis have done nothing but exploit the fullest possibilities inherent in foreign trade within the traditional framework of international economic relations. China has emulated Germany and more in its practice of power trade, using export controls, foreign infrastructure financing, producer subsidies, theft of intellectual property, forced technology transfer, manipulation of international standards, import bans, and a host of other power tactics designed to dominate key global industries and intimidate other nations. Neither free trade nor protectionism, including complete decoupling, will be effective in preserving America's lead over China. The United States needs to embrace a new form of power trade, one focused first and foremost on limiting China's technological rise, while advancing ours. Prior to World War II, American trade policy was premised on protectionism, especially when Northern Republicans were in the White House seeking to advance industrial interests over agrarian interests. Indeed, as one 1930 article noted, until within a year or two only The Economist and The Democrat dared to raise voices in seemingly unpatriotic and sacrilegious opposition to the protective tariff. Most others worshipped at its shrine. But with the emergence of a Democratic majority after 1932, later compounded with the rise of the American industrial and military might after the war, protectionism was rejected for a more confident and global approach to trade. That approach quickly became premised on the overarching goal of limiting Soviet expansionism in the Cold War. The Soviet Union was a very different kind of competitor, a military and ideological threat, but not an economic one. This enabled the United States to install a free trading system for the First and Third Worlds, while effectively shutting out the communist Second World from a significant amount of trade. Because of this, the conventional view of post-war U.S. trade policy is that America preached, practiced, and profited from free trade. At one level this is true, but the U.S. embrace of free trade, and the important exceptions to it, were overwhelmingly in the service of power trade and achieving state goals. Free trade was a means, not an end. If the United States was to assume the role of global hegemon to defend freedom against the Soviet challenge, it needed not only a strong military and a strong economy, but deeply intertwined trade relationships that propped up allies and also created dependencies to help contain the Russian bear. As Walt Rostow, head of policy planning at the State Department, wrote in 1963, "The major issues of our trade control policy are political, not strategic, economic, or commercial. The more the United States could increase global trade, the more leverage it could attain relative to other nations, provided, of course, that it continued as the unalloyed economic and technology leader." As Hirschman wrote, "The total gain from trade for any country would be nothing but another expression for the total impoverishments which would be inflicted upon it by a stoppage of trade." Hence, from the attempted formation of the International Trade Organization after World War II, to the formation of the Global Agreement on Tariffs and Trade GATT in 1947 and John F. Kennedy's Geneva Round tariff reductions, to the free trade consensus that persisted until the election of Trump, a central goal of U.S. foreign policy was to expand trade and global integration, while at the same time using trade and other tools to keep nations on America's side and limit Soviet power, and, later, to achieve other foreign policy goals. Indeed, if the United States had not played that liberalizing role, albeit as a Cold War tool, it is likely there would be significantly less global trade and integration today, as the natural inclination of most countries was and is self-interested mercantilist export expansion. That successful strategy advanced U.S. geopolitical interests and global economic well-being. For decades, it was a significant force multiplier until it wasn't. That is because the United States used power trade not to directly enhance its economy. It actually often sacrificed its own economic interests, but to extend U.S. global influence, keeping allies close and prosperous, pressuring non-aligned nations, and limiting the Soviets. The United States often cut lopsided trade deals with countries it wanted on its side. These deals opened up U.S. markets more than the markets of other countries. Indeed, one of the most significant trade assets the United States had at its disposal was its domestic market, the world's largest by far. So for decades, U.S. administrations made U.S. market access contingent on other nations taking certain steps, such as protecting human rights, rejecting Soviet influence, or enabling the U.S. military to build and operate bases. The United States also provided foreign aid, technical assistance, and technology transfer to help nations such as Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan build up their industries, so they could serve as bulwarks against global communism. The State Department even encouraged U.S. companies to build factories overseas to help keep unaligned nations in America's orbit, and instructed its officers abroad to promote foreign exports to the U.S. market. This was all in the belief that U.S. industrial superiority was beyond challenge. President Harry Truman boasted that American industry dominates world markets, and our workmen no longer need fear the competition of foreign workers. In 1953, the President's Advisory Board for Mutual Security called for the unilateral elimination of U.S. tariffs on automobiles and consumer electronics imports because U.S. producers are so advanced no one can touch them. State Department attitudes in the 1950s were well captured by one official who stated, "The U.S. trade surplus is a serious problem, and we must become really import-minded." Likewise, the United States was willing to sacrifice U.S. firms' foreign sales to pressure other nations to behave in ways that were aligned with the United States, seeing trade embargoes as key diplomatic levers. For example, after the Chinese Tiananmen Square massacre, the Bush administration imposed an embargo on equipment exports, including telecom equipment, to China. This had the unfortunate but not unexpected effect of spurring the Chinese government to launch a major industrial policy effort to build its domestic capabilities in telecom equipment, one that helped launch Huawei and ZTE. And for most of the post-war period, the U.S. government defended the dollar as the global reserve currency so U.S. power could be applied through financial sanctions, even though a strong dollar meant higher prices for U.S. exporters and lower prices for foreign importers. Perhaps the archetypal example of the United States favoring its geopolitical interests over its economic interests came in the trade conflicts with Japan in the late 1970s and 1980s, as Japan pursued a mercantilist, export-led economic growth strategy. Japan had implemented a number of policies to skew trade in its favor and to limit U.S. companies' access to Japanese markets. It put in place high tariffs, import quotas, and onerous regulations, inspections, and standards requirements on U.S. products. It limited U.S. ownership of Japanese enterprises, manipulated the yen's value, and shut U.S. companies almost entirely out of strategic markets, including autos, semiconductors, and mainframe computers. All the while, it dumped key products on U.S. markets. Pressure mounted from business, labor, and Congress for the White House to file unfair trade complaints under GATT and to declare Japan an unfair trader under then existing U.S. law. But the Reagan administration was torn about how much to pressure Japan, with the national security agencies, State, Defense, and the National Security Council and economist-dominated agencies, Treasury and the Council of Economic Advisors, on one side, and the more commercially focused agencies, Commerce and the U.S. Trade Representative, on the other. The attitude of the former group was that Japan was our unsinkable aircraft carrier, and that U.S. trade and economic interests should take a back seat to geopolitical concerns. As Assistant National Security Advisor Gaston Sigger insisted at the time, we must have those bases. Now that's the bottom line. So while the United States took some steps, more assertive steps were tabled due to broader foreign policy concerns. With the denouement of the Cold War, the Clinton administration signaled a new strategic approach that would elevate economic concerns alongside geopolitical and national security concerns. Clinton's Secretary of State Warren Christopher told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that among the three pillars of the new administration's approach to foreign policy, economic growth ranked first. President Clinton created the National Economic Council as a counterpart to the National Security Council to facilitate this reordering of priorities, and Robert Rubin, the NEC's first chair, observed that the big change with Clinton's approach was that the economic component of any problem gets on the table at the same time as other issues. Or, as Mickey Cantor, Clinton's chief trade negotiator, put it, trade and international economics have joined the foreign policy table. But the temporary economic boom starting in the second half of the 1990s, coupled with foreign policy entanglements, Bosnia, Iran, Iraq, Israel-Palestine, Somalia, and others, made economic concerns less pressing. And then came 9/11, once again leading the United States to emphasize geopolitical and national security concerns at the expense of economic ones. And that spilled over into trade agreements. For example, the US-Australia Free Trade Agreement was initiated in part because of the role Australia played in the war in Iraq. And agreements with Bahrain, Morocco, Oman, and Peru were all to support both economic and political interests. While some of these goals are certainly inviolable, such as preventing another 9/11, others are elective, like focusing on human rights issues in China. In fact, the number one item President Obama spoke about with Chinese President Hu Jintao when he visited the United States in January 2011 was Chinese human rights, arguably reducing the leverage that the United States might have held on pressing economic issues. This willingness to sacrifice U.S. economic and industrial interests for broader geopolitical ones generally worked as long as the United States had an unalloyed competitiveness lead, particularly in advanced industries. But the first cracks came in the early 1970s when the balance of payments crisis led President Nixon to get the United States off the gold standard. Less than a decade later, the rise of Japan and the Asian tigers, plus Germany and a handful of other European nations, raised new competitive challenges. This initially disrupted the post-war power trade consensus, with some pundits and scholars, such as Chalmers Johnson and Clyde Prestowitz, arguing that the U.S. government was wrongly sacrificing competitiveness interests on the altar of foreign policy. But by the 1990s, the stumbles of Japan, along with the rise of Silicon Valley and the U.S. information technology industry, showed to many that this was all a tempest in a teapot. As a result, the intellectual provocation was dismissed as temporary quirkiness by misguided scholars. After that, the foreign policy community continued once again advocating for the U.S. version of power trade with impunity. However, the rise of China after the mid-2000s, the resultant steep decline in U.S. manufacturing output and jobs, and the 2008 financial crisis together posed a more significant challenge to America's ability to sustain its dominant economic role. China's shift in 2006 away from low-cost commodity manufacturing to high-value advanced technology, later supplemented with its Made in China 2025 program and technology-focused 5-year plans, only exacerbated that relative weakness. However, because the belief in American economic and technological supremacy was the bedrock of post-war power trade, many in the foreign and economic policy communities continue to deny there is any decline. As Larry Summers wrote in 2019, in many ways, U.S. concerns over China and technology parallel concerns over the Soviet Union in the post-Sputnik missile gap period just before President John F. Kennedy's election in 1960, or over Japan in the late 1980s and early 1990s, when it was often joked that the Cold War is over and Japan won. But despite the denial of the Panglossians, this decline is real, and it was the source of President Trump's statement that our allies had played us for suckers. Trump asserted, in typically inarticulate ways, that if the United States had not been engaged in global power trade with the wrong strategic objectives, then the U.S. economy and especially the industrial heartland would be much stronger. The reality was that the United States was not being taken advantage of for much of the period, nor were U.S. policymakers dupes. Foreign nations may have been gaining economically, but it came at a cost of their strategic autonomy. The United States may have been gradually losing ground economically, but it was gaining global power, culminating with the American victory in the Cold War and the rise of Pax Americana in the 1990s and 2000s. But that willingness to trade off U.S. economic advantage, as well as the failure of the United States over the past 30 years to establish even a semblance of a national economic competitiveness strategy, meant that America's economic lead deteriorated. Whole industries like solar photovoltaics, telecommunications equipment, rail and machine tools hollowed out, and others, such as heavy truck manufacturing, steel, semiconductors, and pharmaceuticals, lost significant domestic production capacity. The COVID-19 pandemic further highlighted the weaknesses of American supply chains. With America now losing its overwhelming economic and technological advantage, it can no longer practice the post-war version of power trade that weakened core industrial interests. As Hirschman pointed out, power trade relies on creating dependency, and with the weakening of the U.S. economy relative to competitors, that became increasingly difficult for the United States to achieve because other nations, especially China, were becoming less dependent. By 2016, voters in many swing states thought that the post-war version of U.S. power trade had run its course, or at least that something wasn't working right, and they voted for Trump, since he promised change. Once in office, Trump and his trade representative, Robert Lighthizer, did indeed deliver change. America First meant that the United States would no longer practice power trade of any kind, especially the post-war version that aimed to spread freedom and democracy. But rather than change to a new form of power trade focused on China, they chose to mostly revert to pre-war American protectionism with tariffs and domestic content requirements as the policy tools of choice. Trump was right that it is no longer in America's interest to accept one-sided trade arrangements or unilateral export controls which favored foreign trading partners, even though he proceeded to put in place the latter to America's detriment, while simultaneously precluding U.S. exporters from deriving matching advantages in overseas markets. But he was wrong to default to protectionism, because the current trade debate is a Manichaean one between free trade and protectionism. Conceiving an alternative framework has proven difficult. While the United States practiced power trade in the Cold War era, it used its power to push for a global free trade system, democracy, and human rights. Free trade and power trade, therefore, were viewed as synonymous. Consequently, an entire generation of trade and foreign policy scholars assumed that not only was a global free trading system ideal, but even inevitable. And opponents thought protectionism was the only viable alternative. What does this all mean for U.S. trade policy? First, it means that the United States should still embrace power trade, but with the overarching goal of increasing its competitive advantage over China. Making this shift will not be easy because many in the trade and economic policy establishments will deny that national economic competitiveness is even a valid concept, having concluded in the 1990s that it was a dangerous obsession. Moreover, even when free traders have recognized the need for strong advanced technology industries, if for no other reason than national defense, many stipulate that free trade serves those interests because it not only maximizes U.S. GDP, it knits together other nations into a web of mutually dependent commerce, reducing the risk of conflict. This has long been the defense against responding to power trade with something other than one-sided free trade. As Hirschman wrote, when derided as utopians or accused of a lack of patriotism, however, free traders have usually fallen back upon the argument that foreign trade enriches a country and thus helps its defense. In addition, free traders have tried to belittle the danger of dependence pointed out by their adversaries. But free traders would be correct if they were describing a world of two-sided free trade between the United States and its democratic allies. In such a world, where the United States is endowed with capital and skills, free and open trade would in fact not only boost U.S. GDP, but enable America to specialize in higher value-added production, helping U.S. national defense. But that ideal world is far from what America confronts today. Many nations are quasi-protectionists or rapidly moving in that direction, as we see today with Europe and its protectionist calls for digital sovereignty. Most U.S. competitors have put in place robust national industrial strategies targeting key industries, many of them consistent with fair market behavior, but many not. Moreover, with China behaving as an unrepentant power trader despite facing limited global resistance in recent years, a growing number of nations, including India, are emulating its mercantilist policies. The China model provides a powerful siren call for the many mercantilists around the world. The lesson from China's largely unchallenged rise has been that nations can flout international trade rules with little consequence. Prior to China's rise, nations that wanted to indulge in mercantilist protectionism knew they were sinning, and they worried about punishment. Now the biggest sinner, China, denies it is a sinner, and casts stones instead at the American house of Donald Trump. And of course, China is a powerful, predatory power trader intent on gaining global dominance in most advanced technology industries. In such a world, two-sided free trade is not possible with a significant number of countries, and one-sided free trade for the United States means going onto the modern commercial battlefield armed with only a bow and arrows. Moreover, conventional trade theory is still grounded in the concept that trade involves commodity-based industries like wine and textiles. Examples Ricardo used to explain why trade was welfare maximizing for both parties. But for innovation-based industries, initial advantages can become sustained advantages as marginal costs of production go down, while network effects increase. And in those industries, predatory policies like subsidies and intellectual property theft can slowly starve foreign innovation-based competitors of the resources to invest in the next round of innovation. Indicative of this, World Trade Organization rules are stuck in the analog era of traditional 20th century trade in physical goods, with little to no progress on moving to the modern era with updated rules on intellectual property and services and digital trade. Moreover, U.S. trade theory and practice generally refuses to prioritize key industries as part of a new power trade policy, thinking computer chips, potato chips. What's the difference? A quote attributed to Michael Boskin, head of President George H.W. Bush's Council of Economic Advisors. Hirschman rejected this view when he wrote, long before the rise of strategic trade theory in the 1990s, the theory of imperfect competition has shown that this situation is only very rarely realized. This is why he believed international trade might work to exclusive or disproportionate benefit of one or a few of the trading nations. The theory of power trade also helps make sense of recent patterns of trade and globalization. In the linear framework of free trade versus limited trade, globalization is either increasing or it is shrinking. This has led some to argue that we are moving to a post-globalization world, where all countries are beginning to wall themselves off. This concern is usually meant to refer to a global economy that is not like the one we thought we were living in, with an inexorable movement toward tighter and tighter economic integration. But what these concerns are really getting at is that we no longer live in a U.S. power trading regime designed to bring and hold an alliance together. Rather, we are in a world of power trade, with constant thrusts and parries for advantage and protection, and one that the United States has no choice but to practice. Trade policy in the United States has reached a turning point as a rising China seeks absolute advantage across a broad range of vital industries. If the United States rejects both free trade and protectionism, and going forward adopts power trade as a strategy, what needs to be done to implement that strategy? This is the third of 3 articles which examine power trade as practiced by Germany before World War II, and by China today. The practice of U.S. power trade from 1945 to 2016, focused as it was on ensuring global market integration outside of the Soviet Union and then Russia, even at the expense of U.S. industrial competitiveness, has run its course. America's adversary today is not a sclerotic but militarily powerful foe that could inflict little or no economic damage outside of its bloc. China today is a dynamic, militarily and technologically powerful foe that can and does inflict considerable economic damage around the world, including to the U.S. economy. As such, the United States needs to shift from an approach to power trade based on advancing U.S. foreign policy interests to an approach that focuses on advancing U.S. competitive advantage against China, especially in critical advanced technology sectors. Doing so necessitates a new approach to trade strategy, including a more sophisticated and analytical role for the federal government. U.S. trade negotiation has long been premised on the notion that nations do best when they align their trade policies with market forces based on comparative advantage. In this sense, U.S. trade negotiators have often seen their role, at least in part, as helping other nations identify and advance their own comparative advantages. The endless dialogues with China under the George W. Bush and Obama administrations were a reflection of this. U.S. negotiators worked to get China to open its markets to certain U.S. industries because they believed the United States and China both would benefit. Under a new power trade doctrine that focuses on U.S. competitiveness, the assumption should be that nations know their strategic industrial interests and negotiate to achieve them. As such, trade negotiations with China should not be about achieving enlightenment or changing minds. They should be about compelling change from a position of superior power. In this sense, Trump assumed that China was not going to negotiate in good faith, so persuasion was futile and only threats backed up by action would work. While this was a better reflection of the reality of power trade negotiations, it accomplished little, in part because acting alone is no longer enough to compel China to change. Power trade also has implications for how trade strategy is developed. If the optimal domestic industrial structure and trading relationships reflect a nation's natural comparative advantage, Britain is good at textiles, Portugal at wine, and so forth, then there is no need for the state to have strong analytical capabilities. Ricardo's theory of comparative advantage was developed at a time when well more than half of nations' GDPs was a product of agricultural sectors, with 60% of Britain's labor force still in the fields. Today, agriculture contributes less than 1% of U.S. GDP, and the vast majority of economic impact derives from knowledge and technology-driven manufacturing and services industries, where comparative advantage is created, not naturally given. Moreover, in China, the United States faces a competitor who rejects even the notion of comparative advantage and instead seeks absolute advantage across all high-value, added, advanced technology industries, from airplanes and biotechnology to clean energy to critical information and communications technologies, from semiconductors to 5G equipment. When the intentional actions of nation-states are capable of creating and shifting advantage in these sectors, then the United States had better have strong analytical capabilities to understand this dynamic. But the long-standing view has been that as long as trade policy is focused on removing barriers and distortions, market forces do the rest and produce the optimal economic structure. This belief explains the lack of strong analytical capabilities in the federal government to evaluate industrial capabilities and trade interests. The United States Trade Representative's Office is not an analytical agency. It is a legalistic one, staffed principally with lawyers who deal with trade law arcana. While the U.S. Department of Commerce engages in some modest collection of trade statistics coupled with equally modest export promotion programs, it lacks analytical capabilities to understand U.S. industrial structure or domestic and international competitive forces in key industries. And while the Bureau of Industry and Security and the International Trade Commission engage in analysis, the former's is limited to narrow national security issues, and the latter's relates to trade adjudication issues and ad hoc requests for industrial and trade analysis. By contrast, trade and industrial policy focused on boosting U.S. competitive advantage requires deep analysis, both of how to generate the optimal industrial structure and also of adversaries' industries and strategies. This is why, in his 1945 book National Power and the Structure of Foreign Trade, noted development economist Alberto Hirschman wrote with respect to Germany, the amazing coherence of German policies was due, in part to detailed planning springing from economic analysis. This also explains the advantage China has developed in its vast bureaucratic apparatus governing and analyzing trade, from the National Development and Reform Commission to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology to the Ministry of Commerce, and it highlights the nature of the shift that has occurred under Xi Jinping from a China-incorporated regime to a CCP-incorporated regime, as analyst Jude Blanchett at the Center for Strategic and International Studies has articulated. This recognition explains the recent widespread calls for the Biden administration to step up its analytical capabilities when it comes to trade and industrial competitiveness in order to at least close the gap between the country's economically oriented analytical capabilities and its national security-oriented analytical capabilities. Indeed, the closest America has to that now is in the Defense Department's Office of Industrial Policy, but the focus, as expected, is defense-oriented. What the country needs is an economy-wide equivalent to the Defense Department's net assessment structure and process, which is a framework for strategic analysis involving quantitative and qualitative information to assess the current and future military power of the United States and its adversaries. The United States needs the same in-depth practice to assess the commercial power and capabilities of itself and its adversaries. In addition, while the domestic politics of trade are real regardless of the regime, free, limited, or power, they are considerably more difficult in a power trade regime. Indeed, one core challenge with implementing a competitiveness-based power trade policy is that it generates considerable domestic policy conflicts, because it requires actively promoting certain industries while sacrificing others. While such conflicts might exist in the free trade regime, the expectation is that the role of the state in adjudicating these conflicts is minimal. The government promotes free trade and reduced market barriers for all. In this world, there is a general direction of opening up, and while some negatively affected domestic interests might complain, it is in the context of a broader liberalization and opening, so their complaints have less weight. But in competitiveness-based power trade, it is clear that the state can and does play a decisive role and must choose. As Hirschman writes, conflicts between the policies implementing the different principles of a power policy with foreign trade as an instrument are conceivable and do occur. For example, a power trade-based trade negotiation would not put the chicken industry on par with the semiconductor industry for the simple reason that the latter is much more important to national security and growth, and much harder to replicate later if trade were to harm it. Nor would it shrink from a fight for strong intellectual property rights in trade agreements for industries like biopharmaceuticals because of their strategic importance vis-a-vis China. This explains why power trade has been easier to implement in non-democratic regimes where the state more easily imposes its will on industry. With its CCP dictatorship, especially now with the cult of President Xi, the Chinese state can largely ignore vested domestic interests that are a casualty of a trade war. Can even force Jack Ma, the richest person in China, to lay low for several months. It can force CCP members onto the boards or executive teams of all enterprises operating in China, whether these are domestic or foreign companies. But this doesn't mean that in America's pluralist and contentious system, more cannot be done to prioritize strategic industries in trade policy. In addition, countering China's power trade can be difficult for any nation, because so many of those countries' domestic economic interests are now dependent on China. And that is precisely what China has sought. For example, when in response to Trump's initial rounds of tariffs, China erected tariffs on U.S. agricultural products, particularly from politically important Midwestern states, China was doing what Germany had done in the first part of the 20th century. As Hirschman points out, in the social pattern of each country there exist certain powerful groups, the support of which is particularly valuable to a foreign country in its power policy. The foreign country will therefore try to establish commercial relations with these groups, in order that their voices will be raised in its favor. Given the U.S. reflexive embrace of free trade, this kind of trade reorientation obviously will be much more difficult, especially given the extent to which Beijing has now leveraged its domestic market to create dependency for certain U.S. exporters such as farming interests. Consequently, even the Trump administration asked for concessions from China to import more U.S. agricultural products. So what should be done at a policy level? First, policymakers should abandon, at least while China is controlled by the CCP, any hope that the world can be remade in the Ricardian image of free trading nations pursuing comparative advantage through fair, rules-based trade. The high water mark for that was in 2001, just after China joined the World Trade Organization, when the Doha round commenced. It has largely been downhill ever since, at least in terms of fulfilling the idealized global free trade vision. Achieving that vision was never going to be easy, because, as Hirschman writes, international trade remains a political act whether it takes place under a system of free trade or protection. Still, the belief is widespread that it is possible somehow to escape this intimate connection between international trade and power politics and to restore trade to its normal and beneficial economic functions. And if getting to deeper global integration and free trade was harder before China ramped up its power trade, it is virtually impossible now. If trying to force open the stuck free trade door is not possible, at least on a global, multilateral basis, then what should the United States do? In short, it must trade where it can, protect what it must, and embrace industrial policy as much as possible. In other words, the Biden administration should continue to seek trade liberalization with nations that are not power traders, either on a bilateral basis, such as in a US-UK agreement, on a multilateral basis, such as in a US Commonwealth agreement, or in particular sectors, such through an expanded information technology agreement, a new e-commerce and digital trade agreement, or an environmental goods and services agreement. But these sorts of agreements should be negotiated without China's involvement to ensure U.S. interests are reflected as fully as possible. The administration should also work for robust World Trade Organization reforms to better deal with China violations, as a Center for Strategic and International Studies Commission has recommended. It should also form a new Allied Nation Trade Compact that would operate outside and in parallel to the World Trade Organization. Shifting to a new form of power trading will also entail altering the meaning of President Biden's commitment to a trade policy for the middle class, which appears an amalgam of protectionism, for example, strengthened by America provisions, limited defense of U.S. economic interests, such as weakening intellectual property protection in trade agreements, and domestic spending to help those hurt by trade, all the while paring back the ambition of the prevailing U.S. power trade doctrine. While ensuring that American workers benefit more from trade is critical, the best way to accomplish that is to bolster U.S. advanced industrial competitiveness vis-a-vis China. America's middle class is not in a precarious state principally because of imbalances of distribution. It is in a precarious state because the overall U.S. economy is in a shaky competitive position. Any new trade doctrine to help the middle class should be first and foremost focused on helping enterprises, large and small, in advanced industries compete globally, especially against China. Among other steps, this means abandoning the misguided notion that certain U.S. business interests, such as intellectual property protection overseas, are not also the interest of U.S. workers. President Biden is right to focus on domestic investment and boosting competitiveness as part of any new approach to trade. For too long, policymakers believed that America did not need a competitiveness strategy to compete, partly because the country was in a superior position, and partly because of the prevailing belief that competitiveness strategies were not effective. China has largely changed that. As such, a core component of a China-focused power trade doctrine must be a domestic competitiveness agenda. The United States needs to do a better job of supporting its own advanced and critical industries through smart industrial and technology policies. But the conventional wisdom generally stops at advocating for better generic factor inputs, such as supporting high-skill immigration and increased science funding. These are necessary but woefully insufficient in confronting the China challenge. A real strategy should focus on policies and programs that change corporate strategy and decision-making in sectors key to the United States' future, in part to align these firms' interests with the long-term interests of the United States. These policies should include a much more robust research and development tax credit and a new investment tax credit, establishment of well-funded, pre-competitive R&D institutes, major investment incentive programs like the CHIPS Act focused on semiconductors, and major federal government moonshots, involving funding and massive procurement for key areas like smart cities, robotics, curing cancer and other chronic diseases, and clean energy. On the trade front, a new China-focused doctrine will entail closer collaboration between allied nations to push back against China's predatory power trade practices, including by increasing foreign aid to help developing nations avoid crippling dependency on China, by better coordinating export controls and inward investment reviews, and by collaborating on technology policy. But U.S. policymakers should have modest and realistic expectations here. Europe seems to have little stomach for anything other than exporting a few more cars to China, while South Korea and Japan are more willing to be on America's side against China. Ultimately, they will likely have to choose neutrality. Finally, with regard to China directly, the next administration needs to replace the Trump administration's shotgun style of confrontation with more carefully aimed rifle shots to advance America's strategic economic interests while constraining China's. Unless Europe fully joins the United States, or the World Trade Organization undergoes significant reform so it can take effective action against non-rule of law nations like China, it is unlikely that outside forces will be able to roll back China's rampant unfair and predatory economic and trade practices. What the United States can and should do is better protect itself against China's predatory policies. This will entail stepping up commercial counterintelligence efforts and cybersecurity to limit Chinese access to key intellectual property. It will require using the powers the Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernization Act gave the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFI-US, to largely stop Chinese investment in U.S. technology-related firms, including venture capital investments. It will mean effectively tracking Chinese companies that benefit from U.S. intellectual property theft or unfair subsidies, and limiting their access to U.S. markets. U.S. trade policy is at a turning point between one regime and another. The old, post-war regime has exhausted itself. The Trumpian alternative was a backward-looking dead end. However, the risk now is that the Biden administration's middle-class trade doctrine will make redistribution the key focus, continuing long-term decline in American economic and technology competitiveness and power. To avert that, it is time for a new China-containing power trade doctrine and regime focused on developing a sizable and sustainable lead in the key advanced technology industries central to America's future prosperity and defense. On April 28, 2017, Deutschlandfunk Radio reported the following on the topic of 100 Days of Trump: how the president is annoying Silicon Valley. When Leo Perero testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee in early 2016, the father of two was soon in tears. The IT specialist remembers the day his employer Disney informed him that he would lose his job to an employee from abroad. According to Perero, he and dozens of colleagues were told, "Your jobs have been transferred to workers from abroad. You will train your successors until they are 100% safe. Anyone who fails to do so will lose their right to severance pay." H-1B is the name of the formula that makes Perero cry. It is a program to attract top foreign talent to the USA. Around 85,000 H-1B visas are granted each year. This year, the U.S. government received 199,000 applications. The visas are therefore distributed by lottery. The work visa is valid for 3 years and can be extended for a further 3 years. Scientists, doctors, and legal experts are the usual recipients of such visas, and above all IT specialists who are desperately sought after by Google, Facebook, Apple, and others. This is why U.S. President Trump's announcement that the H-1B work visa for foreign workers is to be reformed raised eyebrows in Silicon Valley. Far away from the airy offices north of San Francisco, Trump told employees at a tool factory in Wisconsin, "Our immigration system is being abused. American workers are being replaced by foreigners doing the same job for less money." Disney, Leo Pereiro's former employer, is one of these abuses. Other companies such as Southern California Edison, Toys R Us, or Texas Instruments have also demonstrably laid off American employees, only to replace them with H-1B recipients, mostly from India, with the help of large Indian outsourcing companies, and fob them off with minimum wages. Exactly how Trump wants to change the program is completely open. Sam Hardnett is a technology reporter for KQED. Trump's vague statements are causing fears to rise that the program could implode. But it is essential to attract highly qualified people to the U.S. and give them the opportunity to gain a foothold here. One involuntarily wonders whether it is really indispensable, especially for whom that American workers are being replaced by foreign workers who then do the same work for less money and without a permanent employment contract, while the brain drain in their countries of origin is taking on ever more dramatic forms. The rare attempt by German media standards to present Trump's America First policy in a reasonably objective manner shows the ugly side of so-called globalization. Like Jorn Schultz, the foreign editor responsible for the weekly newspaper Jungle World, you can dismiss this policy as the end of the era of the free trade regime and the return of national capitalist power politics, thereby proving that you obviously understand very little about the connection between the state and capital, i.e. the critique of political economy. You can also, like Thomas Ebermann, who is always called into the fray by anti-national German leftists when they have to confirm each other's inability to criticize the status quo, proclaim with regard to Britain's withdrawal from the EU and Trump's presidency that geopolitical and economic interests, which were at least analyzable as interests, are losing weight in relation to the delusional, concrete March 2017. The only problem is that this ignores the perfectly analyzable reality that produced a Trump and a May. And because this denial of reality is garnished with equally inflationary and false accusations of antisemitism, which are not only used to untruthfully and particularly repugnantly slam Trump, but also prohibit any criticism of so-called globalization and free trade, people refuse to look up what can be read there, but not only there under the heading, the IT industry as a user of a globally unsecured labor market. The IT industry has become a pioneer through crowdsourcing, the outsourcing of contract work to freelancers on the web, and cloud working, web-based teamwork at different locations. Global players are using the World Wide Web for intellectual work, for digitizable, knowledge-intensive services. The spatial dissolution of boundaries in the labor market is intensifying the competition for jobs. Increasingly, globally and permanently competing employees, freelancers, are taking the place of employees who have traditionally enjoyed social security. This process of change is socially completely unsecured. The global markets, which are geared towards economic efficiency, shape the one-sided orientation of trade policy without a view to the social organization of working conditions in the international labor market. End quote. Crowdsourcing or cloud working and H-1B are the basis of business, especially for those sectors of the economy with which feminism, anti-racism, multiculturalism, and LGBTQ have entered into an alliance, as not Breitbart News states, but the Foucault-oriented feminist Nancy Fraser in her contribution to the Surekamp bestseller The Great Regression. It is anything but coincidental that it is precisely those modern American economic sectors, which Fraser also calls the high-tech, symbolic, and service-based economic sectors, Wall Street, Silicon Valley, the media and culture industry, etc., which on the one hand cannot present themselves as cosmopolitan, and tolerant enough, and on the other hand stand for a particular, literally limitless lack of mercy and consideration for wage laborers worldwide. Fraser, of course, can't resist using the same phrase to whitewash the new social movements as genuine progressive forces. They have been particularly vocal in their criticism of Trump and have used it to promote themselves, especially in Europe, which cannot help but catch on here in the land of cross-party Trump hatred. The American technology industry is continuing its fight against President Donald Trump's immigration policy through legal means. A group of 162 companies have filed an amicus curiae brief, unsolicited brief from a party not involved in the lawsuit, with an appeals court. The signatories include some of America's most pro-mining tech companies, including Google, Facebook, Uber, Amazon, and Snap. America proudly calls itself a country of immigrants, the document states. Trump's decree would cause considerable damage to American companies, their employees, and the entire economy. FAZ, April 21, 2017. Just a few days later, the FAZ reported a somewhat different type of damage feared in Silicon Valley. U.S. President Donald Trump wants to strengthen the competitiveness of the American economy and relieve the burden on citizens with a comprehensive tax reform. The authors of the tax plan are hoping for additional tax revenue from a clause that would allow American foreign profits to be repatriated. Corporations such as Apple and Amazon have hoarded billions in profits abroad. April 27, 2017. However, it was not only the insistence on what should actually be a matter of course, i.e. that companies pay taxes at their headquarters, that caused a stir. Germany in particular pricked up its ears when U.S. Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin not only spoke out against the otherwise obligatory anti-protectionism passage in the final declaration of the meeting at the G20 meeting of all finance ministers in mid-March, but also announced that excessive trade surpluses and trade deficits must be balanced, FAZ, March 20, 2017. With this statement, Mnuchin was not only aiming at the world export champions Germany and China with their immense trade surpluses, but also at his own economy and its import surplus, which causes a large trade deficit. Just a few days after the G20 meeting, it was confirmed just how serious the Trump administration is about this issue. U.S. President Donald Trump will issue a new decree to investigate all trade relations with the USA for violations and imbalances. Germany is also affected. The decree is also intended to investigate any violations of trade agreements. After 90 days, the results of this investigation should be forwarded to Trump as a basis for consequences. The investigations would focus on countries and products. There would be a particular focus on countries with which the USA has a particularly high trade deficit in its view. First and foremost is China. It was followed by Japan, Germany, Mexico, Vietnam, India, Thailand, South Korea, and Switzerland, among others. All free trade agreements that had not been helpful would also be examined. Manager Magazine, March 4, 2017. And this announcement was immediately followed by action. In addition to a number of foreign steel producers, the German companies Salzgitter AG and Dillinger were also convicted of price dumping, IBID. The FAZ also reports, U.S. President Trump is having his government examine whether national security considerations are forcing a restriction on steel imports. Steel is not a sector in which the United States can afford to be dependent on other countries. April 22, 2017. But where does protectionism begin? Where does free trade end, and vice versa? Setting the two in absolute opposition to each other does not do justice to the relationship between the two forms of trade policy, either historically or in terms of substance, and necessarily falls foul of liberal or anti-liberal dogma. Since mercantilism was replaced by liberalism in the 18th century, practical free trade has never been free of protectionism among all rising industrial nations. The liberal pioneer nations, in particular, the United Kingdom and the United States, have always combined their pursuit of free trade with protective and punitive national tariffs. When Friedrich Engels called Adam Smith the spiritual father of free trade, an economic Luther in his outline of a critique of national economy because he substituted Protestant rectitude for Catholic rectitude, he acknowledged with admiration that Smith had proven that humanity is also founded in the essence of trade. Engels, however, conceded this against the background of his criticism that trade was nothing but legal fraud anyway. Engels wrote, "Trade under the rule of private property must, like every activity, become an immediate source of gain for the trader. That is to say, everyone must seek to sell as dearly as possible and to buy as cheaply as possible. In every purchase and sale, therefore, two people with absolutely opposite interests face each other. The conflict is decidedly hostile, for each knows the intentions of the other, knows that they are opposed to his own. The first consequence is therefore mutual mistrust on the one side, and on the other the justification of this mistrust, the use of immoral means to achieve an immoral end. Thus, for example, the first principle in trade is secrecy, the concealment of everything that could reduce the value of the article in question. The consequence of this is that in commerce it is permissible to derive the greatest possible benefit from the ignorance and confidence of the other party, and also to ascribe to one's goods qualities which they do not possess. In a word, trade is legal fraud. That practice agrees with this theory. Every merchant, if he wishes to do honor to the truth, can testify to me, MEW 1, page 503. Marx's writing in defense of Adam Smith and David Ricardo against Friedrich List, who condescendingly called the two most important theorists of liberal free trade only the school, and whose theoretical attempt to emphasize the German cultural nation as the essential productive force that rises above the mere production of exchange values, focused on what made Smith's and Ricardo's liberalism so sympathetic to the German ideas of the closed commercial state, Fichte, or List's so-called educational tariff, the neglect of the nation in favor of the idea of world-spanning trade, which can only establish a world society worthy of its name. In his work, The National System of Political Economy, List writes, "The errors and contradictions of the school cited can easily be corrected from the standpoint of the theory of productive forces. It is true that those who raise pigs or manufacture pills are productive, But the teachers of youth and adults, the virtuosos, bagpipers, doctors, judges, and administrators are productive to a much higher degree. The former produce exchange values, the latter produce productive forces. End of quote. In the pamphlet published in 1845 under the title Über List's Buch Das Nationalsystem der politischen Ökonomie, Marx, in his support for Smith and Ricardo, had anticipated ideas that were formulated in a very similar way just 2 years later in the Communist Manifesto. Now that the majority of nations have fallen prey to the laws of haggling without regard to the political conditions of nations, the nationality of the worker is not French, not English, not German, it is labor free, slavery, self-bartering. His government is capital. His native air is the factory air. The soil that belongs to him is a few feet under the ground. End quote. Marx knew only too well that German culturalism could never be better than liberalism. It was precisely in his aversion to German Philistinism, however, that he overdid the historical philosophical hope for capital. What the nations have done as nations, they have done for human society. Their whole value consists only in the fact that each nation has undergone for the others a main destiny, main point of view, within which mankind has undergone its development, and thus after industry in England, politics in France, philosophy in Germany have been processed, they have been processed for the world, and their world historical significance, like that of the nations, has thus ceased. End quote. As is well known, this cosmopolitan hope for the end of all nations has not yet been fulfilled, that the essential progress made through nation-building had literally reached its limits, and that the best national ideas now belong to humanity as a whole. When Friedrich List objected that the school had failed to take into account the nature of nationalities and their particular interests and conditions and bring them into line with the idea of universal union and perpetual peace, and thus assumed as really existing a condition that is yet to become, then on the one hand, the naturalization or culturalization of the nation can of course be denounced as typically German, according to List, as a particular national interest and national condition. On the other hand, the critique of political economy today, unlike in Marx's time, cannot help but share List's accusation against the school that it has abstracted from the actual object. This is what we know today from anti-national leftists, who similarly only talk about state and nation in general and abstract terms, ignoring anything concrete and specific. Certainly, the hope that states and nations would automatically prove to be an anachronism on the path to a global society under the global social production relationship of capital through trade and the development of productive forces was one that, in the time of the greatest critic of classical national economics, only recognized progress as the advance towards communism, but did not have to consider the threat of a relapse behind state and nation. This, however, is the greatest threat in the globalist age, i.e. the epoch in which the continued existence of capitalist production no longer implies social progress, and which has found its most brutal expression to date in the National Socialist unstate, Franz Neumann. Not only with regard to National Socialism, but also in reaction to post-Fordism and Toyotism and the value chains that characterize them today, it would be the task of critique to present the dilemma that arises from capitalist socialization on a global scale and the impending loss of the only previously effective instruments of social struggle within the state and national framework. The prerequisite for this, in turn, can only be a critique of the nation that thinks together the general and the particular of every nation-state and does not tear it apart ideologically. This is precisely what Marx did against List when he denounced his whispering about the higher value of the particular national productive forces compared to the general capital exchange values as what was and is German. Even if, in contrast to the times of Friedrich List, this whispering no longer expressly takes place in the name of the German nation, but in a post-national quasi-delimited form, it does not turn out to be the overcoming of nationalism, but on the contrary its reaction to the defeat in the Second World War as the special relationship between the form of commodity, the form of law and the form of thought, which is the basis of the German nation. This is based on the false assumption that National Socialism was nothing other than exaggerated nationalism and that it therefore taught that the idea of the nation-state was essentially fascist anyway and would therefore be discredited forever. If Marx despised List's idealizing, phrase-believing, bombastic manner, with which he tried to suppress the fact that under capital, the real organization of society is a mindless materialism, an individual individualism, then he recognized in List the real German, who can still be found en masse as a social character today and must be at the center of anti-German criticism that deserves its name, the hollow, windy, sentimental idealism of the German citizen, behind which lies hidden the pettiest, dirtiest huckster spirit, the most cowardly soul hides itself, has come to the epoch when it must necessarily betray its secret. But he reveals it again in a genuinely German, exuberant manner. He betrays it with idealistic Christian shame. He denies wealth by striving for it. He disguises mindless materialism in an idealistic way, and only then does he dare to go after it. The German citizen is himself religious where he is industrial. He shies away from speaking of bad exchange values, for which he lusts. He shies away from speaking of competition, and he shies away from speaking of his private interest. The German idealizing Philistine who wants to become rich must of course first create a new theory of wealth that makes the latter worthy of being pursued by him. He creates an idealizing economy, which has nothing in common with the profane French and English economy, in order to justify to himself and the world that he also wants to become rich. The German citizen begins his creation of wealth with the creation of an exuberant, hypocritical, idealizing national economy. But just as the German citizen knows no better way of opposing his enemy than by attaching a moral stain to him, by suspecting his attitude, by looking for bad motives for his actions, in short, by bringing him into disrepute and suspecting him personally. End quote. With a low car import quota of only 5% market share, China has long since become the largest car manufacturer in the world. Because the country does not yet have the status of a market economy in the World Trade Organization, WTO, to which it was admitted in 2001, China is allowed to take protectionist measures to a certain extent due to its alleged infant industries. The term tariff barriers to trade has become established in economic jargon for protectionist measures such as import and export duties and state subsidies for export goods, in contrast to non-tariff barriers to trade, which officially exclude punitive tariffs and in practice exist at the level of product and production regulations, import quotas, bans, or taxes. Currently, the most prominent German victim of Chinese protectionism is the insolvent SolarWorld, the largest manufacturer of solar cells to date. Its bankruptcy is particularly serious in two respects. Firstly, for years German companies were only world leaders in solar technology because the state had subsidized and financially supported the industry. Secondly, the gradual loss of market leadership to China is due to its aggressive protectionism. Because China is about to be granted WTO market economy status and EU anti-dumping measures against China will only be permitted as long as the country has not yet been granted the status. The FAZ takes the end of SolarWorld as an opportunity to sound the alarm. It could get even worse, because the EU is in danger of losing the most important instrument it has against China: the non-classification of the country as a market economy. The EU should actually have granted China the status of a market economy at the end of 2016, as agreed when it joined the WTO. The EU has so far refused to do so. China has taken legal action against this before the WTO and will probably prevail. December 5, 2017. Given this legal situation, one might now expect the EU, with Germany at the helm, to feel as committed to free trade as it has been constantly trumpeting to the world since the change of government in Washington as a fight against Trump's evil protectionist ambitions. But we learn in the same place. In Brussels, it is assumed that the WTO will uphold the complaint in the first quarter of next year. A new anti-dumping regime must then be in force. The EU trade ministers have now taken a first step towards creating an adequate replacement and have largely followed a proposal made by the EU Commission in the fall. According to this proposal, the EU would effectively get rid of all its problems with a trade policy trick. In future, the decisive factor would be whether a country distorts prices and production costs through state intervention. Tough anti-dumping measures should be possible if a state directly controls many companies, has a direct influence on prices and production costs, or favors domestic manufacturers. End quote. One wonders how this approach differs from what Donald Trump's economic advisor Gary Cohn has formulated programmatically and authoritatively for the new U.S. government, according to Spiegel Online. The U.S. would treat other countries the way they treat us. This means, if they have no barriers to trade or no tariffs, we will have no tariffs. May 26, 2017. Tariffs here means tariff barriers to trade. If you listen a little more closely, i.e., if you don't allow yourself to be misled by the usual anti-American rhetoric, you will come across some interesting side notes. When Economics Minister Bridget Zypries met U.S. Secretary of Commerce Wilbur Ross in his Washington office at the end of May 2017, which Der Spiegel is bound to call the new heart of darkness, the Hamburg-based news magazine meekly reported that Zypries had asked Secretary Ross to level the playing field, The common enemy is China. The aggressive economic expansion of the communist rulers is aimed at buying up Western cutting-edge technology. We need to defend ourselves against this. May 25, 2017. Zypries was referring, among other things, to the Made in China 2025 campaign, with which the country has set itself the goal of buying up Western companies and know-how on a previously unprecedented scale by means of state-led and financed industrial policy. This is why economic commentators in Germany are already warning that the precious Made in Germany high-tech image is in serious danger of being lost as a unique selling point in the long term. Deutschlandfunk, April 13, 2017. If you also consider China's monstrous plans for the so-called New Silk Road, which are not only intended to finally establish a countermodel to what China calls the imposition of Western values, FAZ, May 13, 2017, but also underpins the claim to global leadership that has recently been openly asserted, only then can one appreciate the significance of terms such as China shock or death by China, which, unlike in Germany, have been present in the American public for some time, and what these terms have to do with Donald Trump's election victory. According to Wikipedia, the project includes both land and sea routes. The initiative names 6 corridors that are to be developed step by step, including the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC. 65 countries should or can participate in the projects. Financing is to be provided by the Silk Road Fund and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, with the total volume estimated at $1,100 billion. Trade with China has lost important advocates in the United States, says Daniel Eikenson, trade expert at the think tank Cato. The relationship has deteriorated since the financial crisis at the latest. The American Chamber of Commerce and Industry published 2 reports in 2009. One bundled the complaints about China's growing protectionism. Americans complained about the lack of transparency of regulation in China, difficulties in enforcing their rights, and preferential treatment of domestic competitors. The second report was even more explosive. It described a network of Chinese industrial policies with the aim of developing national champions with borrowed Western technology. A bipartisan report published in February by renowned presidential advisors and China experts warned that events related to the financial crisis have strengthened Chinese national pride and their determination to assert their own interests against neighboring countries and the United States. The report sees a sharp rise in protectionism in China since 2008, with state-owned companies being propped up and foreign companies discriminated against. The Chinese government is undermining long-standing relationships. The discrimination, at least as perceived by the Americans, has not been without consequences. Cato expert Eikenson sees the representatives of America's multinational corporations, who were China's most important advocates in the United States, as discouraged. After years of harassment by Chinese authorities, they are less willing to take sides with the country. These are not the only friends China has lost. Its natural allies, the economists, have also become somewhat silent of late. An essay by the 3 authors David Autor, David Dorn, and Gordon Hanson entitled The China Shock has contributed to this, The China Shock. The quintessence of the study is that American workers in regions that were particularly hard hit by Chinese import competition often lost out. They rarely found adequate replacements after losing their jobs, and their income generally shrank. They became ill, were less likely to find a wife, and died earlier. In short, the China shock hit American workers much harder than economic theory suggests. Since the publication of this study, economists have always qualified their positions in favor of free trade with the caveat that, in addition to its great benefits for consumers, it also produces social costs. Author Dorn and Hanson published another study in November, after the presidential election, which had it all. The battleground states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina would have voted for Hillary Clinton if they had not been so hard hit by competition from Chinese imports. This has created a new attitude towards China in America. The disappointment of American corporations and the disillusionment of economists have combined with the economic nationalism propagated by Donald Trump and some of his advisors. FAZ, April 5, 2017. What is not even conceded in this context is that the Chinese approach described is not just perceived as such by the Americans, but a very serious, objectively verifiable discrimination. If at least this concession were made to the American self-image, perhaps it would then be possible to understand why Peter Navarro, the director of the new National Trade Council Authority created by Donald Trump and author of the 2011 book Death by China, which traces Chinese trade policy in detail and calls for a different American free trade policy, is a beacon of hope for many Americans and not a crude isolationist preacher. Welt, December 22, 2016. Die Welt, which is still said to be not particularly anti-American, also gave the Yank a lesson in free trade. The reason given for Navarro's foul title was, after all, it has been a foregone conclusion in economic theory since Adam Smith and David Ricardo at the latest that free trade and globalization generally serve growth. That's more or less how they all tick, the German see-through economists and Trump critics, who naturally don't want to notice that President Obama already urged China and Germany to make fundamental changes because of their current account balances, but was rebuffed by China and Germany together. In the newspaper Die Zeit on November 11, 2010, under the headline Obama Buckles in Trade Dispute, one can read, U.S. President Barack Obama has failed in his attempt to politically curb the enormous export strength of China and Germany. German Chancellor Angela Merkel and Chinese head of state Hu Jintao let a U.S. initiative come to nothing right at the start of the G20 summit. At the meeting of the strongest economic powers, G20, on Thursday in the South Korean capital Seoul, Obama had to make do with a declaration of intent that the problem would be seriously tackled at an as-yet unspecified date. End quote. This is why the anti-national opponents of the G20 meeting chaired by Germany, who took to the streets in Hamburg at the beginning of July 2017, did not understand the message of the German Alliance Future of Industry, in which trade unions, industrial and employers associations and the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy have joined forces to modernize Germany as an industrial location in the long term and strengthen industrial competitiveness. A joint declaration by the alliance states, current protectionist measures and industrial policy interventions in favor of domestic production, including among the G20 countries, must be combated under the German presidency. www.bmwi.de. What used to be said so boldly, the main enemy is at home? Instead of wanting to join the German Future of Industry alliance against protectionism and nationalism without being asked, as the anti-national side has done so far, it would be urgently recommended to finally take the slogan seriously in the present. When technology overcame national borders a good 20 years ago, this was celebrated as proof of the emergence of the much-vaunted One World, which would finally allow all inhabitants of the earth to share in the blessings of prosperity and progress, beyond chauvinistic narrow-mindedness and thus also exclusion and war. In the meantime, disillusionment has set in and even European countries feel compelled to regulate technology transfers using the otherwise much maligned state coercion in order to maintain social cohesion. This has nothing to do with the rise of a new nationalism, but with the need to protect themselves against the threat of femdomination through the use of certain technology that can be used for imperialist purposes. Since the USA has failed as the guardian of the global order, and its technical suppliers, e.g. from Silicon Valley, have been challenged globally by growing Chinese capacities, tensions have been increasing worldwide. This is all the more true as China links its battle for markets in the high-tech and communications sector with its continued rise as a global power against the USA. If the current US-Chinese trial of strength continues to develop in this way, the FAZ fears, technology will fragment far beyond internet content and the world will split in two in this area. FAZ, May 6, 2019. Not only the newspaper for Germany, but also politicians and the inevitable experts leave it open as to which of these parts Germany should choose. In America, perhaps not the hope, but the expectation that China's decades-old, ever closer integration into the international economic and political power structure will first liberalize its economy and then its political system has been abandoned. Skepticism towards China has long been a cross-party consensus there, especially since Xi Jinping succeeded in consolidating his power as General Secretary of the Communist Party, Chairman of the Central Military Commission, and, since 2013, as President of the People's Republic. With his Made in China 2025 plan for the future, Xi Jinping has set the goal of developing the People's Republic into a leading industrialized country with hundreds of billions of dollars in state aid for 10 key industries. 1. Agricultural machinery. 2. Shipbuilding and marine technology. 3. Energy conservation and electromobility. 4. New generation information and communication technologies. 5. High-end controlled machine tool systems and robot technology. 6. Electric power equipment. 7. Aerospace technology equipment. 8. New materials and materials. 9. Advanced rail transportation equipment. And 10. biomedicine, and high-performance medical devices. According to the plan, this development will first be accelerated in the shielded domestic market and then expanded to the rest of the world. The supervisory organization SASAC, State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, which is directly subordinate to the Central People's Government, determines the paths that the individual companies must take, e.g. through bankruptcy, or the merger of a profitable company with one that is too heavily indebted, or the entry of financially strong Chinese companies or private individuals as part of a partial privatization, so that money flows into the relevant company coffers and, possibly, the expertise of a successful company helps the failing company. By 2049, China should be the world's leading industrial nation. In terms of influence and power, China always looks to the USA, which is seen as a role model for the development of political and economic power, and at the same time as the strongest power of the international hostile forces. In various models developed in China as a result of its rise for power relations in the world, China sees itself positioned against the USA, be it bipolar, all against the USA, tripolar, the USA, the EU and Asia, or pentapolar, USA, China, Japan, Germany, Russia. From China's point of view, hostile forces are trying to slow down the emerging country on its unmistakably Chinese path to a new heyday, which it sees as a challenge, especially as it has not yet reached the zenith of its power. This power is based on the power of the Communist Party and the expanding economy. In Internet Trends 2018, analyst Mary Meeker took stock of how rapidly the internet world has changed in recent years. Whereas 5 years ago, only American companies dominated in terms of market capitalization, these U.S. companies are now up against rivals that all come from China. In the current top 20, companies from the two countries are almost equally represented. 11 American corporations are matched by 9 Chinese corporations. Sad but true, no European company makes it into this top league. While the U.S. companies on this list are already very international, their Chinese counterparts are only at the beginning of their internationalization, as they first serve their gigantic domestic market with its current 700 million internet users. Manager Magazine, March 6, 2018. China has excluded American internet companies and networking platforms from its domestic market and driven forward the development of corresponding products under its own control. The network infrastructure was planned centrally, and its technical structure makes it much more effective for control and censorship than is the case in Russia, for example, which is also governed by authoritarian rule. The control of the internet and social media enables the CCP to counter Western interference to weaken itself. In order to secure its rule, it does not rely on increasing material prosperity, but has also declared the great Chinese dream of strengthening the nation to be the people's wish and obligation to integrate. For many years, modernization and development have been achieved by copying superior Western models, which has made China strong in a prosperous Asia. Today, the aim is to counter everything Western with its own. Under the Xi government, since 2013 with Xi Jinping as president and Li Keqiang as premier, a nationwide campaign was launched against Western values and Chinese ideas were propagated as guiding principles. A newly invented and immediately canonized Chinese culture and tradition serves to propagate unity internally and demarcation externally. The prescribed and apparently also widely believed harmony, which subordinates the personally special to the predetermined path of society and is also directed against regionalisms that have always been virulent and other, e.g. religious deviations, also impresses Western countries. Under Barack Obama, the turn to Asia was proclaimed as an American reaction to China's lack of liberalization and the increasing blackmail of non-biddable neighboring states in order to prevent Asia from being handed over to Chinese supremacy. When Obama finally received the Dalai Lama in Washington as an expression of the failure of his cooperative charm offensive and to save face, China celebrated its victory by threatening sanctions. The turn to Asia has failed because China has increasingly globalized its economic, trade, and alliance strategy, while at the same time flaunting its national strength and thus its willingness to engage in conflict. Chinese foreign policy does not even define what it actually wants to achieve in its conflict strategy against the countries bordering the South China Sea. It insists on indisputable sovereignty over this sea, refuses any multilateral approach to finding a solution, and confronts each littoral state individually with its military power. Beijing does not recognize decisions by the Court of Arbitration in The Hague, nor does it respect the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The USA, on the other hand, insists on freedom of navigation, which it demonstrates time and again, and supports some states in the region. However, China not only insists on its position against America in the South China Sea, it also presents itself as an opponent of the USA in American regulatory and containment actions in completely different regions, such as the sanctions against Iran due to the Iranian nuclear and missile program, against Russia after the occupation of Crimea and the war against Ukraine. Even in its attempt to undermine the power of Venezuelan President Maduro, China has been at odds, earning Xi Jinping the accusation from U.S. Vice President Mike Pence of offering life insurance for corrupt regimes. FAZ, November 30, 2018. China uses its economic ties for political maneuvering of all kinds. When a Chinese fishing boat deliberately rammed a Japanese Coast Guard boat near the Senkaku Islands, which are claimed by both countries. In September 2010, Japan's dependence on the supply of rare earths was used to get the arrested man released without conviction after the Chinese captain was arrested by the Japanese Navy. The whole world expects Chinese sanctions for government contacts with the Dalai Lama, and the awarding of the Nobel Peace Prize to the dissident Liu Xiaobo was met with a ban on the import of Norwegian fish. Another example is the first-time assumption of the chairmanship of the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, by the former Chinese Deputy Minister of Agriculture Chu Dongyu. He won the election against the European Union's candidate, Catherine Jesslin-Lenil, despite the very valid accusations of corruption and blackmail, which was also followed critically in Germany, the fourth largest contributor to the UN. To avert the foreseeable defeat, the EU spread the word that a victory for China would put the FAO's hegemonic ambitions in Africa under the mantle of the FAO. All member states would then have to co-finance China's demonstrations of power and its neo-colonial development policy via the FAO, FAZ, June 25, 2019. However, the result of this vote came about. It stands for China's strong position. For example, the country was able to initiate the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which was founded in 2015 by 57 countries and, under Chinese leadership, is pushing back American influence with the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the Asian Development Bank. It has also been able to set up its own arbitration bodies in China for Silk Road projects with the help of friendly or dependent states against the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, which provides an arbitration mechanism between investors and governments based on the legal system of the USA and European countries. China's long arm also means that below the national level, the humiliating procedure from real socialist times, the self-criticism associated with self-censorship, is being revived, as happened when Daimler CEO Dieter Zetsche and his China board member Hubertus Troika sent an official letter of apology to the Chinese ambassador because a commonplace saying from the Dalai Lama was posted on Instagram along with a long-deleted picture of the new C-class. Look at a situation from all sides and you will become more open-minded. Daimler had previously affirmed on the company's own Weibo account, China's Twitter clone, we will strive to get to know China's culture and values better, and thus adapt our behavior to the norms. Foreign Office spokesperson Geng Shuang accepted the apology as a sign of moral improvement in the context of ritualized self-criticism. Recognizing and correcting mistakes is a basic principle of all actions, not without adding, China will be more self-confident in the new era. Foreign corporations must abide by the basic rules. Zeit Online, February 15, 2018. In this way, the culture of authoritarianism is practiced as an element of calculating reason, and since this is not an isolated case, such processes can be seen as a successful export of Chinese culture. Today, the USA is pursuing a strategy of bilateral agreements while at the same time maintaining its own strength. Exercising control over its own interests also means occasionally shirking its obligations to coordinate internationally. The USA recognizes itself as the decisive global shaper alongside or against China, but no longer as the transformer. China is no longer seen as a technology copier, trash workbench, and developing country, but as a rival. It is not enough to imagine a systemic competition between a market economy and a state-controlled economy. The CCP has established a socialist market economy with Chinese characteristics, as it officially describes itself according to Wikipedia, an expertocracy and educational dictatorship with market economy dynamics. The dynamics in product development are just as proverbial as those in the destruction of the last remnants of traditional China not yet raised by the Maoists. The U.S. view of China today is more realistic, explained Robert Daly, director of the Kissinger Institute for China and the United States in Washington. The struggle for world power sounds too much like the 19th or 20th century. It no longer fits. Our economies and societies are much more interconnected today. It is a conflict of its own kind. Yes, it's not just about things like protecting intellectual property. We are demanding changes to the Chinese economic system, and therefore also to the political system. If we call on Beijing to stop subsidizing public companies, for example, then that goes to the heart of the Communist Party's governance. That almost borders on regime change. We won't get that. The conflict in the South China Sea was significant because it created a new consensus in America. When China started turning archipelagos into military bases, there was no way to sugarcoat it. That was raw aggression. China has paid a price for this because its reputation has suffered worldwide ever since. But China has prevailed. That's why people in Beijing believe it was worth it. They have created a new reality, FAZ, May 22, 2019. New realities also provide the backdrop to the current mass protests in Hong Kong, which were sparked by a proposed law that would have allowed people to be extradited to the Chinese judiciary, bypassing Hong Kong's rule of law. Previously, the central leadership had to organize kidnappings for this purpose, such as that of 5 Hong Kong booksellers who have since gone missing. The new law was also intended to punish economic crimes in particular, which would have followed the Chinese practice of strengthening the rule of the central government over the provinces as part of anti-corruption campaigns. Beijing has established the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone in the immediate vicinity of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, which not only supplies goods and electricity to Hong Kong and is home to many Hong Kong workers, but also receives foreign capital from Hong Kong for its telecommunications industry, for example. It is not only industries and workers from Hong Kong that are migrating to mainland China on a large scale. Shenzhen has now replaced Hong Kong as a major goods transshipment center thanks to a large-scale port expansion, and the financial district there is also successfully competing with Hong Kong in its core business. Shenzhen represents the future, and the leading real-time mobile phone supplier Huawei, which is based there, also stands for this. The end of the old glory and the consequences of the decline that has long since taken place are spreading fear and the feeling of being at the mercy of others in Hong Kong. The prerequisite for the fourth industrial revolution, i.e. the transition to a digital industry, is the modernization of data transmission. In the merging of information technology and industry, known in this country as Industry 4.0, a constant flow of data accompanies both the production process and the product. For anyone who generates and processes data, however, the problem is how to secure it for their exclusive use and protect it from unauthorized access. If everything is to be networked with everything else, the first step is to establish standards, data formats, interfaces, basic software, so that a manufacturer can position itself both nationally and internationally. Once the technical issue of standardization has been resolved, the dilemma of Industry 4.0 remains that, to increase one's own competitiveness against competitors, it is necessary to network with other competitors. Many companies in Germany are reluctant to modernize in this area, and China, for example, has a correspondingly large advantage where such caution can be ordered away. Economics Minister Altmaier's plan to promote the formation of German and European champions, i.e. mergers of several large EU companies, has its origins here. As the intended use of IT technology leads to a means of power of the providers over those who derive their business benefits from it, dealing with this dilemma requires consequent action by a higher power. Since in information and communication technology, the de facto control of an entire system is possible through the technical control of certain subareas, digital sovereignty must be achieved in order to increase operational security and secure the volume of data, the raw material of the future, as it is sometimes pathetically called, for one's own use. China understands this sovereignty nationally and links the social and ideological control of the Chinese with its own concept of cyber sovereignty. Each country sets its own rules for the use of the internet. To this end, it is attempting to anchor the primacy of state control in the newly emerging international law of the internet. As a European contribution to shaping this law, the European Parliament has created a new legal standard for the collection and transfer of personal data with the European General Data Protection Regulation. This makes their use subject to European scrutiny and consultation and creates a uniform European market. It is by no means a question of collecting data as sparingly as possible. On the contrary, it is intended to facilitate this. The General Data Protection Regulation is particularly aimed at American IT companies, which will now have to undergo certification under the EU-US Privacy Shield whenever they receive such data from Europe in order to comply with the law. The 5G mobile communication standard is intended to be the basis for the industry of the future, i.e. for robot cars, telemedicine, learning machines, etc. The large amounts of data required for this can only be transmitted by 50, which is supposed to be 100 times as powerful as LTE and as responsive as the human nervous system. The 50 network is part of the critical infrastructure, like the electricity or water networks, the functioning of which is subject to state supervision. As many state and non-state actors are continuously expanding their ability to carry out cyber attacks, ensuring the security of this infrastructure requires extensive precautions and constant updating. These cyber attacks have been around for a long time. The German Federal Office for Information Security, BSI, has registered an increase in reportable incidents. Attacks are not listed separately. By operators of critical infrastructure, Welt Online, February 17, 2019. The accusations made by U.S. Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, who accused China of stealing masses of classified data in large-scale hacker attacks on the United States and its allies around the world, must have had an impact on European strategies, as authorities and companies from various sectors in at least 12 countries, including Germany, were affected. Zeit, December 20, 2018. Back in 2012, an investigative report was presented to the U.S. House of Representatives on the two Chinese companies that have since gained some notoriety as suppliers of the 50 network, ZTE and Huawei. Here are some statements from its summary. The House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, hereafter referred to as the Committee, initiated this investigation in November 2011 to examine the counterintelligence and security threats posed by Chinese telecommunications companies doing business in the United States. In particular, to the extent that these companies are influenced by the state or allow Chinese intelligence agencies access to telecommunications networks, there is the potential for further economic and foreign espionage by a foreign nation-state already known to be a major perpetrator of cyber espionage. The investigation concludes that the risks associated with Huawei and ZTE providing critical infrastructure equipment to the U.S. could undermine U.S. national security interests. Any company providing such equipment, and especially any company that has access to or detailed knowledge of the architectural plans of the infrastructures, must be trusted to comply with U.S. laws, policies, and standards. In another industry, this development may not be of particular concern. If these companies seek to control the market for sensitive devices and infrastructure that could be used for spying and other malicious purposes, the lack of market diversity becomes a national problem for the United States and other countries. Contrary to what is often claimed, the U.S., Australia, and New Zealand's exclusion of Chinese providers is not about protectionism, because in none of the three countries are domestic providers the main beneficiaries. The special feature of the market for 50 is that there is no U.S. provider that covers the full technological spectrum. The alternatives to Huawei and ZTE are mainly two European companies, Nokia and Ericsson. This has of course also reached Germany. It doesn't seem reasonable to place a bet on the security of Huawei's 50 networks, especially as the main competitors Ericsson and Nokia come from the EU. Capital, January 13, 2019. In the U.S., the lack of socio-political and economic liberalization of the Chinese ruling system is seen as a lack of trustworthiness. This political reservation has an impact on differences on seemingly only economic issues, such as the intention to correct unfair trade relations or to stop the theft of intellectual property and forced technology transfer in foreign investments in China. The U.S. is concerned about its national security in its relations with China, and this must be considered separately from the trade conflict, especially since this security issue cannot be resolved bilaterally. If, for example, Germany relies on Huawei and the 5G mobile network becomes part of the military communication networks, NATO will no longer communicate with its German counterparts in this way, said the commander of NATO forces in Europe, Curtis Scaparrotti, at a hearing in the U.S. Congress. The U.S. had previously threatened to restrict intelligence cooperation if Huawei were to be involved in the development of the new mobile communications standard 50-inch, NZZ Online, March 14, 2019. In Germany, there is little talk of such security aspects, which in the U.S. are also leading to calls for greater decoupling of the U.S. economy from the Chinese economy, but all the more talk of trade war, technological war, and a new Cold War. There is also a trade conflict with Germany, Mexico, and Canada. In renegotiations of the Free Trade Agreement, formerly NAFTA under Trump, the USA has agreed with these countries that Chinese dumping steel exports, which endanger steel jobs everywhere due to gigantic overproduction in China, will no longer be accepted by the three countries. This Chinese export offensive is a consequence of the domestic Chinese construction slump and is not described as an economic war. The U.S. enforced penalties against ZTE, based in Shenzhen, whose largest shareholders include an academy of the Ministry of Aviation and the Chinese Aerospace Exploration Agency, for violating Iran and North Korea sanctions. And in the case of Huawei, allegations that the company had violated Iran's sanctions were initially the reason why the U.S. had Huawei's CFO arrested in Canada. While a violation of the Iran sanctions has not yet been proven, due to the lack of trust in the company's political representation and the discretion of the U.S. authorities regarding the actual damage, it is unlikely to be possible to prove that American security interests were deliberately violated. Huawei may be able to prove security gaps, like any company in this field, but it is unlikely to be possible to prove the unlawful collection of data and disclosure to government agencies without betrayal or loss of face for the side being spied on. A report by the Australian state news service ABC News from June 16, 2018 provides an example of how something can remain in the dark. The story begins in 2005, when BT, formerly British Telecom, embarked on a £10 billion, $17 billion, upgrade of its network. Huawei was contracted by BT to supply routers, transmission, and access equipment. Sources briefed by British intelligence agencies have told the ABC that a problem has been identified in so-called core switches installed by Huawei. These devices are the proverbial stable door for information, letting data in and out. BT noticed that these core switches were making a lot of chatter. The Government Communications Headquarters, GCHQ, the UK's intelligence and security organization, set up a Huawei Cybersecurity Evaluation Center, HCSEC, also known as the Cell, to investigate any hardware or software for the UK market at Huawei's expense. The Cell also randomly tested new hardware and software updates for the UK infrastructure for malicious code. The extent of the vulnerabilities in BT's infrastructure is not public, but the ABC understands that BT has replaced many of the core switches. BT has not confirmed this process, but as part of its security strategy, the Now BT Group has stated that it intends to remove some of Huawei's equipment from its mobile networks. Nevertheless, it is continuing to work with Huawei on innovations and is using the equipment outside of its core networks, said a BT spokesperson, Handelsblad Online, December 5, 2018. The British have a different approach to the issue of trust than the Americans. In April, The Telegraph reported on the secret decision of the National Security Council, chaired by the Prime Minister, which agreed to allow Huawei limited access to build parts of the network such as antennas and other non-central infrastructure. April 24, 2019. The former director of the British GCHQ, Robert Hannigan, had previously spoken out strongly in the Financial Times against generally excluding companies from China in the 50 expansion. He referred to the UK's National Cybersecurity Centre, NCSC, which had never found evidence of malicious Chinese state cyber activities by Huawei in its investigations, and pointed out how inefficient a blanket security ban based on national company flags is likely to be. Bourzi-online.de, February 13, 2019. However, his call to start risk management now, Wirtschaftswoche Online, February 13, 2019, remains without any concrete content and raises the independence of Chinese companies from the state to a question of faith. More worrying is the situation of countries that are dependent on international regulations because they do not have the legal and technological possibilities of cyber sovereignty. In Ethiopia, the headquarters of the African Union was financed with Chinese government money. Huawei took care of the communication technology in the building. An employee of the private Berlin-based Mercator Institute for China Studies, MERIX, is quoted as saying by the Swiss news site Watson. And from 2012 onwards, unauthorized data was transmitted to Chinese servers every night for 5 years. The role of the company has not been clarified, but there is at least the suspicion that Huawei's infrastructure may have been used for this. Watson.ch, July 12, 2018. It also remains to be seen whether the accusation of espionage for the Chinese Secret Service, which the Polish authorities made against the Huawei boss in Poland, Wei Jingw, and the IT security expert Piotr D. after their arrest in January, can be substantiated. Huawei parted ways with Wei Jingw 2 days later and appointed a confidant of Prime Minister Duda as the new CEO of Huawei Poland at the end of February. Within 30 years, the company has developed from a semi-secret IT company in Shenzhen which imported and resold switching equipment from abroad, into one of the world's leading providers of information and telecommunications technology. In the early 1980s, the Communist Party decided to modernize the country's ailing telecommunications infrastructure. And in 1996, the Chinese government passed a law restricting access for foreign telecommunications companies. By its own account, Huawei also received favorable government loans amounting to at least 30 billion euros. Huawei experimented early on with innovative organizational concepts, now operates as a private company whose shares are held by employees, and invests a lot of money in research and development, with the result that no other company from the People's Republic is a world leader with its technology. However, the dependence on semiconductors and chips from American production and software from American suppliers remains. Semiconductors are a more important import commodity for China than crude oil, accounting for more than 10% of total imports in 2017. In view of the looming conflict, China has filled its warehouses for a year, but it is questionable whether its own Chinese products will be able to replace the missing components by then. FAZ, May 17, 2019. Huawei is not only omnipresent with its products, it also maintains an extensive network of information channels and is constantly establishing new contacts. Universities such as RWTH Aachen University and research institutes such as the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft are keen to work with Huawei. At the lobby association Bitkom, Huawei heads the Communication Technologies Working Group. At the German Academy of Science and Engineering, Acatech, Huawei sits on the Senate alongside domestic top dogs such as BASF, Bosch, and BMW. Huawei is also involved in the German Economic Council and the Alliance for Cybersecurity. And that is just a small excerpt from the list. Tagesspiegel Online, January 29, 2019. The lobbying does not stop at the party conferences, where Huawei repeatedly rents stand space, for example at the SPD in 2017, the CDU in 2018, and the CSU and FDP in 2019. The opportunities offered by the German economy, which is geared towards cooperation with China, are also used for further networking. Network operators such as Vodafone, Telefonica, and Telecom are among Huawei's customers, which supplies considerable parts of the existing German 3G and 4G infrastructure. According to Wirtschaftswoche, the telecommunications group United Internet from Montebor is relying on technology from ZTE to build its own 5G network. Until 2013, there was still a German provider of fair network technology, Nokia Siemens Networks, NSN, from which Siemens, however, withdrew. Germany has thus lost the opportunity to develop its own technical infrastructure for mobile networks, and then to control it. Wirtschaftswoche Online, June 12, 2018. In order to present the extent of the cooperation as trustworthy, a test center for Huawei equipment has now also been opened in Bonn, as in the UK, in which the Federal Office for Information Security is also involved. Zeit Online, June 12, 2018. As the question of trust arises for every user of a cell phone and the internet, and the line to surveillance paranoia is easily crossed, it is at least as much about image as it is about security. Working on the image of trust is all the more important the more intensive and comprehensive the cooperation is, for example in the design of a networked Ruhr area, where the city of Gelsenkirchen has been working with Huawei for years on its development into a smart city. The projects range from public Wi-Fi services and faster communication, e.g. between the fire department and citizens, to a more efficiently coordinated city administration and, as a step towards intensified cooperation in the future, the establishment of a digital open-air laboratory. There, garbage cans will soon signal that they need to be emptied and cars will be guided to the nearest free parking space by the computer system. Duisburg, which is the world's largest inland port, plays a special role in the new Silk Road project, also wants to become a smart city with Huawei, like 160 other cities in more than 40 countries. Last year, SPD Mayor Soren Link traveled with a delegation to Huawei's headquarters in Shenzhen and was shown a model smart city. The company has turned the Longgang district with several 100,000 inhabitants into a fully networked model smart city. Almost everything there is equipped with electronic sensors, and a good 41,000 cameras monitor the district. Everything is connected. Everything is evaluated by artificial intelligence. The collected data flows together in the command center, the brain of Longgang. The results are overwhelming. According to the city administration, crime has fallen by 28.8% within a year, which was achieved with complete video surveillance. Better communication within the authorities has halved waiting times in the offices. The all-encompassing nature of the Longgang model can be seen in seemingly small things such as the streetlights. Not only is the street intelligently lit, dimmed when no one is there, there are also surveillance cameras in the lantern. It also checks the air quality, provides free Wi-Fi, and is equipped with an emergency button, FAZ Online, March 27, 2019. However, the spokesperson for the mayor of Gelsenkirchen does not counter the now more frequent critical questions about the company's dealings with Huawei with rhetoric of trust, but with widespread fatalism. Huawei is inexpensive, a technical leader, and has won the public tenders. And what would be the alternative? Cisco? IBID. According to the Snowden papers, the American Foreign Intelligence Service NSA used devices from the American manufacturer Cisco for espionage by stopping the devices in transit and installing backdoors to intercept data. Although Germany has repeatedly been the beneficiary of American intelligence findings, the knowledge that it is itself the subject of American reconnaissance has also led to a certain amount of indignation. In 2014, Germany was still basking in its exclusive bilateral relations. Germany and China want to cooperate more closely in the field of modern digital industrial technologies. Economics Minister Sigmar Gabriel, SPD, and the Chinese Minister for Industry and Information Technology, Miao Wei, signed a corresponding declaration of intent on cooperation in intelligent manufacturing this Tuesday in Beijing. This is about the digital networking of industrial production, Industry 4.0. We want to breathe life into the innovation partnership between Germany and China that was agreed in 2014, said Gabriel after the signing. Miao Wei spoke of a stage victory and a new phase of industrial cooperation between the two countries. FAZ Online, July 14, 2015. A year later, the tone had changed considerably, and Gabriel announced a tougher stance towards Beijing in order to protect German and European technologies from being sold off. Germany is one of the most open economies in the world. It is all the more difficult for us that direct investments by European companies in China are becoming increasingly difficult and are only permitted under discriminatory conditions, while China itself is going on a shopping spree with a long list of interesting companies, with the clear intention of acquiring key strategic technologies. Welt Online, October 29, 2016. The Federal Ministry of Economics then also blocked the sale of chip system manufacturer Aixtron to Chinese investors, 2016, which had already been classified as unobjectionable. And when Chinese energy giant SGCC wanted to acquire a stake in electricity grid operator 50Hertz, the German government prevented this, 2018. Until 2015, the rule of law dialogue and the human rights dialogue with China provided the facade for the relationship, which was upgraded to a comprehensive strategic partnership, Osweiertiges-amt.de, in 2014. But this view changed due to China's plans for the future. This is a serious challenge to the established industrial nations. If China succeeds in implementing its plans, the country will become an equal competitor for Germany in the cutting-edge technology sector. Composure is not appropriate, above all because China is going on the offensive, especially in industries that form the backbone of the German economy. Here, China wants to modernize its production facilities and replace foreign technology imports with its own innovations, wrote Die Zeit, Online, May 27, 2015, for example. It is often even claimed that China has copied its Made in China 25 strategy from the German Industry 4.0 concept, without looking into the question of what this might mean for German plans. Having long been persuaded of Chinese dependence in technology development, people are now disillusioned and offended by the brash Chinese. In fact, China is forcing foreign investors into joint ventures as part of the so-called concubine model. There are numerous complaints that technical knowledge has been diverted from such joint ventures. Often even exact duplicates of Western factories are created. FAZ, April 16, 2018. It is not only car manufacturers that now have Chinese joint ventures, which is why parts of German industry are now calling for a new strategy in dealing with China as an important trading partner and competitor. The Federation of German Industries, BDI, is calling on companies to reduce their dependence on the Chinese market. Handelsblatt Online, October 31, 2018. The chairman of the CDU/CSU parliamentary group in the Bundestag, Ralph Brinkhaus, sees the need to defend the basic economic order. When countries like China pursue a very sophisticated and sometimes aggressive industrial policy, we have to react and formulate our position. We like to talk about a defensive democracy, But we also need to talk about a defensive market economy, FAZ, May 20th, 2019. The FAZ is also combative. Today's Chinese foreign trade and credit policy would certainly elicit an admiring comment from a European imperialist of the late 19th century, November 29, 2018. It has now been recognized that China is not only setting the agenda in its own country, but also increasingly in the European core area. It is not coming along as a disciplinarian with convergence criteria and deficit procedures, but is undermining Germany's position in the EU with its cornucopia and offers of cooperation. The exogenous influences should actually help to overcome the internal divergences and impositions, but what should have welded the Europeans together is now plunging them even further into an existential crisis. Although all EU states are calling for China to open up to European companies just as much as vice versa, 14 EU states, from Italy and Portugal to Greece, Hungary and Poland, are involved in the Silk Road Initiative, which prevents any common strategy towards China. On the contrary, the bilateral ties following the example of Germany in 2014 ensure that no position independent of Chinese interests is adopted. For example, access to the Chinese market for German companies cannot be linked to the threat of restricting Chinese companies in the European market. Understandable in principle but somewhat helpless in tone, the European Commission is now also taking a tougher stance towards China. With the help of the EU Authority for Network Security, ENISA, it wants to identify overarching risks in order to agree joint steps against them. It has also warned the member states to only consider companies that guarantee the security of mobile networks when tendering for frequencies for the 5G network. Finally, the Commission has presented a paper entitled EU-China, a strategic outlook, which expresses a political course correction towards the EU's most important trading partner. China is no longer only described as a cooperation partner, but also as an economic competitor and, for the first time in an EU document, as a system rival pursuing alternative regulatory models. Handelsblatt Online, 29. 3.2019. However, the new activism against Chinese impositions in itself paints a false picture. Criticism of China can only be voiced if the USA is also named as a related and dangerous rival in the same breath. CDU MP Brinkhaus, for example, wants to use his defensive market economy not only against the People's Republic, but also against the Federal Republic. It is also about finding a way to curb the market power of large platforms such as Google and Amazon with regard to data. FAZ, May 20, 2019. Nils Schmid, foreign policy spokesman for the SPD parliamentary group, sees Germany and the free world as being torn between two totalitarianisms. To put it bluntly, the state in China could do what Google, Facebook, and company do in the Western market economy. In dystopian terms, the world would then have the choice between a status totalitarian and a private totalitarian economic order. International Politik, May 2018. The Tagesspiegel Online expresses a similarly equidistant and fatalistic view. It is about accusations of espionage, links to the Communist Party, and, last but not least, which superpower is more likely to offend the German government. That of the past or that of the future, America or China, January 29, 2019. It is clear that Europe feels it is facing a crisis of confidence, which was of course brought about by the USA. Quote, the Trump administration, however, is now pushing for an economic decoupling between the West and China, not just for 5G but for high-tech products in general. Global supply chains with Chinese involvement should give way to trusted markets within the West. But then the question arises for the Europeans. Can the competitor, which is technologically weak in many areas, trust the hegemon USA? Zeit Online 6.12 and Tagesspiegel Online, August 12, 2018. This much is already certain. The German government will not ban the Chinese network operator from the mobile networks in Germany. Instead, the Federal Network Agency is to work with the Federal Office for Information Security, BSI, to formulate requirements that will then apply to all network equipment suppliers. To this end, the Catalog of Security Requirements in the Telecommunications Act, TKG, is to be amended. The adoption of the TKG, which is intended to ensure the protection of telecommunications secrecy, for example, marked the end of the federal government's telecommunications monopoly. In future, the suppliers of network operators are to have their products certified under security aspects and provide security guarantees. Heise Online, December 2, 2019. What remains of the security discussion is an anti-discrimination regulation for network equipment suppliers. In February 2019, Economics Minister Altmaier announced his National Industrial Strategy 2030 to secure and regain economic and technological competence, competitiveness and industrial leadership at national, European, and global level in all relevant areas. These national ambitions for European and global leadership do not represent a strategy against Chinese impositions, but rather a strategy to counter the lead that China and the USA have gained, particularly in the areas of telecommunications technologies, the Internet and digitalization. National Industrial Strategy 2030. 12. Until now, the EU's industrial policy has pursued the goal of ensuring favorable framework conditions for industrial competition within the EU as well, but now, according to the Tagesspiegel, Europe could be facing a paradigm shift in economic policy. The traditional role of the state, which only sets guardrails but otherwise stays out of the economy, no longer works, said the German Chancellor. Emmanuel Macron also underlined this insight in his guest article published in 28 European newspapers. We need to reform our competition policy and realign our trade policy, writes the French president. He proposes preferential treatment for European companies, as the USA and China do, and calls for companies that undermine our strategic interests and our essential values to be punished. A central point here is the creation of large European corporations. Tagesspiegel Online, May 3, 2019. Germany, whose share of the total gross value added generated by the manufacturing industry of all 28 EU member states was over 30% in 2017, would also have a special role to play in the creation of large European corporations. Facts are already being created in European battery production and also in development-motivated collaborations, such as that between BMW and Daimler for the joint development of driver assistance systems. According to Merkel and Altmaier, EU competition law is to be amended to create European global players so that the EU Commission cannot impose a ban again, as it did with the planned Franco-German rail merger between Siemens and Alstom. German SMEs are vacillating between a fear of Chinese buyers and the fear that they are becoming more and more like China with their state industrial policy. The prospects for Europe are therefore not bright, which is why a capital market strategist from the world's largest asset manager BlackRock, Martin Luck, recommends the United States and China are currently wrestling for supremacy in the world. Europe is on the sidelines, preoccupied with itself. Even if the trade conflict between these two superpowers currently seems threatening, Luck assumes that it could ultimately lead to lower rather than higher tariffs in both markets. In this respect, investors should rather focus on shares from these two markets. FAZ, November 12, 2018. Since the pioneering work of the China champion Helmut Schmidt, the oldest cultural nation in the world, and its own have moved closer together, a bond that would be unthinkable with the uncultured USA. While there has been much discussion about China, German SMEs have expressed their attitude in a recently completed survey of 2,000 managers of companies with an annual turnover of at least €2 million conducted by the Commerzbank Forsa Institute. The survey again identified a paradigm shift, this time in the assessment of trading partners. SMEs previously rated stable economies as less reliable. Emerging economic powers receive more trust instead. In light of Trump and Brexit, 30% of respondents rated the economic policy environment in China as good to very good, while 17% rated it as good in the USA and only 8% in the UK. Michael Ruther, member of the board of managing directors at Commerzbank, tried to recognize the foresight of German managers in the results. This extremely remarkable development will also influence the investment activities of German companies in the medium term. The American economy is currently still doing well, and German companies are also investing heavily, partly in response to Trump's policies, such as his reform of corporate taxation. However, Ruther considers this to be a flash in the pan. FAZ, May 28, 2019. The fact that the light comes from the east was already known to the German Maoists, whose insights are being absorbed by economic leaders, as well as ideologues, for whom Gunther Lachmann's AfD-oriented website is a prototypical example. Quote, China offers itself as a support for economic and political players who want to escape neoliberal constraints. Although old dependencies are being exchanged for new ones, these are primarily of an economic nature and do not imply any interference in domestic affairs. Under Chinese leadership, a growing bloc of states will emerge that turn away from profit maximization as the sole purpose and motive of economic activity. In contrast to neoliberal endeavors, Each country is granted the freedom to determine its own political system and economic model. It can restrict the movement of capital and impose tariffs to protect national producers. Immigration can be limited or encouraged. Mind you, this new competition between systems does not concern social orders, but the principles of how states deal with each other. One side strives for dominance through political influence and economic pressure, while the other strictly adheres to the international law principle of non-interference. In the first case, the primary goal is unrestricted market access for global corporations. In the second, the preservation of state sovereignty. A shift away from neoliberalism under the aegis of China has already begun in many places. End quote. The article was written by regular Freitag author Bernd Morawski and was also published on heise.de, March 29, 2019. Germany came through the health challenges of the first coronavirus wave relatively unscathed in spring 2020, especially compared to its European neighbors. Nevertheless, the German economy has been hit hard by the crisis. However, this is not because the German government has spent too little money on stabilization. On the contrary, the German crisis package has been significantly larger than in other European countries. The particular reason for the collapse of the German economy during the coronavirus crisis compared to other countries is exports. The German economy is extremely export-heavy, and its dependence on foreign trade is much greater than that of all other major industrialized countries. Since most of the most important sales countries for German products suffered a greater slump than Germany during the coronavirus crisis, the rescue package was unable to fundamentally stabilize the economy, even though it was strongly geared towards supporting industry. In order to understand the extreme export-heavy nature of the German economy, it is particularly useful to differentiate between various national growth models. From this perspective, the German economy has developed over the last few decades into an economic model in which growth is disproportionately dependent on exports. Politically, too, Germany is dominated by a broad social coalition that is very strongly oriented towards the export model. Accordingly, the rescue package was also particularly geared towards supporting industry. The politically weaker organized losers of the corona stabilization measures are mainly found in the domestic sectors, from the small self-employed to a large number of service providers and cultural workers. Irrespective of these very problematic distributional effects of the coronavirus crisis, the question of the future of the German export economic model also arises. It was already in crisis before the outbreak of the pandemic. The weakening of our export markets will deepen this crisis. It is therefore to be feared that the extreme reliance on exports will prove to be even more of an Achilles heel for the German economy in the future. This is all the more true as Germany has regularly responded to economic crises and growing unemployment in the past by further intensifying its export model, in particular by reducing wages and cutting costs. Even after the coronavirus crisis has been overcome, the export model can be expected to be intensified, in particular through a rapid reduction in the sharp rise in government deficits through austerity, limited public spending, and by foregoing wage increases. In October 2020, Gesamtmetall already announced that higher wages were not realistic this year or next year, and that surplus work without full wage compensation was required instead. However, as austerity and wage cuts would be exactly the wrong way to go in the future, now is the right time to have a fundamental debate about the direction of the German economic model. But let's start in the present. A comparison between the health and economic impact of the coronavirus crisis is a good example of the extent to which the German economy's focus on exports is responsible for the current crisis. The export focus is not a new phenomenon, and it has not only been a serious problem in the context of the coronavirus crisis, but for several decades. However, the development during the corona crisis shows the problems of the German economy in a particularly vivid and topical way. Compared to neighboring European countries, the health consequences of the coronavirus crisis during its first wave, spring 2020, were relatively mild in Germany. The number of infected people in relation to the population was low by European standards. The number of deaths in relation to the population was even lower compared to other European countries. According to these indicators, Germany was far less affected by the crisis in the first wave than Belgium, the UK, Spain, Italy, Sweden, France, or the Netherlands, for example, according to an analysis by the Scientific Institute of Private Health Insurers, WIP, from July 2020. The lower case numbers were achieved primarily in addition to the luck of advance warning due to the earlier outbreak in countries such as China, Italy, and Spain by means of a comparatively well-funded healthcare system, not by a harsher lockdown than in neighboring countries. The German healthcare system is relatively well funded by European standards, even if large parts of the nursing staff and doctors in Germany were already working at the limits of their capacity before the coronavirus crisis. According to the WIP study, Germany is ahead of the rest of Europe in terms of indicators such as the number of hospital beds or intensive care beds per 100,000 inhabitants, but is still above average in terms of staffing capacity. Particularly in countries such as Greece, Italy, and Spain, the austerity policy imposed by the European institutions since the euro crisis has led to considerable cuts. Only in terms of workload is the situation in Germany decidedly critical in a European comparison. But here, considerable capacity was freed up during the coronavirus crisis by postponing non-urgent operations. The lockdown, at least in the first wave of the crisis until May 2020, was tougher in many neighboring countries than in Germany, according to the WIP study. Belgium, France, Italy, and Spain, for example, had much more severe restrictions. The lockdown also began earlier in neighboring countries, particularly in Italy. There, the closure of all non-essential businesses was ordered on March 21, 2020, while in Germany only parts of the retail trade, the catering industry, and some service sectors were affected. German industry, on the other hand, was allowed to continue production. Although Germany came through the first wave of the health crisis comparatively mildly and did not restrict the economy as much as many other countries during the lockdown, the German government immediately presented an unprecedentedly extensive package of measures to stabilize the economy during the coronavirus recession. This first package, Corona Shield for Germany, includes the most important planned expenditure, initially 100 billion euros for state investments, 23.5 billion euros for the extension of short-time working benefits in 2020, and 18 billion euros in emergency aid for small businesses. Maximum budget 50 billion euros, although only a small amount had been drawn down by November. In June 2020, bridging aid for SMEs, 25 billion, and a temporary reduction in VAT, 20 billion, were added as key additional measures as part of an economic stimulus package, alongside a number of smaller measures such as a child bonus and a reduction in electricity costs. The Brussels think tank Bruegel puts the total volume of planned expenditure at all levels of government in both packages at 284 billion euros. In addition, there are extensive guarantees for loans, in particular 400 billion for direct state guarantees and 356 billion via the Kreditanstalt für Wiederaufbau, KfW. Both expenditure and guarantees by the federal government are supplemented by measures by the federal states, with a volume of 18 billion euros, expenditure, and 75 billion euros, guarantees, respectively. According to Bruegel, the total volume of guarantees from all levels of government amounts to 832 billion euros. In addition, there are around 250 billion in tax deferrals. However, the latter can only be estimated very roughly. In a comparative European study by Bruegel, the German package clearly stands out in terms of its financial volume, at least until the fall of 2020. The direct German fiscal package, i.e. government spending, amounts to 8.3% of gross domestic product, GDP, and is therefore significantly higher than that of all other Western European countries, such as Belgium, 1.4%, France, 4.4%, Italy, 3.4%, the Netherlands, 3.7%, and Spain. Only the UK roughly reaches these dimensions with 8% of economic output. Then there are the credit guarantees, which, according to Bruegel calculations, account for another 24.3% of annual economic output. Here, too, Germany has, potentially, taken on considerably more money than its neighboring countries, for example in comparison to France, 14.2%, the Netherlands, 3.4%, Spain, 9.2%, and the UK, 15.4%. Only in Italy are these guarantees higher at 32.1%. The significantly higher German Corona aid has already led to concerns within the EU Commission that this will significantly distort competition in the European Union in Germany's favor. EU Vice President Margrethe Vestager already expressed her irritation in May 2020 that half of the Corona aid approved by the Commission for the whole of Europe was allocated to Germany alone. Based on the health data, the relatively late and mild lockdown by international standards, and the particularly extensive economic stimulus package, one would assume that Germany's economy has come through the first wave of the coronavirus crisis far better than those of its neighboring countries. But this is not the case. According to Eurostat, the slump in economic output in the second quarter of 2020, the core quarter of the first coronavirus wave, amounted to 9.7%, which is higher than in the Netherlands, 8.5%, and only slightly lower than in Belgium, 12.1%, Italy, 12.8%, and France, 13.8%. Only in Spain, 18.5%, and the UK, 20.4%, was the slump significantly greater. Most economic observers had not expected such a sharp slump and had to revise their forecasts several times. Moreover, the time of true reckoning is still a long way off, especially as the first wave did not remain the only wave. In many respects, the German economy has been virtually frozen in order to get it through the coronavirus crisis. This applies in particular to the short-time working allowance and the suspension of insolvency regulations. Both measures have now been extended until the end of 2021. Only then will it be possible to see how deep the damage to the economy really is. Both a major wave of insolvencies and a sharp rise in unemployment are still possible. The cause of the sharp slump in the German economy in the first wave of the coronavirus crisis clearly lies in the crisis in the export sector. The greater burden on the German economy from abroad compared to Germany during the first coronavirus wave becomes clear when analyzing the components of economic demand. According to the Federal Statistical Office, exports fell by around 22% year-on-year in the second quarter, and investments in equipment, particularly important in the export industry, especially machinery and vehicles, fell by as much as 28%, while private consumer spending only fell by 13% and construction, 1.4%, and government spending even rose slightly, 3.8%. Foreign trade problems were initially caused by an interruption in German industry's supply chains. For example, due to the lack of primary products from China or Italy. Much more serious, however, were the slump in exports, which fell by around 30% in April 2020 compared to April 2019, the sharpest reduction since foreign trade statistics began in 1950, according to the Institute for Macroeconomics and Business Cycle Research, IMK. The manufacturing sector's share of value added in Germany fell by a quarter, while production in the automotive industry was cut by as much as 75% in April 2020. With the USA, the UK, France, Spain, and Italy, most of Germany's key export markets have been hit particularly hard by the pandemic. Only China offers some hope thanks to its relatively rapid recovery. A systematic study by the German Economic Institute, IW, estimates that exports amounting to a good 160 billion euros go to high-risk countries and a further 490 billion euros to medium-risk countries. A significantly higher risk than in Germany, i.e. a considerable proportion of German exports, 1,200 billion euros in 2019. High-risk and high-risk countries are particularly relevant as export markets for the automotive, mechanical engineering, and electrical industries. In addition to the coronavirus cases, the general economic situation in the exporting countries is also important for assessing the consequences for the German economy. Based on the still relatively optimistic growth forecast published by the International Monetary Fund, IMF, in April 2020, the IW estimates that 52.3% of German exports will go to countries that expect a slump in economic output of more than 6% in 2020, 34% to countries with a contraction of between 3% and 6%, and only 13.3% to countries with little or no contraction. However, there are many more reasons for the slump in German exports during and after the coronavirus crisis than the health consequences and the immediate economic crisis, as Heiner Flassbeck explains. The currencies of developing and emerging countries, and even the US dollar against the euro, are significantly devalued, meaning that their purchasing power in relation to German goods is significantly reduced. These countries will now have to pay more attention to their foreign debt, which will reduce their options for purchasing German products. To make matters worse, the prices of raw materials, the most important export goods for many developing and emerging countries, are falling during the economic crisis. In addition, German industry prefers to sell goods that are not a priority in the coming crisis years, such as luxury cars or new machinery. The existing ones will not be used to capacity. These are very poor prospects for the German export industry. Most other economies will not be as disrupted by a slump in international trade as Germany. No matter which metric you use, the German economy is much more export-driven than any other economy of comparable size. If you want to understand today's German economy, there is no way around its export orientation. The export orientation of an economy is conventionally measured by the export ratio, i.e. the ratio of exports to gross domestic product. Although this measure is problematic, GDP only includes the balance of exports and imports, The extreme export orientation of the German economy nevertheless becomes clear in an international comparison. The value of exported goods and services in relation to GDP in Germany was 46.9% in 2019, which is significantly higher than our European neighbors France, 31.3, the UK, 31.5, Italy, 31.6, or Spain, 34.9, and around 3 times as high in relation to Japan, 17.5, and the USA, 11.7. Germany is also well ahead of all these countries in other measures such as the Bertelsmann Foundation's Foreign Trade Dependency Index and the degree of openness documented by the Ministry of Economics. However, it is not possible to draw direct conclusions about the relevance of the export sector for the economy and labor market from these rough indicators. Andra Garber and Marcus Schreier refer here to the export dependency ratio in the national accounts, which shows what proportion of gross domestic product was induced by exports. According to the Federal Statistical Office, this is around 27% in Germany. According to estimates by the Federal Agency for Civic Education, the proportion of jobs that depend on exports as a whole has also been a good quarter in recent years, in line with the export dependency ratio of the workforce calculated by the Federal Statistical Office, albeit with a long-term upward trend. According to the German Institute for Economic Research, DIW, it used to be significantly lower, at just 16% in 1993, for example. Despite the fact that the German economy is very export-oriented by international standards and has also grown considerably, even today only around a quarter of the economy works for export and 3/4 for the domestic economy. So why is the downturn in exports having such a strong impact on the economy as a whole? In order to understand the now extreme focus on exports and the severe impact on the German economy during the coronavirus crisis, but also its long-term perspective, a new direction in political economic comparative capitalism research, i.e. the discipline that deals with the differences between national economic models, which operates under the heading of differentiating between growth models, is particularly useful. The core of the distinction between different growth models, as pursued by Lucio Bacaro, director of the Max Planck Institute for the Study of Societies in Cologne, Engelbert Stockhammer of King's College London, Eckhard Hein of the Berlin University of Applied Sciences and Enk Hassel of the Hertie High School, is to differentiate between national economies in terms of their main economic drivers. In particular, the growth model perspective within comparative capitalism research, which was largely formulated by Lucio Bacaro and his political science colleague Jonas Pontusson from the University of Geneva, can help us very well to explain the current problems of the German economy. A general advantage of comparative capitalism research is that it can analyze the complex interaction of different policies and institutions in relation to a national economy, rather than focusing narrowly on one economic aspect, as much of modern economics does. While earlier approaches to comparative capitalism research, varieties of capitalism, focused unilaterally on the supply side of the economy, this research direction now also includes the demand side. And as part of political economy, comparative capitalism research is not only concerned with the right economic policy recipes, but also with the political background and opportunities for implementation. The starting point of Bacaro and Pontusson's research is that in today's economies of industrialized countries, the economic demand generated by investment and wages no longer ensures sufficient growth, in contrast to the first 3 decades of the post-war period. In order to stimulate growth despite this, modern economies have developed alternative strategies. One of these strategies is based on driving the economy primarily through household consumption. As wages today are no longer sufficient for adequate consumption, households are allowed to take on relatively light debt, for example to buy property. The alternative strategy, on the other hand, involves mobilizing the necessary demand from abroad, i.e. relying heavily on exports. According to Bacaro and Pontusson, European countries have made use of these strategies to varying degrees. In recent decades, the UK has relied entirely on the strategy of debt-financed consumption. Germany has just as clearly relied on the export strategy. Sweden has combined both strategies as part of a more balanced growth model, and Italy has not pushed growth through either debt-financed consumption or exports. The country's strategies are complementary. Germany and Sweden would have been able to export far less if countries such as the UK had not absorbed these exports through their consumption strategy. An export-led growth model like Germany's, at least since the late 1990s, requires a number of interlocking elements to be successful. The core elements include a large industrial sector, a system of institutionalized wage moderation, and a system of fixed exchange rates. The latter 2 institutions are essential for long-term success through low export prices. Wages and prices are in fact closely linked, so wage moderation leads to low prices, including for exports. Without a system of fixed exchange rates, successful exports would lead to high demand for the national currency, which would then appreciate against other currencies and negate the export successes through the correspondingly higher prices in international currencies. The disadvantage of a clearly export-oriented growth model, for large parts of the population, is that domestic demand is relatively weak due to the wage moderation required for the export of price-sensitive goods. There is a clear conflict of objectives here between consumption and price-sensitive exports. An extreme export model is necessarily linked to phenomena such as wage moderation and fiscal austerity. In the case of price-sensitive exports, a stimulation of domestic demand, for example via higher wages or credit-financed investments, would otherwise ensure that these exports would collapse as they would become too expensive. Particularly affected by wage moderation in extreme export models are those employees who work in simple services, for example in retail or catering. By decoupling such services from industrial companies and collective agreements, and the associated wage reduction, highly skilled workers in export sectors could be persuaded to settle for moderate wage increases, as their purchasing power would remain the same or even increase. A balanced growth model largely avoids these problems. It stimulates the economy through both domestic demand and exports. This means that in addition to strong exports, consistently solid wages and high government spending are also feasible. However, this is only possible if exports are comparatively less price-sensitive. Backero and Pontusson assume that this is the case in Sweden, where they have recently been increasingly based on high-quality knowledge-intensive services and the IT sector. In order to be stable in the long term, the growth models, which have historically been found rather by chance, must be politically and institutionally secured. Institutionally, this is achieved through institutions such as the wage negotiation system or exchange rates. Politically, from Backero and Pontusson's point of view, leading sectors set the direction. In the case of Germany, particularly the automotive industry and mechanical engineering, based on a cross-class coalition of employers and trade unions. From this perspective, we can easily explain the fate of the German economy during the coronavirus crisis. Since the German export-driven model gets most of its growth impetus from abroad, it was bound to be hit hard in a crisis that affected its most important trading partners. This is true even in a situation in which the federal government has spent a lot of money on stabilizing the export economy, and clearly a disproportionate amount when you consider that only around a quarter of Germans work in the export sector. As might be expected from the perspective of the growth models and their political support coalition, the focus of the benefits of the economic packages adopted by the federal government in 2020 in the first wave of the corona crisis, protective shield and economic stimulus package, was on supporting industry, especially the export sectors. In an international comparison, there is an internal logic between the growth model and the focus of the rescue package, according to Mark Blythe. While in the consumption-driven British growth model, the focus of the rescue package was on stabilizing domestic demand via the general guarantee of 80% of salaries. The focus in the German case was on stabilizing the export industry. This was already the case during the global financial crisis of 2008-09, when the scrappage scheme in favor of the car industry was the core of the rescue package. Many of the most financially costly measures can once again be used most by large industrial companies, be it the investment fund or the loan guarantees. The short-time working allowance also benefits well-paid employees in the export industry much more than moderately paid workers in many service sectors. In low-paid service jobs, on the other hand, the loss of income associated with the short-time working allowance, only 60 or 67% of the net salary is replaced, is much more likely to cause difficulties for the family budget. According to a report in Der Spiegel, there is also a particularly high level of short-time working in the traditional export sectors of metal processing, mechanical engineering, and the automotive industry in the rich southern states of Bavaria and Baden-Württemberg. However, the owners of the relevant export companies benefit particularly from this measure, as it allows them to flexibly adjust employment to demand, as Thomas Sablowski argues. Small companies, freelancers, and solo self-employed people in the domestic sectors, whose existence is threatened much more quickly, are left empty-handed in many first-round aid programs, as are mini-jobbers. They are the ones left alone, according to Michael Kroger and N. Seith. This also particularly affects local service industries, where lost revenue cannot be made up, in contrast to industry, which can at least produce in stockpiles. Despite the lack of income, many running costs remained for these entrepreneurs during the coronavirus lockdown, for example for staff, rent, or leasing the company car. The grants available for microenterprises in the first round, 9,000 or 15,000 euros, are then just a drop in the ocean, especially as the bureaucratic process is often chaotic. In addition, there is still not enough money for the self-employed person's day-to-day living expenses, their entrepreneurial salary, their health insurance, or their pension. The remaining alternatives of taking out loans, where it is unclear whether they will ever be able to pay them back, or applying for Hartz IV, are also not particularly attractive, meaning that many of these entrepreneurs are more likely to stop their business. Women and their areas of employment are also among those who are being neglected in the German government's initial coronavirus rescue packages, not to mention the burden of additional care work. While the more male-dominated sectors of export industry have been relatively well considered, there is a lack of similar funding for the female-dominated health and care professions, as pointed out, for example, in a position paper by the German Council for Sustainable Development. In addition, women are particularly affected by rising unemployment. 4 of the 5 professions particularly affected are disproportionately held by women: sales, cleaning, food preparation, and secretarial work, according to André Wolf in the Wirtschaftsdienst. Little consideration is also given to local authorities, which are not only responsible for financing many of these service jobs, but also for the majority of public infrastructure investments, for example in schools, roads, and climate protection. This support for domestic demand is not provided, although such investments have particularly high multiplier effects and positive expectation effects for private companies, especially in times of crisis. As Tom Krebs points out, municipal trade tax revenues will also collapse drastically in the coming years, as a report for the German Association of Cities shows, even if they are still secured in the package for 2020. As a result, and due to the slump in commercial real estate, the construction industry is also at risk of falling into crisis, even if it is currently still benefiting in particular from the strong private real estate market. The clear losers of the first 2 coronavirus packages therefore include the domestically oriented sectors of the economy. The most relevant aspect of the rescue packages for domestic demand is the reduction in VAT. At 20 billion euros, the latter comprises less than 10% of the fiscal measures adopted for the German economy in spring-summer 2020, even less than 1.5% if guarantees and tax deferrals are included, although 3/4 of Germans work in the domestic sector. The effectiveness of the VAT reduction in terms of purchasing power is also uncertain, as the tax reduction will only be partially passed on by companies. It is also questionable whether it will be sufficient as a purchasing incentive. Initial surveys conducted by the IMK indicate that only 1/4 of households will react to this with increased consumption. Finally, it will also benefit foreign companies such as Amazon to no small extent. Many people's incomes have fallen as a result of the crisis, and they now have significantly less money to spend in their daily lives. Added to this is the fear of saving. People are forgoing small luxuries in their everyday lives because they don't know whether they will still have a job in a few months' time. As a result, city centers are threatened with further desolation. If restaurants, clubs, and cultural institutions have to close permanently, a large part of the quality of life will be lost. The same applies to bricks-and-mortar retail, which is also increasingly being replaced by online retail. If German politics had not been so heavily dominated by the export sectors during the first wave of the coronavirus crisis, it would have introduced much greater support measures for the domestic sectors a long time ago. There were many opportunities. In many other countries, the hospitality and retail sectors are supported by consumer vouchers issued by the state or municipality that can only be redeemed locally. These could also be given a decreasing value over time, shrinkage money, to incentivize rapid redemption, as proposed by Michael Huther, director of the German Economic Institute, in 2020. Other measures proposed by Huther to stimulate domestic demand, which have not yet been implemented, would include a temporary reduction in Social Security contributions for employees. These are currently only capped, or tax credits in the form of a lump sum payment as in the USA, Trump checks. The IMK's surveys on the consumer effectiveness of the child bonus in the economic stimulus package, just 4 billion euros, indicate that such measures stimulate domestic demand in a very targeted manner. The IMK itself suggests further measures that could stimulate domestic demand in an economic stimulus package, such as an increase in the short-time working allowance for lower incomes, a higher and longer unemployment benefit and assistance for mini-jobbers, especially as they are left empty-handed with the short-time working allowance. Music clubs, concert halls, and nightclubs that have to remain completely closed for health reasons need lump sum support until they can reopen. A subsidy based on their previous turnover was finally introduced in November 2020. The same applies to businesses in areas such as culture, sport, tourism, and other entertainment sectors, which can only operate at a fraction of their capacity during the coronavirus crisis. Countermeasures could have been taken much more energetically and earlier to ensure that our society is not significantly poorer after the health crisis than before. Beyond the concrete design of current measures to better protect the economy against the coronavirus crisis, the question arises as to the long-term sustainability of the German economic model. Crisis situations are regularly phases in and after which the future direction of the economy is discussed intensively. In view of the observations that it was primarily exports that were responsible for the severe devastation caused by the corona crisis in the German economy, that the success of the German export model is largely based on the fact that the wages of large sections of the population are being depressed, and that the corona rescue package once again disproportionately favors the export sectors and accepts the impoverishment of the domestic sectors, the question arises as to whether it is not time for a thorough departure from the German export model. So far, however, deep crises in Germany have regularly contributed to a deepening of the export model. However, the coronavirus recession is a particularly loud warning shot regarding the fragility of the extreme German export model. This is all the more true as it was already in a deep crisis before coronavirus. The general public was barely aware of this crisis. This was initially due to the fact that this crisis does not formally count as a recession. Officially, one only speaks of a recession when such a decline occurs in 2 consecutive quarters, which was missed by a hair's breadth according to the figures from the Federal Statistical Office. In addition, the official bodies were at pains to play down the severity of the economic slump. There is a method to this approach. When there are reports of a recession, consumers and companies generally react with fearful savings in order to build up a cushion for the crisis. In doing so, however, they exacerbate the risk of recession. For these reasons, the economic downturn in Germany was initially described as a normal slowdown after years of economic boom. It was then attributed to all kinds of special factors that had nothing to do with a real recession. In 2018, for example, the problems with registering new cars due to the implementation of the new emission standard were cited. Or reference was made to the low water levels in the rivers, which made deliveries by freighter more difficult in a hot summer. This whitewashing was helped by the fact that the labor markets, the aspect of the economy that is of immediate relevance to the general population, always lag somewhat behind during economic downturns, as is currently the case during the coronavirus recession. According to Thomas Frick, experience from the last 2 recessions in 2001 and 2008 shows that unemployment only rises around a year after the economic slump. It can also be assumed that this period has now shifted even further back, as demographic change means that companies do not immediately lay off experienced skilled workers in a crisis. However, particularly sensitive indicators for the development of the German economy have already shown a clear downturn since the end of 2017. The number of employees in temporary employment, for example, has been falling continuously since 2017. Since the beginning of 2018 at the latest, the most important indicators have been in a systematic decline, be it incoming orders in the manufacturing sector recorded by the Federal Ministry of Economics or the IFO Business Climate. Expectations for the further development of the German economy, surveyed by the Mannheim Center for European Economic Research, ZEW, were extremely negative in autumn 2019, the worst since the height of the euro crisis in 2011, having been negative almost continuously since the second quarter of 2018. The number of job vacancies has fallen since the second quarter of 2019 and had already been declining since the end of 2018 in the heavily export-dependent mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and automotive production sectors. According to credit reform, the number of company bankruptcies also increased in 2019, again very significantly in the industrial sector. According to a study by management consultants Ernst & Young, 2019 even saw a new record in the number of profit and turnover warnings issued by companies listed on the stock exchange. Even without the coronavirus crisis, the German economy was already in decline in 2018-19 due to its focus on exports. The reasons for the downturn in exports are no secret. In addition to Brexit, the trade conflict between China and the USA and the crisis in the automotive industry were the main factors. The next chapter will show that all of these risk factors remain relevant even after the coronavirus crisis, and are even just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the coming risks to the extreme German export model. It is therefore high time for a debate on the merits and risks of this model. A debate is all the more urgent because in an economic crisis in Germany, the motto is regularly heard even now, that we must now tighten our belts in order to save ourselves from the crisis. However, this only intensifies the problem by reducing domestic demand and further intensifying the fixation on exports. Although the German economy's pronounced dependence on exports has led to solid economic growth and low unemployment over the last 15 years, it also has clear disadvantages. Before the growing economic and social inefficiency, this chapter focuses on the problematic interactions with other economies. On the one hand, a strong focus on exports easily leads to conflicts with other economic areas. On the other hand, it also leads in particular to a strong dependence on economic and political developments in these areas. Other nations can determine their own fate due to the strong role of the domestic economy, whereas Germany is completely dependent on international developments. While the international framework conditions for the German export model have been very favorable in the past 2 decades, particularly due to the rise of the major emerging markets, they are now turning into the opposite, especially in the context of the coming systemic conflict between China and the USA. In the last decade, Germany has often been accused of harming other economies with its foreign trade surpluses. This was a major issue, at least outside Germany, during the Euro crisis, was subsequently addressed by former US President Trump in particular, and has recently also been articulated by the major international economic institutions. At first glance, these accusations may sound counterintuitive. After all, surpluses have a positive connotation in the vernacular, and from a microeconomic, entrepreneurial perspective, while deficits have a negative connotation. We must therefore first clarify why a strong focus on exports can lead to conflicts with other economies in the first place. Not every surplus is equally a problem. Here we need to distinguish between trade and current account balances. The title of World Export Champion usually refers to the trade balance, i.e. a surplus of exports over imports. China is currently in the lead here, while Germany is runner-up in terms of the volume of trade surpluses. Much more relevant, however, is the current account balance, which also includes services, earned income and investment income, especially from capital investments abroad, and transfers, for example development aid or remittances from foreign workers, as other important items. Germany has been ahead globally in this respect for around 10 years and has left other economies with traditionally high current account surpluses, China, Japan, well behind, as Christian Grimm has documented for the IFO-Schnelldienst. Both permanent, large surpluses in the trade balance and those in the current account are criticized, albeit for different reasons and with varying intensity. Countries with a permanently high export surplus, especially China, can lead to deindustrialization in other countries. China's rise to become the workbench of the world has led to the closure of factories in many other countries. High export surpluses are therefore referred to polemically as exporting unemployment. Mirroring this, high trade surpluses can also be viewed critically as a renunciation of imports, which also has a negative impact on the economies of other countries. Jan Berenger, Till van Traek and Achim Trugger recently showed in Wirtschaftsdienst that German surpluses are more likely to be understood as import deficits. While exports have developed quite linearly since reunification, imports have slumped sharply at times and have still not recovered from this slump. Trade surpluses are not a modern invention. Adam Smith already castigated mercantilist strategies aimed at achieving the highest possible trade surplus as beggar thy neighbor behavior and emphasize their potential for international conflict. Even more critical than high trade surpluses, however, are permanently high current account surpluses of large countries, such as Germany. Such countries are increasingly building up financial claims on other countries, thereby de facto driving other countries into debt. Surpluses in one country necessarily mean deficits in other countries. The latter cannot compensate for imports with their own exports, income from their own capital investments abroad, or financial donations from richer countries. In the short term, current account deficits can then be offset by selling the country's own currency reserves, but in the medium term, loans must be taken out abroad. It is also important to differentiate between large and small export champions, more precisely, surplus champions. For small economies, a high export share of economic output is quite normal, but not for large ones, where the domestic market generally plays a much more important role. A surplus, or more precisely, a strong export orientation of the economy, tends to be counterproductive in large economies because companies in large economies have different sales opportunities on the domestic markets than companies in small economies. Large countries, for example, can compensate for a crisis situation comparatively easily by stimulating domestic demand. Small countries, on the other hand, can often only export their way out of such a situation, as a large part of their stimulus measures would flow abroad. In addition, the economy in large economies is hit harder by subdued domestic demand than it gains from improved exports, as Amit Bhattacharya and Stephen Margolin initially modeled in their theory inspired by Keynes and Kalecki, before this correlation was then verified in a large number of empirical studies, for example for Germany by Engelbert Stockhammer, Eckhard Hein, and Lucas Graffel. A large economy with a high current account surplus in relation to economic output also represents a significantly greater burden on the global economy than a small one, because large economies place a greater burden on others. Accordingly, China and Germany are particularly the focus of such accusations, even though there are other economies where the current account surpluses in relation to economic output are much higher, for example Singapore, Switzerland, and the Netherlands, not to mention oil exporters such as Brunei or Kuwait. Even more important, however, is the permanence of current account surpluses. Occasional surpluses, and deficits on the other hand, are not a problem as long as the status of surplus and deficit countries keeps changing. However, persistently high surpluses in the same countries, as in the case of Germany, force other countries in the aggregate to run equally persistent deficits in purely logical terms, balance mechanics, as long as we cannot export to Mars or the Moon. In recent years, external imbalances have therefore been viewed increasingly critically, for example by KfW. Germany's permanent and large current account surpluses are therefore necessarily associated with deficits in other economies, even over longer periods of time. Why and under what circumstances is this a problem? Why does it lead to conflicts? In the short term, a current account deficit is good for the economy in question. This means that the country has more resources for consumption and investment at its disposal than if it had a balanced current account. Countries with current account surpluses, on the other hand, live below their means, foregoing consumption and investment in favor of foreign countries. There are also constellations in which longer-term current account deficits are entirely desirable. This applies in particular to dynamic developing and emerging countries that are in the process of industrial catch-up. Provided that the central bank remains neutral, a current account deficit automatically means an import of capital, which can be used for this catching-up process. Capital imports can be very useful if they are used for productive investments. The proceeds of these investments, exports or reduction of imports through domestic production, can then be used to close the current account deficit. One example of potentially productive capital imports is foreign direct investment in the form of the construction of new production facilities, greenfield investment, which is generally very welcome anyway due to the associated technology transfer and job creation. However, it is also true for these countries that the deficit must eventually turn back into a surplus, which is often not the case or only occurs during a turbulent crisis. Very often, capital imports are not always used for highly productive investments, but at least partially for consumption or real estate loans. This can easily lead to permanent and extensive current account deficits. If, for example, foreign investors are no longer prepared to compensate for the long-term current account deficit with further capital inflows during an economic crisis, a balance of payments crisis occurs. These crises are often very dramatic, as foreign investors often withdraw the parts of their financial resources that are not tied up for the long term in a panic at very short notice, sudden stop. A phenomenon that is not uncommon in emerging markets. With flexible exchange rates, this leads to a collapse in the currency and, through more expensive imports, also to high inflation. In a balance of payments crisis, there is also a risk that deficit economies will no longer be able to pay for their current consumption and service their accumulated debts. In the short term, they then only have the option of selling their foreign exchange reserves or, against painful conditions, obtaining an IMF aid loan to balance their balance of payments deficit. Balance of payments crises are not only problems for the countries directly affected, they also affect the interests of the surplus countries. In such a crisis, the latter not only have to reckon with reduced exports, but also with the write-off of their financial claims. In the medium to long term, such problems can only be solved by reducing the current account deficit. It is necessary to regain the competitiveness of the domestic economy. In the long term, this will ideally be achieved through productive investment, but in the medium term it will generally be achieved through devaluation. This can be achieved either by devaluing the currency, external devaluation, or by a general reduction in wage and price levels, internal devaluation. Both external and internal devaluation are painful for large sections of the population, but the latter is generally even more so, as Stephanie Walter explains in a study. In the case of external devaluation, for example, the population of the devaluing country generally loses purchasing power with regard to imported goods. However, this effect is spread across many shoulders and is not necessarily felt by consumers. In the case of an internal devaluation, serious interventions in a large number of individual working and living conditions are necessary, through austerity in the public sector, e.g. the closure of hospitals, tax increases, wage cuts, and redundancies. This also has a severe impact on domestic demand, with very negative effects on economic growth in consumption-driven growth models. The Eurozone economies that are particularly closely intertwined with Germany have already had to painfully realize the disadvantages of permanent balance of payments deficits during the euro crisis. The pain was even worse than in many other countries because neither protectionism nor external devaluation were possible with the single market and the single currency, and instead the even more painful and drastic strategy of internal devaluation was adopted during the euro crisis. More recently, we have seen the disadvantages of large permanent current account imbalances in the case of the euro crisis, a crisis that was still ongoing even before the coronavirus crisis, even if it has since been largely suppressed by the German public. At the end of 2019, unemployment, according to Eurostat, was 10% in Italy, 14% in Spain, and 17% in Greece, in contrast to 3% in Germany. In terms of youth unemployment, the catastrophic situation in southern Europe was even more pronounced, with 28% in Italy and 32% in both Spain and Greece, compared to 6% in Germany. The euro crisis was mainly referred to in the German public as a debt crisis, meaning sovereign debt. However, this is a very misleading term with the exception of the Greek case. Public debt in the other crisis countries was not particularly high before the euro crisis began. In Spain and Ireland it was even significantly lower than in Germany, and in Portugal it was roughly the same. What was striking, however, was the rapid development of current account deficits in all crisis countries. While Ireland and Italy still had current account surpluses before the introduction of the single currency, and Spain had a relatively balanced current account, the balance in all countries deteriorated considerably by the outbreak of the global financial crisis in 2007-08. In the same period, Germany not only balanced out its small deficit, but also piled up ever higher surpluses from 2001 onwards. According to Eurostat figures, the German current account surplus amounted to 6.9% of gross domestic product in 2007, while Italy reported a deficit of 1.4%, Ireland 6.5%, Spain 9.4%, Portugal 10.3%, and Greece 15.2%. The global financial crisis of 2007-08 led to a reconsideration of the economic situation of the southern European countries. This was exacerbated by the losses, particularly by German banks, on investments in American subprime mortgages. The banking supervisory authorities then demanded that equity be strengthened by reducing receivables, which German banks did in particular by withdrawing loans to southern European banks. Private capital therefore suddenly began to leave these economies, a classic sudden stop, according to the Brussels think tank Bruegel, starting in Greece, with the well-known effects on the risk premiums, spreads, of southern European government bonds. In order to avoid similar negative developments in the future, it was necessary to reduce the considerable current account imbalances after the outbreak of the euro crisis. However, further developments in the context of the Eurozone rescue show that this adjustment had to be borne unilaterally by southern Europe, de facto through a reduction in imports as part of a painful internal devaluation. The adjustment is also far from complete, with Jan Pre still describing the German current account surpluses as a time bomb for the euro in 2017. The decision to make this adjustment was not voluntary, but was ultimately forced by German pressure. Germany and the other northern Eurozone members were in a strong negotiating position, as, unlike the southern crisis countries, they were not dependent on support from other countries during the crisis. It is therefore not surprising that the German export model has since provoked considerable aversion in these countries, particularly clearly articulated in Italy. The global financial crisis of 2007-08 triggered a reassessment of the economic situation of the southern European countries and Ireland. High current account deficits, which had previously been tolerated without any problems, suddenly looked dangerous. At the same time, the financial market crisis forced government bank rescue packages. Extensive economic stimulus programs were also launched to alleviate the recession. Government debt, which had previously been unproblematic with the exception of Greece, rose significantly and was now viewed very skeptically. Investors demanded significantly higher risk premiums on Southern European government bonds. From 2010, the Eurozone states successively established a regime to rescue the euro, starting with the first bilateral loans for Greece in April 2010. Since 2012, the European Stability Mechanism, ESM, has been the most important support fund for the Southern European economies. Some countries have now received ESM loans in return for economic conditions. Crucially, these conditions have been modeled on the German export-oriented model, with a focus on austerity in public budgets and wage moderation in the private sector. It is no exaggeration to see the Eurozone regime as an attempt to restructure the Southern European economies according to the German model of an export-driven economy, with aid loans as a coercive instrument. Germany had already been able to introduce some central ideas of its export-oriented ideas within the framework of the Maastricht Treaty for the introduction of the single currency. These initially included the establishment of a highly independent central bank, which is only committed to the inflation target, and not also to combating unemployment like the US Fed, for example. The Stability and Growth Pact adopted in 1997 also stipulates a maximum annual budget deficit of 3% and a maximum total volume of public deficits of 60% of gross domestic product. However, these rules were not strictly implemented at first. They were also not initially accompanied by other core elements of Germany's export orientation. This changed after 2010. Comprehensive rules for economic policy surveillance of the Eurozone countries were now adopted by the European Commission as part of the so-called six-pack and two-pack regulations in 2011. This was possible because Germany had financial resources at its disposal in this situation, which some of the southern economies urgently needed. Even though the new rules naturally apply to the entire Eurozone, in practice they amount to a restructuring of the southern European economies in the direction of Germany's export orientation, in particular by curbing wage growth and government spending. Characteristic of the dominance of German ideas in the establishment of these institutions is, for example, that the so-called macroeconomic imbalance procedure treats current account surpluses differently from current account deficits and sets a much higher limit for the former than for the latter, which is not economically justifiable. Furthermore, in 2011, Germany succeeded in getting most EU member states to implement a debt brake in their constitutions, European Fiscal Compact, which only makes sense for an export-oriented model in return for the potential provision of funds via the European Stability Mechanism. On this basis, the ECB was finally prepared to intervene massively in the government bond markets on behalf of the crisis countries, Mario Draghi's whatever it takes, so that the dramatic escalation of the euro crisis with its high-risk premiums on government bonds was overcome in 2012. In the following years, the attempt to restructure the southern European economies with the aim of balancing current account deficits was even successful. However, these successes came at a high price. The stabilization of the Eurozone was not achieved through internal balancing, with lower Southern European and higher German imports, but primarily through a one-sided structural convergence, forced structural convergence, Fritz Scharpf, of Southern Europe to the German model. The price of this restructuring was borne primarily by the population of the Southern European countries, who are now suffering from lower social benefits, lower wages, and poorer employment conditions. It is also to the detriment of other global economic regions, which now have to compensate for the current account surpluses of the Eurozone with corresponding deficits. Even almost 10 years after the outbreak of the euro crisis, the southern European economies affected by it are still very fragile. Although they had slightly higher growth rates again in recent years until the outbreak of the coronavirus crisis, they are still a long way from what characterized them before the euro crisis. In particular, they are still suffering from high unemployment, especially among young adults. Large numbers of young and qualified people are now seeking opportunities in emigration. While this development is viewed with relative resignation in Portugal, Spain, Greece, and Cyprus, Italy is now clearly rebelling against this situation. Unlike the other southern European countries, Italy is a founding member of the European Community. It therefore has a very different European political self-confidence than those societies that joined the economic union later. In Portugal, Spain, and Greece in particular, membership of the European Union has an extremely positive social connotation as salvation after the dark years of dictatorship. Large sections of the population in these countries can therefore not imagine fundamentally opposing Europe, even if they are suffering under the euro and the euro bailout regime. This is different in Italy, especially as northern Italy traditionally has a differentiated export economy, which until a few decades ago could easily stand up to German industry and still can in parts. In addition, the economies of Greece, Portugal, and Spain still benefited from the single currency, at least at the beginning of the introduction of the euro. Italy, on the other hand, is the biggest loser of the first 2 decades of the euro, according to a study by the Freiburg Center for European Policy, CEP, while Germany is by far the biggest winner. In the meantime, parties that have realized that the current misery of the Italian economy is to a large extent linked to Germany's low-wage policy and the option of external devaluation, which was eliminated by the euro, are taking up a large part of the Italian political system. Against this backdrop, it is hardly surprising that revolt against the German-dominated euro system has become a real option for these parties. In particular, the Movimento 5 Stelle and Lega Nord government openly threatened Italy with an exit from the euro in 2018-19. Given the size of the Italian economy and the volume of Italian government bonds, the realization of this option is likely to lead to an even more serious crisis than the first euro crisis. The outcome of such a confrontation would be difficult to predict, especially as the European institutions have shown little willingness to accommodate Italy during the confrontation, for example by relaxing the debt rules. The conflict is currently largely on hold, partly due to the Liga's withdrawal from the coalition and partly due to the coronavirus crisis, the reconstruction program adopted after the crisis, and the suspension of restrictive European fiscal rules. However, it could flare up again at any time. The latent tensions towards Germany and its, not only from an Italian perspective, selfish economic model became more than clear at the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic, with sharp accusations of a lack of solidarity towards a beleaguered Italy. In recent years, the focus of the conflicts triggered by the German export model has shifted somewhat. These conflicts no longer only take place within the Eurozone, but now also between the Eurozone and the rest of the world. The focus is on the current account surpluses of the Eurozone as a whole, which have been growing strongly since 2012. It is now not only Germany but also the southern crisis countries that are generating such surpluses. Long-term and increasingly extensive current account surpluses in the largest economic bloc are a considerable burden on the global economy. Other economies have to absorb these surpluses, with unfavorable consequences for their own labor markets. The German model alone could still be tolerated grudgingly by its trading partners, especially as the Eurozone hardly produced any surpluses until 10 years ago. However, the generalization of the German model to southern Europe is now making the situation unbearable, especially as the ECB's expansionary monetary policy is also helping to keep the euro exchange rate very low. In recent years, Trump has repeatedly accused the EU of currency manipulation and threatened to impose sanctions. At the same time, he has exerted considerable pressure on the US Fed to lower key interest rates, on the one hand to stimulate weak economic growth, and on the other with the welcome side effect of weakening the US dollar externally. It is not only Trump's reaction that indicates that the willingness of our trading partners to continue tolerating this practice is limited. As Trump has a legitimate motive in criticizing the growing EU current account surpluses, this issue will not disappear with his successor Joe Biden either, especially as he ran his election campaign under the heading, Buy American. Sooner or later, Germany will be confronted with the issue of surpluses again. However, while the southern European economies suffering from high national debt and an economic crisis were unable to defend themselves against the German export model, the rest of the world, especially the USA, is in a different situation. Trump has initially postponed the threat of tariffs against the European Union, particularly in the context of the escalating trade conflict between the US and China. However, this could change quickly after the presidential election, especially if there is a sustained slump in the US economy due to the coronavirus crisis. The German economy, which is dependent on exports, faces considerable risks here. It is probably due to Trump's special personality that the justified American demands for a modification of the German economic model have hardly been taken seriously so far. In addition, Trump has chosen the worst possible line of argumentation, as Mario Husel and Philip Stachelsky write, by focusing on Germany's extensive exports instead of its insufficient imports. But we should not rejoice too soon. After the acute phase of the coronavirus crisis, these demands will soon be back on the table. For several years now, Germany has been in the dock of all international organizations concerned with the state of the global economy. The IMF, the OECD, and the European Commission have clearly criticized the size of Germany's current account surpluses. They are increasingly supplementing these demands with concrete proposals on how these surpluses should be reduced. The focus is not on not exporting German products, but on calling for higher wages and higher public spending in Germany. The clarity with which these demands are articulated in unison is astounding, as such international organizations are not known to be particularly social democratic or even left-wing, but rather represent the liberal mainstream of the global economy. From the IMF's point of view, the problem is not limited to these economic contexts. In its view, the increasing concentration of current account deficits in a few economies also increases the likelihood of a disruptive trade policy. Germany, with its focus on exports, would be particularly affected by such a trade policy. Although Germany's dependence on exports has been accompanied by fairly solid growth rates in the past, this does not bode well for the future. The coronavirus crisis is already making it clear that global economic interdependencies are more likely to be reduced than intensified in the future. Even if the global economy were to continue to grow at a solid rate, it is far from certain that this development would particularly benefit Germany, the export champion to date, as it has done in the past. The background to this is a structural shift away from global trade in goods. For some years now, we have seen a stagnation in the globalization process, which was described as unstoppable just a short time ago. According to a recently published study by the Prognos Institute and Bayern LB, there has even been a decline in relation to economic output since the global financial crisis, particularly in goods trade, which is disproportionately important for Germany. And within the trade in goods, it is primarily consumer goods that are holding their own, not capital goods, which are particularly important for Germany's mechanical engineering sector. Only in the trade in services and data flows, both of which have been rather negligible in quantitative terms for Germany to date, is globalization deepening even further. The Prognos Institute and Bayern LB have concluded from this alone that the German economy, which is far too export-oriented, now needs a new business model. From Veronique Riches-Flores' point of view, the unfavorable demographic development in the countries with high purchasing power is an additional factor. An aging population not only tends to have a rather skeptical attitude towards globalization, but also brings with it less demand for the products of German industry. The coronavirus crisis is likely to further exacerbate the decline in globalization in the trade of goods, on the one hand due to the tendency to relocate production closer to sales markets, nearshoring, and on the other hand due to increasing protectionist tendencies in many regions of the world. This is also due to the weakness of the World Trade Organization, WTO. The world trade regime has been stagnating for some time now, for a quarter of a century. Previously, the governments involved negotiated trade liberalization measures in regular trade rounds within the framework of the GATT, General Agreement on Trades and Tariffs. The last successful round also led to the founding of the WHO in 1995. Since then, however, no further agreement has been successfully concluded, even though there is a need for regulation in many areas, such as subsidies or e-commerce. Recently, the WHO's second pillar as a court of arbitration for global trade disputes has also been paralyzed. The so-called appellate body is unable to make decisions for the foreseeable future because the U.S. government is blocking the election of a replacement judge. In the absence of global steps towards trade liberalization, a large number of bilateral and regional trade agreements have been negotiated in the last 2 decades, but this increasingly threatens the formation of antagonistic trading blocs, which is not a good prospect for a global exporter like Germany, especially as the sales markets in Europe, which will then be all the more important, will not develop very dynamically in the foreseeable future for the reasons mentioned above. While the tendencies towards the erosion of globalization initially developed rather gradually, the conflict between the USA and China is now threatening to escalate an occasional trade conflict into a full-blown trade war. We are now on an escalation spiral in which both sides are responding to each other's measures with new protectionist steps. This spiral was only temporarily interrupted at the end of 2019 because Trump struck a deal with China to keep his voters in the agricultural states happy. The U.S. has waived further punitive tariffs as China has promised high imports of soy and pork in return. The U.S.-China trade conflict is not only hampering economic development in both countries, but also the global economy. The uncertainty as to whether the conflict can be resolved in the foreseeable future, or whether it will force the companies involved to completely reorganize their global supply chains is particularly serious. Germany is caught between two stools in this trade conflict, and both sides would like to have it on their side. However, the export-oriented German economy cannot afford to fall out with either trading partner. The USA is the most important sales market for German exports, while China, after France, is number 3, according to the Federal Ministry of Economics. Some observers hope that the Sino-American conflict will ease after Trump's election. However, we should not forget that this confrontational stance towards China is not just the whim of a president, but is now firmly anchored in the U.S. security policy establishment. Even if the trade conflict between China and the U.S. should ease for the time being, there is much to suggest a lasting conflict between the two superpowers. In recent years, the USA has undergone a fundamental change in its assessment of China. Since then, the U.S. foreign policy establishment, both Republicans and Democrats, no longer sees China as a partner, but as a systemic competitor for supremacy in geopolitics, as a study of American China experts has shown. Even the business community, including Wall Street, is no longer consistently in favor of a cooperative relationship with China. In addition to the eternal anger regarding the infringement of intellectual property rights, the impression has now arisen that Chinese companies could become dangerous competitors to their American counterparts in the foreseeable future due to their dynamic development in future technologies, such as 5G and artificial intelligence. Even after a Trump presidency, no fundamental easing of tensions between the two superpowers is therefore to be expected. The war on terror has now been replaced by geopolitical competition with China as the central motive of U.S. foreign policy, increasingly supported by geo-economic rivalries. In the view of the Berlin Institute for International and Security Affairs, this American-Chinese world conflict could easily result in deglobalization in favor of two separate spheres, one under Chinese and one under American dominance. Third countries will have to decide for one side or the other. These are miserable prospects for the German export industry. Over the past 10 years, especially since the major economic stimulus program following the financial crisis, the German export industry has benefited in particular from demand from China. The Chinese appetite for German luxury cars and machinery was seemingly limitless. However, even independently of the U.S.-Chinese conflict, German exporters are now threatened with disaster on the Chinese markets. In order to keep economic growth at a politically desirable high level, the Chinese leadership has imposed a comparatively liberal lending policy on banks in recent years. According to a recent survey by Matthias Janssen, China's sharp rise in debt, at over 150% of gross domestic product, the debt of companies outside the financial sector is twice as high as in the USA, around 75%, and almost 3 times as high as in Germany, around 55%. Is accompanied by a risk of major loan defaults. A study by the Berlin-based Merix Institute assumes that this corporate debt will continue to increase. As I have shown in my studies on the Chinese economic system, the significantly increased risk of corporate loan defaults in China comes at a time when banks are still suffering from the loan defaults of the last economic stimulus phase following the global economic crisis in 2008. In this situation, it would actually be appropriate to restrict lending and slowly reduce the risks created by bad loans, a requirement that cannot be met in the foreseeable future because the high level of credit is needed to stabilize the economy during the coronavirus crisis. It is not only the stability of the economy that worries German exporters with regard to their future business in China, but also the political restrictions to which they are increasingly exposed. This refers less to the tensions surrounding Hong Kong, whose impact on German exports has so far been minimal. The latest challenges include the extension of the comprehensive Chinese social credit system to companies. Quite apart from general concerns about the data to be made available as a result, there is a risk that German companies that have made themselves politically disagreeable in any way will be classified as highly untrustworthy companies and thrown out of the country, an existential threat for some companies given the importance of the Chinese export markets. Finally, the reorientation of the Chinese economy also poses risks to the German export industry in the future. Not only is it changing from its traditional role as a production economy to a modern service economy, it is also moving away from labor-intensive, low-cost exports and towards high-tech exports. This reorientation is not only slowing down demand for German equipment in the mechanical engineering sector, but is also ensuring that Chinese companies could emerge as competitors with a similar product portfolio to German industry in the medium term. The German Mining, Chemical and Energy Industrial Union, IGBCE, now sees the German chemical industry as being clearly challenged by China's quest for dominance in global supply and value chains. Since around 2015, it has seen a clear shift from cooperation to systemic competition and is calling for a rethink about decoupling from the increasingly Chinese-dominated value chains. Further tensions are arising from irritation over Chinese company acquisitions in Germany. Countermeasures by the German government could quickly lead to restrictions for German exporters. The kind of China boom that the German export industry has experienced over the past 3 decades is unlikely to happen again, even if decent exports to China after the first wave of the coronavirus crisis ensured that the German export sector did not collapse completely in 2020. The potential relevance of political conflicts, beyond purely economic risks, has already been demonstrated to German exporters in the recent past in the context of Brexit. After all, the UK is the most important export market in Europe outside of the Eurozone and number 5 overall on the list of German export destinations. After the USA, France, China, and the Netherlands, the uncertainty surrounding the course and consequences of Brexit has already shown its negative impact on the German economy at an early stage. Trade between Germany and the UK has already declined significantly in recent years. The country used to be Germany's 3rd most important export destination. According to DIW calculations, the Brexit decision has cost 0.8% of Germany's gross domestic product in the first 3 years after the vote, with the same losses expected in 2020-21. Brexit is particularly serious for companies that have production facilities in the UK, such as BMW with the Mini and the Hams Hall engine plant. Disruptions in the sophisticated cross-border supply chains can cause considerable turbulence here. There are also regulatory problems. The chemical industry is particularly affected by the latter. This applies in particular to a Brexit without a comprehensive trade agreement, as in this case all chemicals produced in the UK would no longer be approved in the European Union. The same applies to the pharmaceutical industry, which is also particularly closely intertwined with the UK. Ultimately, the German export industry is also threatened with significant losses in the UK in the future, even beyond the direct consequences of Brexit. The high British current account deficits have already been mentioned. So far, these have been tolerated due to the importance of the British financial sector for the European economy. Not only the loss of importance of the city after Brexit, but also the associated exhaustion of the credit-driven economic model could lead to the role of the British economy as a sales market for German exports being further restricted in the future. In addition to the election of US President Trump and the Brexit decision, the rise of right-wing populism in Eastern Europe in recent years has highlighted the political risks for the German export model in a particularly lasting way. After the Eurozone and the UK, the Eastern European transition countries are Germany's most important export market in Europe. In economic terms, relations with the Eastern European states have been good to date. The region's economies continue to show robust growth, supported by investments by German companies. The risks here, as in the case of Brexit, stem from the political sphere. Differing views on migration and the rule of law and governance have led to considerable tensions in recent years, including threats to withdraw voting rights or financial allocations in the EU. However, the political tensions with the right-wing populist governments in Eastern Europe may also become increasingly relevant in economic terms. This is particularly true if these governments were to move to block decision-making in the EU in general in the event of further sanctions. From a longer-term perspective, the German export economy is also threatened with disaster from another direction. There is a growing awareness in the region of the extreme dependence on foreign, especially German multinational companies, which Arjan Vliegenthaert and I have summarized under the term dependent market economies. Polish Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki in particular regularly emphasizes this problem, especially with regard to the associated weakening of national industry. This dependency is also indirectly responsible for the rise of right-wing populism in countries such as Poland and Hungary. The production locations of foreign direct investment are very concentrated geographically. Metropolitan regions have benefited greatly from these investments, while rural regions have hardly benefited at all. But it is precisely in these rural regions that the strongholds of the right-wing populist parties that are in government in both countries are located. So far, the prominent role of German export companies in the region has been tolerated, as the associated technology transfer is needed. In addition, major conflicts with Germany are being avoided so as not to jeopardize the financial transfers from the agricultural budget and the structural funds. In the long term, however, it cannot be ruled out that the role of German export companies in the Eastern European economy will be significantly reduced in favor of companies in their own hands. In contrast to the Eastern European transition economies, a lack of national control over local companies is not a major problem in most large emerging economies. In countries such as Russia, Turkey, South Korea, Mexico, and India, care is traditionally taken, as in China, to ensure that their own economies are not sold off. After the main export regions of German industry, Europe, the USA, and China, these economies are now the most important sales markets. The former has benefited in particular from the boom in state-permeated capitalism in the emerging markets during the first decade after the millennium. The rise of these countries was unfavorable for companies with similar product portfolios, such as the Italian textile industry, as Ferdi de Ville and Matthias Vermeeren have demonstrated. For German companies, on the other hand, this boom was unreservedly positive, as German exports had previously hardly competed with those of the emerging countries, but at the same time were extremely complementary to this rise. Their industry, for example, needed German mechanical engineering to build up production, and entrepreneurs were passionate about ordering German luxury cars. In recent years, however, the economic situation in the major emerging markets has deteriorated significantly, to the point of severe economic crises. The economies of major resource exporters such as Russia and South Africa have stagnated, while other large emerging markets, such as Brazil and Turkey, are even in deep recessions, and all this before the coronavirus crisis. The South Korean economy, one of the biggest winners in recent decades, has also been suffering from the global economic slowdown, lower economic growth in China, and political tensions with Japan since 2018. In India, the country with the greatest growth potential among German export markets, the confrontational policies of the Hindu nationalist ruling party have been causing growth to fall short of this potential for years, as they regularly lead to social and political turmoil. In contrast to the last 2 decades, the established emerging markets will therefore no longer be able to save German export sales in the near future. Switching to the less large, but in the near future probably faster growing emerging markets of the second row, according to the study by Bayern LB and Prognos, such as Iraq, the Philippines, Vietnam, Egypt, Indonesia, Nigeria, Thailand, Pakistan, or Iran, will fail in many cases due to the fact that German industry tends to specialize in premium technological requirements and not in the simple and robust technology that is particularly in demand in these countries, as provided by China, for example. In addition, German industry lacks the distribution channels that have been established in other emerging markets for decades, while Chinese companies have also been very active here recently. Finally, this unfavorable outlook also applies against the backdrop of the increasing involvement of such emerging countries in military conflicts. Latent conflicts have also become virulent again in other regions. These include, in particular, the conflict between the nuclear powers India and Pakistan, which began in 2019 with a terrorist attack in Kashmir and escalated with airstrikes and the Indian government's suspension of autonomy for the Kashmir region. In addition, the border conflict between China and India flared up again in summer 2020. The Ukraine conflict and the corresponding tensions between the West and Russia also remain unresolved. The sanctions following the annexation of Crimea and the Russian countersanctions in the agricultural sector have already led to painful losses in German exports and to a permanent economic reorientation on the Russian side, report Svetlana Fedoseva and Roland Herman. Should even just one of these latent conflicts lead to a major military confrontation, this could have a very negative impact on the global economy. Germany would suffer more than any other major economy from a corresponding slowdown in the global economy. In addition, there are already calls for costly military protection of German trade routes, for example in the Strait of Hormuz, such as those raised by the Federation of German Industries, BDI, in 2019. It is to be expected that tax payments by German export companies to the German tax authorities will be significantly lower in future. The background to this development is the observation that American digital companies earn billions in Europe, but only pay very little tax here. This is due to the fact that tax payments are generally made on profits at the company's headquarters, but the link to such physical branches hardly plays a role for modern digital companies. As a result, digital groups deliberately declare their profits in low-tax locations. To change this situation, France and several other countries have started to introduce new digital taxes. This initiative is not only intensifying trade policy tensions with the USA, but could also lead to serious burdens for German export companies, According to a study by Martin Heerson, many developing countries have long made the justified accusation in international tax policy that double taxation agreements with industrialized countries result in multinational companies paying far too little tax in the global south. With regard to the principles of international tax policy, the introduction of the new concepts should now lead to companies being taxed much more in their sales markets, at the place of value creation. If this initiative is successful, German companies are likely to be among the main victims, as they are particularly strong exporters and generate a significant proportion of their sales in the major emerging markets, according to an expert report by the Munich-based IFO Institute. In summary, it becomes abundantly clear how dangerous the pronounced export dependency of German industry is. The associated current account surpluses lead to conflicts with other economic areas. Germany's fixation on exports was partly responsible for the outbreak of the euro crisis and, through its generalization in the context of the euro bailout, has led to considerable conflicts within the European Union, particularly with Italy. It is now a major problem for the global economy. Due to its export orientation, the German economy also faces considerable risks in the future, as almost all of its core sales markets are struggling with severe economic and political difficulties. These risks range from the structural decline in globalization, Brexit, and the new Cold War between China and the USA to an increase in military conflicts. In the long term, there are also indirect risks from climate change. Even if not all of these risks are realized, the growing uncertainty alone is a considerable burden for export companies, who would make long-term investments to expand production capacities in such a situation. Economies with strong ties to other countries react much more strongly to a geopolitical shock than those with fewer ties. And such shocks are far more likely in an era of erosion of the Western-dominated global economic order than in previous decades. However, the pronounced export orientation of the German economy is not only very risky in the future due to its dependence on international developments, but has also been quite inefficient in recent years, despite solid growth rates. Anyone who accumulates high current account deficits is living below their means, leaving a large part of their economic output to other countries. Germany is therefore permanently foregoing consumption and investment in favor of building up financial claims on other countries. This practice is usually justified by the age structure of German society. Over the next few decades, the baby boomers will retire and the next generation will not be as numerous. Foreign assets are needed to secure old age pensions in the coming decades. Is this a good plan? No. It doesn't work, and it also has very problematic side effects. It doesn't work because a large part of the foreign claims cannot be recovered and only benefits relatively small, wealthy social groups anyway. The side effects include not only foregoing economic growth and jeopardizing financial stability, but also negatively impacting the living conditions of large sections of the German population. For example, through the deterioration of the economic infrastructure, unnecessarily low wages, and a sharp rise in wealth inequality. If you only look at the level of labor costs, it is not immediately clear that wage trends in the German economy are following the restrictive requirements of export orientation. With labor costs of around 35 euros per hour worked in 2018, Germany is one of the most expensive production locations in the EU according to the IMK, surpassed only by Denmark, Luxembourg, Belgium, Sweden, and France. On closer inspection, however, it becomes clear that wages in Germany have developed very cautiously over the last 3 decades, both in relation to the increased productivity of the economy and in relation to neighboring countries. If we compare the annual rates of increase in labor costs per hour worked in local currency, in the member states of the European Union, for example, the IMK's calculation of labor cost trends in 2018 shows that Germany had the lowest growth rates in the EU between 2001 and 2010. Over the entire period from 2001 to 2018, it is still the third lowest after Greece and Portugal, which devalued significantly internally after 2010. The Bundesbank, which traditionally takes a very critical view of dynamic wage growth due to the associated risk of inflation, also criticized the very subdued long-term wage development in Germany in 2018, especially in comparison with earlier phases of relatively low unemployment, which has only improved somewhat in recent years. Nevertheless, according to their calculations, the wage share, i.e. the ratio of employee compensation to national income, is still significantly lower than at the beginning of the 1990s. Even more meaningful than the development of labor costs, however, is the development of unit labor costs. These also take productivity trends into account. With higher productivity, higher wages can be paid without reducing company profits. Here, too, the very restrained wage development in Germany is particularly evident in an international comparison. Since 2000, only Portugal, according to IMK calculations for the 2018 labor cost report, has been able to keep up with the low development of German unit labor costs in the Eurozone, and only because of its strong internal devaluation after the Euro crisis. All other countries still have much higher unit labor cost growth rates on a two-decade average, despite the full slowdown following the Euro crisis. When assessing wage levels, the inflation rate must also be taken into account, as rising prices can also lead to a corresponding increase in employees' wages, while profits remain the same. The development of productivity and inflation results in the distribution-neutral leeway, the maximum utilization of which does not affect the relationship between entrepreneurs and employees. If the leeway is not utilized, the profits of entrepreneurs increase disproportionately. In recent decades, German employees have rarely exploited the scope for wage increases. The latter results specifically from the increase in productivity in the German economy in combination with the ECB's target inflation rate. The latter is around 1.9%. Due to low productivity increases, it is currently already exhausted with an annual wage increase of 2.5 to 3%, whereas it used to be over 4%. Only in recent years, since around 2012, has real wage cost growth roughly corresponded to this target figure according to calculations. Prior to this, it had fallen well short of this figure since the mid-1990s, meaning that in the long term, weak wage growth has led to a disproportionate increase in corporate profits. And even the slight overshooting of the scope for distribution in 2019 with wage increases of 3.3% is not impressive if one also points out, as the IMK 2020 does, that it took place at the end of a decade in which unemployment fell by 1.15 million and 4.69 million additional jobs were created. Such developments should actually drive wages much more strongly. In the last few years before the outbreak of the coronavirus crisis, wage trends improved somewhat, leading to a slight rebalancing of the German economy. However, as this improved wage development starts from a very low level and is still quite moderate, the extent of the rebalancing has been very limited so far. For a real rebalancing, wages would have to rise for several years beyond the scope for distribution, at the expense of profits which had previously grown disproportionately. From the point of view of German employees, the German export model is therefore not necessarily efficient. Their wages are lower than is possible and usual in neighboring countries. However, the wage development in Germany, which is geared towards stimulating exports and moderating imports, does not mean that particularly low wages are now being paid in the export sectors. On the contrary, it is precisely in the flagships of the German export industry, such as BMW, Mercedes, and Volkswagen, that disproportionately high wages have been paid in recent years. So how exactly does the organization of wage moderation work in the export-oriented German economic model? Well, first of all, we need to briefly refer to unit labor costs. The core companies in the automotive industry invest very large sums in research and development. Accordingly, productivity here is also rising much faster than in other sectors of the economy. If the productivity development is taken into account, the development of wages in these companies is no longer so impressive. A calculation by IG Metall for the 2018 collective bargaining round shows that unit labor costs in the German metal and electrical industry did not increase overall between 2000 and 2016, but actually fell. At the heart of the wage reduction strategy pursued in Germany, particularly since the mid-1990s, is unfortunately not disproportionate investment in research and development and the resulting rise in productivity and fall in unit labor costs, but the division between the core workforce, insiders, and those who are only marginally employed and paid significantly less, outsiders. This division takes very different forms, ranging from temporary work to other forms of atypical employment, often at low wages, and the outsourcing of entire services or production processes to companies with lower wages. A study for the U.S. National Bureau of Economic Research shows that the outsourcing of services, e.g. cleaning, security, or logistics, has increased dramatically in Germany since the early 1990s, and that wages for outsourced jobs are 10 to 15% lower than for non-outsourced jobs. The trade unions are much weaker in the domestically oriented service sector than in the core areas of the export industry, and collective wage agreements, if the jobs are covered by collective agreements at all, are therefore much lower than in the core areas of industry. The difference is even greater if the additional costs incurred by employers are added to the wages. Both together make up the labor costs. According to the IMK report on the development of labor costs in 2017, the labor cost level in the private service sector is now 21.6% lower than in the manufacturing sector, a greater difference than in any other EU country. However, the divide is particularly clear in the example of temporary work. Temporary employment, also known as temporary work, has increased significantly in recent decades. While the number of temporary workers was still 42,000 in 1985, according to the Federal Employment Agency, it has increased very dynamically since the mid-1990s and especially after the Hartz laws, peaking at 1.08 million employment relationships in November 2017. Since 2018, it has been declining slightly due to somewhat more restrictive regulation. Temporary workers not only suffer from the insecure duration of employment, they also earn far less. In 2018, the average earnings of temporary workers were 42% lower than those of the core group. The increase in atypical employment in addition to temporary work, i.e. through fixed-term contracts, part-time work, solo self-employment, and mini-jobs, also helps with this strategy of reducing labor costs for the benefit of exports. According to the German Trade Union Confederation, DGB, more than 40% of employees now work in atypical employment. Their number rose from 14.12 million in 2003 to 22.24 million in 2017. If this trend continues, full-time employees subject to Social Security contributions will soon be in the minority, with their number standing at just 23.22 million in 2017. From this perspective, the development of employment figures in Germany, which is often praised by the public, must be assessed much more ambivalently. It was only in 2018 that the volume of hours worked in Germany reached the 1991 level again after a long period of decline, according to the German government in an answer to a parliamentary question. In the last 3 decades, no additional work has really been created, but work has mainly been redistributed from full-time positions, whose volume of work has fallen by 14.3% in this period, to part-time positions, plus 170%. This is particularly tragic in terms of Social Security support, which is significantly lower for part-time jobs. The development of the low-wage sector since the 1990s, which is now the largest in Western and Northern Europe, also benefits export interests. According to the Bertelsmann Foundation, more than 1 in 5 employees now work in this sector, earning less than €11.40 gross per hour. This may be enough for some employees who want to earn a little extra on the side, but for those who have to live on low wages, around a quarter of employees here, the situation is critical. According to the Bertelsmann Stiftung, their household income is consistently below €1,500, with correspondingly low benefits from unemployment and pension insurance. The widespread combination of low wages and mini-jobs is particularly problematic due to the lack of Social Security cover. During the coronavirus crisis, for example, many low-income households lost a large part of their income for months without replacement, as mini-jobs do not entitle them to short-time working benefits and alternative employment opportunities are not available. These employees cannot be de facto unionized, which in turn hinders the unions in negotiating higher wages. Germany introduced a minimum wage in 2015 in view of the significant fall in real wages in the low-wage sector. However, this was set so low and adjusted so little in line with economic development that one of Europe's most productive economies is one of the laggards in international comparison. In a comparison of the 19 EU countries for which the relevant data is available, Germany ranks 16th out of 19 in terms of the ratio of minimum wage to median wage, the average wage. Only in Estonia, the Czech Republic, and Spain is the minimum wage worth less, according to a comparative study by the Institute of Economic and Social Research, WSI. In any case, the size of the low-wage sector has not been significantly reduced by the introduction of the minimum wage, which would require a much more dynamic increase. In addition, even the minimum wage is still being undermined in many cases. The Bertelsmann Stiftung estimates that around 2.4 million people were affected in 2018. Women are even more affected by most of these developments than men. This applies in particular to atypical employment, as women are more frequently employed part-time and disproportionately often in the low-wage sector. These jobs also do not offer any prospects for advancement. According to data from the Bertelsmann Stiftung, only a quarter of those employed in this segment have managed to rise above the minimum wage threshold, especially those starting out in their careers. And women also suffer the most from the poor working conditions in this sector, including unfavorable working hours at night or on weekends. As over 80% of underpaid professions such as cleaning, sales, nursing, education, and social work are carried out by women, according to a survey for the DGB Good Work Index. In addition to the direct effects of the division of the labor market into well-paid core workforces and poorly paid peripheral workforces on wage growth, there is also the indirect effect of the decreasing degree of collective bargaining coverage for employees. The core workforce is disproportionately often unionized compared to the company periphery. Their numerical weakening also reduces collective bargaining coverage and thus, according to the Bundesbank's analysis of wage trends in Germany, the union's ability to assert themselves in collective bargaining. In addition, the Bundesbank believes that immigration has had a significant dampening effect on wages in recent years, particularly at the lower qualification levels. A large reserve army of migrant workers prevents a shortage of workers at this level of qualification, and thus also corresponding wage increases. In some sectors, this has led to absurd effects, such as European livestock tourism, in which Germany benefits from foreign slaughter brigades and a lax attitude towards factory workers, according to Alexander Preker. In addition to wages, non-wage labor costs also play a role in Germany's export-oriented economic strategy. The decisive factor for companies here is the share of the social security system that they bear. Low contributions to unemployment, health, long-term care, and pension insurance help in cost-based competition. In the late 1990s and early 2000s in particular, employers' associations often referred to the endangered international competitiveness of German companies in order to push for a reduction in employers' social security contributions. The massive campaign was not without success. Until the reforms introduced by the Red-Green government, employees and employers paid roughly equal social security contributions. Since then, this has no longer been the case, in particular due to a wide range of private co-payments by employees in the healthcare system and the shifting of part of old age provision to private and company pension schemes by employees. Riester reforms, the employer contribution, on the other hand, has been reduced from 42 to just under 40%. In terms of the proportion of social security contributions paid by employers, Germany is now only in the lower midfield in Europe. The corresponding analysis by the Institute of the German Economy, which is close to employers, shows a social expenditure ratio, social expenditure as a percentage of gross wages, of 26.3 for 2018, which is far below that of Sweden, 49.3, France, 46.5, Italy, 39.2, Austria, 35.8, and even the USA, 29.7. For employees, on the other hand, the erosion of social security systems driven by the German export model is far less advantageous. Not only do they now have to bear higher private costs, but they also suffer from the limited services provided by the social security systems, for example in hospitals and nursing homes. Private co-payments for accommodation in nursing homes in particular now represent an existential challenge for many employees. Future pensioners have been hit even harder. The poor wage development has also had a severe impact on the volume of financial resources available for paying pensions, as contributions are linked to salaries. In addition, mini-jobs, for example, have made many jobs much less secure via the pension system. Finally, a number of measures have been adopted in recent years to limit future pension entitlements, so that employer contributions do not increase. The result of these measures is a level of statutory pensions that is no longer suitable for maintaining the standard of living in old age. According to the current pension atlas, those insured today will receive an average retirement income of 48.9% of their gross income when they retire. For younger insured persons, this rate will only be around 40%. In addition, more and more pensioners are already facing old age poverty. Many pensioners are therefore forced to take on mini-jobs in addition to their pension, and thus intensify the cheap labor supply in the low-wage sector. A basic pension for those who have paid into the pension insurance scheme for a long time but still receive a pension that does not even reach the level of basic income support is a first step towards cushioning the worst hardships here. However, it would be much better and more in line with the population's sense of justice to use higher wages to generate pension insurance contributions that are sufficient to provide adequate security in old age. Women also acquire significantly fewer pension entitlements than men. These entitlements are generally not sufficient to secure their livelihood from their own retirement income. According to a study by the OECD, the pension gap between women and men, women's pensions are on average 46% lower than men's, is higher in Germany than in any other industrialized country. In addition to the direct savings in social security contributions, the strategy chosen in Germany also has the advantage from the employer's point of view that it weakens the negotiating position of individual employees with regard to wages and salaries. This applies in particular to protection against a fundamental loss of social status in the event of unemployment. While the majority of unemployed people received benefits based on their previous salary for several years until the 1990s, this is now only the case for a minority. The rest are transferred to the Hartz welfare system, with significantly lower benefits and only after their own assets have been used up. According to an IZA study, the Hartz reforms have also led to a sharp rise in economic uncertainty on the labor market since the 1990s, despite a significant drop in unemployment rates before the coronavirus crisis. And with it the fear of jeopardizing one's own job by demanding too high a wage. According to a study published by Eurostat in 2018, unemployed people in Germany now have by far the greatest risk of slipping directly into poverty in the Eurozone. In addition, heightened concerns about the lack of social security in the event of unemployment are also encouraging households to save more, fear savings. This limits domestic demand, which in turn helps in international cost competition due to the resulting low wage and price increases. Good for the export sector, bad for the domestic sector. In the last few years before the outbreak of the coronavirus crisis, however, this mechanism was temporarily undermined somewhat, as the reduction in unemployment and reports of the skills shortage had reduced German households' anxiety savings, with positive effects on domestic demand. The German economy's fixation on international competitiveness not only leads to relatively low wages, a large number of precarious employment relationships and a deterioration in social security, but also limits the standard of living of the German population through relatively tight limits on private debt, and thus on the purchase of residential property. The home ownership rate in Germany has been stagnating for some time at 45% and is now the second lowest in the entire OECD, as a study by the Deutsche Bundesbank shows. Against this backdrop, the proportion of the population benefiting from the sharp rise in real estate prices in recent years is very small. This correlation becomes even clearer when you consider that an explosion in property prices has taken place primarily in German conurbations. In these conurbations, however, the home ownership rate is very low, with the majority of apartments in cities such as Berlin belonging to corporations and particularly wealthy households. The majority of German property owners, on the other hand, live in small towns and in the countryside, where property prices have risen far less than in the metropolitan areas, if at all. In a large number of neighboring countries, not only in Southern Europe and the Anglo-American economies, but also in the Netherlands and Scandinavia, for example, the population has been able to compensate for a fall in wages in recent decades by taking on more debt. This debt is taken on to buy their own property and is usually more than compensated for by the increase in its value, including interest payments, so that net wealth increases. As we have seen, a stable growth model can even be built on rising private debt for the purchase of real estate for a longer period of time. Rising debt leads to rising domestic demand and thus to more employment and higher wages, which in turn drive domestic demand. For precisely the same reason, however, private debt is strictly limited in the extremely export-oriented German model. In order to be competitive not only for high-price quality exports, but also for price-sensitive mass goods, the wage price level and thus domestic demand must be dampened. A debt-driven real estate boom does not fit in at all. In an international comparative perspective, Sebastian Kohl and Alexander Spilo make it clear that the very different fates of the northern and southern European construction sectors are no coincidence, but rather are inevitably linked to the respective export or debt-driven growth models. The study First Save, Then Buy, by Osnabrück politics professor Daniel Mertens shows the precise mechanisms by which the limitation of private debt, particularly in real estate, supports the German export model. German politicians have developed a whole range of political instruments to prevent a boom in the purchase of residential property, and thus a burden on the export model. These include high land transfer taxes and notary fees, the waiver of tax deductibility of mortgage interest for owner-occupied residential property, and the requirement for a high level of equity when approving mortgage loans. These instruments also include the ban on households monetizing increases in the value of their real estate assets via additional loans, mortgage equity withdrawal, which is quite common internationally, and using them as a prop for consumption, a very conservative valuation of properties in relation to their mortgage lending value, and the existence of early repayment penalties, which make it impossible for households to benefit from short-term interest rate reductions. Now, it makes perfect sense to avoid over-indebtedness of private households. However, the extremely restrictive regulations in Germany also have considerable disadvantages. These disadvantages are born, for example, by those young households who are not lucky enough to have accumulated the equity required to buy a house through inheritance or particularly well-paid jobs. The less well-off sections of the population now not only lack the money to consume as a result of moderate wage growth, but also to save up the equity to take out a loan for an owner-occupied property. In view of the significant rise in purchase prices, the latter is also increasingly affecting younger households in the middle class if they have not inherited early and substantially. An IW report demonstrates that the home ownership rate in the generation of 35 to 44-year-olds fell significantly between 2010 and 2017, and the number of first-time home buyers has even fallen sharply, from 700,000 households per year at the turn of the century to less than 400,000 today. Young households who would have enough time to repay their loans are finding it virtually impossible to access the home ownership market. According to the IW, the latter is becoming increasingly elitist, with only freelancers, the self-employed, and wealthy pensioners seeing an increase in home ownership. Particularly in a phase of sharply rising real estate prices, other households are often blocked in their life plans. Despite a phase of low interest rates, and wealth inequality is intensified in order to maintain the export-oriented economic model. In addition to wages and social security contributions, corporate taxation is also kept as low as possible as a cost factor in the interests of the extreme German export model. In the context of the intensification of the model in the late 1990s and early 2000s, the corporate tax rate was drastically reduced from 52.3% to 29.4% and has remained relatively constant at 30% ever since. According to a comparative study by the Federal Agency for Civic Education, this reduction was significantly greater than the EU average. Other countries, such as France, have therefore had to follow suit. Since the end of 2019, a coalition of business associations, the CDU/CSU parliamentary group in the Bundestag and the economically liberal Kronberger Kreis, has been leading a sustained campaign for a further reduction in corporate taxes in Germany, referring to tax cuts announced or already implemented in other industrialized countries. The German export model has contributed significantly to a classic race to the bottom, in which governments undercut each other with tax cuts. Furthermore, the fixation on nominal tax rates is misleading. The decisive factor is the actual taxes levied, which also include deductions for companies, for example. A corresponding analysis by Heribert Dieter based on OECD data shows that Germany has now become a tax haven for companies in this respect, both in terms of the share of corporate taxes in total tax revenue and in terms of the share of corporate taxes in gross domestic product. From the company's point of view, considerations to reduce corporate taxes from the perspective of export competition are not very pleasing anyway. Tax cuts lead to a reduction in funds for improving public services, for example in the education sector or in research. They worsen working conditions and the quality of care in hospitals and care facilities. The deterioration of public infrastructure, such as roads, railroad lines, and schools, is therefore also one of the downsides of Germany's extreme focus on exports. This is now also being lamented by the Institute of German Business, which is close to employers, which highlighted in a 2017 study that public investment has long been given too low a priority and that the level of modernity of the state's capital stock is declining significantly. The deterioration of transport infrastructure in particular is now more than obvious. The IW points out, for example, that half of the highway bridges were built between 1965 and 1975 and are not designed for today's traffic anyway, especially as Germany has become a transit country due to the EU's eastward expansion. And almost 10,000 railroad bridges date back to before the First World War, as do some of the locks on important inland waterways such as the Kiel Canal. At municipal level alone, KfW estimates that an investment requirement of 160 billion euros has now accumulated for the renovation of schools, sewers, roads, and bridges, to the annoyance of many citizens. A look at Austria shows that such annoyance is not a law of nature, as Clemens Himpele reports. Austria, which has dispensed with a debt break enshrined in its constitution, invested an average of 3.1% of its gross domestic product between 2009 and 2018, while Germany only invested 2.2%. Financing higher infrastructure spending in Germany through drastic cuts in social benefits may be demanded by representatives of the export industries, but it is not only very unpopular in society, but would also further weaken domestic demand, and therefore growth, as social benefits disproportionately benefit the high-consumption population groups. To improve the financing of public infrastructure, it would therefore be necessary, according to conventional wisdom, to either increase taxes or public debt. The former is firmly rejected by all companies, especially with regard to corporate taxes, as it would directly affect their cost situation, but the latter is also not desired by companies competing internationally. As with private debt, a restrictive approach to public debt is an important prerequisite for the success of an export-oriented economic model. Relatively expansive borrowing by the public sector and corresponding expenditure on public services and investments can lead to an increase in the wage price structure, and thus place a burden on the cost side for companies competing in the export market. In this respect, the debt brake is an organic part of the German export model. It is therefore not entirely surprising that when the German model was generalized in the Eurozone, ideologically driven calls were made to anchor similar debt brakes in the constitutions of the other Eurozone member states, without empirically weighing up the problematic consequences for the Eurozone economies, including those for German exports. However, the inefficient deformation of the German economy through an extreme export orientation goes much further. A related and particularly serious long-term problem is the low investment activity of many German companies, as repeatedly discussed by Heiner Flassbeck in particular. The IW attributes the weak investment activity in Germany in particular to the declining capital intensity of industry, which complements, negatively, the declining degree of modernity of the state capital stock. The capital intensity of the economy, i.e. the amount of capital per person in employment, rose in line with the capital stock until 2005, but has stagnated since then. The workforce, on average in the economy, is therefore equipped at the same level of capital stock as 15 years ago, whereas from the IW's point of view, an increase in capital intensity would be essential for economic development, productivity dynamics, and growth in the material standard of living. According to the IW, there has been far too little investment in machinery, equipment, and the construction of production facilities in particular over the last 3 decades. Deutsche Bank is also concerned about the reluctance to invest in many German economic sectors. It notes that real net fixed assets in the automotive industry rose by 79% between 1995 and 2016, and those in the pharmaceutical industry by 43.5%, but in the manufacturing industry as a whole by a miserable 2.4%. This means that only a few sectors are still investing, while in others, such as the building materials industry, paper industry, metal production, and even the chemical industry, the capital stock is shrinking considerably. As a result of this reluctance to invest, industrial plants in Germany have been permanently obsolete for 2 decades and labor productivity is only increasing very slowly. The capital intensity of production in Germany is also developing very unfavorably in a European comparison, according to the Brussels think tank Bruegel. The low level of investment activity is particularly serious against the backdrop of future demographic developments, as a paper presented jointly by the IW and IMK points out. The German economy will only be able to maintain its growth potential if investment in Germany increases sharply in the near future and productivity rises significantly. In the heyday of supply-side economic policy, it was argued that companies needed to make more profits in order to accumulate sufficient funds for new investments and thus drive the economy. Regardless of whether the argument was correct at the time, those days are long gone for Germany. Over the last 2 decades, corporate and property income has risen faster than employee compensation, 2.8% compared to 2.6%, according to the DGB distribution report, but at the same time, productive corporate investment is increasingly weak. Instead of investing their profits, companies are accumulating more and more savings, often abroad. The corporate sector in Germany has had a positive financing balance since 2002, meaning that for almost 2 decades it has been saving more net than it invests, as KfW found in a study on the German balance sheet in 2015. The number of German companies reporting financing difficulties is at a very low level internationally and continues to fall. According to the IW survey cited above, just 11% of companies surveyed in fall 2017 cited financing difficulties as a major obstacle to investment, compared to just 15% in 2014. This also makes a mockery of government support for saving, for example, through the earlier savings incentives for ordinary private households, as in Merton. Save first, buy later, or the half-hearted taxation of capital income for wealthy households, in terms of supporting the German economic model. Historically, this preference for saving may have had an important economic function, but it is now superfluous with the exception of wealth accumulation in the lower half of the population. From an economic perspective, corporate investments can currently be fully financed by retained earnings, and there are still funds left over for investment. This is very unusual by both historical and international standards, and also contradicts textbook economics, according to which companies borrow from private households, who save for retirement, and use their savings productively for investments. What is the reason for this low investment and high savings ratio? In recent decades, German companies have often rested on favorable macroeconomic factors for their export model, in particular the elimination of the possibility of devaluation by Southern European competitors, the soft external value of the euro, and the low wage development in relation to productivity in an international comparison. Many German companies have become complacent and innovation is virtually non-existent. Alexander Horn even speaks of a zombie economy. A study carried out for the Bertelsmann Stiftung in 2019 on the innovative capacity of German companies came to alarming results. Only around a quarter of German companies in the service and industrial sectors belong to those milieus that are able to maintain or expand their competitive position through constant innovation, combined with high productivity increases. A good quarter limit themselves to incremental adjustments and almost half refrain from developing innovations on their own. It is fitting that the private sector's share of national expenditure on research and development R&D lags behind that of South Korea, Japan, Sweden, Austria, and Switzerland, according to the Federal Report on Research and Innovation 2020, not to mention the fact that total R&D expenditure in these countries is higher in terms of gross domestic product anyway. It is also not surprising that Germany is now gradually falling behind in terms of its share of world-class patents, according to another study by the Bertelsmann Stiftung. One of the main reasons for the lack of innovation and the slow increase in productivity in the German economy is the restrained wage development. The negative effects of low wage development and labor market liberalization on innovation and labor productivity have been impressively demonstrated by economists Robert Vergier and Alfred Kleinecht in a panel data analysis of 20 OECD countries. Thomas Strabhar even claims that when wages are low, machines are substituted by labor, instead of the otherwise discussed substitution of labor by machines. However, a long period of wage restraint, as was typical for some time in Germany, must almost inevitably be accompanied by low productivity gains. The logic behind this expectation is simple. If labor is cheaper, there are no economic incentives to invest in machines, robots, and new digital technologies. Why invest in expensive machines when labor is so cheap? Accordingly, there is no push for modernization. However, wage increases would be particularly relevant to dissuade German companies from their disastrous investment strike, namely as a source of demand. Particularly in the domestic market-oriented sectors of the economy, investments to expand production capacities would then finally be worthwhile again. These investments would contribute to increasing productivity. Those who invest buy the very latest and therefore most productive technology. The reluctance of German industry to invest will probably only change when companies are motivated to invest their extensive savings through significantly higher wages, i.e., when wage increases resume their traditional function as a productivity whip, and this whip is more than overdue. In view of saving private households, a saving state with the exception of the coronavirus crisis, and saving companies, demand can otherwise only come from abroad. According to IMK calculations, German domestic demand increased by just 15% in real terms between 2000 and 2017, while German exports rose by 120%. This meant that economic growth could be maintained for the most part. But what if foreign demand collapses in the longer term, as is threatening to happen in the future, and not just as a result of the coronavirus crisis? But even regardless of these dark clouds on the horizon, the German economy is on a downward trajectory in terms of the nature of its exports. Over the last few decades, the German economy has changed from an export-strong, but basically relatively balanced economy to an extremely export-dependent economy. It is noticeable that the pathological intensification of Germany's export orientation is not accompanied by particular technological innovations, but increasingly also by the intensification of price competition. However, export success is then no longer a sign of industrial strength, but of weakness, even if it is only the weakness of the too expensive European neighbors. Arndt Sorg and Wolfgang Streeck, for example, note with regard to their concept of diversified quality production, which is typical of German industry, that this is still halfway intact in terms of core qualifications such as product differentiation, but is no longer based on the beneficial constraints of high wages and the innovations they force, but often on cost advantages. After an initial slump around 1980, German industry has broken its long-standing trend towards quality-oriented upgrading since the mid-1990s and has since relied much more heavily than before on price advantages. Lucio Baccaro has illustrated this development quantitatively with the relationship between export and import prices. Since 1995 at the latest, this ratio, as an indicator of upgrading, has no longer been rising, in marked contrast to developments in earlier decades. The OECD also reports, particularly for the first decade after the millennium, that the German economy has shown a clearly increasing tendency to achieve its export success not predominantly through product quality, but increasingly also through price restraint, in contrast to earlier periods when innovations measured by the number of patent applications, for example, were more likely to ensure such success. A detailed analysis of foreign trade in research-intensive goods in international comparison also shows that Germany's comparative advantages are predominantly and relatively stable in high-value technology, motor vehicles, mechanical engineering, but not in current cutting-edge technology, with exceptions in the special field of medical, measurement, and control technology. China, on the other hand, has significantly increased its market share in both segments, especially in cutting-edge technology. And even in the high-end technology of German cars and car parts, export success is increasingly based on price competition rather than quality competition, according to this study. Lucio Baccaro and Chiara Benassi come to similar conclusions, measuring an increased price sensitivity of German car and mechanical engineering exports for the period after 1990, in contrast to earlier decades. These findings are also confirmed by a more recent study by Sebastian Dullian, Heike Jobges, and Gabriel Palazzo. This study also emphasizes the importance of price competitiveness for German exports, including exports of high-tech goods. This cost competitiveness was greatly improved in the early 1980s on the one hand and between 1995 and 2012 on the other. These observations do not bode well for the long-term development of the German economy. It has long since ceased to be at the forefront of technological progress on a large scale, for example in biotechnology or the digital economy. It is innovative in parts, but mainly in the incremental development of technological innovations, the basic features of which are already many decades old. Today, the real technological developments are taking place primarily in the USA and China. In contrast, the German export economy has so far too often kept its head above water with wage moderation and low fiscal burdens. This price competition through dumping may still work in the short term and in intra-European competition, but hardly in the long term and globally. In other words, saving jobs through wage moderation and austerity may still have helped to stabilize this model during the last economic crises. In the meantime, however, this strategy seems to have reached the end of the line. In the long term, a high-wage economy like Germany's can only survive if much more is invested in research, technology, and employee qualifications in relation to exports, and if economic growth and jobs are not only dependent on uncertain developments on the export markets, but also on stable domestic demand. Against this backdrop, it would be a very big mistake to react to the 2020 coronavirus recession by intensifying the cost-based export model again, for example through austerity in public budgets and general wage moderation. This would also further intensify the already pronounced inequality. One major advantage of the strong export orientation of the German economy from an entrepreneurial perspective is that all measures that are implemented with the argument of strong international competition, from meager wage development to the division of the labor market into insiders and outsiders and the erosion of social security systems, are also ideally suited to increasing the profits of entrepreneurs relative to those of employees. If it were not for the export-driven deformation of the German economy, one could even assume that the argument of strong international competition only serves as a pretext to legitimize redistribution in favor of entrepreneurs. From the perspective of entrepreneurs in the domestic market sectors, however, this redistribution is an own goal. Although they benefit in relation to their employees from the internal redistribution of profits in favor of the capital side, the pie that can be redistributed within the company is also much smaller due to the weakening of domestic demand. Entrepreneurs' wealth has risen sharply in recent decades, particularly in the export sectors. According to a 2014 DIW study, Germany was already the most unequal country in the Eurozone in terms of wealth in 2012. In the years that followed, inequality increased even further, by almost 20% between 2010 and 2018, according to the DGB Distribution Report, which is based on data from the Credit Suisse Global Wealth Report 2018. According to this report, the richest 10% of the population now owns 64% of wealth. The wealthiest 1% alone owns over 30% of assets, as much as 86% of the population combined. A new study by the DIW, which is based on an additional sample of high net worth individuals, even puts the share of German wealth held by the top 1% at 35%. More recently, following Thomas Piketty, these surveys on the wealth situation, which are based on household surveys, and therefore regularly do not reach the richest households, have been combined with studies based on real data. Such data is available from tax revenues, allowing, for example, a much more precise assessment of the market value of corporations not traded on the stock exchange. A study using this improved method was recently carried out by Thilo Albers, Charlotte Bartels, and Moritz Schulerich for the Cluster of Excellence Esion Tribute. Based on this study, the share of the top 1% in German wealth is estimated at only 25%, but the increase in wealth inequality since reunification is all the higher. Although the wealth of the bottom 50% has stagnated since then, the top 50% have doubled their wealth. While the top 10% together had 50 times as much average wealth as the bottom 50% in 1993, this figure was 100 times as high in 2018. Ultimately, the share of wealth held by the bottom 50% in Germany has almost halved from over 5% to less than 3% in these 25 years. Many of these figures would be reduced somewhat if claims from the statutory pension scheme and civil servants' pensions were also included in the assets, as economic institutes are calling for. However, this would not correspond to the widespread understanding of wealth among the population. Pension entitlements cannot be lent, sold, or bequeathed, but money, real estate, or company shares can. Future pension entitlements cannot be used to compensate for a current loss of income, for example due to the coronavirus crisis. In contrast to real assets, you also lack the freedom and security to change a job that makes you unhappy, for example, or to switch to a second home in less affected areas during a pandemic. And you can no longer secure your standard of living in old age with your pension entitlements in the future. You will have to rely on additional assets anyway. However, in view of subdued wage growth, precarious employment, and the erosion of social security systems, large sections of the population are not in a position to put any money aside. Low interest rates and, above all, obstacles to the purchase of privately used real estate, still by far the most frequently used form of wealth accumulation, place tight limits on wealth accumulation for the general population. 30% of adults in Germany have virtually no assets or only debts, according to the DGB distribution report. This rate has increased significantly in recent years. In an ING comparative study of 13 European countries, the rate of consumers without any savings is only lower in Romania. While normally only left-wing parties, trade unions, and social organizations are bothered by the growing wealth inequality in Germany, and this is largely ignored as background noise by the business press, the topic has received somewhat more attention in business circles in recent years. This was due to the regular IMF report on Germany in 2019, which, together with a working paper published by the fund in 2020, focused on increased wealth inequality in Germany. The IMF identified German companies, rather than real estate, as the core of wealth accumulation. By international standards, an unusually high proportion of German wealth is held by companies. And the 10% of the richest German households own 95% of all company shares. Accordingly, this small entrepreneurial elite has received the lion's share of the profits that have accrued in Germany over the last 2 decades as a result of moderate wage growth and the export boom. For the majority of the German population, on the other hand, the economic model is very unfavorable due to low income growth and wealth accumulation, according to the background paper to the IMF report. One of the reasons for this extreme development is the fact that, in contrast to other wealthy industrialized countries, company ownership in Germany is not relatively broadly diversified via stock exchanges and equity funds, but is largely in the hands of family businesses. Around 60% of German company shares are not listed on the stock exchange, but are in family hands, including Bosch, Trumpf, Aldi, and Lid. And even among the 40% of company stocks that are listed, 2/3 of the companies are controlled by a family, for example BMW, the Schaeffler Group, or Conti. This extreme accumulation of wealth in family businesses is also favored by low taxes, which have been significantly reduced with regard to inheritances and assets in recent decades. Compared to other OECD countries, the taxation of wealth in Germany is very low, according to the IMF. This tax relief, while at the same time balancing budgets before coronavirus, was made possible not least by the austerity measures in relation to public spending, which were politically enforced by the call for austerity, one of the core elements of exportist ideology. Incidentally, those DAX companies that are not controlled by families are also no cause for comfort in terms of the efficiency of the German export model. They are overwhelmingly in the hands of foreign shareholders and investment companies, meaning that here too the high profits do not contribute to reducing wealth inequality in Germany. A particularly important mechanism through which an extreme export orientation weakens growth in the long term lies in the wealth inequality inevitably associated with this economic model. In the past, it was generally assumed that inequality was good for growth, as this was the only way to accumulate the capital required for investment and that there were no incentives for companies to invest in an egalitarian society. In recent years, this assumption has been shaken in particular by two studies published by the IMF and the OECD in 2014, which show that higher income inequality can often reduce growth. These studies led to a debate between economic research institutes, particularly DIW, IFO, and IW in Germany, particularly between 2015 and 2017, which was not wrongly characterized as excessively polarized and politicized in a summary analysis by the Bertelsmann Stiftung. The focus of this controversial debate was on income inequality. According to a long-term study by Charlotte Bartels from the DIW in Berlin, the latter has remained roughly constant in recent years and is therefore roughly as pronounced as it was in the 19th century, after having decreased significantly at times in the 20th century. There is also consensus that inequality in market income and disposable household income has increased significantly compared to the 1990s, according to the IW, which is close to employers. Whether income inequality increased further, DIW, or decreased slightly, IFO and IW, in the second half of the 2010s is of no significance in comparison. The high level of wealth inequality is not controversial anyway, see above. From a short-term perspective, the basis for the negative effects of the pronounced wealth inequality and the still very substantial income inequality on growth in Germany is initially the different propensity to consume and save between rich and poor population groups. According to a study by the DIW, the median savings rate of the top 10% of the income distribution is 40.5%, while it is consistently below 10% for the bottom 40%. This means that the poorer sections of the population consume almost all of their income. An additional euro of income thus flows almost automatically into economic demand. The rich, on the other hand, save a large proportion of their income, meaning that an additional euro of income is only relevant for economic demand to a limited extent. In this perspective, high inequality slows down growth by reducing domestic demand, as domestically oriented companies do not invest due to a lack of demand. This correlation applies empirically above all to the export-oriented economies of China, Germany, and Japan, not necessarily to the USA and the UK. As research by Jan Berenger, Thomas Theobald, and Till van Traek demonstrates, in principle, saving would not be a bad thing for growth, especially for companies. In addition to borrowed capital, loans, and bonds, it can be an important basis for investment. Saving is particularly important for young and small companies, because access to outside capital is often very difficult at first. Without inequality in the form of the accumulation of entrepreneurial wealth, it is almost impossible to make investments, which means that inequality is sometimes economically efficient. This view, described by Till van Traek as trickle-down economics, can still be found prominently in many textbooks and German economics lectures today, even if it is no longer considered tenable in its generalization, partly due to the aforementioned studies by the IMF and OECD. What is needed, however, is an approach that takes into account the specific historical and national circumstances. From a macroeconomic perspective, the view of a shortage of capital does not currently apply to Germany, even if there are certainly individual companies that are unable to invest due to a lack of capital. We have seen above that German companies are now saving too much and investing too little. One of the reasons for this is that in Germany, in contrast to the rest of the Eurozone, savings are not being made by young company founders, but by the already particularly wealthy owners of family businesses, according to the IMF's background paper on the Germany report published in 2020. The IMF Germany report therefore also emphasizes that the majority of prosperity gains in the last decade have been in the form of retained profits from German family businesses, while lower and middle incomes have stagnated. According to the IMF's calculations, the share of disposable household income in gross domestic product fell by 6% between 2005 and 2017, with disproportionately high declines in the lower half of incomes. From a long-term perspective, this weakening of domestic demand and the growth based on it is compounded by the lower level of investment in education by poorer population groups. According to a study by the Bertelsmann Foundation, the children of these groups often have much more problematic school careers and receive far less support outside the formal education sector. This neglect of the education of poorer population groups is a development that will cause considerable damage to the German economy in the future, as it will be dependent on higher productivity in view of demographic developments and, particularly early childhood, education will make an essential contribution to this, according to the joint paper by the IMK and IW. as the export model leads to the formation of population groups at the lower end of the income and wealth distribution that are unable to invest much in their children's education due to wage suppression, dualization of the labor markets, and the erosion of social security systems, the accumulation of human capital in the German economy is therefore severely hampered. One could assume that at least the entrepreneurs, especially in the export sector, are completely happy about the development of the last few decades. But even from the point of view of large sections of the wealthy, the piling up of ever higher current account surpluses through the extremely export-oriented economic model does not pay off in the long term. At second glance, the claims arising from these surpluses do not look as good as often advertised. Germany has been exporting more goods than it imports year after year for a long time. In return for this renunciation, foreign countries give Germany assets whose earnings are often reinvested abroad. These foreign investments, e.g. company shareholdings, loans or securities such as shares and investment fund units, have risen sharply over the last 20 years and, according to IFO Schnelldienst, their income, e.g. dividends or interest, now accounts for a substantial part of the German current account surplus, around 1/5, in addition to trading goods. From an abstract perspective, the current account surpluses of the German economy can be added up and explained as hypothetical foreign assets. A study by the Kreditanstalt für Wiederaufbau from 2015 shows that German net assets abroad have risen since 1999 from a balance between receivables and liabilities to 900 billion euros in 2013. More recent calculations by the Bundesbank on Germany's net foreign position show a further increase to over 2 trillion euros at the end of 2018. However, a substantial proportion of Germany's asset claims abroad have been lost in recent decades due to written-off receivables and valuation losses. Such losses have long been the order of the day, but have intensified in the last 2 decades, particularly as a result of the dot-com bubble, 2001, the global financial crisis, 2007-08, and the euro crisis, 2010 to 2013, in which German investors suffered particularly high losses. In international financial circles, this has already led to the term stupid German money. From an economic balance perspective, these losses on German foreign investments are at times akin to an imaginary giving away of cars delivered to the USA, according to KfW in its study on Germany's current account in 2017. In simple terms, they were paid for with financial certificates that are now worthless. It is difficult to determine the exact amount of write-downs on German foreign investments. The Bundesbank speaks of various pitfalls here, even if there is no doubt that losses in the 3-digit billion range were realized on German foreign investments. The European Commission estimates the losses at 550 billion euros in the core phase of the financial and euro crisis between 2007 and 2011, and Thies Peterson estimates them at 670 billion between 2000 and 2017 in a study for the Bertelsmann Stiftung. By way of comparison, the federal government spent a total of 343.6 billion in 2019, according to the preliminary budget statement. More recent data and a more complex methodology are contained in a study by the Kiel Institute for the World Economy. It describes the investment performance of German foreign investments as third-rate in an international comparison, even beyond such spectacular losses in times of crisis. For decades, they have been yielding around 3 to 5% less than the investments of comparable countries and generally significantly worse than those of all other G7 economies. According to the Kiel study, the reasons for the poor performance lie in the strong focus of German investments on the EU and the Eurozone in particular, with weak economic development in international comparison, but also in poor individual investment decisions, for example in the selection of foreign direct investments or company holdings. Think of the Bayer Monsanto disaster, for example. In comparison, foreign investments are therefore also significantly less profitable in the long term than domestic investments, with a difference in returns of around 3% over the last few decades, and even 4% lower returns in the last decade with the particularly high surpluses. A resource-efficient allocation of our economic output certainly looks different. And the myth that German capital flows abroad because returns are higher there is just that, a myth. Nevertheless, some sections of the business press like to defend the usefulness of this practice by claiming that people are saving assets for a rainy day. In this context, reference is regularly made to the demographic situation, in which the strong build-up in the age pyramid will soon lead to the pension system being heavily burdened in the foreseeable future. A high current account surplus would be triggered by the aging of the German population, so the argument goes, and would benefit this population at retirement age. However, This calculation is illusory and primarily serves to ideologically justify the extremely unequal German export model. A realization of the claimed correlation would first of all presuppose that the German surpluses could also turn into deficits again in the foreseeable future, especially in relation to those economies that currently have corresponding deficits. However, such a development is nowhere to be seen, neither on the part of Germany nor on the part of the debtors. Moreover, the alleged correlation presupposes that the debtors will be in a position to make the corresponding repayments at exactly the right time. This assumption also seems completely illusory. Most surpluses are made to economies that run up chronic deficits. Why should these economies be generating surpluses at precisely the time of the German retirement? Generally speaking, the surpluses are accumulated in economies with a similar demographic structure to Germany, around 70% according to the study for the Kiel Institute for the World Economy, and not in young and still dynamically growing economies which, according to demographic logic, could be expected to be able to repay them in the future. The share of investments in such developing and emerging countries has actually fallen significantly, from 25 to 30% in the 1980s to less than 10% in 2017, despite the dynamic rise of emerging countries such as China and India. And finally, KfW found in its study that foreign assets are very heavily concentrated in the upper class, i.e. the owners of family businesses. According to KfW, it is completely illusory to use these assets to provide for the old age of the broad masses. On the other hand, good wage growth within Germany would be extremely helpful for the retirement provision of the broad mass of the German population in order to finance adequate pensions using the pay-as-you-go system. Another prominent collateral damage of the extreme export orientation of the German economy is its financial sector. As Benjamin Braun from the Max Planck Institute in Cologne and Richard Deeg from Temple University have noted, the function of the German financial sector has changed fundamentally in recent decades. Its traditional role was to finance the investments of German industry. The legendary house banks worked closely with the companies they supported on a long-term basis, often as anchor shareholders and with prominent representation on the supervisory board. They were the core of Deutschland AG, especially in the early and middle 20th century. However, since the intensification of the German export model in the late 1990s at the latest, the mutual fixation between German industry and German banks has loosened. The banks sold their industrial holdings, with the support of a tax reform by the red-green federal government, and industry discovered the international capital markets as an alternative source of financing. Over the last 20 years, German companies have piled up ever higher surpluses thanks to moderate wage growth and export growth. Investments could now be paid for effortlessly from retained profits. Banks were therefore needed much less frequently as providers of capital for corporate loans. In contrast to all other major European economies, the share of corporate loans, outside the financial sector, in Germany's gross domestic product has fallen significantly since the mid-1990s, according to a study by Benjamin Braun and Richard Deeg. In addition, there have been shifts within corporate borrowing. According to the study, the share of domestic bank loans in companies' remaining debt has fallen from 75 to 50% over the last 3 decades, particularly in favor of foreign banks and bonds. The major German banks saw the biggest decline in their market share of corporate loans. Savings banks and cooperative banks held up better, and had to look for an alternative business model. They found a new role in financialization, the risky proprietary trading of financial products, and the investment of Germany's foreign surpluses. Both were much riskier, and not particularly successful, as can be seen from the sad state of Deutsche Bank and Commerzbank today, not to mention the wound-up Landsbanken and Hypo Real Estate or even Dusseldorf-based IKB. Compared to the function of the German financial sector as a lender to German industry, which has been established over many decades, the intensification of the export model over the last 2 decades has led to a serious deformation of the German banking landscape and thus to considerable economic losses. For Herbert Dieter, these losses are even the core problem of the German business model. The fixation on export performance and the export of goods ensures jobs and growth in Germany, but the frequent write-offs on foreign investments prevent citizens from benefiting appropriately from the successes. Finally, the savings surplus associated with extreme German exportism also contributes to the distortions caused by the central bank's low interest rate policy, which are now widely discussed in public, as Gunther Tichy documented in a study for Wirtschaftsdienst. The export model leads to the accumulation of large fortunes, particularly among entrepreneurs. At the same time, this is accompanied by a lack of demand among broad sections of the population. meaning that companies' surpluses cannot be invested productively. Due to a lack of demand, it is not worthwhile for companies to take out loans for new investments. The structural savings surplus of the rich, combined with the limited demand for loans from companies and the state's fixation on a black zero, leads to a low interest rate according to the dictates of supply and demand. The latter in turn damages the wealth accumulation of those sections of the population who, due to a lack of real estate or company shares, are dependent on conventional savings. This correlation sheds an interesting light on the central bank's low interest rate policy. The latter is not only based on a political decision by the ECB to reduce the risk premiums on southern European government bonds, to weaken the external value of the euro, and to stimulate borrowing in the monetary union, but also results from this specific distribution situation in the Eurozone's largest economy by far, which is associated with the fixation on exports. In addition, German wage moderation is reducing inflation and making it more difficult for the central bank to raise key interest rates. All those for whom extremely low interest rates are a major thorn in the side despite their potentially positive effects in terms of government debt and more favorable financing of investments, and thus for job creation, should bear these correlations in mind when they once again unload their anger on the ECB. The impact of the ECB's monetary easing appears to be limited anyway if you look at the development of long-term interest rates. These had already fallen significantly beforehand for the reasons mentioned above. As a consequence, this correlation also means that interest rates will only rise again when employees consume more again due to higher wages and companies invest more again accordingly. An end to Germany's extreme fixation on exports, with its structural savings surplus and deflationary tendencies, would therefore also be very welcome for the enemies of low interest rates. The export-oriented German economic model is not only in a serious crisis, but is also generally inefficient and increasingly risky in the future. However, the model is not a permanent fate, but can be shaped politically, even without any international coordination. The focus of an intensified rebalancing must be on the permanent stimulation of private and state domestic demand, as compensation for the exports that continue to take place, but at a higher quality level. If this leap in quality succeeds, the rebalancing of the German economy is clearly a positive sum game that will lead to more jobs, a higher standard of living, and a less conflict-ridden role for Germany internationally. In view of the increasingly clear disadvantages of the German export model and the growing risks associated with it, the voices of those calling for a move away from this model have been growing in recent years before the coronavirus crisis. As all leading international organizations also criticized the German economy's focus on high current account surpluses, the German government felt compelled to defend its adherence to the extreme export model. The attacks by US President Trump have made it even more necessary to establish a line of defense here. While the German government and economic research institutions with close ties to employers used to say that high surpluses were not a problem and that criticism of them was merely a sign of envy, this claim is no longer tenable. The new line of defense, which the government commissioned in quick succession, first from the Kiel Institute for the World Economy and then from the Scientific Advisory Council of the Ministry of Economic Affairs, is that the current account surpluses are unfavorable, but that it is not the politicians' fault. To be more precise, it would be possible, but the fiscal effort would not be justifiable, according to the BMF representative in the Wirtschaftsdienst. However, the defense of the immutability of Germany's export orientation is not convincing. Mario Husel and Philip Stachelsky speak of a possum strategy, in reference to the American expression, playing possum. When threatened, the possum simply plays dead instead of taking up the fight. The German government is also avoiding a serious debate. In Wade Jacoby's view, this approach is a typical case of the German elite's long-standing but increasingly even less convincing normalize and apologize strategy. They initially claim that everything is normal, only to then concede in the face of persistent criticism that there is a problem, but that nothing can be done about it. The BMY report is very brief and the empirical basis for its findings is often unclear. Wage policy as an option, for example, is dealt with in one paragraph without any reference to the research literature. The assertion used by the Kiel authors that politicians cannot do anything to stimulate domestic demand through higher wages, because wage negotiations are a matter for the collective bargaining parties, is also completely false. However, the conclusion of the Kiel report is particularly absurd. Due to political or technical obstacles, a single measure could hardly be implemented to an extent that would be sufficient to significantly reduce the current account balance, e.g. by 2 percentage points in relation to gross domestic product. No one has ever claimed that the extreme German propensity to export could be brought into balance with a single measure. A combination of measures is necessary for such a change, of course. What would be the alternative to Germany's extreme propensity to export? Of course, it is not the other extreme, an economic system aimed at self-sufficiency. The alternative is a rebalancing of the German economy, i.e., a combination of a flourishing domestic economy and a successful export economy. How can such a rebalancing be defined more precisely? That is not difficult. In principle, a rebalanced economy should avoid large current account surpluses as well as current account deficits in the long term. Of course, it will not be possible to precisely balance the current account, but it should at least not permanently show large surpluses or deficits over a longer period of time. After all, the current account balance is only an indicator, not the goal in itself. The goal is a stable, cooperative economic system and a high standard of living for the entire population. Ironically, according to an IMK analysis, a wage policy geared towards the goal of rebalancing could even temporarily increase the current account surpluses, as significantly higher wages would reduce the export volume, but higher prices, depending on the price elasticity of demand, would possibly increase export sales. In addition, a reduction in the export volume would also reduce the import volume of intermediate products. In this respect, a rebalancing would not be immediately apparent from a reduced current account surplus. But the standard of living of employees would undoubtedly be higher, and international conflicts and risks would be reduced. Balancing the German economy also does not mean focusing unilaterally on domestic demand. This would create a new form of dependency, in this case on the mood of domestic consumers and investors. This would have a very strong impact on the economic cycle, barely slowed by a potentially contrary development in the export markets. This would not be desirable. After all, the goal is balance, not a shift to the next extreme. And even a complete rebalancing of the German economy will not be possible in the foreseeable future. But a few clear steps along this path would be extremely helpful, given the risks and disadvantages of the current model documented in the previous chapters. A politically driven rebalancing is possible, as the example of China demonstrates. And a high volume of exports in combination with a less one-sided economic structure based on wage moderation is also feasible for advanced industrialized countries, as the example of Sweden shows. More imports, especially from our neighboring countries in order to stabilize the European economy, must be at the heart of balancing the German current account. These imports can be easily organized through higher wages and stronger government demand in Germany. These measures must be flanked by corporate investment in higher quality products and modern production processes in order to avoid a severe slump in exports despite higher wages. The result would be an economic model that is less dependent on the risks of global economic development and less inefficient due to a one-sided distribution structure. And at the same time, we are still doing something good by leaving our descendants a better infrastructure and companies with more productive technologies, and raising our own standard of living. Internationally minded skeptics may object at this point that a revival in demand would undoubtedly be desirable in view of a global post-corona recession, but that this would have to be better coordinated internationally so that the small German contribution Germany has the fourth largest economy globally does not fizzle out. From a global perspective, this is also understandable. Increased government spending in Germany is not enough to alleviate a global recession. However, the assessment changes when Germany's political influence in the EU is taken into account, as well as the fact that Germany restructured the Eurozone along its export-oriented lines in the wake of the Euro crisis. And a change of course by the European Union, the world's largest common economic area, would make a difference. However, the central objection is a different one. A rebalancing of the German economy is not motivated by considerations of stabilizing the global economy. For the latter, global coordination would indeed be necessary. Instead, it is about solving the problem of Germany's extreme export orientation and the risks and efficiency problems that this inevitably entails. We should do this for ourselves, even if it also helps others. Other more nationally minded skeptics will argue that higher wages and government spending in Germany certainly lead to higher demand, but that most of this demand flows abroad and is therefore of no use to Germany. Although a balance would be desirable in principle from this perspective, it would have to be coordinated internationally. However, this is also too short-sighted. Even if some of the demand created unilaterally in Germany will flow into other countries, particularly in the Eurozone, a large proportion of this purchasing power will go into local services and locally produced products. This will not only strengthen employment in these often very labor-intensive sectors, but also stabilize the pension system. At the same time, the wage increases act as a strong incentive for companies to resume investment activity. The outflow of demand abroad will also have a positive impact. The European Union is a relatively closed economy, meaning that the majority of this demand flowing abroad will remain in Europe and support neighboring economies. This would make a significant contribution to stabilizing the sales markets for German exports. In contrast to other current challenges, particularly climate change, Germany's excessive focus on exports has the advantage that it can be tackled unilaterally, without the difficult international coordination. The idea of a better economic balance has already been tackled in other, also very export-oriented economies in recent years. The best-known example of this is China. After the global economic crisis in 2008, China began to reduce the strong export orientation of its own economy. From 2009, domestic investment in fixed assets replaced exports as the main driver of the Chinese economy, and from 2013, investment in human capital, research and development, and stimulating demand from Chinese private households increasingly took over. The rebalancing strategy has also been successful in the meantime. In recent years, China's current account balance has been roughly balanced after many years of considerable surpluses, as much as 10% of economic output in 2007. In its analysis of this change, the German Bundesbank points to a number of causes that are also likely to be relevant for balancing the German economy. For example, it emphasizes the limits of export orientation, on the one hand in relation to the absorption capacity of the global market, but also in relation to rising labor costs in the country, which are in clear tension with an export strategy based on price competition. According to the Bundesbank, the solution in China consisted of a technological upgrade of exports on the one hand and an increase in demand from private households on the other. It is precisely these solutions that will help Germany. Martin Höfner, the now-deceased chief economist at Hypo-Vereinsbank and the Assenegon Group, had already suggested in 2019 that Germany should follow the Chinese example in the face of increasing protectionism and declining globalization. It is therefore high time to shift growth forces from exports to the domestic economy. It is not popular today to emulate the Chinese. The Middle Kingdom is no role model for the developed market economies of Western industrialized nations. But when it comes to shifting growth forces from exports to the more promising areas of consumption and investment, we can take the Chinese as an example. However, China is not the only example of successful rebalancing in the case of a high current account surplus. In 2017, the IMF analyzed a whole series of cases of high and persistent surpluses that were rebalanced, from Belgium to Finland and Taiwan. The rebalancing measures are similar, with a prominent role for strong wage increases. Little noticed by the German public, a slight rebalancing of the German economy took place in the last few years before the coronavirus crisis. This development is particularly evident in the fact that, despite the significant decline in exports in 2018-19, the German economy did not fall into a deep recession before the coronavirus crisis. In the structurally very export-oriented German economy, this slump should actually have led to such a recession. Instead, it developed reasonably steadily in terms of almost all data with the exception of exports, which also demonstrates the positive effects of a rebalancing of the German economy. The slight rebalancing was made possible by a revival in domestic demand, as the DIW and IMK state. The relatively long phase of economic growth and the associated shortage of qualified workers has led to slightly higher wages, particularly in 2018 and 2019. The slowdown in export demand, on the other hand, had a delayed impact on wages and the labor market. This is due to the fact that the change in wages always lags 1 to 2 years behind the economic development, meaning that wages initially rise at the start of an economic downturn phase and mitigate the downturn somewhat by stimulating domestic demand. The long-term low unemployment and good wage development even resulted in unusually positive consumer sentiment. Judith Nehus and Maximilian Stockhausen demonstrate, for example, that Germans' concerns about their own economic situation were lower in 2018 than at any time since surveys began in 1984. For the same reason, but also due to low interest rates, construction activity has also increased significantly since 2016, as the DIW reports. Finally, the relatively steady economic growth of previous years had also led to relatively good tax revenues, so that, in combination with the interest savings of the public sector due to low interest rates, An increase in government spending by the Grand Coalition was easily possible despite the black zero in order to counter the slump in exports. The slight rebalancing had already begun after the intensive phase of the euro crisis had been overcome. Between 2013 and 2016, the slight economic growth in Germany, around 1.5%, no longer came from exports, but on average 0.8% from private consumption and 0.4% from government consumer spending, according to the IW. German foreign trade surpluses have been falling slightly since 2016, albeit still at a very high level from a historical perspective, at least before the outbreak of the coronavirus crisis in 2020. The slight rebalancing is particularly clear when compared to neighboring countries and previous periods, as Donato Di Carlo has shown. He points to a higher increase in unit labor costs compared to European trading partners, disproportionately high increases in government spending, and a significantly lower share of trade in economic output compared to the phase before the global financial crisis. However, given the developments in recent years before the coronavirus crisis, we cannot speak of a genuine rebalancing of the German economy. Wage increases were still far too low for this. They have not been able to compensate for the growing lag behind productivity development over the last 3 decades, nor for the weak development of unit labor costs in relation to other countries since the start of the single currency. In addition, there has been a permanent lack of substantially higher government investment as another essential factor in a genuine rebalancing, the absence of which is also evident in the current account surplus, which remained high until the coronavirus crisis, even if this is now no longer generated within the Eurozone but outside it. According to Gustav Horn, the government's positive net lending since 2014 and until 2020 indicates that the government has had a dampening rather than stimulating effect on domestic demand during this phase 2. And finally, a genuine rebalancing would also have to be embedded institutionally and politically in order to avoid being a merely incidental and rather cosmetic repair of an economy that continues to be heavily export-driven. In his response to Di Carlo, Gustav Horn points out that the slight decline in current account surpluses was due to the poor export economy, instead of a really strong domestic economy, and the temporarily high crude oil prices. The strong migration to Germany from 2015 onwards should also be added, which also increased demand and, at least temporarily, economic growth. The slight rebalancing in the late 2010s would therefore not have lasted if the external conditions had changed again, or would have been counterproductive. In the latter case, the slump in the export sectors without an economic policy balancing strategy would have sooner or later affected the labor market, wages, and government spending. Consumer confidence would then also have fallen and Germany would have slipped into a real recession. It is also better not to count on a permanently high level of immigration, as the latter is too politically controversial. Nor can the short-term economic stimulus packages during the coronavirus crisis with their sharp increase in government spending be equated with structural rebalancing, even if the crisis leads to the German current account surplus falling below the 6% hurdle of the EU imbalance procedure according to Bundesbank simulations. However, this development towards a somewhat balanced economy is not permanent. This is all the more true as it was announced at the same time that the level of government debt would be brought back to the old level after the crisis through austerity. And both the various fiscal stimuli in 2018-19 and the economic stimulus packages during the coronavirus crisis in 2020 were put together rather haphazardly, based on the tug-of-war between the coalition parties and their clientele. What is needed, however, is a well-thought-out rebalancing of the German economy, i.e. a structural reform. Dependence on exports must be permanently reduced in order to reduce the growing risks from the global economy and the efficiency disadvantages of this economic model. Germany needs a more robust economic model. Changing long-term behavioral expectations is essential. Consumers must have certainty about their long-term job stability and wage development in order to make major purchases. Otherwise, they will tend to save in order to have a financial cushion in the event of a crisis. Employees also need to have a clear idea of their future economic priorities in order to commit to several years of training. Finally, entrepreneurs, especially in the domestic sectors, must have certainty about the long-term framework conditions for investments that will only pay off over a long period of time. The construction sector, for example, must be certain that the expansion of both public and private construction activity will continue for at least 2 decades in order to achieve a substantial increase in capacity. Without this expansion, many demand stimuli will come to nothing, only leading to long waiting lists and rising prices. For example, A joint study by IMK and IW reports that the expansion of government investment volume in the construction sector since 2017 has actually led to less investment in real terms, as prices have risen even more sharply than the number of projects, due to the limited capacity of the construction sector and building land. Balancing this out by increasing private investment in residential construction, the latter was a central starting point for mobilizing domestic demand in the Anglo-American growth models, but also in Southern Europe, the Netherlands and Denmark is not very promising in the foreseeable future. In the current situation, the proposed measures to stimulate demand for construction, such as a reduction in land transfer tax or the reintroduction of the homeowner's allowance, would probably only lead to the corresponding amounts being added to the purchase price, without a short-term option for expanding capacity, and thus to a further increase in property prices. The restructuring of the German economic model must therefore take place gradually, with a great deal of patience. Nevertheless, or precisely because of this, it is possible and necessary to tackle the rebalancing in the short and medium term. In contrast to other major social challenges of our time, in particular climate change, rebalancing the German economy is not technologically very demanding, nor is it associated with potentially high social burdens. The decisive factor for its realization is rather the question of forming a political majority. The imbalance in the German economy was so pronounced before the coronavirus crisis that an increase in both private and public demand is necessary to balance this imbalance in the long term. One of the two elements is not enough. According to the IMK, the cross-fertilization of higher wages and higher government spending, which is made possible by the higher tax revenues associated with higher wages, among other things, is essential for a successful rebalancing. Both parts of the strategy are detailed below, starting with the private side. The strategy is not witchcraft either. Progressive macroeconomists such as Peter Baffinger, Heiner Flassbeck, Thomas Frick, Gustav Horn, Jan Pre, Friedrich Spieker, and others have spelled it out several times in recent years. The first connection is quite simple. Those who receive higher wages can afford more. They will also be able to afford more if their income is not already so high that increases only end up in their savings account. The latter is currently the case for entrepreneurs. After decades of high profits, they can easily give more to their workers without restricting their own demand. Higher spending means more demand for companies. They then produce more. This often leads to new investments and therefore rising productivity, and more demand for other companies. In addition, more staff are needed, which increases demand even further, even if we neglect the fact that rising demand for labor, while the supply of labor remains the same, also causes the wages of individual employees to rise. This sounds and is banal, but in a society that primarily associates rising wages with job losses and not job gains, because these reduce company profits, it must nevertheless be noted. We have already documented the fact that wage development in Germany has been very weak from a long-term and international comparative perspective, and that there is a clear need to catch up. In addition, it depends on whose wages are increased here. Increases make more sense for the lower and middle groups, with a strong propensity to consume, than for the high groups, with a pronounced propensity to save. However, the realization that higher wages are necessary to balance the German economic model does not immediately lead to the conclusion that this is also possible without any problems. Simply demanding that employees or trade unions should demand more money is not enough. Wage levels are also influenced by supply and demand as well as the bargaining power of those involved. With the exception of the minimum wage, wage increases in Germany are negotiated by the collective bargaining parties for good reason, in some cases directly between employees and companies, but not set by the state. Nevertheless, there are many options open to the state to promote the negotiation of higher wage increases. These measures can be taken both at the level of individual employees and at the level of the collective bargaining parties and can be based on proposals from the Bertelsmann Foundation and the Bachler Foundation, for example. Essentially, the aim is to strengthen the negotiating position of employees and their representatives. An important prerequisite for empowering individual employees to negotiate higher wages is firstly to reduce their individual vulnerability to blackmail. If employees do not have to fear losing their jobs in wage negotiations and then falling into a bottomless pit, they can negotiate much more confidently. Reforms in labor law and social insurance are possible in order to strengthen employees here. It would be conceivable to reintroduce unemployment insurance for 12 or 24 months longer, depending on the length of time paid into unemployment insurance, which would prevent employees from falling into the Hartz IV welfare system after just 12 months. Equally important would be the abolition of the obligation to accept unqualified work introduced as part of the Hartz reforms. With regard to the collective bargaining parties, the most important concrete measure would be to make it easier to declare collective agreements generally binding. The latter was common practice until the 1990s, but was then made much more difficult for employers by the introduction of a de facto right of veto in the collective bargaining committee. This right of veto must be abolished in order to increase the relevance of the collective bargaining partners again. According to a study by the IMK, only 443 of the current 73,000 collective agreements are still generally binding. The devastating effects of this measure can be clearly observed in the retail sector, an industry that does not compete internationally and where lower wages are therefore not necessary, even from an export model perspective. The Verdi study, Cutthroat Competition in the Retail Sector, systematically documented the effects of the abolition of general collective bargaining coverage in 2000. The abolition led to a drastic reduction in the number of employees paid according to collective agreements and to significantly lower wages in companies not bound by collective agreements, around 25 to 30% of the sector. However, legislators have other effective ways of promoting higher wages and the expansion of well-paid employment in the domestic sectors. For example, it can demand that collective agreements continue to apply collectively even if a company is split up or spun off, or if it leaves the employers' association. It can also prohibit the short-term conversion of membership in this association into membership without collective bargaining coverage, OT. Urgently needed measures include, for example, a rapid increase in the minimum wage to 60% of the median wage for full-time employees, i.e. currently €12 per hour, as proposed by the IMK and WSI, an increase that would benefit around 10 million employees, and which has already been agreed in the new collective agreement for the food service industry, i.e. for McDonald's, Burger King, and the like. In addition, compliance with the minimum wage must be better monitored in order to prevent it being undermined by individual employers. The legislator also has a wide range of options for action in this regard, as the IAQ points out. As this increase directly benefits those poorer sections of the population who have a particularly high propensity to consume, it even represents a particularly effective measure to stimulate domestic demand. This is all the more true as the earlier warnings by supply-side economists that higher minimum wages would lead to mass job losses have not been borne out. According to the IMK and WSI, such a measure would also lead to more than just a symbolic revaluation of many of those low-wage jobs whose essential nature has only just become clear during the coronavirus crisis, from retail to agriculture to the hospitality industry. And even if significantly higher minimum wages were to lead to a loss of individual jobs in the low-wage sector in the future, it is to be expected that the surge in demand associated with the wage increase would lead to significantly higher profits and the creation of more jobs than would be lost elsewhere. Substantially higher wage settlements in the public sector, especially for the lower income groups, could also contribute significantly to stimulating domestic demand. They not only contribute directly to the latter, but also have a knock-on effect on other economic sectors, whose employees will then be reluctant to settle for lower wages. In contrast, the collective wage agreement in 2023.2 to 4.5% over 28 months is clearly too low. The public sector can also strengthen the collective bargaining partners by only awarding state contracts to companies that adhere to collective agreements and pay contract-specific minimum wages, significantly above the minimum wage, for example based on the lowest wage group in the public sector collective agreement. Such regulations already exist in some federal states, but they can be significantly expanded. The amounts involved are considerable. According to the OECD, the annual volume of the public procurement market in Germany is around 500 billion euros. Institutional tools for empowering employees to negotiate higher wages in the private sector include making temporary work more expensive, as in France, in order to make it more attractive for companies to create regular jobs again. Temporary work must be at least as expensive as regular employment, as companies already benefit from the special flexibility and can therefore absorb short-term peaks in workloads particularly profitably. So far, however, temporary workers often earn much less than regular employees. Legislation can at least stipulate that the rules of equal pay for equal work apply from the very first day, currently only from 9 months of employment in the same company. The same principle applies to the abolition of mini-jobs, with exceptions for pupils and students, and temporarily also with exceptions for pensioners, until a more robust pension system makes it unnecessary to continue working in old age. In all other cases, Employers should be given clear incentives to create jobs that are subject to social insurance contributions and offer good job security for those people who are in employment. The state subsidization of mini-jobs, waiver of social security contributions and taxes, should be abolished for these people. The switch by employers to solo contractors and click workers, for example in the mail order business, must also be reversed in order to prevent the further destruction of city centers and the retail trade located there. The introduction of minimum fees should be a good way of preventing wage dumping in e-commerce. The outlawing of work contracts in the meat industry in 2020 demonstrated that a ban on practices that undermine requirements can work acceptably and can find political majorities even in the face of fierce lobby resistance. In general, the state must take stricter action to prevent foreign posted workers from undermining local wage and social standards, as demonstrated by the DGB's criticism of the implementation of the amended EU Posted Workers Directive. It is a scandal that a rich industrial nation such as Germany is still falling far short of the possibilities granted by the EU in the reformed Posting of Workers Directive in 2020 to enforce the generally recognized principle of equal pay for equal work in the same place in practice, for example by only accepting the many regional sectoral collective agreements as a reference point after 12 months. In addition, the state can refrain from further privatization or public-private partnerships in order to keep the relevant activities in solidly paid employment relationships in the public sector. It can also reverse the disastrous effects of privatization on wage levels through remunicipalization. Fritz Scharpf has projected another proposal: the reduction of social spending in the low-wage sector, compensated by taxpayers' money. This decision could be made by the federal government alone, without constitutional obstacles or laborious coordination with the collective bargaining parties. Low-wage workers do not pay taxes anyway due to the tax-free allowances, but they do pay Social Security contributions. Targeted relief for low-wage workers and compensation of the Social Security funds by the federal budget would relieve precisely those people with the highest propensity to consume and also effectively reduce social inequality. Overall, it is clear that policymakers have a wide range of options for shaping the institutional environment in such a way that the collective bargaining parties and individual employees can negotiate higher wages. The assertion that the federal government cannot contribute to balancing the German economy through higher wages because this is only a matter for the collective bargaining parties is a myth. Higher wages not only contribute directly to balancing the German economy, which is too export-oriented, but also indirectly by creating employment in the domestic sectors. There are many areas here that are not in international competition and are therefore not threatened by relocation to Eastern Europe or East Asia, but are threatened by insufficient domestic demand. In general, there is a whole range of sectors that would benefit considerably from an increase in domestic demand. These include many local service industries in areas such as education and culture, media, leisure, gastronomy, supermarkets and discount stores, security and locking companies, building cleaning, care for the elderly, health and personal care, telecommunications, tourism and transport, but also the construction industry and those parts of the manufacturing industry that tend to produce for domestic demand, for example in the beverage, food and housing sectors. Rising demand in these sectors in turn has a knock-on effect on others, for example rising construction activity on the skilled trades. To put it more vividly, if people have more in their pockets again, then the bakery, the butcher's shop and the pub are profitable again, even in rural regions where these establishments have been closed in large numbers in recent years, and even if you have to pay staff more than the minimum wage. And if you pay higher wages, you can find enough trainees and staff for these professions again. Jens Berger put it even more vividly. It's true that the security guard can't afford a haircut on his €6 hourly wage, and the hairdresser can't afford to hire a cleaning lady on her pittance, who in turn can't afford to dine in the restaurant with the poorly paid waitress. However, all of this is directly and indirectly related and is called domestic demand. If the hairdresser were paid a fair wage, she could afford a cleaning lady. If the cleaner were paid a fair wage, she could eat in the restaurant more often, and the restaurant owner could also pay his waitress better simply because of the higher turnover. Although companies in the domestic economy would also be burdened by higher wages as part of the strategy, this should be more than compensated for by the significantly higher demand for the corresponding products and services due to the increase in purchasing power. A study on the effects of the introduction of the minimum wage by Toralf Pusch and Arne Heise, for example, has shown that companies in sectors heavily affected by the minimum wage have succeeded in compensating for the corresponding burdens through higher income. Many of the domestic market-oriented sectors are very labor-intensive and are therefore also very well suited to increasing employment, especially of less qualified personnel. Balancing would therefore also make it possible to compensate for job losses in those sectors that will be particularly affected by productivity-enhancing investments in the near future, especially in the context of automation and digitalization. It may be argued that an increase in employment in sectors of the economy geared towards domestic demand would exacerbate the skills shortage. However, this objection is not very valid, even if we ignore the fact that this problem has, unfortunately, become much less of an issue after the coronavirus recession due to higher unemployment. On the one hand, a rebalancing of the German economy would of course also be accompanied by a certain shift of workers from export-oriented sectors to domestic consumption-oriented sectors, i.e. the increase in employment in the latter would be covered by the former. On the other hand, the argument of a shortage of skilled workers is regularly based on the desire of the economy to have as much choice as possible in terms of applicants and thus to push down wage levels. Based on a detailed analysis of data from the Association of German Chambers of Industry and Commerce, DIHK, Eric Seals comes to the conclusion that the issue is not a shortage of skilled workers, but a lack of willingness to pay. Maintaining low salary budgets has now become a fetish in the German export regime. Even in the field of software developers, for which the German Economic Institute identified a record bottleneck in 2019, companies are not responding to the shortage of skilled workers by increasing salaries accordingly, out of concern that the salary structure as a whole will then have to be raised and personnel budgets increased. The best indicator of a genuine staff shortage would be rising wages across the board, according to Karl Brank in Wirtschaftswoche. In the interest of strengthening domestic demand, it is therefore certainly desirable if a further shortage of labor supply finally leads to workers being able to negotiate higher wages across the board. In addition, well over 2 million people in Germany are still underemployed. Employers need to do more to train these people instead of taking the easy route of recruiting more workers from abroad when there is actually a shortage of qualified staff in some areas, for example in care or in some IT professions. However, the coronavirus crisis will, at least temporarily, mean that there will be less talk of a shortage of skilled workers in the near future and more talk of redundant staff, for example in parts of the automotive industry. In this area, reducing working hours is a sensible option, particularly in view of the high productivity and relatively high salaries in this sector. A potentially somewhat more serious potential objection to a strategy of wage increases and employment growth in the domestic sectors is the risk of inflationary developments. High inflation can lead to destabilization of the economy, as was the case in the mid-1970s. While an expansion of the money supply used to be considered the most important source of danger for rising inflation, there has recently been increasing evidence that inflation is primarily driven by strong wage increases. This correlation becomes clear when comparing different economies in the Eurozone. Where wages, more precisely unit labor costs, have risen more strongly, inflation has also risen more strongly, as the Max Planck Institute in Cologne has demonstrated in a study. At the same time, the old theory that inflation is primarily the result of an excessive money supply monetarism has now been invalidated, not least due to the central bank's continued extremely loose monetary policy and the extremely low rate of price increases. The Basel Bank for International Settlements, the central bank of central banks, has now joined in and is calling for the current deflationary environment to be stabilized through higher wage increases. From this perspective, the fear that several years of strong wage increases will eventually lead to a damaging inflation rate is therefore entirely justified. At present, however, we are extremely far from a threatening inflation rate. The wage increases in the German economy in the last few years before the coronavirus crisis have not even managed to bring the inflation rate significantly closer to the ECB's still very low target inflation rate of 2%. At present, higher inflation would be more than desirable from the ECB's perspective, as it would make the purchase programs with their extremely problematic distributional effects superfluous. Purchase programs and negative interest rates are aimed precisely at fueling inflation in order to prevent deflationary tendencies. Deflation, i.e. the expectation of consumers that prices will fall rather than rise in the future, is even more dangerous for the economy than inflation, as it postpones purchasing decisions. This would make the current economic crisis even more severe. Inflation occurs above all when wage increases are significantly higher than productivity growth. As we have seen, however, wage increases in Germany have lagged behind productivity growth for a long time. Moreover, wage increases are particularly inflationary in an economy whose production capacities are already fully utilized. In this situation, additional demand does not lead to additional production in the short term, but to higher prices under certain circumstances. At the moment, however, all industrialized countries are suffering from a high degree of underutilization. But even if several years of significantly higher wage increases were to create the potential for inflation on an unhealthy scale, it is not certain that this will happen. Not all wage increases are passed on directly to consumers, particularly in a situation of intense competition between companies and correspondingly limited opportunities for price increases. Higher wage increases can also lead to a reduction in profits for entrepreneurs, which would be entirely justifiable in view of the extreme wealth inequality in Germany that now favors entrepreneurs. Ulrike Hermann cites the boom phase of the German economy at the beginning of the 1960s as an example of such a development. In the face of absolute full employment, the trade unions were able to push through wage increases of more than 10% per year. Inflation also rose, up to 3.3% in 1965, but only 3.3%. Corporate profits had grown so strongly that companies were able to raise wages without significantly increasing prices. Even if substantial wage increases, especially in the lower income groups, are undoubtedly appropriate in Germany in the current situation, the question of sensible long-term wage development still arises. It is not necessarily a question of increasing wages per se, but especially in a country where the limitation of domestic demand over many years has led to an unsustainable export-oriented economic structure. In addition, the previous explanations have shown that wages can not only be too low but also too high. This applies not only in relation to the risk of inflation, but also in relation to the competitive conditions in a monetary union. If goods or services are in international competition, wages that are too high in relation to the neighboring country, with fixed exchange rates and equivalent products, lead to companies losing market share, as has happened to many Southern European companies in recent years. Even if wages in Germany are ultimately set by the collective bargaining parties, the first step for the trade unions' negotiating objectives is to use an independent rule as a rough guide, which assesses a reasonable wage level from a macroeconomic perspective. One such rule is the so-called golden wage rule, or the principle of productivity-oriented wage policy, also known as the Meinhold formula or the Benja formula, Austria. This rule states that wages should rise in line with productivity growth plus inflation. As the relevant data on productivity growth and inflation is only available at a later date, and the wage rule is also intended to provide an anchor for inflation expectations in order to reduce uncertainty for companies and consumers, it makes sense to follow the long-term trend in productivity growth and the central bank's target inflation rate. The reference point for the rule is the overall economic productivity trend, not that of individual sectors. Otherwise, for example, sectors in which productivity growth cannot be clearly measured, such as schools and universities, would be left behind. In sectors with a disproportionately high increase in productivity, disproportionately high wage settlements can of course also make sense. These are currently appropriate anyway, see below. On the other hand, the target inflation rate of the central bank, in this case the ECB, is the point of reference. An alternative orientation towards empirically measured inflation would run the risk of perpetuating an inflation rate that is significantly too low or too high. Given the current productivity trend in Germany of around 0.5 to 1% per year and the ECB's inflation target of just under 2%, this rule currently recommends wage increases of at least around 2.5 to 3% per year, i.e. around 5 to 6% for agreements that run for more than 2 years, and even higher for agreements that run for even longer. How do you arrive at such a rule? Roughly speaking, in a balanced and fully utilized economy, wage development and therefore purchasing power must be based on productivity development. If 0.5% more is produced, 0.5% more must be purchased, otherwise overcapacity or imbalances vis-a-vis other countries will arise. However, what is relevant for purchasing power is real wage development, i.e. nominal wages minus inflation, which is why the central bank's target inflation must be added to productivity development. The golden wage rule is distribution neutral, as companies, again in simplified terms, increase product prices in line with inflation expectations. Conversely, however, the rule is not suitable for changing the distribution situation in society. It fixes the worker's share of national income. It is therefore a conservative rule in the narrow sense and should only serve as a lower limit to which, depending on the social situation, a redistribution component must usually be added. Using the golden wage rule as a lower limit in the long term has many advantages for the economy as a whole. Incomes that rise in line with productivity growth ensure that private consumption, the most important component of overall economic demand, develops well. The orientation towards a fixed rule reduces uncertainty among consumers and companies, which facilitates long-term investment. A focus on productivity and price trends ensures that wage expectations do not exceed the real development of the national product, but also do not fall behind it, thus avoiding inflation and deflation. And finally, it enables companies that increase their productivity at an above-average rate to make special profits, and thus creates incentives for investment. In the current situation in Germany, however, wage increases well above the golden wage rule are temporarily necessary. This is due to the fact that wage increases in Germany have lagged behind this rule for many years, which has contributed to an extreme current account surplus. Several years of disproportionately high wage increases compared to this rule are needed to bring the shares of capital and labor in national income back into the balance intended by the rule. The same applies to the relationship between wage trends in the member states of the Eurozone, where Germany also has a lot of catching up to do. However, one cannot expect national wage policies to perfectly harmonize the divergent wage trends in the Eurozone. Such transnational wage coordination to stabilize the euro did not exist, does not exist, and will not exist, as Martin Hoppner and Martin Seliger state. A few years of wage increases above the golden rule would ultimately also reduce the trade unions' reservations about an orientation towards such a technocratic rule. A strict orientation towards the rule would ultimately make the collective bargaining parties and their negotiations superfluous. In addition, a strict orientation towards the rule, instead of viewing the rule as a lower limit, would codify the current distribution of earned and unearned income. Of course, the state cannot prescribe these wage increases politically, as this would contradict the principle of collective bargaining autonomy. However, it can revive the position of the employee side, which it has significantly weakened in recent decades, so that the trade unions can once again fight for wages that at least correspond to the golden wage rule. In any case, there is considerable pent-up demand in Germany, and very good reasons from this perspective for significantly higher wages. However, the latter are not enough to balance the German economic model. Greater engagement on the part of the state is also necessary. Compared to a one-sided export-oriented economy, a balanced model requires a stronger role for the state. If necessary, the state must compensate for a downturn in domestic demand in the private sector by stimulating demand itself. In any case, private households, companies, and the state must not be allowed to save at the same time, as such constellations inevitably intensify the fixation on exports, with foreign countries as the only remaining source of demand stimulus. If companies invest extensively again and take on debt to do so, the state can reduce its role again. In addition, increased government investment can also stimulate private investment. Whether government borrowing crowds out private sector borrowing and drives up interest rates on loans, crowding out, or improves investment conditions for the private sector, crowding in, cannot be decided in general, but only for specific countries and points in time. In Germany, in view of extremely low interest rates and low investment activity, crowding in clearly dominates at present, as a DIW study has shown, which estimates that 1 billion invested by the public sector leads to 2 billion invested by the private sector within 5 years. In the foreseeable future, the German export model will therefore see a relatively prominent economic role for the state, albeit not as extreme as with the economic stimulus packages during the coronavirus crisis. Higher government debt is temporarily unavoidable in order to finance this expenditure. As Germany will not have to pay interest on government bonds for the foreseeable future and the expenditure will be offset by permanent assets, this is justifiable. In view of the extreme wealth inequality, inheritance tax and wealth tax could be used for refinancing in the medium term if, contrary to expectations, the increased debt ratio is not reduced through higher economic growth. According to the joint paper by the IW and IMK, public investment in infrastructure is an important precursor to the necessary stimulation of investment activity in the private sector, even before the coronavirus crisis. This is particularly evident in transport networks, information technologies, and energy supply. The corona crisis has once again significantly strengthened this impetus, as the heads of the employer and trade union-affiliated institute, together with representatives of the University of Mannheim, HTW Berlin, and DIW, emphasize in another paper. The need for significantly higher public investment in Germany is undisputed. It is particularly evident in relation to broadband expansion. The majority of the investment required for broadband expansion and the 5G network will be made by private companies. But the IW and IMK nevertheless expect the state to need to provide 20 billion euros in funding over the next 10 years to guarantee nationwide expansion. there is a similar need for investment in public schools and social housing. According to a survey by the German government, the number of social housing units in Germany has roughly halved in the last 15 years. While demand has increased significantly, there are still more apartments falling out of social housing than are being added. For lower-income families in particular, the sharp rise in rents, especially in cities, is a major challenge. Rent controls don't really help. What would really help would be the mass construction of social housing in the big cities. In a conservative estimate, the IMK and IW assume an investment requirement of 15 billion euros over the next 10 years. There is also a considerable need for action in regional structural policy to support those regions that are lagging far behind in terms of living standards, particularly in rural eastern Germany, the Ruhr region, Saarland, and the Western Palatinate. In addition to economic development, financial support must also be provided for access to basic healthcare services. However, in order to balance the German economy, higher public investment and better public services must be provided. In particular, the financial strengthening of the municipalities and federal states, to the detriment of the federal government, is essential. The municipalities not only handle important public services such as early childhood education, but are also responsible for the majority of public investment, particularly in infrastructure, for example, the renovation of daycare centers, schools, bridges, and most roads, as well as libraries, internet provision, and swimming pools. They also play a key role in combating climate change, from the energy-efficient refurbishment of public buildings to the development of green district heating networks. However, infrastructure investment is a voluntary service for local authorities, for which many local authorities no longer have the funds once they have fulfilled their compulsory duties. The renovation backlog in German municipalities has now grown to around 140 billion euros, according to a consensus estimate by KfW, IMK, and IW. The coronavirus crisis is now hitting local authorities even harder, for example due to the loss of trade tax revenue. Reforms to strengthen the municipalities are therefore necessary in the institutional area on the one hand and in financing on the other. In recent years, a broad majority has spoken out in favor of higher public investment in view of well-filled public coffers and increasingly clear deficiencies in the infrastructure. However, even before coronavirus, these investments were at best slow to get off the ground, partly due to a lack of financial resources, but also simply because of capacity problems. In recent decades, there has been a serious reduction in planning and construction capacity at municipal level, with the DIW estimating the decline at around a third. As a result, local authorities are currently hardly in a position to make major investments in terms of planning. This also regularly leads to considerable cost increases. These capacities must be rebuilt in order to be able to make the necessary investments in the long term. However, it is necessary to significantly improve the financial situation of local authorities, as they currently have nowhere near enough financial resources to implement the agenda outlined above. The same applies to the federal states, which are not only responsible for a large part of the municipality's financial resources and for negotiating collective agreements in the public sector, but also for important areas in terms of personnel which must be better financed in the future. Over 80% of employees in the public sector are employed by local authorities and the federal states. At the same time, however, the German fiscal constitution assigns the main powers for tax creation to the federal government. It is therefore no wonder that the modest collective wage agreement in the public sector in 2020 cannot contribute to balancing the German economy. Without better funding for the federal states and local authorities, it is also difficult to ask them to significantly increase pay in the public sector, especially in the lower wage brackets. Fundamental reforms in German fiscal federalism are necessary here in order to institutionalize the possibility of a balance in the medium term, beyond ad hoc programs by the federal government. As a reorganization of fiscal federalism with the aim of improving the position of the federal states and municipalities, for example by allocating higher tax shares, is institutionally very demanding. Direct aid from the federal government for the benefit of the municipalities and federal states is appropriate in the short and medium term. In general, the federal government must also pay in full for the new tasks that it orders from the municipalities. The decision taken during the coronavirus crisis to pay a higher share of the costs of accommodation in accordance with the German Social Security Code 2 is a good start, albeit not yet sufficient. In addition to increased public investment, improved public services, which can also only be financed with economic growth, would be an excellent starting point for reducing the extreme export orientation of the German economy. Improved public services would also provide a considerable boost to demand, which would reduce Germany's export surpluses and help to stabilize the economy. Rebalancing would therefore reduce international tensions and improve living standards in the long term. There appears to be a particular need for public services in two areas: early childhood, education, and care in old age. Closely linked to the latter is the need to finance poverty-proof pensions. Better provision in the area of early childhood education, including high-quality and free childcare after infancy, is particularly important in order to ensure better qualifications for young workers and greater social mobility in the long term. In Germany, long-term life chances are decided at a very early stage, and those children who do not receive qualified care, either in the family or in public institutions, often have fewer opportunities for qualified training in a profession or at university. Good early childhood education would also be a prerequisite for successful integration. Increased spending on early childhood education and all-day childcare would therefore not only increase domestic demand, but also contribute to qualifications and thus to the productivity of the economy in the long term. At the same time, this would also relieve the burden on families, especially women, who have had to painfully experience their existential dependence on these services during the coronavirus crisis. Finally, the need for higher spending in this area has been made clear in 2020 by a whole series of studies that highlight the limited quality in some daycare centers and kindergartens. An improvement in the childcare ratio and further qualification of staff, who too often still have no training as educators, are advisable, especially in Western Germany. The IMK and IW estimate the additional investment required for this at around 85 billion euros over the next 10 years. There is also a strong financial need in the area of care for the elderly in order to recruit enough qualified staff and thus improve the quality of life in old age. This requires significantly more staff, which can only be recruited through higher salaries and shorter working hours. However, those people who care for their relatives at home, the latter is the normal case, must also be better supported, for example through compensation under social law for the loss of earnings and pensions resulting from home care. A third area of public services where higher expenditure could sustainably improve the quality of life of larger population groups and at the same time make a substantial contribution to the sustainable balancing of the German economic model is therefore the financing of poverty-proof old age pensions. The need for better pension financing is not only due to the general reduction in pension levels. Much more serious is the emergence of the large low-wage sector. Employees work here for decades, but still do not achieve a tolerable pension level. Stabilizing the pensions of those who would otherwise fall below the poverty line would be particularly effective in terms of demand, as it would not be used for saving, but for immediate consumption. It would also only be necessary on a temporary basis until higher salaries and the associated higher contributions to pension insurance put their financing back on a more solid footing. However, the range of publicly financed services that are currently hopelessly underfunded is far from exhausted. The corona crisis has mercilessly exposed the corresponding weaknesses, from culture and the health sector to tax administration, customs, and labor inspection, for example in the meat industry. The overload and poor working conditions of the police and judiciary have been known for some time, as have the poorly equipped integration measures for the disabled, chronically ill, and homeless. Many areas of society regularly fall by the wayside when a society performs a constant dance for export success. Higher public investment and better funded public services also require higher public spending. To a large extent, higher public spending is financed directly by the growth effects triggered by the rebalancing of the German economy. More jobs in the domestic sectors and higher salaries lead to additional revenue for tax authorities and social security funds. In other cases, refinancing through higher economic growth will take a little longer, for example in the case of spending on decarbonization and early childhood education, as the IMK and IW argue in their proposal for their major investment program. This must be made possible in the medium term through a temporary increase in government debt, possibly supplemented by wealth taxes. Within the existing legal framework, public investment in Germany can be financed extremely cheaply via loans for the foreseeable future. At present, the state even receives money as a gift when it takes out a loan instead of paying interest. With its extremely expansive monetary policy, the ECB is signaling, just like the other central banks, that interest rates will remain low for a long time, so there is no risk of a soaring burden in the event of a short-term turnaround in interest rates. In any case, there has been a reassessment of the risks of high government debt in the international debate in recent years. In particular, a speech by former IMF chief economist Olivier Blanchard in 2019 made it clear that even in the economic mainstream, these risks are now considered to be much lower than before. This fundamental paradigm shift has now also reached Germany, as shown by the support of the head of the pro-employer German Economic Institute, Michael Huther, for an extensive debt-financed investment program, despite rapidly rising government debt. The far more positive view of government debt applies in particular to situations in which, as is currently and historically the case, interest rates on safe government bonds are below the rate of nominal economic growth. In such a situation, states can simply grow out of debt without even thinking about raising taxes or cutting spending. The latter would even be clearly counterproductive, as they could lead to a deepening recession. But even with low economic growth, countries can carry a much higher debt burden than Germany currently does, even with the increased debt caused by the coronavirus crisis, which is currently expected to increase debt from 60% to 80% of gross domestic product. Japan has been carrying a debt ratio of over 100% for over 25 years, and even over 200% in the last 10 years, without suffering from a decline in the currency. In Germany, productive credit-financed investments in infrastructure currently even represent a de facto reduction in the debt burden, as the additional liabilities are initially offset by equally high tangible assets, and the state has to repay less than it borrows in the form of government bonds, not to mention the return on the investments made. Germany is currently in an even better position than other countries in this respect. However, regardless of the current particularly favorable constellation, government debt in favor of investments is by no means an unfair burden on the generations of children and grandchildren, as they are also among the beneficiaries of these investments. Why should the latter only be paid for by the current generation? And for many state services, particularly in the areas of education and health, the cost-benefit balance is similarly in favor of higher public debt, as it is for state personnel in areas such as the planning of construction projects, as well as the police and judiciary. Future generations will curse us, especially when it comes to climate protection, if we forego radical measures now just to avoid putting the state further into debt. From the perspective presented here, however, the most important function of additional public investment is to free the German economic model from its extreme export orientation after the coronavirus crisis and to achieve a better balance. Increased public investment reduces Germany's export surpluses by stimulating demand and imports. From this macroeconomic perspective alone, financing the necessary investments through budget reallocations makes no sense. However, additional debt-financed public spending does not make sense in every economy and at all times. The Greek economy, for example, has relied heavily on increasing public debt in its growth model in recent decades, especially in favor of financing a clientelist party system, and has now had to correct this orientation within the current legal framework. Germany, on the other hand, has relied too radically on exports and must now balance this out through public borrowing, at least temporarily. However, a rapid return to the debt brake, after its suspension in the context of the coronavirus crisis, will not allow the German economy to be rebalanced. The further suspension of the rule that the state may only incur structural debt of 0.35% of annual economic output, and the federal states no longer at all, is therefore unavoidable until the stimulation of domestic demand through stronger economic growth leads to a sustainable improvement in the state's financial situation. It must therefore be extended beyond 2021. It would be even better to abolish the debt brake without replacing it, which is the wrong fiscal rule in the wrong place anyway, as Michael Huther and Jens Sudicum write. Whether public debt is a desirable policy option is always context-dependent and never a matter of principle to be decided in principle, which would have to be regulated in detail in the Constitution. As long as the necessary constitutional amendment majorities for a permanent abolition of the debt brake are still lacking, a flexible but nevertheless constitutional interpretation of the debt brake will have to help, in particular with the rule that at least investment expenditure should not be counted towards new debt. Even the German Economic Institute, in a joint proposal with the IMK, is in favor of such an interpretation, also referred to as the Golden Rule, as such investments also increase the wealth of the economy. Legally, this proposal could be implemented by transferring the additional investments to an extra budget, which would then not be subject to the debt brake. A report for the Hans Bachler Foundation proposes the establishment of public investment companies as a concrete legal structure. Germany should also pursue the revision of the European Fiscal Compact at European level, which would generalize the debt brake across Europe. This should not be difficult, as most countries have only adopted the corresponding rules in response to massive German pressure. and the pact has been suspended since the coronavirus crisis anyway. The same applies to the abolition of the European Stability and Growth Pact, with its arbitrary and economically unsystematically justifiable debt rules, which are regularly violated without consequences by several member states anyway. Even more far-reaching proposals, including monetary state financing, i.e. the direct purchase of government bonds by the central bank without the expensive detour via the commercial banks, as suggested by Wolfgang Krumbein, or the increase in government spending without limits, with the exception of the situation of sharply rising inflation, as advocated by the modern monetary theory, and in Germany by Dirk Entz, Gunther Grunert, Maurice Hofgen, and Paul Steinhardt, for example, are politically unrealistic for the foreseeable future, as they require a unanimous change to the European treaties, if not a return to national currencies. After all, the coronavirus crisis has shown that restrictions on government debt are not as immovable as previously assumed by large sections of the German public. The institutional restrictions can therefore be suspended for a longer period of time, especially as the significantly higher national debt does not lead to any noticeable disadvantages. The argument now frequently voiced, including by the Federal Minister of Finance, that Germany was only able to take on much more debt because it had previously reduced its national debt so significantly is nonsensical. Japan or the USA were also able to manage similarly extensive coronavirus rescue packages, according to IMF figures, despite previously having much higher levels of debt, in each case in relation to economic output. In general, there are considerable doubts about the theory of the usefulness of progressive consolidation, i.e. achieving budget surpluses to increase the future fiscal capacity to act, as Lucas Haffert has demonstrated. After all, a return to sufficient government investment and a solid welfare state after long phases of austerity is hardly politically successful. In any case, it would be completely wrong, as some have already called for, to quickly return public debt to pre-coronavirus levels after the coronavirus crisis. Such a form of budget consolidation would immediately destroy the fragile recovery of the German domestic economy, especially as investments are the first to be cut in the consolidation process. It would be much better to improve the ratio of debt to gross domestic product through solid economic growth, and, if necessary, through a carefully balanced tax policy. Additional investment in projects such as new bridges, railways, or broadband cabling can initially be easily financed by additional borrowing. Their financial outlay is offset by lasting values which, at the current negative interest rates for German government bonds, are worth more than the loans taken out for them. Many additional state benefits will also be easily amortized in the long term. Higher qualifications for pupils, more intensive labor market participation by women due to better childcare, or a better healthcare system will pay for themselves in the long term through higher growth and higher tax revenues. Nevertheless, it may make sense to finance the state's part of the rebalancing not only in the short term through higher borrowing and in the medium term through additional tax revenues, but also in the long term, if necessary, through higher wealth taxes, a higher top rate of income tax, or a one-off wealth levy. However, higher taxes should only affect the very rich sections of the population, not only for reasons of fairness, but also in particular because of the much higher savings rate of these groups. Higher taxes for the poorer or normal income groups would probably even reduce overall economic demand. The slogan that is often used to legitimize Germany's export orientation, namely that one must first generate income and then redistribute it, is wrong from this perspective. You first have to redistribute in order to generate. The preference in recent decades for financing the state through increased consumption taxes such as VAT is completely wrong. As Lucas Haffert, Zurich, and Daniel Mertens, Osnabrück, have demonstrated, it deepens the unfortunate export model in two ways. On the one hand, higher value-added taxes dampen consumer sentiment and thus inflation, which helps in international cost competition. On the other hand, consumption taxes in relation to household income place a far greater burden on the poorer population groups than the richer ones. It relieves the burden on export sectors that rely on dumping and places a one-sided burden on domestic sectors. If additional taxes are really necessary, the state must focus in particular on wealth taxes in order to be compatible with a balancing of the German export model. According to a DIW estimate, reintroducing the wealth taxes abolished in 1996 at a rate of just 1%, i.e. financed from the returns on most investments and without cutting into the substance of wealth, and with a tax-free amount of 1 million euros per person would mean 20 billion euros in additional revenue per year. Removing the exemption of company heirs from inheritance tax would also be possible without the risk of company bankruptcies if, in return, the heirs were allowed to pay off the tax over 20 years without interest. then these taxes could easily be paid from profits. According to Wirtschaftsdienst, almost 60% of inheritances and gifts were tax-exempt in 2017, usually company assets. This is grossly unfair to other heirs, who had to pay an average of 18.3% inheritance tax. If the exemption had been waived, a tax rate of 6.9% would have been sufficient for everyone to achieve the same tax revenue. Finally, a one-off equalization of burdens would also be conceivable, as was levied in 1952 to finance the consequences of the war. According to a study by Thilo Albers, Charlotte Bartels, and Moritz Schulerich for the Ision Tribute Cluster of Excellence, this form of wealth tax made Germany one of the most egalitarian countries at the time. Wealth or inheritance taxes or an equalization of burdens would have the additional advantage of tackling the extreme wealth inequality in Germany, alongside the additional revenue they could generate to finance better state investments and services. Another option would be higher corporate taxes, as proposed by Herbert Dieter. He calculates that an increase in German taxation of corporate profits to the OECD average would already generate additional annual tax revenue of 32 billion euros. However, tax increases are not an option in the short to medium term, as they are extremely difficult to implement in the increasingly fragmented political system of the federal six-party state of Germany, as Hermann Adam notes. This would require a majority to be won not only in the Bundestag but also in the Bundesrat for the most important taxes, which is very unlikely in the foreseeable future given the party political diversity of the state governments. One could even go so far as to describe demands for higher income taxes or the reintroduction of a wealth tax as symbolic politics, which primarily serve to raise the profile of the respective parties but have no prospect of being implemented. It should be somewhat easier to find political majorities for tax cuts. Here, too, there are options to support the rebalancing of the German economy. A temporary reduction in VAT, as proposed for some time by Karl Christian von Weizsäcker as a current account break, for example, would theoretically be suitable for this. It stimulates domestic demand, especially as it benefits poorer households with high consumption levels in particular. However, the reduction in VAT by 3 points in the second half of 2020 indicates that the effect of this measure is limited, especially when compared to the high losses for the Treasury, estimated at 20 billion euros for 6 months. In contrast, a better alternative is likely to be a reduction in the price of electricity by reducing the EEG levy, as proposed by Agora Energiewende and Agora Verkehrswende. This would not only reduce the burden on households and companies quickly, but would also be socially responsible, as poorer households spend a much higher proportion of their income on electricity than richer ones. It would also make climate-friendly investments in technologies such as electric cars, heat pumps, and hydrogen applications much more profitable. The regular objection to potential tax increases for the particularly rich is that they would then emigrate or, as top performers, lose their motivation to be economically active. But this is nonsense. Behind the description of the super-rich as high achievers is the mistaken belief that those with high incomes also achieve a lot. However, this is hardly tenable in a society in which there are now hundreds of thousands of pensioners who do not work and only live off their assets. At the same time, this formulation makes a mockery of the work of the real service providers, particularly in the health and care sectors. The threat of tax-related relocation abroad is also rather empty, given the national sedentariness of our economic elites, as has been impressively demonstrated by Jürgen Hartmann. American studies on the connection between tax rates and the migration of the rich also found no evidence that the latter would make their place of residence strongly dependent on tax rates. Of course, in the context of a discussion on balancing the German economic model, the threat of relocating German production facilities abroad because they are no longer competitive in terms of tax rates or wage levels is likely to arise again. The threat of relocation abroad was successfully used in the 1990s and early 2000s to deepen the export model, the famous discussion about location competition, and is in any case a core component of exportist ideology. The discourse on relocation is regularly used to persuade employees who are frightened in a crisis situation to make concessions on pay. However, it must first be made clear that this argument is completely irrelevant to the overwhelming majority of German employees who work in sectors that are protected from international competition, most service providers, production for local needs, the entire public sector. There is no significant foreign competition in these sectors, and in most cases production sites cannot be sensibly relocated abroad. However, many employees are not even aware that they work in sectors that are protected from international competition. There is no clear-cut distinction, but studies by the French elite university minds Paristech and Deutsche Bank can help us to classify this more precisely. The threat of relocation or the loss of market share, and therefore jobs, to foreign competitors due to higher wages can usually be ignored by employees in sectors such as education, research, culture, media, leisure and sport, gastronomy, the majority of tourism, wholesale and retail, security and locking companies, building cleaning, elderly care, health and care, telecommunications, the majority of the financial sector, most business services, lawyers, tax consultants, services of general interest, electricity, gas, water, waste disposal, building materials, tourism, transport, and the entire public sector as well as the German armed forces, but also in the construction industry, architects and engineers, real estate, the trades, small self-employed, and those parts of the manufacturing industry that tend to produce for local demand or where transportation costs are high compared to the value of the goods. For example, in the food and beverage sectors, but also in wood, paper, and leather products and the furniture industry. Only 25% of German employees currently work in the export sector. And a substantial proportion of this share also comes from the artificial inflation of exports through wage moderation and austerity in recent decades. In 1993, for example, it was only 16%. Balancing this out by stimulating domestic demand would also reduce the relative share of the export sector. The trend towards an increase in the proportion of export or import-related jobs is certainly not a law of nature. The study on France shows the exact opposite trend, with a decline in jobs in the internationally tradable goods and services sector from 30% of employees to 26.8% between 1999 and 2013. It is also questionable how great the corresponding potential for extortion is in the export sectors. According to Deutsche Bank, these are primarily the automotive industry and mechanical engineering, followed by electrical engineering, chemicals, and pharmaceuticals. First of all, there are not too many countries with similarly good economic conditions as Germany, especially after the devastation of the coronavirus crisis, despite the increasing deficiencies in public infrastructure. In many cases, it will no longer be possible to relocate to low-cost countries abroad, especially Asia, because the coronavirus crisis is now more likely to lead to reshoring, at least to the EU, than to offshoring in vital sectors such as medical goods. Many companies no longer want to risk similar problems with the supply chains for essential preliminary products as during the first wave of the coronavirus crisis in the future. And even before the corona crisis, there was an increasing number of relocations, as the digitalization and individualization of production as part of Industry 4.0 makes China less attractive as a low-cost location, says Christian Buck. In addition, it is often almost impossible to relocate production facilities with high demands on specific skills in quality production, and product development in particular, abroad because they are relatively strongly tied to the German production system with its highly qualified employees, especially those from the dual system of vocational training. The export of the dual system has regularly failed. The qualifications of German workers can hardly be reproduced in other countries. The same applies to the historically grown cooperation with outstanding research institutions, the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft, the Helmholtz Association, and the Leibniz Association, as well as German universities. According to a study conducted for the Hans Bachler Foundation, even companies that relocate individual research and development activities abroad continue to bundle their core competencies in Germany for this reason. Furthermore, the argument of the need to relocate is of little relevance in those many companies that are the undisputed world market leader in their segments due to their superior technology and/or product quality. Of course, these companies can hypothetically relocate production sites abroad despite the lack of price competition in order to further increase their owners' profits in the short term. But will they still have superior technologies and products in the long term? An analogous argument applies to German manufacturers of products with a rather low price elasticity compared to the rest of the industry, for example luxury cars or very complex mechanical engineering, who in many cases can pass on disproportionately high wage increases to their customers relatively easily. Of course, these companies can relocate subordinate and standardized activities such as car assembly abroad, but this usually makes little sense for human capital-intensive core competencies such as research and development. It is therefore not surprising that in the last major representative survey on investment behavior conducted by the IFO Institute in 2017, on behalf of the Stiftung Familienunternehmen, less than 5% of the German companies surveyed plan to relocate jobs abroad, and then, of course, only individual parts of their production. In a longer-term survey, relocation researcher Stefan Kinkel now distinguishes between three phases. A period of relocation euphoria, from the mid-1990s until around 2004, was followed by a phase of declining relocations abroad, until the global financial crisis and finally the ongoing phase of relocation propensity remaining at a low level, in which, particularly in the context of the development towards Industry 4.0, Germany as a production location appears in a new, more positive light. The heyday of company relocations is therefore clearly over. However, there will indeed still be a few companies in the future where the wage increases necessary to balance the German economy may provide an additional incentive to relocate abroad. These companies are primarily found in sectors that produce highly price-sensitive goods, with a high proportion of wage costs in the price of the end product and relatively few opportunities to increase productivity or diversify products through research and development. A statistical analysis by Lucio Baccaro and Tobias Tober estimates that in sectors with a medium to low intensity of research and development, such as rubber and plastic products or simple metals, a 1% wage increase can lead to a 2.2% reduction in exports. However, these sectors together account for less than 30% of German exports. Another typical example of a company where balancing this out with substantially higher wages could probably lead to a significant reduction in exports, possibly even to a partial relocation abroad, would be a slaughterhouse like that of Tönnies in Ried Wiedenbrück. Over the last 20 years, the German meat industry has transformed itself into an export industry, with exports now accounting for as much as 50% of the meat volume produced by Tönnies. The core of the business model is not quality, but cheap production, according to a recent study by the WSI, with significantly lower labor costs than the other major European meat producers Belgium, the Netherlands and France, and only half that of Denmark. However, this raises the question of whether such mega slaughterhouses should even be kept in a high-wage country like Germany in the long term, from a European perspective, or whether it would not make more sense to slaughter animals decently throughout Europe. In other industries, there are currently some lively discussions about relocation, but these have less to do with possible wage increases as part of a rebalancing process than with specific industry problems. These sectors include automotive suppliers and the chemical industry in particular. In the chemical industry, it is often even a question of relocating research and development to Asia, which, according to the VDI Society for Process and Chemical Engineering, is primarily due to regulatory obstacles in Germany. And for automotive suppliers, the problem is obvious. In view of the foreseeable limited lifespan of combustion engine technology, costly technological innovations are no longer worthwhile. The remaining development and production over the next 2 decades can therefore also be carried out at less research-intensive locations, for example in Eastern Europe. Irrespective of such special exceptions, overall with a comparatively low potential for extortion compared to the majority of sectors that would benefit from a rebalancing via higher wages or at least would hardly be burdened, the general question arises as to what type of exports the German economy should specialize in. In the context of rebalancing, a certain reorientation would be necessary here in order to break the tendency towards a stronger focus on price competition. As we will see below, Germany still has good prerequisites for refocusing on quality products, compared to many traditional competitors in Europe, Japan, and the USA, so that this reorientation is still quite possible with correspondingly higher expenditure on research and technology policy. However, this will be difficult for one sector, namely the automotive supply industry with a focus on combustion engines, which has been hit by the radical structural change in climate policy in addition to the current burdens caused by coronavirus and export turbulence. In this industry, it will therefore only be possible to turn away from the extreme export model in a socially acceptable way if it is accompanied by extensive state-funded conversion programs. See below. Writings in defense of Germany's export surpluses regularly point out, and rightly so, that exports are not a bad thing. Moreover, self-sufficiency is neither desirable nor possible. That is absolutely right. We are dependent on imports in many areas, for example of raw materials, petrol, or tropical agricultural products. In addition, consumers no longer want to do without the variety of products associated with active trade. And the need to assert oneself in international competition is often an important driver of innovation. The call for a rebalancing of the German economy, therefore, does not mean a voluntary renunciation of exports. In case of doubt, the entire level of current exports could be maintained in a balanced economy if imports were simultaneously increased even more significantly through stronger demand, exports were generated in less price-sensitive products, and if the global economy in general did not enter a phase of increased protectionism. The main problem with the extreme German export model, apart from the fact that it is now generally too dependent on foreign countries, is that it is also increasingly functioning through wage moderation and insufficient public spending, i.e. increasingly through price competition rather than quality competition. Accordingly, it is unfortunately also to be expected that there could be individual small areas of the German export economy that would lose market share as a result of a rebalancing, in particular through higher wages and labor costs. However, in order to avoid job losses in this context at all costs, it makes sense to change the structure of German exports somewhat. The focus should be even more on better products and less on cheaper ones. The corresponding undercutting competition is not compatible with the necessary stimulation of domestic demand through higher wages and government spending. Nor can it be won in the long term against low-wage locations abroad. Superior product quality or a high esteem as a status symbol, on the other hand, also enables higher prices to be enforced and is therefore compatible with the much higher wages that are necessary to balance the German economy. It also requires companies to invest more in research and development, which in turn increases domestic demand. Higher wages act here as beneficial constraints, Wolfgang streak, forcing companies to invest. Balancing the economy through a high-wage strategy is not possible with every export structure. Countries that export many price-elastic goods, such as standardized textiles, must expect their exports to plummet if wages and prices rise, as buyers can easily switch to other suppliers. In addition, it is not easy for a country to switch from simple to more complex goods and a higher level of technology. There are considerable path dependencies here, which hinder a revival of the southern European economies in particular in the long term, as Jacob Kappeler, Claudius Grabner, and Philipp Heimberger demonstrate. The German economy, on the other hand, still holds a leading position in the EU in terms of the concept of economic complexity, an important indicator of technological capacity. Germany therefore still has relatively good prerequisites for a successful rebalancing, with a specialization in premium products, luxury cars, and product niches, pharmaceuticals, mechanical engineering. We have seen that the proportion of price-elastic German exports has increased in recent decades, a very problematic development, especially in competition with China. And even in the case of high-tech exports, the relevance of Germany's cost competitiveness has increased over time, according to studies by Baccaro and Benassi as well as Dullian, Jobges, and Palazzo. However, if we compare Germany's relative position in this respect with those of other more classic industrialized countries both within the EU, France, Italy, Spain, and outside UK, Japan, USA, we find that Germany has still retained a higher proportion of sophisticated and less price-sensitive export goods than these countries, according to a study by the Lower Saxony Institute for Economic Research. It is therefore currently still easier for Germany to maintain a high level of exports through higher wages, even with reduced price competitiveness, in contrast to Italy, for example, which has recently suffered considerable losses with more price-sensitive goods such as textiles and furniture due to the rise of China. At the same time, Germany, with its typical export goods, has benefited in particular from the strong growth in demand from China, as De Ville and Vermeeren have shown. In addition to price and technological competitiveness, the structural profile of a country in terms of the geographical composition of its sales markets is one of the most important factors that can explain export (MIS) successes. Countries whose typical export goods are in demand from fast-growing importing countries, in the last 2 decades these have mainly been the large emerging markets, have a clear advantage here. According to a survey by the International Monetary Fund, there is no other country whose export profile has been as similar to China in recent decades as Italy. Italy has therefore been the country that has suffered the most from the Chinese economic miracle in recent decades. This fate could befall Germany in the foreseeable future, given the upgrading of the Chinese export portfolio. But it is not too late to stay ahead of the game. Despite all the prophecies of doom, some of the core complementarities of the old coordinated market economy, with its focus on incremental innovation, are still intact in Germany, which, according to Storm and Nostapad, explains a substantial part of Germany's export success in recent decades. From this perspective, German companies still have relatively good financing options, motivated and qualified employees, and a fairly well-functioning transfer of innovation. Switzerland, for example, should be a role model for Germany's quality-oriented strategy for the future. In recent years, Switzerland has suffered considerably from the serious appreciation of the Swiss franc, which has been compounded by very high labor and energy costs. The costs for industrial companies are therefore significantly higher than in Germany. Despite these high costs, this situation is no misfortune for Switzerland, as the NZZ notes, citing the industrial goods specialist at the Boston Consulting Group. Swiss industry manufactures highly specialized machinery and has production processes that cannot be easily imitated. This also applies to the pharmaceutical industry and luxury watches, for example. Accordingly, the companies are active in markets where price is not the only variable for demand. These observations are confirmed by a Credit Suisse study on the success factors for Swiss SMEs, i.e. small and medium-sized enterprises. Here, too, it becomes clear that Swiss exporters are successful in many sectors thanks to their quality advantages despite very high wages, based above all on disproportionately motivated and qualified employees, but also on a high level of technology and research intensity. A high export volume is then also possible with a significantly higher wage level. The state can support the focus of exports on sophisticated products by further increasing its spending on research and development in these areas. Such proposals for a strategy of selective competitiveness, Michael Kreil, were already formulated by the advocates of structural policy in the 1970s. On the one hand, it makes sense to increase spending on basic government research. Without the state, hardly any technological breakthrough has ever been achieved, as Mariana Mazzucato has shown. On the other hand, more public venture capital is needed for the practical implementation and commercialization of research results in view of the weakness of the German financial system when it comes to startup financing. The German government has already taken steps in the right direction with initiatives such as the High-Tech Strategy 2025, the National Industrial Strategy 2030, and the Coal Phase-Out Strategy. This research and development funding should be significantly expanded and spread across many sectors and technologies. This is all the more important as the majority of the technology leadership that the German economy relies on is currently very much based on just one single sector. According to a study by the Stifterverband, significantly more than a third of expenditure on research and development by German companies relates to vehicle construction alone. Other major expenditure on research and development has so far mainly taken place in the traditional sectors of German industry. In the area of digital technologies, which will be much more important in the future, German industry is lagging far behind the USA and China, meaning that research and technology funding must be intensified here. Bayern LB and Prognos believe that hybrid business models, in which industrial products are combined with digital services, Industry 4.0, are particularly promising here. German employees should not be afraid of job losses due to digitalization, even if this argument is regularly used to intimidate employees. A report by the Mannheim Center for European Economic Research shows that the widespread public fears are unfounded. In Germany, the transition to Industry 4.0 is more likely to lead to an increase in employment and the creation of many well-paid and interesting jobs. According to the Bayern LB/Prognos study, the development and marketing of climate-friendly technologies could also be an area in which the state could support the German economy much more in the future. This would enable the German economy to continue exporting successfully despite significantly higher wages, especially as German companies already have a strong international market position in the field of environmental technology, which should be significantly expanded in the future. From this perspective, climate change could ironically even become a kind of major export promotion program for German industry if it specializes here with innovative products. Finally, the coronavirus crisis has shown how important the production of medical goods will be in the future, particularly in order to reduce dependence on Asia. Here, too, the state can intervene in a supportive way, on the one hand by supporting research and investment, but also by providing a purchase guarantee for medical goods, as proposed by the heads of the IMK and IW, among others. German pharmaceutical and medical technology products are very independent of exchange rate developments and wage increases, due to their high quality and low price sensitivity, according to an analysis by the IW. Successful specialization in the field of innovative health or climate technologies is also essential for German industry because climate change will force it to cut jobs elsewhere, and not just in coal mining. One of the most serious disadvantages of the German export economy is its monoculture in the automotive industry. The state of the German economy is currently far too dependent on the global automotive markets, especially for vehicles with combustion engines. This extreme dependence on one economic sector alone would be reason enough for the German economy to be rebalanced. While in the past many other industries have been forced to undergo considerable restructuring due to technology and have lost jobs as a result, these upheavals are now imminent for the automotive industry. Driven by the reduction of CO2 emissions, this industry is currently being converted to electromobility and, to a lesser extent, to hydrogen drives. However, the switch to alternative drives is not yet sufficient, especially as long as a large proportion of electricity is still produced using gas and coal power, so ways are being sought to reduce the proportion of car traffic in mobility in general, for example in the form of car-free city centers. Added to this is the expansion of car sharing and networked mobility concepts, which could significantly reduce the number of cars sold in the medium term. In the somewhat more distant future, autonomous driving will pose a further challenge. However, these challenges will not only manifest themselves in the distant future. All of the risks described above, from Brexit to the trade conflict between the USA and China, have a huge impact on this industry, in addition to the climate-related and technological challenges. The situation for automotive suppliers is now downright dramatic, as a study by consulting firm Roland Berger in cooperation with Bank Lazard found. Many suppliers have been caught on the wrong foot by the decline in production. They had only just expanded their capacities, 60 to 70% of which now remain unused in some cases. The profitability of suppliers is therefore plummeting even more than their turnover, especially as car manufacturers expect suppliers to invest heavily in the development of future technologies. In addition, car manufacturers have launched comprehensive cost-cutting programs, which are also hitting suppliers particularly hard. The coronavirus crisis is exacerbating the problem, as Stefan Sheet reports. Not only have many car manufacturers been relocating parts of production previously outsourced to suppliers for some time in order to better utilize their own capacities, but they are now intensifying this process in order to avoid supply chain disruptions such as those caused by the pandemic in the future. It is therefore no coincidence that even renowned German automotive suppliers such as Schaeffler AG had already laid off hundreds of employees in summer 2019, long before the coronavirus crisis began. This trend has intensified in 2020, with job cuts at ThyssenKrupp, MAHL, MAN plus Hummel, Continental, and many other suppliers, as a survey by Auto, Motor UND Sport demonstrates. Many of the current challenges could possibly be cushioned by the German automotive industry without fundamental problems if it could continue to maintain global technology leadership in this sector, as it has done in the past. Unfortunately, this is not the case. The German automotive industry continues to have a strong focus on the production of combustion engines and will therefore be hit hard by the ban on the sale of such vehicles that has already been announced in many countries. The production of electric cars and autonomous driving require completely different skills than traditional car manufacturing. In these areas, however, the German industry is lagging far behind in international comparison, for example with the USA, Tesla, and China electric buses from BYD, while its special expertise, for example in the construction of gearboxes that always function smoothly, will hardly be in demand. Added to this are the deceptive maneuvers in the diesel crisis. What is particularly irritating is that the German automotive industry did not get into this situation due to external challenges or shocks, but through its own fault. In the meantime, one can no longer avoid the impression that a structurally conservative industry has emerged here that is marching to its doom with its eyes wide open. In the same year, 2017, in which the diesel crisis dominated the public debate and car manufacturers refused to carry out hardware retrofitting to correct the misleadingly low emissions, the VW Board of Management, for example, granted itself over 50 million euros in remuneration and distributed more than 11 billion euros to shareholders, according to Manager magazine. Despite this, the automotive industry did not shy away from lobbying loudly for purchase premiums worth billions in the context of the coronavirus crisis, not only for electric cars but also for combustion engines. An industry that is facing extreme technological challenges and has clearly fallen behind, has proven its structurally conservative character and management and only wants to rely on the protective hand of the current federal government to get rid of its products is doomed in the long term without far-reaching reforms. It is therefore necessary to reduce the overpowering role of the automotive sector somewhat in favor of other economic sectors as part of a better balancing of the German economy. This would not only reduce the political blackmail by the hitherto untouchable car multinationals, but also the danger of another dinosaur industry after coal and steel. However, the car industry should not be written off. It is still too big for that. According to the Federal Statistical Office, 880,000 employees worked in the industry in 2018, i.e. 2% of the workforce. And if you include all relevant intermediate goods and relevant services, for example workshops, the figure is 1.75 million, 4% of the workforce in Germany. Their relative size, and that of the export industries in general, is regularly overestimated in the public debate, no doubt as a result of the good PR of the German Association of the Automotive Industry, VDA. A glance at the statistical yearbook shows that there are many domestic sectors that not only have at least as high a value added as the automotive industry, but also employ significantly more people, such as the construction industry, 2.3 million employees, wholesale, 1.9, retail, 3.6, transport and storage, 2.4, information and communication, 1.3, and professional services, 2.8. And even in the narrower field of industry, only a good tenth work in the automotive sector, producing a sixth of the value added by the manufacturing industry. However, a deepening of the automotive crisis would definitely lead to higher unemployment. Moreover, it is one of the few highly productive sectors in which Germany still has cutting-edge technologies and which can therefore pay high wages particularly easily. The promotion of research and technology development to balance the German economy should therefore focus more on other sectors, especially as the automotive groups, as evidenced by their distributed dividends, have more than sufficient financial resources for technology development. Nevertheless, state support will also be indispensable for the automotive industry. However, it should not be distributed across the board in the form of purchase premiums, but should be targeted at the technological and infrastructural challenges, i.e. provided with appropriate conditions. Support measures should also not primarily go to the car manufacturers and their primary suppliers, e.g. Bosch or Schaeffler, which are still financially well cushioned, but in particular to second- and third-tier suppliers whose ability to survive is currently acutely at risk. This applies in particular to pure production locations without their own research and development, as Martin Krzyzewski points out, because these are particularly challenged by low-wage locations. Not all of these jobs will survive the inevitable structural change in the automotive industry, especially if they are highly specialized in areas that only apply to combustion engines. For those that will in all likelihood not make it, a conversion is necessary, as in the past in the armaments sector, in which the companies only receive extensive state support for the conversion to alternative products beyond car production and can thus maintain similarly qualified and paid jobs. IG Metall recently presented proposals that go in this direction, on the one hand a state transformation fund and on the other the best owner group. The transformation fund would use state guarantees to support small and medium-sized companies in the supplier industry in raising the necessary private capital to invest in climate-friendly technologies. The private equity fund, Best Owner Group, is intended to take over the majority of those supplier companies that do not go along with the transformation to new technologies and ensure that staff reductions are slow and socially acceptable during the period of slowly declining unit numbers in combustion engine production. In view of the many disadvantages of the export orientation and a balance that could easily be achieved in terms of economic policy, the question arises as to why this orientation of the German economy has been maintained to this day. The answer lies in a very influential exportist ideology that has become ingrained in the minds of Germans. This ideology ensures that the interest of a small section of the German economy is perceived as a general interest. The power of ideology stems from its social and institutional roots, some of which date back to the 19th century. In order to understand how the power of this unfortunate ideology can be broken, we need to understand this entrenchment. It also becomes clear that the predominance of exportism in Germany is not a law of nature, but the result of political decisions, and as such can also be changed by political decisions. As a large economy, Germany should actually have a different economic structure. All other large economies, China, Japan, or the USA, have far lower export shares in relation to economic output. Moreover, comparative capitalism research indicates that, from a macroeconomic perspective, the success of the strongly export-oriented growth variant in Germany systematically depends on the ability to achieve price advantages through a restrained development of labor income and a strict limitation of public spending. However, the two core features of the German export strategy are potentially very unpopular insofar as they severely affect the living standards of broad sections of the population, and only comparatively small social groups really benefit greatly. In addition, the extreme fixation on exports leads to ongoing tensions with trading partners, makes economic development heavily dependent on developments in other regions of the world, and is very risky in the long term. Ultimately, it would not be difficult in terms of economic policy to balance out this very one-sided economic model through higher government spending and government support for the collective bargaining parties. This raises the question of how it was politically possible for this unusual economic structure to emerge. The historical development and the largely stable dominance of the export-oriented economic model in the Federal Republic to this day can only be explained against the background of the unbroken cultural hegemony of an exportist ideology, which serves as a binding agent for the disparate social basis of this model. The importance of ideologies for establishing and maintaining economic models, especially those with a high degree of inequality, has recently been brought back into the public debate by Thomas Piketty. The ideology of exportism not only identifies the common interests of the individual social groups that benefit from the extreme export orientation, but above all provides arguments as to why its core characteristics should ostensibly be in the interests of all social groups in Germany. However, a strongly pronounced growth model always has selective distributional effects. An export-driven model, for example, favors different social groups than a model that is driven by both exports and domestic demand. While the former is particularly favorable for entrepreneurs and parts of the workforce in export-oriented sectors, the latter also supports those groups associated with economic sectors. In Germany, almost all social groups have so far assumed that the pronounced export orientation of the economy is in their interests. This assumption is hardly challenged in ideological debates, outside of very narrow circles of economists, and is taken for granted as common sense. In the social sciences, such supposedly self-evident assumptions, based on Antonio Gramsci, are referred to as cultural hegemony. A second important function of ideologies for the political stability of growth models is to provide the glue that holds together the various socioeconomic groups that support a growth model as the dominant social bloc. Research by Bruno Amabile and Stefano Palambarini, and subsequently Lucio Baccaro and Jonas Pontusson, has shown that the stability of a national growth model depends on the existence of such a stable bloc. The common interests of these groups are not always obvious. Entrepreneurs in export sectors, for example, have different interests from entrepreneurs operating in sectors that are protected from international competition. The exportist ideology emphasizes what unites these groups, such as the helpful short-term effects of moderate wage growth on company profits, even if companies in protected sectors suffer from the associated loss of purchasing power in the long term. I refer to the ideology essential for the political stabilization of the German growth model as exportism, loosely based on the term coined by Nailing Sum, Chung Shin-hung and Bob Jessup for the East Asian production model of the post-war period. At its core, the ideology of exportism is based on the idea that we need significant trade and current account surpluses in order to maintain a viable economic and social model in Germany. From this perspective, a positive trade and current account balance is traditionally seen as an important indicator of economic success, although these surpluses are of very dubious social and economic utility. In this ideology, international competitiveness is the key performance indicator in economic policy discussions, as opposed to alternative concepts such as low inequality, profitable investment, high growth, or high real wages. At the same time, this ideology at least implicitly denies the possibility that a viable growth model could be based primarily on domestic consumption or a balancing of domestic and export demand. The term exportism is somewhat misleading in that it is not just about exports, but also about competitiveness, especially in terms of price vis-a-vis imports. The latter should be pushed back by own products, but this is not emphasized in public. Exportism is therefore generally about goods and services that can be traded across borders. However, since imports are never mentioned in the country of the export world champion, and both contexts are reflected in trade and current account surpluses, the linguistic focus on the export side is entirely appropriate. The observation of a cultural hegemony of exportism is also not new. As early as 1977, Michael Kreil, for example, reported on an export mystique that is not questioned by any relevant social group. In 1972, William Wadbrook counted this mysticism among those goals that are more or less accepted by decision-makers, but are generally not explicitly named. And Henry Wallach put it particularly vividly as early as 1955. Exports are close to the heart of every German who is employed in the economy. A well-known journalist called them the sacred cow of German economic policy. The salesman rolls up his sleeves. The entrepreneur drops his restrictions on competition. The worker postpones his wage demands, and the civil servant throws his liberal principles overboard when it comes to exports. In a country where exportism is the central ideology holding the dominant social bloc together, a positive trade balance is fiercely defended in political debates, even though this feature is criticized by all international economic organizations and many governments of other countries, from France to the US. At the same time, rankings of the world's leading export powers are regularly quoted positively in the domestic press. In Germany's case, to the unofficial title of World Export Champion, as if it were a soccer World Cup. In the meantime, the export-oriented nature of the German economic model is regarded as quasi-born in the German press. This is a sophisticated reinterpretation of economic policy preferences into a question of national identity, which is unjustly under fire from hostile powers. then it is no longer greedy, profit-hungry merchant souls at work, but a nation that can do nothing for its export surplus. It's in their blood. In its genetic matrix, mocks Roberto de la Puente. Ironically, this interpretation has a long history. As early as 1966, the famous economic historian Charles Kindleberger was concerned with the permanent German balance of payments surplus, as Anton Conrad shows. He called one of the reasons for this surplus propensity to export, initially defending the German export model against international criticism as quasi-natural, before admitting in a second paper 10 years later that the surplus was based on problematic political decisions. However, Kindleberger's reference would not have helped in today's defense of the export model anyway. It was about the practice of German exporters granting price discounts rather than competitors from other countries, because the former priced in potential revaluations of the Deutschmark, a motive that has been outdated since monetary union. But even today, the more or less bashful pride in the German export world championship is still part of the standard ideological equipment in Germany, mostly without realizing how this Germany first Herbert Storn harms the prosperity of broad sections of the population here and abroad. The extent to which exportism has already become common sense in Germany can be seen from the widespread use of some of its core concepts in everyday discourse. A typical example is the argument of competitiveness, which plays a central role in German economic discourse, even if its relevance has greatly diminished since the location debate of the 1990s. A recent study by Federico Maria Ferreira and colleagues, based on an analysis of more than 32,000 newspaper articles, demonstrated how the concepts of international/industrial competitiveness dominate public discourse in Germany, while in Australia's financialized growth model a similarly dominant role is played by the concept of financial investment. What is meant in the German discourse is of course international competitiveness, but this only plays a role in those sectors of the economy that produce internationally tradable goods or services. The argument is actually irrelevant for other economic sectors, from services of general interest, public services, and the real estate industry to gastronomy and culture. There is no significant international competition in any of these sectors. George Fiegel and Sepp Zuckerstatter therefore rightly speak of a competitive disorientation that overestimates the economic importance of goods exports and underestimates that of overall economic demand. In fact, international cost competitiveness is always meant when this argument is used. Most economic policy discussions are therefore not about competitiveness through better products, but through cheaper products. Higher wages, taxes, or social security contributions would not allow the latter. Ironically, however, higher wages, taxes, or social security contributions have little impact on the most important German export products, complex machinery, luxury cars, as these are primarily bought for their quality, not their low price. As we have seen, the argument of possible relocation due to a lack of price competitiveness is also mostly about an empty threat rather than an empirical phenomenon. Typical of the character of exportism as an ideology is that an argument that is only applicable to a very small part of the German economy, and even there could only be potentially relevant for a very small minority of workers, is generalized for the entire economy. The argument of competitiveness is very practical for employers in many situations. By referring to the threat of export competition or the possibility of relocation, any social demand and any social conflict can easily be politically discriminated against. Appeals relating to the threat of loss of competitiveness are used particularly frequently in economic crisis situations. Ironically, however, in good economic times it is forgotten to reverse wage moderation and social cuts, so that in the long term the profits of entrepreneurs increase disproportionately. The reference to international competitiveness has now ideologically replaced the previously common reference to too few performance incentives or too little capital for investment in liberal economic discourse. All arguments tend to point in the same direction, reducing wages, non-wage labor costs and taxes, but the latter have long since ceased to be credible due to persistently high corporate profits. When people talk about the economy in Germany, a business perspective with a focus on the supply side usually dominates. It is mostly about costs, for example through wages or taxes, qualified personnel and government bureaucracy. Only in times of crisis, such as during the coronavirus pandemic, do economic policymakers and journalists interested in economic policy realize that the economy is not only determined by supply, but also by supply and demand. Subsidy programs are then frantically launched to stabilize the collapsing purchasing power. Once the crisis is over, however, this is forgotten. In popular German debates on economic policy, the focus is regularly on the expenditure side. From this perspective, business costs must be minimized at all costs. The alternative, increasing income through investment and innovation, is far less present. But even when it comes to expenditure, only one side of the coin is usually considered in public discourse. It can make a lot of sense for an individual company to make savings. However, if all economic players make savings, this leads to a decline in demand and a slump in the economy, which is the other side of the coin. The obvious perspective from a microeconomic perspective leads to a clearly suboptimal result in macroeconomic terms. For example, in exportism, labor markets are seen as markets like any other, without reflecting on the fact that the transactions on these markets also have lasting consequences for the economy as a whole, via their central role in the development of demand. The popular perspective in Germany assumes that falling prices equals wages lead to stronger demand on the part of companies. However, this view completely neglects the losses in domestic demand associated with falling or stagnating wages. The great advantage of microeconomic thinking with a focus on the cost side as a component of exportist ideology lies in its simplicity and realism. Every addressee can easily imagine that higher expenditure is a problem from the perspective of their own household. Higher income, on the other hand, is less obvious from this budgetary perspective, who can realize higher wages in the short term. In addition, macroeconomic thinking, with its complex interactions between different demand categories, is much less easy to communicate clearly than microeconomic thinking. Keynesians such as Heiner Flassbeck and Friedrich Spieker have been working for many years to communicate the macroeconomic principles of a correct economic policy to the general public with comprehensively written books, so far with limited success. It is therefore not surprising that in Germany, particularly in view of the relatively low level of economic education among the population and the lack of incentives for academic economics to change this, every entrepreneur and every manager is automatically considered to have economic expertise. The latter may also have this, but from a business perspective, not from a macroeconomic one, and what is right from a microeconomic perspective can be completely wrong from a macroeconomic perspective. The linguistic analogies are also very helpful for the exportist ideology. Surpluses have a positive connotation for households and companies, and deficits have a negative connotation. Why should it be any different for national economies? The same applies to the concept of the current account balance, which includes performance, i.e. the false conclusion that one performs more than other countries when there are surpluses, according to Herbert Dieter. However, this is only a small part of the use of moral categories in the context of exportist ideology. The use of religious categories is particularly striking, as Martin Hoppner has identified. Other countries with expansive economic policies are often referred to as sinners, as was later the case with the debt sinners in the euro crisis. Other rhetorical devices identified by Hoppner in the context of undervaluation also include the juxtaposition of the healthy German and the sick economies of neighboring countries, as well as the disqualification of international criticism of the German model as an intrigue of disliked foreign competitors. In the modern domestic German debate, however, these arguments are less effective. Here, criticism of the extreme export orientation tends to be defamed as a blanket criticism of free trade, if not as a plea for autarky as sought by National Socialism. However, the exportist ideology is not limited to mere rhetoric, but is also institutionalized in concrete economic policy in Germany. Four aspects are at the heart of the institutionalization of exportist ideology in Germany. Firstly, wage cost moderation. Secondly, low inflation ensured by an independent central bank. Thirdly, limited public spending, austerity, and fourthly, an undervalued currency. These four elements can also be found to some extent in other economic policy ideologies, but not in this combination and not in this radical way. They are also by no means coincidental, but are only suitable in their interaction to stabilize the extreme export model politically and economically. Since price competition plays a central role in relation to ideologically broad-based exportism, wage cost moderation is one of the core ingredients of any economy that follows this recipe, as Mark Manger and Thomas Sattler have demonstrated in a broad-based historical analysis. Although wage cost moderation comes to the fore above all in an economic crisis situation, see below, we also find isolated references to the possible loss of economic competitiveness due to excessively rising wage costs in phases of high growth. Wage cost moderation can be realized through various instruments. One of these mechanisms is the system of wage negotiations. In contrast to the wage negotiation systems of many neighboring countries, the German system is traditionally an organized one, as Martin Hoppner has shown. In most sectors, there is no wage-driving competition between several trade unions of different ideologies, but rather a single sectoral trade union that takes the economic situation of the industry into account when negotiating wage agreements so as not to jeopardize jobs. A second important mechanism for institutionalizing exportism is to greatly weaken the bargaining position of trade unions and employees vis-a-vis employers, so that the latter cannot fight for high wages. Such measures were both the focus of a series of legislative proposals in the 1990s and early 2000s and the result of the ongoing collective bargaining flight of many companies. Since reunification in particular, the level of organization among German employees has fallen significantly, with only around 1 in 2 employees now working under a collective agreement. Since the 1990s, the ability of trade unions to act as part of a joint, centrally organized approach has also declined significantly, as Martin Hoppner also notes. The bargaining position of individual employees has been weakened, in particular by the reduction in unemployment insurance and the obligation to accept any reasonable job under the Hartz-IV system. A third mechanism is the reduction of non-wage labor costs, which was at the forefront of Agenda 2010 and the Hartz reforms. In particular, this involved reducing contributions to unemployment insurance and health insurance. The rhetorical appreciation of the Hartz reforms is therefore one of the core characteristics of exportist ideology, especially as the other two mechanisms cannot be easily conveyed to the public as positive. In combination, these three mechanisms have been responsible for the overall restrained development of wage costs in Germany. The dampening of wage costs was particularly pronounced in the phase of high unemployment in the 1990s and early 2000s, so that the somewhat better development in the last 15 years, in which increasingly solid wage agreements were negotiated in the core sectors of industry, e.g. by IG Metall, was not sufficient to compensate for the long-term weak wage development. However, it is not without irony that the ideology of exportism here is implicitly based on the idea of competitiveness through low wage costs and much less on competitiveness through technologically superior products. The latter are given prominence in public in defense of export surpluses. It's not our fault that we build such good cars. The background to this unusual approach is that it is very challenging for an entire economy to achieve export success in all economic sectors on the basis of technologically superior products. However, if export success is only based on a few economic sectors with specialized products, it would be much more difficult to forge a cultural hegemony from this. Overall, the empirical impact of exportism is based much more on price competitiveness than on product competitiveness, although the latter is regularly used as an ideological justification for a high level of exports. It is important for a well-functioning exportist model to control not only wage developments in companies in sectors with internationally tradable goods and services, but also in the economy as a whole. Strong wage increases in sectors protected from international competition and the associated price increases can also lead to a loss of competitiveness. The mechanism works in such a way that rising wages and prices in these sectors trigger demands for higher wages in the export and import sectors, as employees in these sectors want to keep pace with the rising cost of living. Independent central banks with a strict mandate to combat inflation are an excellent instrument for avoiding such wage-increasing developments. The Bundesbank proved this several times before the introduction of the euro. Even minor inflationary tendencies were immediately stifled by the BUBA by raising key interest rates. It was thus one of the core institutions of German exportism, although it was actually supposed to be committed to the economy as a whole. However, the connection with the export model is not openly addressed in Germany. Instead, a national character is invoked that is characterized by fear of inflation due to the hyperinflation a century ago, and the subsequent rise of National Socialism. Even in the event of stagnating prices or the threat of deflation, a term that is much more prevalent in the Anglo-Saxon world, the central bank is urged to remain vigilant, as inflation could develop faster than one might think. However, this is based on a very idiosyncratic interpretation of German history, as a study by the Jacques Delors Institute shows. Hyperinflation peaked in 1922-23 and was ended by a currency reform in 1923. In economic terms, the exact opposite was responsible for Hitler's rise, namely the deflationary policy pursued by Reich Chancellor Heinrich Brüning, 1930-32, as a result of which unemployment doubled. Alternatively, it is claimed that a higher inflation rate is particularly detrimental to employees and pensioners, who are particularly affected by higher prices. However, it is the owners of larger financial assets who are directly affected first, as the latter are devalued by higher inflation, while the lower 30% without assets do not suffer any losses. Hermann Adam also points out that periods with higher inflation rates in the economic history of the Federal Republic were much more favorable in terms of increases in income and pensions than those with low inflation. He thus emphasizes the ideological function of this assertion, which is primarily intended to discipline the wage demands of the trade unions. Historical studies on the development of the German economy's propensity to export, for example by Sergio Cesarato and Antonella Starati, show that monetary mercantilism, i.e. the undercutting of inflation rates in the economies of competitors, has been part of a targeted export economic strategy since the beginning of the Federal Republic, as alternative forms of mercantilism, particularly trade protectionism, are politically unfeasible. Wilhelm Vogt, the president of the Bank Deutscher Länder, predecessor of the Bundesbank, was quite unequivocal in this respect as early as 1951. Certainly, the price increases in our country have caused us serious concern, but if you compare them with foreign price levels and with price increases abroad, you will see with satisfaction that we always remain considerably below them, and that is our opportunity, that is decisive for our currency and especially for our exports. We live from the increase in our exports, and this in turn from keeping our price and wage levels relatively low. Exportism also prescribes a strong restraint in terms of public spending, i.e. in terms of public sector salaries, public services, and public investment. Here, too, the ideological production does not focus on the macroeconomic correlations with the export model, but on a feature of the alleged national character, namely the so-called Swabian housewife. Their slogan is, "You can't live beyond your means in the long term. Short-term loans are possible in exceptional situations, but long-term debt is not. Debt is generally morally reprehensible. As the term itself indicates, debt. And what applies to private households must also apply to the state is the ideological fallacy." Wolfgang Schmidt, State Secretary in the Federal Ministry of Finance, therefore states in an interview with Die Zeit, "It seems to me that the idea that doing business seriously means not incurring debt is deeply rooted in the DNA of Germans. However, a balanced budget or even government surpluses is extremely counterproductive in a situation, such as in the years before the coronavirus crisis, where both households and companies are generating surpluses. Someone has to borrow, otherwise there is no point in saving." Foreign economists have been looking at the German obsession with austerity with extreme irritation for some time now. Paul Krugman formulated this particularly pointedly in his famous column in the New York Times, "The World Has a Germany Problem," as a ruinous obsession over public debt. The most concrete institutionalization of German restraint in government spending is, of course, the incredibly inflexible debt brake. But there are also much more subtle forms, such as the German financial constitution, in which the level that is potentially particularly prone to spending due to its allocation of tasks, the municipal level simultaneously has the least scope for debt and the fewest sources of revenue. Similar to the fear of inflation, historical experience seems to play a significant role in the institutional preferences of the older German elites in particular, and especially among lawyers, who traditionally play a central role in the state apparatus. From the experience of National Socialism, in which the precepts of the rule of law were thoroughly ignored, attention is now being paid, as with the Maastricht criteria, to the establishment of and compliance with rules that can no longer be changed even by democratic majorities. Once again, an essential element of the export model is being defended without making this explicit. Sharply rising salaries in the public sector can lead to inflationary developments, as they also provide incentives in the export sector to fight for higher wage increases, with corresponding effects on international price competition. Additional public investment and state benefits can also contribute to increasing wage levels and thus burden cost competition in the area of internationally tradable goods. However, these correlations are not addressed in the public debate. Instead, there is generalized talk that government debt above an arbitrarily chosen limit of 60% of annual economic output is harmful, an ideological assertion without economic evidence. After all, from an international perspective, price competitiveness, the core pillar of German exportism, also depends on the low valuation of one's own currency in relation to other currencies. Martin Hoppner refers to this as an undervaluation regime. From the perspective of the export model, an undervalued currency is desirable in order to reduce the prices of export goods in the domestic currency in the sales countries. Conversely, an undervalued currency helps to make imports that compete with German products more expensive in Germany, thereby improving the competitive situation of German producers. However, the latter connection in particular means that an undervalued currency is always disadvantageous for people who do not work in sectors with internationally tradable goods, as it reduces their purchasing power in relation to imports, but does not increase their job security either. Imports become expensive with an undervalued currency and real wages fall as a result. Normally, strong currencies therefore have a much more positive social impact than undervalued ones. Germany was one of the few countries that systematically operated an undervaluation regime, as Martin Hoppner has demonstrated for the Bretton Woods system phase. Germany carried out the unavoidable revaluations in this system as late and as limited as possible in order to support the export capability of the economy. Behind this policy in favor of a weakly valued currency was massive lobbying by the export-oriented economy, according to Daniel Kinderman's analysis. The introduction of the euro has now made the political effort of negotiating delayed and undersized revaluations superfluous, thanks to the common currency with weaker exporting countries. The German economy is now quite well protected against a revaluation trend. However, a failure of the single currency would have devastating consequences for the German export industry. Many manufacturers would not survive the resulting revaluation shock. In addition to rhetorical protection and economic policy institutionalization, a third essential function of exportist ideology is to hold together the social bloc that politically supports the export-driven German economic model. But who are the social groups that safeguard Germany's export orientation? Based on Martin Hoppner's analysis of the German undervaluation regime, a whole series of characteristic actors can be identified here. The first group that springs to mind here is industry. Both the individual companies and the most important umbrella organization, Federation of German Industries, continuously advocate extreme export orientation and core elements of exportism, such as low wages, low inflation, and a low-valued currency, at least as long as the latter was still more within Germany's sphere of influence, before the introduction of the euro. While this preference is very obvious for export industries, it is perplexing that the sectors of the German economy not affected by international competition have so far hardly publicly opposed exportism, even though they would benefit considerably from a strengthening of domestic demand. When it comes to more specific policy issues relating to the export model, however, there are fine cracks in the social bloc, as Lucas Haffert and Daniel Mertens have shown. Domestic demand-oriented associations such as the German Confederation of Skilled Crafts, ZDH, the German Retail Federation, HDE, the German Hotel and Restaurant Association, DEHOGA, and the Association of German Chambers of Industry and Commerce, DIHK, clearly oppose the increase, while those from the export industries, including the Federation of German Employers, BDA, and the German Chemical Employers Association, BAVC, agreed to it if non-wage labor costs were reduced in return. Less subtle opposition to the generally supportive stance of the German economy towards the extreme export model is at least shown by the Central Association of the German Construction Industry. In view of the trade balance surpluses and budget surpluses, the motto can only be, invest, invest, and invest again. Invest, invest, and invest again, said its president Hans Hartwig Lowenstein in 2017, also with a clear turn against the debt brake that will take effect in the federal states from 2019. The relatively united tolerance of German trade unions with regard to exportism is also surprising at first. We are not aware of any major trade union campaign against the one-sided German export model, although trade unions in domestic market sectors such as Verdi, GW, IGBAU, NGG, food, beverages and catering, EVG, rail and transport, and the police union should be relevant here. In the last 2 decades, since their lost battle against the Hartz reforms, the domestic demand-oriented trade unions have also mostly supported core elements of this ideology, such as the unconditional preference for a very low inflation rate and accepted moderate wage settlements, albeit mostly forced. Workers in the protected sectors are clearly suffering from the weakening of domestic demand associated with exportism. However, their trade unions have apparently not yet been able to assert themselves with higher wage demands, particularly in view of the low level of employee organization in many of these sectors, which are predominantly dominated by services. In comparatively export-oriented trade unions such as IGBCE and IG Metal, the positioning in favor of exportism is comparatively more explicit, especially in view of the politically powerful position of the Works Council chairman of large export companies such as Bosch or Daimler. At the IG Metal Trade Union Conference, for example, any criticism of free trade agreements, even if it is only of business-friendly arbitration tribunals, is shot down with reference to the interests of their workforces. The IG Metal leadership, which is more reflective of the national economy, can apparently do little to counter this, even though it clearly pointed out German wage dumping during the euro crisis, for example, but then continued to support the euro system, which perpetuates German wage advantages. However, now that the structural crisis in the German automotive industry is also coinciding with the economic crisis in German exports, IG Metall cannot be expected to voice any vocal opposition to exportism in the foreseeable future, if only out of understandable panic at the threat of job losses in sectors such as the automotive supply industry. Ultimately, however, the wage moderation that has been predominantly practiced over the last 3 decades is only to a very limited extent a strategic decision by the export trade unions in the interests of securing employment, but above all a consequence of their weakening. Even if they were able to achieve higher wage agreements, this would most likely lead to even more companies leaving the employers' associations and thus further weaken collective bargaining coverage. However, the introduction of the minimum wage shows that the trade unions can also provide important impetus against the extreme export model. Paul Marx and Peter Stark show that the original campaign by the domestic sector trade unions NGG and Ver.D for the introduction of state minimum wages initially met with clear opposition from the export trade unions IGBCE and IG Metall, but that over the years they were persuaded that the introduction of minimum wages would ultimately be beneficial for them too. The positions of the German parties on exportism are also perplexing at first glance. Since the 1950s, with the exception of the left, there has actually been no significant questioning of the extreme export orientation by the major political parties, particularly the Christian Democrats and Social Democrats, but also the Liberals and the Greens. The intellectual hegemony of exportism became particularly clear, for example, in the economic policy keynote speech by SPD candidate for Chancellor Martin Schulz to the Berlin Chamber of Industry and Commerce in 2017, in which he forbade any criticism of Germany's high trade surpluses. Even today, exportism is hardly questioned by the major German parties, even though it should be a very problematic economic model from the perspective of those parties that want to stand up for the less privileged sections of the population. The minor role that the export model has so far played in controversial debates between the parties is in any case a strong indication of the cultural hegemony of exportism. The engagement of relevant think tanks and their networks is also highly relevant for the broad acceptance of the German export model. Particularly central here is the initiative Neue Soziale Marktwirtschaft, INSM, a clearly export-oriented think tank financed by the German Association of the Metalworking Industry, an industry that is particularly exposed to international competition. The Stiftung Familienunternehmen and the Verband die Familienunternehmer are similarly clearly committed to the export model. These lobbies have now succeeded in equating family entrepreneurs with the Mittelstand, and the latter even with the middle class in the public perception, although they represent by far the richest families in the country. However, at least the Handelsblatt has now become disillusioned in this respect. The broad consensus in Germany is that family businesses ensure social balance in a country with a pronounced middle class. The opposite is the case, says the International Monetary Fund, IMF, with unprecedented clarity. An important aspect of exportism is also championed by the Taxpayers Association lobby, which tries to mislead large sections of the population into believing that they will benefit from the tax relief being demanded for higher earners or that they will be burdened by increased wealth taxes. Norbert Walter Borgens is right when he describes this tax reduction discussion as a big bluff. Both the think tanks and the associations can easily recruit both export-oriented junior staff and expertise from the economics faculties of German universities and non-university research institutes. In an international comparison, there are hardly any voices at German universities with regard to the exclusion of post-Keynesian, more domestic demand-oriented perspectives. Only at universities of applied sciences, HWR Berlin, or at social science faculties, especially in Duisburg-Essen, have economists with a corresponding orientation been able to gain professorships in recent years. In view of the homogeneity of German economics faculties, it is hardly surprising that the public still speaks of the position of the economists without reflecting the significant increase in international plurality of opinions since the global financial crisis. The phalanx of exportism has also largely dominated the majority of the German Council of Economic Experts and the major economic research institutes, from the IFO Institute for Economic Research in Munich to the Kiel Institute for the World Economy, IFW, and the Rhenish-Westphalian Institute for Economic Research, RWI, in Essen. Only the German Institute for Economic Research in Berlin is pluralistic in this respect. The relatively unchallenged role of exportism in Germany can only be explained against the background of its historical roots. The ideology here can be linked to the pride in Germany's export successes in the late 19th century and in the 1950s and 1960s. Ironically, however, These upswing phases of the German economy were the periods of German economic development in which exports played a healthy and comparatively subordinate role. The pathological change in the German economy towards an extreme export model only began in the economic crises of the last 40 years. These include the economic crises of the late 1970s and the post-reunification hangover of the 1990s. It was then permanently deepened with the introduction of the euro at the end of the 1990s. Apart from the establishment of economic and monetary union, the recipe has always been the same in recent decades. Attempts were made to stimulate the ailing German economy with a higher dose of the price-based export drug. When that didn't help, the dose was increased even further. And then again. In the meantime, we have a highly addicted patient who can only be treated with a withdrawal cure to save him from the final collapse. However, it is to be feared that it will soon be proposed to increase the dose again if the coronavirus crisis and structural change, particularly in the automotive industry, lead to significantly higher unemployment. But that would be a serious mistake. A gentle withdrawal that gradually revises the problematic economic policy decisions of the last 4 decades would make much more sense. Exports already played a prominent role in the establishment of the German economy in the late 19th century and its comeback after the Second World War. In the latter case, the intensification of exports was already triggered by a crisis, the so-called breakthrough crisis of 1950-51, a pattern that has since been repeated several times, but is likely to be exactly the wrong path in the coronavirus recession. Even if the German growth model of the 1950s and 1960s was not nearly as export-driven as it is today, it was still possible to identify important decisions that set the course for the subsequent direction. Some of these decisions even go back to the 19th century, in particular to the phase of high industrialization in the Second German Empire, 1871 to 1918, as Werner Abelschauser documents. Like the United States, Germany was a latecomer to industrialization. Germany had relatively little chance against the then dominant British economic power in the already established textile and steel industries. German industry therefore relied on new technologies to establish itself, in particular mechanical engineering, the electrical engineering industry, and large-scale chemicals. The German production regime of diversified quality production, Arndt Sorg and Wolfgang Streeck, was strongly science-based from the outset. In its development phase, it was also strongly export-oriented, as the high costs for these new technologies could only be amortized through economies of scale. However, the focus was not on cheap, standardized mass production as in the USA, as there was no sufficiently large domestic market for this and the German export markets collapsed during the First World War. The production regime typical of Germany, on the other hand, was geared towards quality and the adaptation of products to individual requirements, with recourse to a highly qualified workforce. The export orientation was revived after the Second World War. The starting point was the Korean War. Here, the Federal Republic initially experienced a brief balance of payments crisis in 1950-51, caused by the sharp rise in commodity prices in the context of the war, but then a sustained boom, as the Korean War strongly fueled demand for German industrial goods, as Werner Abelschauser documents in his German Economic History. The mercantilist export strategy that had been chosen to combat the balance of payments crisis, especially under pressure from the Allies who were interested in German industrial goods, and also in the payment of German war debts, was retained after the original problem, balance of payments crisis, had been solved, according to Martin Hoppner. It was supplemented by a variety of instruments to promote exports, from preferential treatment for export companies in the event of a shortage of raw materials to the introduction of export credit guarantees, now known as Hermes guarantees. Economic crises are still a hotbed of exportism in Germany today. Many of the macro foundations of today's model, wage moderation, undervaluation, fiscal austerity, tough fight against inflation, could already be identified in the 1950s and led to considerable export surpluses, much to the irritation of neighboring countries, as Ulrike Hermann reports. From today's perspective, however, these surpluses were very harmless. They were only to a limited extent the result of a targeted strategy, but were rather based on a fortunate constellation. The Second World War had destroyed less industry in Germany than initially expected. Wage levels were quite low due to mass unemployment, particularly as a result of refugees and displaced persons from the East, which put imports at a disadvantage and favored exports. In this situation, the trade unions opted for the model of codetermination, productivity-oriented wages, and company social partnership favored by Hans Bachler, and against Victor Agart's demands for political wages and economic democracy. The dual structure of trade unions and works councils established at the time tended more towards competitive corporatism and wage moderation than a pure trade union structure, as the works councils were comparatively easy to blackmail through the threat of job cuts. Furthermore, exchange rates were fixed in the Bretton Woods system, so that export successes did not lead to an appreciation, especially as Germany avoided the necessary adjustments to currency relations for as long as possible, see above. In the 1950s and early 1960s, the government refrained from fiscally stimulating the economy, also a consequence of the strong role of ordoliberal ideas in the early phase of the Federal Republic, and the Bundesbank acted as the guardian of internal price discipline, so that inflation remained lower than in neighboring countries. As Jörg Bibbo points out, this made it possible to outcompete them. High interest rates and comparatively low consumer spending were ultimately also functional for the mobilization of private savings for the capital-intensive German export industry, as Daniel Merton demonstrates in his History of German Private Debt. Germany has therefore long had an economy that is also clearly characterized by exports, with the corresponding advantages and disadvantages. In the period of the economic miracle, however, the latter were not so significant, especially as the equalization of burdens, within the framework of the Emergency Aid Act of 1949 and the Equalization of Burdens Act of 1952, reduced these disadvantages through a solidarity-based redistribution of wealth. The now pathological export-heavy nature of today's German economy is primarily a development of the last 4 decades. In 1970, for example, exports still accounted for 15% of gross domestic product, less than a third of today's share. During the second half of the 1960s, in particular under Economics Minister Karl Schiller, 1966 to 1972, an understanding of the importance of a balanced economic structure, as codified in particular in the 1967 Stability Act, still prevailed. Although the Stability Act also included price stability, alongside full employment and economic growth, among its 4 objectives, it also included foreign trade balance, a clear contrast to today's fixation on exports. Thanks to this orientation, a brief recession in 1967 was quickly overcome without structural changes, also with the help of the concerted action and an economic stimulus program. However, the focus on exports was then intensified during the severe economic crises of the late 1970s and early 1980s. The German economy experienced 2 deep recessions during this period, in 1975 and 1982, triggered by the collapse of the Bretton Woods system and oil price hikes. As a result, most Western industrialized countries had to contend not only with a sharp drop in economic output, but also with high inflation rates, stagflation. The Bundesbank, freed from defending the exchange rate against the US dollar after the collapse of Bretton Woods, reacted by means of very stringent inflation control and enforced a strategy of wage restraint with sharp interest rate hikes. After very high wage settlements had taken place once again in 1973-74, also as a protest against the excessive wage moderation by the concerted action in previous years, particularly in the clunker round in the public sector. At the time, the Bundesbank pursued a very tough policy to control the money supply, regardless of the development of demand and the subsequent sharp rise in unemployment figures, as Ulrike Hermann documents. The consequences of the restrictive monetary policy were euphemistically described as a stabilization recession by economists close to employers at the time. The trade unions, led by IG Metall, learned immediately. They moved towards a more defensive stance, in which job security clearly took priority over higher wage demands, and subsequently refrained from very high wage agreements, according to Ralph Hofrog. This was accompanied by a further deepening of export orientation through price competition, which could be realized even better thanks to the Bundesbank's tough stance. With the deepened export model, Germany was able to survive the stagflation period better than many other industrialized countries in terms of economic growth, and was even considered moderately progressive compared to Great Britain under Thatcher, according to Fritz Scharpf in his analysis of the social democratic crisis policy in Europe at the time. The German model, a slogan of the 1976 SPD parliamentary election campaign, became temporarily popular, as Andreas Rotter notes. However, the dark sides of the model, its dependence on external developments, its neglect of the domestic sectors with corresponding distributional consequences, and its political fragility were already apparent at the time, as various authors from the Constant School of Political Economy predicted in the late 1970s. The development towards a second deepening of export orientation began after the brief reunification boom in the early 1990s. During this boom, the pendulum of the German economic model swung to the other extreme. The socially and politically motivated exchange relationship between the D-Mark and the GDR mark not only led to a complete collapse of East German exports, but also to a strong surge in domestic demand for West German products. The Bundesbank reacted to the associated rise in inflation with a drastic increase in interest rates and strangled the economy, torpedoing German unity, in the words of Ulrike Hermann. Added to this was the collapse of East German industry and the financing of large parts of reunification through the social security systems, which significantly increased labor costs. The Bundesbank's extreme interest rate policy led to speculative attacks on the European monetary system and to its crisis in 1992-93. As a result of this crisis, the Deutschmark was significantly revalued, which severely impaired the competitiveness of German exports. For these reasons, the unemployment rate rose significantly from the 1993 recession until it peaked in 2005, interrupted only briefly by the new market boom at the turn of the millennium and a correspondingly strong setback after its bust. Rising unemployment since the mid-1990s was also one of the reasons why Helmut Kohl was voted out of office and the red-green Schroeder governments were formed, 1998 to 2005. During this phase, exportism was again emphasized by the argument of location competition, which persuaded the trade unions to reduce wages, also against the background of the threat of relocation of production facilities to Eastern Europe and later to China. The Kohl government had already severely weakened their ability to strike in the mid-1980s by prohibiting the payment of short-time working benefits to companies that were indirectly affected by strikes. As Christian Dustman and his team have shown, close cooperation between employer and employee representatives intensified from the mid-1990s as part of competitive pacts with works councils at company level. This crisis corporatism, Hans-Jürgen Urban, enforced by the companies and some workforces, manifested itself, for example, in the four-time collective agreement in the metal sector in 2004, which introduced opening clauses for economically weak companies. According to Michael Wendell, IG Metall agreed to these clauses in order to put an end to the proliferation of individual company agreements and to save the sectoral collective agreement. The overarching effects of low-wage settlements at company level were not significantly taken into account by the trade unions. However, the trade unions had also been significantly weakened since reunification by the erosion of collective bargaining coverage, which is still much lower in East Germany than in the West, meaning that it would have been very difficult to enforce higher wages across the board. In any case, the driving force behind these developments was not the trade unions, but the employers. Their associations have long been under considerable pressure from members who are not satisfied with the agreements. The introduction of memberships without collective bargaining coverage, OT, in the employers' associations since the 1990s has been particularly serious in this respect. OT members continue to enjoy the services of the association, but are no longer bound by its collective agreement. The introduction of this option was intended to keep dissatisfied companies in the association and stabilize it with supposedly too high agreements. But since then it has also served to threaten the trade unions with the withdrawal of further companies from the collective agreement in collective bargaining negotiations, thereby changing the balance of power in favor of the employers' associations. Particularly serious is the flash change that is possible in many associations, which allows companies to switch to OT from one day to the next. The dualization of the German economy, described above, was essentially accelerated during this phase. The economy increasingly split into a rather shrinking export industry with still relatively well-paid and secure jobs for the core workforce on the one hand and a rapidly growing service sector with low pay and insecure employment conditions on the other. From Anke Hassel's perspective, the development of this sector of outsourced service providers was essential for the stabilization of the export industry, as it not only absorbed the workers made redundant in the latter, but also ensured that the core export workforce was able to come to terms more easily with the more moderate pay. With the central dualization instrument of outsourcing services, employees who no longer belonged to the export company had to accept drastic wage cuts instead of the previously regular wage increases, averaging 10 to 15% according to calculations by Deborah Goldschmidt and Johannes Schmeider. As in the 1970 ADS, the focus in the economic crisis around 2000 was once again on intensifying exports, based on price competition rather than quality competition. Both took place at the expense of demand in the domestic sectors, which was now increasingly suffering from dualization. Politically, this intensification of Germany's export orientation was significantly driven by the Hartz reforms, 2003 to 2005. but also by pension reforms, including the introduction of the private Riester pension in 2002, and finally the debt brake in the German Constitution 2009, which ensured a fiscal policy committed to austerity in the long term. The bargaining position of employees was also greatly weakened during this period, for example by the reduction in unemployment benefits, but also by the facilitation of temporary work and low wages. The extreme German export model was then finally fixed by the introduction of the euro in 2002 and the fixing of the corresponding currency parities in 1998. However, the effects of the now fixed exchange rates on the German export fixation became visible much more slowly than the measures to combat acute economic crises discussed above. In the long term, however, the introduction of the euro acted as a macroeconomic doping for Germany's export orientation, finally anchoring the transition from Fordist to competitive mercantilism. Stefan Beck. In the German public and parts of the academic literature, it is usually assumed that the introduction of the euro had a primarily political background, for example in Helmut Kohl's value system or as a counterdeal to France's approval of reunification. However, a systematic analysis of opinion polls among the German business elite between 1988 and 1998 by Tobias Tauber shows that the decision to introduce the euro, especially after the appreciation of the Deutschmark between 1992 and 1995, had increasingly strong support from large companies in the export sector and the IG Metal Trade Union, and through them also in the BDI and DGB. In the public debate, in contrast to the economic debate, the effect of the introduction of the euro on the deepening of the extreme export model is also regularly underestimated due to the strong politicization surrounding the Hartz reforms. In fact, both effects have interacted, although the Hartz reforms in turn represent only one part of the export-oriented reforms of the Schroeder governments, and the internal restructuring of the economy in the final phase of the Kohl governments. The introduction of the euro deepened Germany's export orientation primarily through two mechanisms. On the one hand, it has meant that the southern European member states can no longer devalue their currencies against the German currency, as was still possible under the European monetary system. On the contrary, the elimination of the devaluation risk led to a significant reduction in risk premiums for loans in these countries and in Ireland. Between 1995 and 2008, the boom financed by this led to an increase in price levels of 67% in Greece, 56% in Spain, 53% in Ireland, and 47% in Portugal, in contrast to only 9% in Germany. Despite serious internal devaluations in the southern economies over the last decade, Germany still has an advantage here, according to Christopher James Day's analysis, with particular relevance for price-sensitive exports. On the other hand, the combination of the Deutschmark with the rather soft southern European currencies also meant that the euro had much less upward pressure on its external value against third currencies, such as the US dollar, than a German currency alone. The euro thus solved a core problem of every successful export-oriented economy, namely the strong upward pressure on its own currency. After the Second World War, this upward pressure was somewhat curbed by the Bretton Woods system with its fixed currency relations. After the collapse of this system in the early 1970s, however, the problem arose again and was only alleviated somewhat in the European monetary system, 1979 to 1998, until it was then drastically reduced in the euro. The now very exposed German export model was the main beneficiary of this development. A comparison of Germany's export ratio with that of the other major Eurozone economies, Italy, France, which I carried out for GWP, demonstrates that the German economy became structurally decoupled from these economies with the introduction of the euro at the latest, while the fall of the Iron Curtain and the opening of the Chinese economy led to an increase in exports in relation to economic output, GDP, in all three countries in the 1990s. Only in Germany did the increase continue unabated after 2000. From a quasi-identical export ratio of the three countries at the millennium, a considerable divergence has now developed between Germany, 47% in 2017, on the one hand, and France and Italy, 31% each, on the other. However, the considerable distributional effects of the introduction of the euro in 1999 in favor of the German export sector become clear not only in a comparison between countries, but also in a comparison between sectors in Germany, as Fabian Oxenfeld has demonstrated. Within Germany, the single currency led to significantly higher profits and wages in the tradable goods sectors compared to sectors protected from international competition, such as the construction industry. While the former benefited from the de facto currency devaluation caused by the euro, the latter suffered from the outflow of savings in favor of investments in the European periphery, especially until the 2008 financial crisis. After the introduction of the euro, this was compounded by the intensification of the export model politically supported by the Schroeder governments, reduction of labor costs through the Alliance for Jobs, limitation of social security contributions, shift from income and wealth taxes to indirect taxes. In combination with the single currency, these reforms acted as a double booster for price-sensitive German exports. Overall, it is striking that the intensification of Germany's export orientation since the introduction of the euro in 1998 and until around 2015 has been accompanied by a significant increase in socio-economic inequality in Germany, whether in terms of wealth inequality or the number of people at risk of poverty. Methodologically elaborate studies by Fabian Oxenfeld, Mai Chi Dao, and Tobias Tober, among others, have shown in recent years that this parallel is no coincidence, but is based on the causal relationships outlined above. In historical retrospect, it is clear that the problematic export orientation of the German economy has now become institutionally entrenched. The institutional pillars of this orientation at national level include, for example, an independent central bank with a strict inflation target, a wage-setting system that makes expansionary wage negotiations more difficult, and a fiscal policy committed to balanced budgets. The German export model is now institutionally secured internationally, in particular through the introduction of the euro, with the elimination of the option of nominal exchange rate corrections. It will therefore not be enough to simply push for a different economic policy. What is needed for a fundamental change of course, however, are institutional corrections on the one hand and the identification of a viable political coalition on the other, which can be won over to a corresponding change of course in order to bring large sections of the ultimately decisive middle classes onto the side of an anti-export coalition. Without institutional and political safeguards, any tentative steps towards a balance could easily be reversed in the medium term. However, the balancing mission is not hopeless. In recent years, not only have some of the core institutions of the extreme export model been eroded, but support groups and the ideology of exportism have also been increasingly weakened. A lasting correction of the German export model must systematically address the institutional mechanisms that have so far anchored the German economy on the export-oriented course, i.e. undervaluation of the currency, austerity in government spending, wage moderation, and the central bank's inflation fixation. With regard to the common currency and its undervaluation, stability can be assumed for the foreseeable future, apart from the risk of a Salvini government in Italy, but other core institutions of the German export model have been eroded to some extent in recent years. This erosion can, and if the coming risks to the export model are taken into account, must be built upon to balance the German economy. In the coronavirus crisis, not only has the fixation of German politics on the politically desired black zero been abandoned, but the now constitutional debt brake has also been temporarily suspended in order to prevent the economic crisis from deepening further. The temporary suspension of austerity institutions can be extended for further years, and the repayment of additional debt significantly postponed, in the interests of economic rebalancing until stronger private consumption and increased corporate investment have put the German economy back on a sustainable growth path. In recent years, the introduction of the minimum wage has brought about an initial challenge to export-oriented wage dumping. In 2020, the Minimum Wage Commission recommended a significant increase in the minimum wage for 2022. Further increases can follow at a faster pace, institutionally secured by a change in the rules of procedure of the Minimum Wage Commission, which has so far only been aligned with the average collective wage increases, and not with the development of median incomes or the minimum protection of employees. A political readjustment of the minimum wage would be extremely popular among the population, with 80% of respondents supporting an increase to €12 according to Infrated, and even more support extending unemployment benefits to 2 to 3 years. The coronavirus scandal in the meat industry has once again raised public awareness of the existence of undignified forms of pay in German society. This is an excellent starting point for keeping work contracts and other strategies for avoiding pay in line with collective agreements at bay. Although the introduction of the euro has de facto institutionalized the export-promoting undervaluation of the German currency in the long term, it has also permanently weakened one of the central pillars of the extreme German export model, the Bundesbank's monetary policy. The takeover of the central functions of the Bundesbank by the ECB permanently prevents an extremely conservative monetary policy with the one-sided aim of supporting German exports. Counteracting wage increases by stifling the German economy through key interest rate hikes should therefore be a phenomenon of the past. With its purchasing programs, the ECB has already demonstrated that it is not only committed to fighting inflation to the extreme, but also to stabilizing European economic development. Not only have some of the core institutions of Germany's export orientation been weakened recently, but cracks are also beginning to appear in some of the most important support groups. The weakening of the traditional economic model is most noticeable in the waning power of the German automotive industry, which not only represents particularly radical exportist positions, but is also undoubtedly by far the most powerful sector of the German economy, in a position comparable to the financial sector in countries such as the UK and the USA. Just a few years ago, the superior power resources of the German automotive industry were regularly demonstrated. In general, the links between the car industry and the Chancellery are extremely close, as the case of Eckhard von Kleeden has shown, who, after working as a minister in the Chancellery, moved to his new post as chief lobbyist at Daimler almost without a second thought. Even more serious was the behavior of politicians in the diesel crisis. Here, for example, Germany initially refrained from demanding fines from the automotive industry for fraud, which led to further infringement proceedings by the EU Commission, in addition to those for non-compliance with limit values for pollutants. The limitation of the correction by the corporations to a software update instead of the hardware retrofit, which is now essentially borne by the consumers, is also a reference to the exorbitant political influence of the car lobby. However, the coronavirus crisis has shown that the power of the automotive industry is no longer as pronounced as it used to be. Despite fierce lobbying, the industry has not succeeded in anchoring a purchase premium for combustion vehicles in the federal government's economic stimulus package. Particularly impressive was the SPD's determined resistance to a demand that was supported not only by the car industry, but also by IG Metall and the DGB. The decline of the car industry's political power could also be shared by other export industries, at a lower level, as Deborah Mabbott suggests. Here, the export industries have no longer succeeded in developing a strategic position to prevent this step in negotiations with trade unions and the government via the Confederation of German Employers Associations. Ironically, an important cause of this weakening is the very thing that makes it more difficult for trade unions to achieve higher wage agreements, namely the introduction of without collective bargaining memberships. In the Economists' Guild, too, the Nibelung loyalty to exportism is likely to increasingly crumble. As Caroline de Gruyter, Stefan Puringer, and Karl Bayer observe, the generation of newly appointed economists is firmly anchored in the international economic mainstream and no longer committed to the old ordoliberal concepts of austerity. Although this does not make the younger German economists supporters of heterodox, post-Keynesian recipes, one can also no longer assume a normative predetermination to the extremely export-oriented German economic model, in contrast to previous generations, which are still vocal in the media today. The appointment of the ideologically less fixed economists Veronika Grimm and Monika Schnitzer to the German Council of Economic Experts could possibly be helpful in this respect. While the idea of exportism has been deeply anchored institutionally in Germany for decades and has been able to rely on a broad alliance of social supporters, cracks have recently begun to appear both in the institutions and in this coalition. As a result, the cultural hegemony of exportism is also coming under increasing pressure and could soon no longer be common sense in Germany. Individual elements of the ideology were initially only questioned in isolated cases, but increasingly also in public discourse. The slight export-related recession before coronavirus was a major driving force here. But the coronavirus crisis has also reinforced this impression. A survey conducted by Nils Redeker and Stephanie Walter in autumn 2016 of a total of 136 interest groups registered with the Bundestag, predominantly business associations and professional associations, showed that almost 70% of their representatives are in favor of an internal adjustment of the German economic model, especially if the alternatives are a breakup of the Eurozone or fiscal transfers to countries suffering from Germany's current account surpluses. It also became clear that not only all trade unions, but also a large number of interest groups emphasize the need to reduce the current account surplus, even if there is still disagreement as to what measures should be taken. The critical 2018 report by the International Monetary Fund has led to further reflection in the economy, Even the German Chemical Industry Association, VCI, is now critical of the current account surpluses. The overall economic savings are not flowing sufficiently into the modernization of the ailing transport system or the development of the digital infrastructure, into the restructuring of industry or into innovation, research and education. Instead, capital flows abroad, where it partly seeps into asset bubbles or finances budget deficits. If interest and repayments can no longer be serviced at some point, this will eventually become a problem for Germany. It is true that employees in the export industry benefit from global success in the form of high wages. However, this only affects just under 25% of employees. In other sectors of the economy, such as agriculture, hospitality, or trade, export success has hardly been reflected in wage increases. Since the summer of 2019, there has also been a growing number of voices in German politics calling for an increase in public investment and an end to the cult of the Black Zero in order to stabilize the German economy in the face of the deepening recession. One of the most surprising articulations of the revision of outdated austerity dogmas is the call by the Pro-Employer Institute of German Business for a state investment program with a volume of 450 billion euros over 10 years. A joint paper by the IMK and IW also called for the debt rule in the Basic Law to be modified and for borrowing to be permitted in the amount of net investments. Even the Federation of German Industries called for a move away from the Black Zero in the fall of 2019. The reasons for this change of opinion include the constant fire from international organizations against the German surpluses, which has been going on for several years now, as well as President Trump's threat to impose trade sanctions due to the German surpluses. In addition, the mild recession in 2018-19 is changing the efficiency-oriented cost-benefit analysis of key players. Even before the coronavirus crisis, the recession demonstrated that the German economy is far from doing as well as assumed. And it is now also known that the extreme export orientation of the German economy is responsible for this. While years of evidence that German economic policy was responsible for a significant proportion of the Eurozone's misery fell on deaf ears, and even President Trump's threats of sanctions against the EU were largely ignored until he got serious with punitive tariffs on steel and aluminum in 2018. The recession now offers a strong argument for rethinking even those with a more liberal and national mindset. In large parts of the population, a strengthening of public investment meets with great support anyway, regardless of the individual cost-benefit calculation. In particular, anger about the deterioration of public infrastructure, from bridges and roads to schools, has grown steadily in recent years. The same applies to the weaknesses in public services. But other aspects of the export model are also increasingly being called into question. A representative forces survey commissioned by the Forum New Economy produced impressive results in October 2019, as Thomas Frick reports in Wirtschaftsdienst. Almost 90% of respondents increasingly see inequality of income and wealth as a problem for society in Germany, with a similarly high proportion calling for an increase in government investment in education and public transport. A move away from exportism is likely to find broad support among these social majorities. The introduction of the minimum wage in 2014 shows how these surveys do not have to remain vague sentiments, but can also be expressed in concrete political decisions. As Paul Marx and Peter Stark demonstrate, this introduction was not only spurred on by a rethink in the export trade unions, but also by the German population's growing unease about increased inequality. The proportion of those who consider the German economic system to be fair has fallen permanently since the first intensification of the export model around 1980, from 50% to less than 20%. The timing for promoting a rebalancing of the German economy is probably extremely favorable. This applies to a whole range of economic and especially political factors. The mild recession before the coronavirus crisis was the first warning shot regarding the disadvantages of an extremely export-oriented economy. The political turbulence that has been going on for years, Brexit, Trump, Turkey, etc., and its negative impact on international trade relations have considerably dimmed the shine of the export-focused growth model. Both in Europe and globally, Germany will no longer be able to get away with its mercantilist strategy so easily in the face of growing opposition from important trading partners, especially in the face of the threat of an American-Chinese hegemonic conflict. Large sections of the population are now aware of these risks. The coronavirus recession has heightened this awareness even further. Germany could have survived the first wave of the coronavirus crisis relatively well thanks to its health policy decisions, but was then hit hard economically by developments in its most important export markets. According to a Spiegel survey, the coronavirus crisis has further increased the proportion of citizens who see globalization as a risk and not an opportunity, especially among CDU/CSU, Green, and SPD voters. This development also suggests that now is a good time for a more robust economic model. In addition, large sections of the population have now also understood that the car industry is inevitably heading for a crisis. This myth has also been shattered. The untouchable leading German industry, on which a large part of the bashful national pride was focused, will hardly be able to shield the export model from criticism in the future. The sharp increase in interest in economic issues among the population as a result of the coronavirus recession is an important prerequisite for taking measures to achieve a balance. Only in such a crisis situation do political decision-makers have a strong incentive to override the mutual blockade of economic interest groups, with different starting points for the right balancing measures. As Nils Redeker recently discovered in his Zurich dissertation, the combination of several years of weak export demand followed by a deep recession, which could only be made halfway bearable by mobilizing extreme fiscal firepower thanks to the dependence on foreign trade, is likely to lead to a rethink in large parts of the economy. A reorientation could already be observed after the global financial crisis when, in an Ernst & Young survey of German business leaders in 2010, the majority called for a departure from the traditional model of export-driven growth and a shift towards a model based more on domestic demand. The coronavirus recession will reinforce this trend. The fact that the decision to finance the European Recovery Fund during the coronavirus crisis was justified on the grounds that it was essential for the economic stabilization of German export markets, and not just for humanitarian reasons, could also prove to be serious. The German economy is beating the drum for Europe, as Die Welt observed some time ago, and not for very altruistic reasons. It is about stabilizing its export markets. In view of the reluctance of large sections of the German population to accept intra-European fiscal transfers, the decision to link recovery funds to export markets may initially be understandable. From here, however, it is only a small step to the realization that this form of subsidizing the German export sector by all taxpayers is quite absurd, especially since it would be much better to support neighboring countries by balancing the German economy, and at the same time benefit from higher wages, better state services, and a functioning infrastructure here. At least for the FAZ economic editors, the positive effects of a rebalancing on neighboring economies are obvious. If the state loosens up more money, it not only supports domestic demand for goods and services, but also has an effect on demand abroad. In addition to these aspects, which speak for a more critical attitude towards the extreme export model, the timing for a rebalancing strategy is also particularly favorable because its core elements, higher government spending and higher wages, have recently become much more popular. After 2 years of economic stagnation, the public's understanding of a significant increase in government spending has now also risen sharply. This is all the more true as the explosive expansion of this spending to stabilize the economy during the coronavirus crisis has not allowed any of the fears of austerity advocates to materialize. The strong demand from investors for German government bonds will enable the German state to borrow without having to pay interest for the foreseeable future. A game changer here is also the change in thinking among central banks and in the international discussion among economists. In contrast to the Bundesbank and the remaining German order liberals, high government deficits have been viewed much more calmly in the international debate for some years now. However, the fact that the ECB has made it unmistakably clear that it will resolutely oppose soaring risk premiums on government bonds is crucial for the opportunity to achieve a balance. This also eliminates the old concern that deficit sinners would be disciplined by the volatile international financial markets, which, for example, still drove the progressive budget consolidation project by social democratic finance ministers. Bayern LB and Prognos also believe that the demographic structure of German society is currently favorable for a change of course. In their study, they assume that this structure will lead to a shortage of labor and thus to an improved negotiating position for higher wages for employees. Due to the associated increases in real wages, and the increasing risks on the export markets. This forecast assumes that the contribution of private domestic consumption to gross domestic product will rise from 40% in the years 2000 to 2020 to 62% between 2020 and 2040, while the external contribution, export demand, will fall from 21% to 13%. The current particularly low inflation is also very favorable for the rebalancing of the German economy, as rebalancing via wage increases would be much riskier in a high inflation environment. In the long term, German industry still has a major lead over the rest of the Eurozone in terms of unit labor cost development. Until this lead has been completely lost through disproportionate wage increases, domestic market-oriented sectors can increase their employment in the meantime, so that no increased unemployment is to be expected in the balancing process. Finally, social tailwind for a rebalancing strategy can also be expected from the general political constellation, in particular the continuing challenge posed by right-wing populism. The risk of seeing a further strengthening of right-wing populist parties such as the AfD, or the sometimes even more right-wing initiatives behind the anti-corona demonstrations, in an economic crisis exacerbated by corona and a slump in exports is likely to increase the willingness of politicians and society to restructure the German economy to make it more resilient to developments on export markets. If the AfD achieves the kind of electoral success in a relatively stable economic situation as it did in the Eastern German states in 2019, it is to be feared that a truly deep economic crisis following the coronavirus crisis will create a politically far more dangerous situation. In addition, the inevitable reduction in inequality, within the framework of the balancing proposed here, would have a positive effect on trust in democracy and participation in elections in the medium term, as a study by Armin Schaefer and Hannah Schwander suggests. Increased doubts about the extreme export orientation and a weakening of its central institutions and support groups have so far been offset by the absence of a constructive and positive intellectual alternative to the exportist ideology. The concept of balancing the German economy could represent this alternative. Core elements of the intellectual alternative are concepts such as economic resilience, stability, and resilience, but also social balance and international or European cooperation. Instead of thinking in terms of individual economies, the macroeconomy would once again be placed more in the foreground. The development of domestic demand would be monitored alongside exports, and the export surplus would in future be referred to as an import deficit. Similar to the one-sided export orientation, a rebalancing would also have to be institutionalized in the medium to long term so that it does not fizzle out as a one-off economic policy adjustment. The elements of such institutionalization are obvious. They range from a strengthening of federalism, especially of the municipalities, and the abolition of the debt brake to a broader and democratically better connected mandate for the central bank. In the short term, however, rebalancing would involve a series of easy-to-implement political measures. Starting points include supporting the negotiation of higher wages, stimulating private investment, especially in research and development, and substantially increasing public investment. As an example, a program to balance the German economy could look as follows. Support the negotiation of higher wages. Abolition of the veto of employers' associations against the declaration of collective agreements as generally binding. Government agencies should only award contracts to companies that adhere to collective agreements and pay minimum wages, based on the lowest wage group in the collective agreement of the federal states. Rapid increase in the minimum wage to 60% of the median wage for full-time employees, which would currently be around €12. Extension of unemployment benefit by up to 2 years, depending on the length of time paid into unemployment insurance, to prevent a rapid slide into Hartz IV. Stimulating private investment, support for the reorientation of industry towards future technologies, conversion fund for automotive suppliers, support for research and development in areas such as health, digitalization, government purchase guarantees for medical goods, improving startups' access to venture capital, increasing public investment, strengthening municipal investment through federal programs, transport infrastructure, digital infrastructure, green district heating, social housing, schools, health sector, support for municipalities with additional burdens due to the corona crisis, development of nationwide infrastructure for electric and hydrogen mobility, electric charging points, hydrogen filling stations, overhead lines for trucks on highways, intensify the promotion of research and development in future technologies, digitalization, medicine, expansion of state services in the core areas of early education and care as well as care in old age. All of these measures combined contribute to increasing domestic demand through higher wages, higher private investment, higher state investment, and higher state benefits. They increase economic growth, reduce unemployment, and reduce the German economy's excessive dependence on exports. Balancing the German economy according to the program developed here should be very popular politically among the major population groups that would benefit from higher wages, greater private investment, better social services, and government infrastructure. A less export-oriented economic structure would not only go hand in hand with higher growth and be more resilient to external crises, but would also be more socially balanced. the lower and middle groups benefiting from rebalancing, and the entrepreneurs and self-employed in the domestic market-oriented sectors of the economy should form by far a majority of society, compared to those who want to continue to rely on wage moderation and austerity in public budgets. However, the key challenge for mobilizing sufficient political support for rebalancing the German economy is to build a coherent coalition of those heterogeneous groups that would benefit from this rebalancing. Given the deep institutional roots of the export model, a very broad political coalition is necessary to balance the latter. In order to mobilize the potentially very broad coalition for exportism de facto, it is essential to convince the economically interested and educated groups of the middle class of the need to balance the German economic system. However, this should not be too difficult, as these groups would also benefit from this rebalancing. On the one hand, the focus of the necessary persuasion work should be on the highly qualified middle classes, who are particularly active in politics and the media. Greater resilience of the German economy to external crises should be much more popular with these groups than the common left-wing demands for redistribution and social justice, which tend to trigger fears of loss among some middle groups. On the other hand, another focus should be on companies in the domestically oriented sectors, for example associations such as the German Confederation of Skilled Crafts, the German Retail Federation HDE, the German Hotel and Restaurant Association DEHOGA, and the Association of German Chambers of Industry and Commerce. Although the entrepreneurs in these sectors, like other entrepreneurs, are reflexively opposed to higher wages and government spending, they should be convinced that they and their employees will ultimately be among the winners of the rebalancing. There is also further work to be done within the trade unions to convince them. So far, the tone has often been set by those groups that are particularly closely linked to the export sectors and where there is great concern about potential job losses as a result of rebalancing through significantly higher wages. However, it should be communicated in the trade unions that these concerns only have a real basis for a very small proportion of employees, that these employees can obtain much more secure jobs in the long term through conversion programs, and that all other employees will benefit considerably from the rebalancing. Arguments of economic efficiency must be at the heart of such attempts at persuasion. Previous appeals for rebalancing, which have tended to focus on the antisocial and unpeaceful effects of Germany's extreme focus on exports, particularly in the context of the euro crisis, have certainly not caught on with large groups of the middle class, entrepreneurs, and trade unions. Without a broad alliance of trade unions, the middle classes and entrepreneurs in domestic industries, it is likely to be difficult to resist the vociferous export propaganda from those sectors that face intense international price competition. The argument that Germany should increase spending so that the other Eurozone economies benefit from the corresponding demand and the common currency area is thus stabilized has been articulated by a large number of Keynesian economists since the outbreak of the euro crisis at the latest, without meeting with any significant political response. Appeals from the perspective of international solidarity are not catching on with the economically interested public in Germany. In fact, it is far more promising politically in Germany to justify the need for higher government investment with the ailing German infrastructure than with the need for an international economic recovery. The first euro crisis already demonstrated that the German public's willingness to show international solidarity in economic matters is rather limited. The same applies to higher wages. Conventional appeals for redistribution may not work among broad sections of the middle classes, but the reference to the destructive power and high risk of extreme export orientation should also lead to a rethink here. In particular, the great concerns of the middle classes about social decline and the destabilizing potential of extreme wealth inequality should make a balanced economic structure attractive to these social groups. In principle, the concept has broad appeal among the middle classes. Even Karen Horn, who is deeply rooted in economic liberalism, states, "For classical liberalism, on the other hand, a position of conciliatory balancing of clever, responsible both/and is recommended." In the context of the coronavirus crisis, the abbreviated economic mantra, the same old call for less government and lower taxes is now less constructive and sympathetic, according to Horn. Particularly in view of the devastation caused by the coronavirus crisis, the greater resilience of a balanced economic structure is likely to be of great appeal to broad sections of society. The term resilience has already played an important role in economic policy debates in recent years. As Wirtschaftsdienst noted back in 2017, the coronavirus crisis has once again drastically demonstrated the extremely low resilience of an extremely export-based economic model. It has shown how susceptible the globalized economy is to disruption, first in terms of primary products, especially from China, and then in terms of exports. A rebalancing of the German economy would significantly increase its resilience to political and economic crises. This would also convince those who are currently worried about tensions with the USA and dependence on China. In addition, a rebalancing would also remove the pressure on German taxpayers to keep financing new transfers for the southern European periphery. The latter would benefit considerably from the strengthening of German demand. The European Union would thus be strengthened in the long term, without the destructive dispute over aid money and conditions. In addition to these rather abstract arguments, rebalancing also offers tangible short-term benefits. Better schools, roads, and railways are very popular, as is determined environmental protection through technology development and public investment, without tough arguments about higher CO2 taxes. What's more, the winners of the measures proposed here will far outnumber the losers. The winners include not only the less privileged sections of the population, who would benefit from higher minimum wages and social benefits, but also all employees in sectors geared towards domestic demand. Bayern LB and Prognos AG see particular opportunities for growth in a rebalancing of the German economy, for example in services for the older generation, i.e. in areas such as health or tourism, but also for manufacturers of green products and digitally supported services, for example in the area of mobility. The same applies to all those who benefit from public investment, but also to private residential construction. The winners of this rebalancing would be found across society, even if they would initially be somewhat less concentrated than in today's urban centers of export production such as Ingolstadt or Wolfsburg. However, the regions with heavily export-oriented industries are also likely to benefit from the measures proposed here in the long term. Firstly, higher wages will force export companies to invest in more productive technologies. This reduces the risk of some of these companies becoming too comfortable and losing out technologically. Although higher wages are bitter medicine for entrepreneurs in the short term, they are the best medicine for patients in the long term. In addition, balancing also reduces the extreme dependence of heavily export-oriented regions on individual industries, so that a possible structural change is easier to cope with than, for example, in the Ruhr region after the end of coal and steel. Many social groups will probably not yet be aware that they would also be among the winners of a rebalancing. These include savers, for example, who are currently suffering from low interest rates. Significantly higher wages would increase inflationary pressure and thus enable the ECB to moderate its extremely loose monetary policy somewhat, just as stronger investment activity by the state and companies would increase demand for their savings, and thus also the interest rates they can charge on them. Of course, tough opposition can also be expected from those groups that are currently benefiting particularly strongly from the export-oriented economic structure. It is no wonder that very export-oriented business associations such as Gesamtmetall are questioning the feasibility of a rebalancing and are putting up strong political resistance. The opposition applies in particular to the refinancing of higher government spending through inheritance or wealth taxes. Sharp opposition from lobbies such as Stiftung Familienunternehmen or Die Familienunternehmer is certain. However, these lobbies are only financially powerful. The votes that the owners of German family businesses can deliver are negligible. Moreover, there is certainly room for compromise here. If a significantly higher national debt is accepted in the medium term in order to grow out of it in the long term, higher inheritance and wealth taxes could be obsolete. In any case, they are not among the first steps towards rebalancing and are very difficult to implement politically. The workforces of some export companies would also be among those expected to protest against a rebalancing of the German economic structure. This applies in particular to sectors that have only been able to survive in recent decades through tough international price competition, such as basic chemicals, second-tier automotive suppliers, or large parts of the slaughtering and meat processing industries. However, it should also be possible to successfully persuade the chemical industry or the meat industry to turn away from tough wage and price competition, as success can also be achieved through the special quality of products, including regional and environmentally friendly production in the meat industry, rather than particularly low prices. And in the long term, the viability of these companies is better served by productivity-enhancing investments than by competition through wage dumping. Trade unions in typical export sectors such as IG Metall or IGBC therefore have a particular responsibility to explain to their members, most recently 38% and 10% of employees organized in the DGB respectively, that the extreme German fixation on exports may secure jobs for them in the short term, but can also be disastrous in the long term. In particular, they would have to oppose attempts to undermine higher wages in general and only allow company alliances for work on an extremely selective basis for companies whose survival is acutely threatened by structural change. Politically, the task of convincing the export trade unions can be made considerably easier through conversion programs in which, for example, second-tier suppliers in combustion car production whose existence is at risk are temporarily given targeted government support to switch to other products, especially climate-friendly technologies. The prominent role of the state in saving jobs during the coronavirus crisis should make such conversion programs easy to implement. The program to better balance the German economy should generally be very attractive to progressive parties. An important prerequisite for progressive parties coming to power in Germany has always been the assumption of fundamental competence in economic issues. The middle class in particular demands credible expertise and, above all, a positive, forward-looking program, and without it, political majorities are difficult to imagine. In the past, progressive parties were only able to take over the leadership of the government if they were assigned the appropriate competence, in line with the spirit of the times, as was the case around 1970 and the turn of the millennium. In the first case, this was Karl Schiller with his Keynesian ideas of global control, in the second Gerhard Schroeder, who embodied neoliberalism more successfully as the comrade of the bosses than the Rhineland conservative Helmut Kohl. During the last major economic crisis, for example, the Friedrich Ebert Foundation presented a fairly comprehensive macroeconomic concept for balancing the German economy with Germany 2020. Nothing comparable has yet been found for the even more serious coronavirus recession. A program for balancing the overly export-oriented German economy could now be the cornerstone for regaining economic policy competence for parties of dynamic industrial capitalism. With its basic demands for higher wages and an expansion of state demand, it ties in with the core competencies of such parties, but with its focus on long-term resilience, it also offers an attractive proposition to the middle classes who are usually decisive in elections. It is therefore ideally suited as the basis for a new historical alliance between capitalists and the working class.